しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello and welcome to the Grand Archive NA Nationals 2025. We are here in St. Louis. We're going to give you a quick tour of the venue to show you guys what's going on, but this is going to be a super exciting day. So let's take a look and see. Man, there's a lot of players here, a lot of really well-known names. We're seeing TCG over here. We got the wonderful TCG guys. See a lot of the San Diego guys over here as well. See a bunch of RWT. And we're just a lot of people. We see main deck. The Washington group's here too. There's a lot of people we know. We have the wonderful Sparkle Sisters as always. Fantastic people. And then our favorite TM32 Sebastian, the Gauntlet qualifier here from the European Nationals. And then we have our favorite North American team here. We have Apex Players Guild, our favorite and famous Mr. Korax of TM32, Apex Players Guild, True Champion Gaming, and Card Merchant. The most fantastic team player of all. Yeah, it's, we got everyone out here. We got old faces, new faces, but all the good things to come. Our favorite judge, Mr. Poro, if you guys haven't seen, and Cherry. We love Cherry. Yeah, let's go take a look at these invites, these CPRs that we will be getting as a redemption. Do you guys have any CPRs we can look at? Well, not that CPR. Oh, they're over there. We'll take a look. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we're going to have these wonderful options here. So if you qualify for NA Nationals, you have to trade in your cards. You'll be getting either a backup charger, your Windmill Engineers, the Blazing Throws. We have the Lurking Assailants as well as the Orb of Hubris. These are absolutely beautiful, fantastic ones. Some not shown, the Exercise Curses and Academy Guides, but those are fantastic CPRs. Those were available from the Ascents of last year. But let's go take a look at our tournament organizer, the wonderful, lovely Mr. Andy K himself of Yeti Gaming. Andy, looking good, brother.
Thank you very much.
It's good to see you. Would you like to say anything to the stream?
I just hope everyone has a really good event. Everything's going smooth so far. I think we're going to have a great time. I'm really excited to see everyone compete and what great decks we're going to see.
That's awesome. So thank you so much, Andy, for hosting this.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be spicy.
It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be spicy. Yeah, so we have our wonderful judge staff, everything here. And then our favorite NA Nationals backpack, if you pre-registered. It's a beautiful backpack featuring Lubu here. It actually has the coolest thing. So the straps have all the class icons. The bag is really durable. I've had one since CNAT, so I know this is a great bag. Great to travel with. It's probably my favorite piece of GA merch so far. But one last thing, let's check out our vendor for the event. We have the wonderful Super Mitch 8 of Merlin's Marketplace vending. He's got his beautiful merchandising stuff here. And then if you need any cards available, you can always get them from Mitch. Anything for today's event, if you need things for regionals tomorrow, all the wonderful things to go here. But we're going to bring it back to you guys. We are probably starting pretty soon here. The event is like about a minute till we're about to start here. I'll be joined with my lovely casters, Main Deck Dan and Lineage Break Cam. Looking forward to bringing you guys the best of action. But let's quickly just take a look at how the stream station will be set up. Because I know a lot of people are always wondering, oh, what does the stream station look like? Because you guys see the players there, but you don't always get like the behind the scenes. So we'll give you guys a quick view of this. Well acquainted with this section myself. I always play around one on stream whenever I'm here. So big shout outs to everyone for the setup. It's honestly fantastic. We will have some pretty cool new additions, so I hope you guys look forward to that. And yeah, it's pretty nice. So looking at the event today, I think what I'm most curious about is if we're going to see any spice. I know there's a lot of people are like, oh, fractals are so scary, and then there's people who are like, oh, Serene Lux is really scary, Wood Lux is really scary. But I'm really excited to see something different, something interesting. What I'm most interested in seeing is there anyone going to play Terra? Is anyone going to play the Kong Ming lists that have been doing really well? Is anyone going to be playing the Jiao Chan lists? Cooking something really cool. I've seen a couple Overlord lists out there, but I think besides that, we're just going to have to figure out what the casters have to say. So we'll send you to them soon. Cheers, guys.
Welcome, everyone, to the Grand Archive North American Nationals here in the gateway to the West, St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Main Deck Dan, and I'm joined by Lineage Break Cam. How's it going, Cam?
Hey, how's it going, man? Glad to be here. So excited for North American Nationals. It's a really exciting time to be playing Grand Archive and to be trying to get those last slots for the World Championship coming up in June.
Yeah, Cam, this is a huge event, isn't it? One of the things that I think everyone here is anticipating is, will they make it into Worlds? This is the final opportunity for players to make it into either directly into Worlds for our highest ranking players today, or into the Gauntlet at Worlds, where we've already had a number of the game's best players across the world.
Right.
queuing up, getting ready to fight.
And not only that, a lot of them are making a return trip here because a lot of those top players performed well at the other nationals throughout the season, but they still have the chance to get that direct Worlds invite. So we see people in the room that already have a Gauntlet invite that are still fighting to get that direct Worlds invite. So it's still not going to be an easy trip for anyone was looking to play in the last event and hopefully have a little bit of an easier field.
Yeah, exactly. Those spots that directly get you in a World, very coveted.
Yeah.
Some of the locations depend on region, but either top 2, top 4 players making it in. Whereas a lot more players have queued up for the Gauntlet. So we are seeing players from some of the teams in the game that are at the top of the game in competitive play. True Champion Gaming only has 1 World competitor and 2 Gauntlet qualified, and everyone is here again to fight over those coveted spots. We have teams like Apex Players Guild here. We have teams like, of course, Lineage Break, Main Deck. We've seen Chess Club. I mean, basically, this is like a who's who of all of the best teams
of course.
in the game.
Yeah, and from all over the place. We even have Hanky's here, who won European Nationals, and he's here yet again. So,
yeah, even if you win, you might still be here. It might be a competitor that you have to face if you're trying to make it in. So today is going to be certainly some of the most exciting and really impactful games that we've seen all season.
I think so, yeah. And a really interesting format, too, Dan, where this Fractals deck has sort of been the talk of the town for the past couple of months, ever since HVN came out. But, you know, unlike decks in the past, it's showing like a real dominating presence, but it's not unbeatable, right? So the format feels a lot more open than it normally is when we have one of these top decks that is really seeing a lot of like win percentage. There are still other decks that people are going to be bringing to sort of combat that.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about the current format, especially, you know, going from Seattle, the launch of HVN to now, we have a lot of the same decks that we are going to see, but a lot of these decks have been refined. The metagame has been well understood. I do think, Cam, we're going to see, like Tyler was mentioning, some spicier brews. Hopefully we can get them on stream, because we have heard tell of a few decks already out there where people are really trying to break the metagame open again. But a lot of players for this event going with the safe route. We're going to be seeing a lot of Fractals today. We're going to be seeing variants of Luxem, Fire Luxem, Wind Luxem. You're certainly going to be seeing allies, aggro. It sounds like, I think we're hearing tell that Suzaku is maybe a little more favored today than some other events. So the Fire Guoja version with Suzaku. Cam, is there anything that you are hoping can kind of break through this sort of known metagame we can see on stream?
Well, I think it's always interesting when we come to, this is sort of the last big tournament of the format. We do have MRC Altars coming out just next week. Yeah. So this is going to be the last sort of hurrah for this version of the HVN format. So I think it's always exciting to see if anybody can bring something that they've been maybe keeping under wraps or have been working on in secret with their team for this sort of final event, because this is the last time that they can allow it to flourish. I would be remiss if I didn't say I wanted to see Ari do well. We saw TM32 Bailey made second place at Oceania, so that deck is definitely something that people should be watching out for.
Yeah. Ari is a deck that's always been on the fringes, and sometimes takes a little bit of, it's a control style deck. It's a control combo. It's trying to get to that level 3 and then just start negating everything. And it always takes a little bit for a deck like that to like, okay, what's the right brew of cards in here? Like I was saying, everyone's started to refine the decks now, though. You know, we talk about this Fractal deck, which is the, sort of the top deck, the most expected deck. The percentage share we've been seeing in events still doesn't quite match what like Slime's used to. So
of course.
Yeah, like you mentioned, that was a really good point that we are not expecting to see every single round you're going to be playing as Fractals, but it's a deck you have to be prepared for. And a deck like Ari needs to know, what does the list look like, the good list, and then how can I make sure I have the tools to, or I play in the right way to even make sure I deal with it.
Yeah, it's like you said, it's all about that refinement, right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of these decks, Ari one of them, but several others in the format, even stuff like Luxem, these like slower, more controlling decks, really want to know what they're playing against. And so as other decks get more refined, they can also refine their strategy to sort of combat those. And so I think we're going to see that here.
Yeah,
sure.
This is going to be some of the sort of the decks at their peak of power today. So starting from round 1 all the way to the end of the event, I think we're going to be seeing some explosive, powerful games. We're going to be seeing, I think, tons of really, really incredible plays from some of the best players in the game.
Yeah, of course.
And I just really can't wait to see all that.
Yeah, looks like we're getting the confirmation on numbers, but it looks like it's going to be an 8-round event for day 1.
Yep.
And then, of course, that cut to day 2, which is now based on match points.
Yes.
So it'll be a little bit more clear who's going to make that day 2 cut. But it's a really sort of interesting position that a lot of players are put in, where the cut to gauntlet is pretty wide at North American Nationals. It's top 6 get a direct invite, and then it's top 18 get a gauntlet invite, so that's 7 through 18 slot. And so I think a lot less players are going to be like taking intentional draws. It's going to be very because even in a normal tournament where you would be out of top 8 contention, you're still in contention for that gauntlet slot, right?
Yeah, exactly. That top 8 is sometimes so, I know personally, sometimes so tough to break into it, but having that 18 is like you said, is so much wider. It means that, and that's why, we have players like Apex Players Guild who are coming from Southeast Asia region in general, coming in, and they're here to play. They're here to game because the spots are so available at this event. Even though we're seeing some of the best players in the game, it's going to be a tough gauntlet to get there. But when you do, when you get to that top 18, you get to go to Worlds.
Yeah, of course. And I think something that the messaging, at least with the community, has been a little bit unclear on, which hopefully we can clear up, is that any of those slots, if we have a repeat player who's qualifying again for the gauntlet or for Worlds directly, those slots do pass down. So I know there's some people that are here that already have an invite that are looking to get an invite here so they can pass down their slot from their home region to get a friend an invite or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be, I think, a really, really good top cut. I really can't wait for day 2, but you guys are not going to want to miss today's action, because I think today we're going to hopefully see some of those fun brews. We're going to see that exciting stuff to see. We do want to mention, too, one thing. There was a pretty big rules update that we got, which may be relevant, especially for these streamed games. I certainly know that going to time is something that happens on stream. And so I want to mention, I think we should just get out there so people are aware. If we do have rounds that go to time today, there was a clarification in the rules that is going to mean that when we hit that time limit in overtime, so we go to time, then we have 5 minutes of overtime. Once we hit the time limit, previously in the past, we would just end the game. Straight up, it was just over. There's nothing that happens. Now, starting with this event, when we hit that overtime time limit, we are going to complete resolving the stack, including allowing players to play more fast speed actions in order to, adjust what's happening. But once that stack or a combat has finished resolving entirely, then the game ends.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of these complicated board states, especially, we're talking, of course, about this Fractals deck that has a lot of fast speed interaction. And so the games can come down to that final moment, even in overtime. And so now that we can resolve everything that's going to be happening, we'll hopefully get a more definitive end to some of these games that are in overtime.
Yeah, it's not something that I think we've seen happen from players, because players in this game are generally very cool, very chill, and it's this kind of thing isn't usually an issue. But it would also prevent weird situations of you're resolving a burst asunder, which, as we know, deals damage in packets of 2, and perhaps you're just marking 2, 2, 2 until time is called before, that's something that an unscrupulous player could have potentially done in the past. But now this really clears that up. It means, nope, okay, we have to finish resolving everything. And so there's not going to be any shenanigans in that way. And it means players who could get really deep in thinking will have an opportunity to be able to fully play out those complicated fast speed interactions.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the community is so great that is rarely going to be a problem where it's sort of intentional that happens. But this is a very, very high stakes tournament, very high pressure environment, and that can get you, and especially like you said, when you're on stream, that's an additional layer of pressure to sort of perform in front of an audience. So we definitely understand when players can get into that sort of situation, and hopefully we can clean those up a little bit more rapidly than we could before.
Yes. Now, while we are getting everyone paired, we're going to do a player meeting here, Cam. I want to ask, before we get into our first round, if you were playing this event today, what deck would you have played?
For the sake of the stream and for us to have a productive conversation, obviously I would be playing Ari, but if I were not me and making a choice as a competitive player, I don't know. I think it's pretty hard to get away from this Fractals deck. It has a really high floor, but it has an extremely high skill ceiling as well.
It does.
So I don't blame so many of the top players have been looking at this Fractals deck and are just really leveraging that skill over their opponent to sort of come out on top. But even when that deck doesn't go terrific for you, it still is pretty potent at its floor.
Right. Yeah, that's the deck that, of course, Team Main Deck has been looking at quite a bit.
Sure.
Ever since Seattle, we've been playing that. And you're certain to see a lot of those members on that deck here at this event as well. But there are a lot of, if you're highly skilled at your deck of choice, you can certainly beat it.
Right.
Just depends. And maybe teched correctly. We are going to be, I believe we just got our deck list here, so pretty soon we're going to be taking a look at these deck lists so that we can talk about what the 2 players in our first round are going to be playing. I will say right now, it's going to be a very classic matchup in the current metagame, and it'll be a great way, I think, to kick off the stream and set the tone for some of the decks that you can expect to see doing well today. Yeah,
definitely an interesting one. I mean, as we said, this is the last tournament of the format, so people are very aware of what is going to be going on in the room. So you're either looking to take one of those top strategies, looking to combat one of those top strategies, and I think, like you said, this will be a classic, sort of display of that. Yeah.
That said, though, I hope in our future rounds, because like I mentioned earlier, we've heard tell of a few very, very cool brews. Some people who are very confident in decks that have never placed in any event. And I always say that there's a lot of room in Grand Archive to brew. There are a lot of powerful interactions that people just aren't looking at. A lot of sort of groupthink around fractals. Fractals, and that's what our team is guilty of too. But you get very good at a deck like that, and it makes sense to play. But I'm really hoping some of those players are going to do well enough in the early rounds where we can get them onto the stream. And we can show you guys some of the true spice that's out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to not go with the tried and true strategy, right? So we can't blame anybody for doing that. But I think that all these sort of niche strategies need is that performance, right? Because like you said, there is this sort of group mentality, and let's say that some niche deck we've never heard of wins North American Nationals this weekend, then everyone's going to be playing it, right? And then it becomes another meta deck like Fractals or anything else, but it needs that one sort of spike performance, and maybe past that, it sees that refinement that we've been talking about, but it needs to have that one breakout event, and maybe this is it.
Yeah, it always just takes one. It takes one breakout event. After Santa Clara, Santa Clara last year, we had the main deck team members who then, after main deck, Mitch won with that Watermill Ari. Then Ari Watermill just became a force in the meta. And so, that would be, I think, the coolest thing, especially going into Worlds in the MRC meta, if we had a sudden crazy shakeup when one of these wild brews did well.
Yeah, either this weekend or, after MRC releases, there's plenty of room to sort of explore that Worlds format that's coming up at the end of June. And so, maybe we'll see something, a breakout. Like you said, there's a couple that we'll be keeping our eyes on here in the coverage desk, and hopefully they're doing well enough that we can, put a spotlight on them. Maybe that's not what they want. Maybe they want to keep the secret until it's later in the tournament. But
and as far as just MRC Alter coming out here, that already looks like it's got some potential to shake up the metagame. This may be the last event where the metagame looks like this, because we're going to see some powerful support coming in for the automaton decks for sure in the new set, or at least the set of cards in the new set. Everybody wants Diana to work. Everybody wants to get that level 3 Diana play to happen and be potent enough. Last time I think we've seen level 3 Diana truly perform on the stage was Worlds of last year.
Yeah, Limelight's performance playing Umbra, Diana, and it's been sort of unfavored in the format since then. Especially, you look at this Fractals deck running all around, and that's probably going to be a pretty tough one for Diana. But if you end up running into those more level 3 focus deck stuff like Wind Luxem or like Arisana, Diana really can find some room there. So
yeah, it turns out when you get to double taser shot your opponent a couple of times and they're level 0 or 1, they get a little strapped for their options.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, and so we're going to see some of that. We're going to see some robots coming in from the new metagame, potentially. And even just little support pieces, Tenoris. Will Tenoris make it in with the addition of the Throne Guardian now? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I think particularly the Guardian cards are pretty potent for that sort of domain Tony strategy, and so maybe we'll see some of that pop up. Throne Guardian, Hector. even the I forget the name off the top of my head, but the new domain that makes an automaton is pretty strong.
Yeah. And there was a little support for Lucent Arbiter Arisana, I believe, too. Yeah,
just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
It's a very cool card. Moon Veil Assassin.
Moon
I think
Veil
it's called.
Assassin. Yeah,
it's very, very cool. I'm gonna try to do some cooking with
you
it.
gotta try.
I'm not confident, but we're gonna try it out. See what happens.
But that's exactly the kind of thing where you see a player like we're talking about perform with it at a major event, and then suddenly there it goes. Okay, so we are actually jumping right into the game now, and we are already off to the races here. So the two decks we have here, we have Justin LJW, who's running a Spirit of Wind Tristan deck. So this is our classic Wind level 3 Umbra Tristan Shadow Strike deck versus Quick Lookout on the right, who is playing Water Fractals, believe it or not. There's the classic deck. And just to kick things off, we have the Spirit of Water into Dissonant Fractal and 2 Fractal of Snows. This is the classic 3 Fractal start. Cam, how do you feel when you get a 3 Fractal start with this team?
I mean, it's got to feel great, especially cards like Dissonant Fractal are so powerful to set up the following draws for your next turn, and so I have to think that Quick Lookout feels very good about his start here, and I would assume that Justin is not thrilled to see that start from his opponent as well.
You know, let's take a look here and see how much Justin is sort of respecting the Fractal deck in the main. We do have 3 Scatter Essence in the main, but this is a very, very traditional Wind Tristan list where, didn't go for like the Mystic Purifiers or anything.
Right.
In fact, this list might actually just be the one from Seattle. I'm looking at it now, and I'm not finding anything immediately different. I think this is the top Tristan list from the Seattle. I think it was 9th place. So this is a very, very traditional Tristan build. It's certainly capable of winning, but without 4 scatters and without Mystic Purifiers, Justin's got a lower chance of kind of slowing down this Fractal start. So I think you're absolutely right, Ken. When we see that 3 Fractal start, that's not really what Justin wants right now. Wants it to be a little slower than that.
No, definitely not. And speaking of traditional starts, we see those 3 Fractals being arrested for Zhang Zhao to draw 2 cards. So powerful the way that they leverage this card in Fractals.
Yeah, Justin not having the Stifling Trap to deal with the Zhang Zhao is really going to put him in the back foot. When we watch this matchup, the biggest thing that we're worried about is keeping the opponent from getting influence back. So when they drop those Fractals down, they usually go down to an influence of something like 4-ish. The longer you can keep them off of dropping a Zhang Zhao, the longer they have to play the game at 4 influence, the higher your chances of winning. But that said, Justin did start with the Sadie, and the Sadie is a solid start, able to start pushing some damage on, pushing a little bit of pressure on the board, and generating those prep counters. Gives you lots of options for being able to kind of get to that magical number of 4 prep counters to go to level 2.
But this is a pretty powerful start from Quick Lookout here. He has 2 copies of Refracting Missiles. We saw him fire off one there for 4 at his opponent, but also he has another Refracting Missiles as well as 2 Shimmering Refractions put down into his memory there. And that's a lot of payload for this early game for Fractals. And like you said, we're used to Fractals going so low on influence, right? But he's still sitting here at 6, going to be able to leverage that influence for a little bit longer.
Yeah, this is, I mean, when you already see the Fractal player pushing face with Refracting Missiles.
A little scary.
Quick Lookout knows, I think, with this deck that if the opponent goes too slow, you just take them out immediately. And it did look like Justin did not go to a level 1 quite yet. So sitting on that Spirit is like such a dangerous position to be in, because Quick Lookout, at this point now, has dealt 5 damage, so 10 is the magic number he needs to hit to win the game. And if Justin is not holding a Veiling Breeze, I don't see a Veiling Breeze here. I do think there's an in-cap in 4, so I think we have an in-cap in 4. Oh no, that's not an in-cap.
I believe he does have in-cap and 4 cards,
Okay.
So he's going to look to hide behind that 1 in-cap, but that might not be enough, Dan. There's a lot of payload over here from Quick Lookout, and we'll see how he wants to leverage
you said,
that.
That 6 influence, the 3 Fractals, it's so easy for Quick Lookout to play a Fractal, play a Burst, and have a backup Glimmering.
Yeah.
If Quick Lookout goes that route, it's just game 1's actually just done.
Yeah, and it looks like he has most of the pieces. I don't see a Burst, but he does have Glimmering and plenty of the smaller action spells to deal some damage.
The Burst is the important part, though.
Yeah.
We can't actually get the kill yet without the Burst, although 2 two shimmerings actually. It's
pretty close.
No, two refractings would get there. Two shimmerings would not.
Yeah.
But I mean, you think about that. Look at all of the options Quick Lookout has. It does feel like not going either level or safeguard on that turn 2 for Justin may be a problem.
I think I do see the burst in.
Is there burst
He's
in?
hiding it towards the back of his hand.
Oh.
We'll see how he chooses to play this. He's going to start off with a Shimmering Refraction, coming in for 3, targeting Justin.
A Shimmering is just as good as playing another Fractal here as far as our math is concerned.
Right.
So that is, I think Quick Lookout sees blood in the water and is going for it right now.
Yeah, 3 up to 8. He pulls that Burst Asunder to the front of his hand.
There's the burst.
It's going to pay retail for reserve for that.
Justin needed to have Veiling to have a shot here. Oh, man.
Oh, so brutal. We're going to see that in-cap get deployed, but as you said, he does have that Glimmering Refusal to meet in kind, and that's going to be 8 damage
You
from
have to
Burst
try and
Asunder.
in-cap. There's the Glimmering, and that is game 1.
Ooh.
Wow.
5 minutes.
Yeah, that was 5-minute game 1. So, Cam, this is exactly what players need to be aware of going into this matchup, right? Fractals is a deck that has multiple identities.
Mm-hmm.
One identity is that of a slow, methodical build-up sort of control isn't the right word, but a very slow-paced deck that just tries to go to the late game, and in the late game, all of its effects are scaled up because it's really hard for decks, no matter what they can do, to beat. I'm going to pay 2 or 3, and I'm going to deal 7 or 8 damage to you. I'm going to pay 2, and I'm going to negate something unless you pay 8. You know, when you get to that point, the Fractal deck is super, super advantaged.
Mm-hmm.
That said, it can do this too, right? If you get a fast Fractal start, you put the opponent on a crazy clock. Cam, what do you think Justin might be thinking about adapting going into the next game to avoid that?
I think it's going to be a tough road. It's not typically, I think, a bad matchup for Tristan, but you do have to play it very specifically, and I think you highlighted this perfectly, Dan, is that if you take that sort of more value-oriented, like maybe slightly more greedy approach, as he did in the first game, and chose not to level up, that can really put you in a dangerous spot. He does have a couple of cards in his sideboard that we did see him bring in. He pulled aside the Viridian Protective Trinket and the Quicksilver Grail to protect his Safeguard Amulet most likely, and then obviously Viridian to put a sort of thorn in the side of the Fractals player.
Yeah, the Viridian is a card that is somewhat helpful against Fractals, but they also often scale things up so much that you can't, it's one thing in the old metagame against the Water Mill deck where you were trying to get through multiple small negates, Frostbinds or whatever, but this list doesn't even have any Frostbinds in it. The only thing you're trying to do is tax Glimmering Refusals.
Right.
Sometimes it's useful.
Yeah.
But really what Justin would love to have here is more Stifling Trap, more Scatter Essence.
Right.
Looks like the sideboard was more prepared to deal with aggro decks. I do think the Shadow Reaver is something that could potentially come in, but you have to get to that stage still for that to matter. And in this case, Justin wasn't ready to hit that stage.
Yeah, I think so. I
think Justin's looking to open a Scatter Essence here, though. I mean, obviously, that's the big gain. I love playing Tristan into Fractals. It's one of my favorite. It's actually one of my favorite matchups to play as Tristan because it's very interactive and very fun, and you can have a lot of advantage, but you have to be teched for it pretty hard, too, to get that advantage. So looking at Justin's opening hand here, I believe we do see that Scatter Essence.
Yeah, it looks like that is Scatter in the middle, so he's going to have a little bit of protection for that first Fractal or 2. We'll see if Quick Lookout can open that sort of patented 3 Fractal start. You also have the ability to open the 4 Fractal start when you're on the draw. That's sort of magical Christmas land, but we'll see how close he gets.
Yeah, the 4 Fractals, I've definitely seen that before. Looking at this opening hand, we have a couple of... Okay, we have Zhang Zhao. That's good. Refracting... not a high Fractal start, though, actually. We have Fast Cure, and we have a Glimpse, so I think we're going to be doing a little bit of Insight, a little bit of Snow, and that's going to be it.
Yeah, and this is the sort of exact draw that you want to punish with cards like Scatter Essence, where they only are able to deploy those 2 Fractals, and that Scatter can put them really, really far behind, not only destroying their Fractal, but gaining you a floating memory, and especially in Tristan, who is this level 3 focus deck, it's going to give her a little bit of an advantage to get to the late game, which is where she wants to be.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be really, really key for Justin here. Having that Scatter Essence, now that we saw that Quick Lookout has 2 Zhang Zhaos in his hand,
Yeah.
Quick Lookout needs to get to 3 fractals as soon as possible to start playing those and start building them. We saw how powerful it was in the last game, obviously. In this case, if Justin can keep the Quick Lookout, keep Fractal Deck off of having 3 fractals as long as possible, start punching with Sadie, then Justin has that time to build that advantage. But here we see, look at this immense respect happening right now. The question is, does he put the Safeguard under here?
Yeah, it looks like he does. He was really laboring over that decision.
You know what, though? Like, I played this a lot, and one of my favorite things to do is actually go Quicksilver Blinding Orb. I like to do Quicksilver main in this deck because I play with main deck, and we play a lot of fractals all the time.
Sure.
So Quicksilver's main for me, but I will switch up between putting Safeguard or Blinding Orb under, because with the Blinding Orb under, you can juke your opponent a little bit into forcing. They have to play as if it's a Safeguard Amulet without having to use the Safeguard Amulet, and then you can use the Blinding to push for a kill turn.
But it looks like he did choose the ultimate respect route.
Yes.
And he grabbed that Safeguard. We saw Fairy Whispers fired off, picked up a black market broker, and we're just going to come in with Sadie. And you said this in the first game, Dan. It's all about that pressure in the early game, especially when Fractals is sort of on the back foot here with a bit of a slower draw. And we'll see that. Oh, looks like it was actually Stifling Trap.
Oh, that was a trap. Yeah. Oh, it was a lot of green wind. Okay. Well, Stifling Trap is also going to be good. It's going to buy him a little bit of time. It can at least deal with the first Zhang Zhao as long as it doesn't get Glimmering. But Quick Lookout doesn't even have 3 fractals yet. So it's kind of Justin's game right now to get the pressure ramped up. And with the correct amount of pressure here, Quick Lookout won't have the time to necessarily find the kill like he did in Game 1.
Yeah. Yeah, correctly realizing that the only card that he has to hold up Stifling Trap for is Zhang Zhao, and with only 2 fractals on board, there is no way that Quick Lookout can play that for any mode other than like Recover 4. So he's going to go ahead and just deploy some more pressure. We'll see a backup charger grabbed by Quick Lookout, really leveraging those fractals to make it a little bit easier to pay for effects like this. It's got a huge influence. That is one of the benefits of only having 2 fractals on board.
We have a Fractal of Intrusion now, so that will be our 3rd fractal. That will get us to the Zhang Zhao level. The question's going to be right now, Quick Lookout's interested in trying to rip anything out of Justin's memory. But, yeah, I don't believe so. Might on enter going to go the Lost in Thought in response. Yep, there it is. I was wondering if that was going to happen. Basically, Quick Lookout trading a card from his hand for hopefully the best card out of Justin's memory. But the problem is if Justin was planning to level, Justin was not planning to level because he would not have risked that Dungeon Guide otherwise. So, yeah, hitting the Dungeon Guide with the Fractal of Intrusion actually is a game-changing play here, potentially. If Justin doesn't find another Dungeon Guide, it's going to be really hard to mount the pressure that he needs to close the game. Dungeon Guide's critical for basically going up a turn to get to your kill line with the level 3 Tristan.
Yeah, absolutely. We see him laboring over his Materialize again. It looks like he's thinking about Viridian Trinket, but he might just opt for something a little bit safer. Looks like he's pulled Backup Charger to the front, which you can't activate here.
Backup Charger. Wow. Okay.
Just going to put that on board. Recollect and draw. Does draw a Reclaim for turn. We're going to see him come in for 2 with this Black Market Broker.
And actually, Quick Lookout isn't even going to let that happen. Quick Lookout is tired of dealing with the pressure already. He's going to get that float, and then could potentially use that float to either play a probably to level at some point, since he used the Lost in Thought. So use that to get to the Dao Chan, which will then get him pretty set up at that point, because he's looking at playing a Zhang Zhao next turn. Justin did keep enough cards to Stifling Trap, but here's the thing that I'm a little worried about for Justin here. You put that Backup Charger out, hoping to be able to activate it, but Quick Lookout's about to force the Stifling Trap to happen, right. And we don't have enough prep or enough or a class bonus to activate Stifling Trap out of memory. So the only way for Justin to stop the Zhang Zhao, which is certainly the correct thing to do, is going to be to play that Stifling Trap, which means that Materialize is going to do nothing.
Yeah, it's all about dictating the pace of play, right? This is something that you mentioned in sideboarding, that this Fractals deck can take the slower approach and try to not exactly control the game, but sort of dictate the speed at which the game finishes. And we're going to see that here. That Zhang Zhao is going to get deployed. And like you said, Dan, I think we're forced to cast a Stifling Trap here. Yep.
And they are just Justin interrupting to think about the Stifling Trap play. I mean, using your Stifling to force out Glimmering Refusal is not unreasonable. Is he...
Yeah, we're seeing pick up Sadie, then Stifling.
Pick up Sadie, yep. So it keeps the Sadie safe. Yep, just making sure he wasn't trying to class bonus it without class bonus. That is, I've seen people attempt to do that as well. So go for the Stifling, and now Quick Look decides, is it worth using the Glimmering Refusal on this when we have a second Zhang Zhao in hand?
Yeah, the really interesting part about how Zhang Zhao is worded is if he chooses to deploy this Glimmering Refusal here, he will get Zhang Zhao to resolve, but she will have a different effect, which is still somewhat worth it. It would recover him some life. But
how about this play, though? We're actually going to Refracting Missile on Champion and allow the Stifling to resolve.
Interesting. Yeah, well, I'm not exactly sure why he decided to fire that off now. I guess he's pretty safe. He doesn't have to worry about any sort of like in caps, but putting his hand down does give Justin some breathing room to sort of, have whatever he wants resolve here on his turn.
I am working on that line, trying to figure out what was what advantage there. There's potentially something I'm not thinking about. But the only thing is playing around in caps, but we're not even. We're still actually not level 1.
Right.
So in caps are extremely difficult to play. Justin's hand has 2 Ace-in Protectors, which are not really playable yet. I mean, honestly, this is a hand of a black market broker and some other cards, I think.
I think that's what we'll see. We'll see a Sadie maybe as well.
Yeah, the Sadie, but.
Yeah, it looks like he's thinking about it. Either Black Market or Sadie going to come down here just to
there's a windmill,
apply some pressure,
but no reclaim. Yeah, Justin really just looking at wind allies right now.
Right,
goes for the windmill. Okay,
sure.
Windmill without reclaim is fine because Justin does want to get some influence back here. Quick Look Out, by deploying that Refracting Missile at Justin's face, is kind of saying I want to take the lead a little bit on being the aggressive deck right now. Justin now sitting on that backup charger, potentially able to activate it in the next turn.
I think time is a dangerous thing to give to this Tristan deck. And that's sort of where we're at in this game, is Quick Lookout has not been able to find a fast enough pressure start, and the Stifling Trap being able to be used on that Zhang Zhao there does slow down the game a little bit. I think something worth noting is that Justin did keep an extra copy of Dungeon Guide. It looks like that was one of the cards that he had in his hand when we saw that Fractal of Intrusion a couple turns ago.
Okay.
So he can sort of accelerate this game towards level 3 Tristan because he is given the opportunity to sort of take the game a few more turns than he got the opportunity to in game 1.
Yeah, having that extra Dungeon Guide is great, although there are a lot of turns being taken to materialize non-level things right now. I'm especially thinking that Viridian is sort of a Fracturized bait right now, which is okay, actually. Sure. Sometimes that's a higher level play with this deck to get your opponent to Fracturize the Viridian so you can keep your Shadow's Claw from being Fracturized potentially later on. Because Shadow's Claw is usually a key card to be able to deal enough damage to take Fractals out. But Quick Lookout now shows, yep, I had 2 Zhang Zhaos. Do you have 2 Stifling Traps?
It's always the second one that gets him down. It's never the first one. It's always the second Zhang Zhao.
Yep.
And it looks like it draws the
Zhang
third
Zhao
as
into
well.
Zhang Zhao, yeah. These are blessed draws for Quick Lookout, who still is, would be hoping to find more Fractals than this. Still hasn't put out quite enough, but did find, there's the one Fracturize, potentially being baited in at some point into that Viridian. We also have the Fractal of Rain in there, so the second Fractal is now alive. Zhang Zhao and Glimmering Refusal, we've got options right now.
Yeah, what a crazy Zhang Zhao, Dan. We saw a third copy of Zhang Zhao drawn and a Burst Asunder.
Yeah, there's the burst. Yeah, there it is. And keep in mind, too, Quick Lookout is still holding on to this Fast Cure. Fast Cure is believe it or not, a lot of people don't realize it's an extremely powerful card against Tristan, because Tristan's game against a good Fractals player is basically on razor-thin edge of winning. And every heal 4, every recover 4 makes it that much harder to actually get that kill before the burst pops off.
We'll see a Fractal of Insight played. And then looks like he's going to go for it.
Well,
Pulled the burst to the front.
Yeah, here's the thing. So we're going to burst and basically say, is that Quicksilver Blinding Orb or is it Safeguard Amulet? The Quicksilver, in this case, the Burst Asunder is 2 Fracturizes, if you want to think about it that way. It Fracturizes the Quicksilver by forcing him to pop it, and then it forces him to use the Safeguard. If Quick Lookout now knows he doesn't have to sacrifice any Fractals on the resolution of this Burst Asunder. So he's going to keep his board. Now just needs to find one more burst and he can win.
And it won't be that difficult. He does have access to some more influence tools as well. That Zhang Zhao that we talked about that he can deploy on his next turn. help him refill his hand a little bit, maybe find some more pressure. And I think this is going to force a level up from Justin.
You
he really
have to.
does
You
have
have
to get
to.
some more life here.
You need more life right now, which is what that. I mean, I think that Fracturized play was setting up for that potential burst again.
Yeah.
Quick Lookout saw that worked game 1, and then said, "Okay, that's cool. I'm just going to get to that point." Did we see what the Fractal of Insight saw? Because if Quick Lookout saw that second burst there, then that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit off camera, so we didn't quite see what he did with his glimpse too. But that, yeah, it would influence his play, so maybe that is why he went for it if he found another payload on top of this deck.
And we had a level to 1. The backup charger is still hanging out in play, unfortunately. I keep feeling like that backup charger is setting Justin back a turn that he doesn't have in this game. I can't help but wonder if we had materialized something else where we'd be at this point, but that's all right. We do have the Ace Protector line into the windmill here, which is a way to get some more pressure on board and sort of build back up that influence. Just needs to rely on Quick Lookout not having another kill, because looking at our hand, there's no Veiling Breeze. There is an in-cap, which is playable now. And we're basically going to be relying on that in-cap, and hopefully Quick Lookout doesn't have Burst and Glimmering. Otherwise, it's going to be an easy win.
Only 2 cards in hand here. There is also a Slice and Dice in the hand of Justin that he can prepare. So he might just shove this to see, did you put a Glimmering?
Just goes for it, yep.
Oh, yeah. With the Viridian, he can't even play Glimmering.
The Viridian is, that's, we have Dao-Chan with Glimmer counters, but
that doesn't matter.
Not enough, yeah.
That's just going to come in for 9, and there's not a whole lot that Quick Lookout can do here. Looks like Justin might have snuck this game out. And maybe that was the plan with this Viridian all along, sort of lock out Dao-Chan from using her Glimmer counters, because she does have to pay holistically for the cost of the card. And so if it's increased by Viridian Trinket, she just can't use those Glimmer counters at all. So, yeah, we see Slice and Dice coming for 3, generates a second attack for 6, and that's going to be enough to get game 2.
Both players playing this game extremely aggressively is my takeaway from this. I think I'm more used in this matchup to playing the around so much more stuff, but both players are actually just actively materializing cards to force their win con to happen first. It's a bit of a coin flip strategy,
right?
But it's one that can pay off in dividends here. And in this case, Quick Lookout did it game 1 and just took Justin out. Justin did it game 2 and found that Slice and Dice line with the Viridian here. And now game 3, the question is, are they going to start respecting each other's lines a little bit more? Or are they going to continue to see who finds the kill line first?
Yeah, it's sort of that mindset to make them have it, right?
Yep.
Like, I'm going to present this card that will end the game. If you have the answer, I know you could, but you have to have it right now. And if they don't, they end the game. And that's what we saw in both, game 1 and game 2. So we took a look at Justin sort of adapting for game 2, as he said. But how do you think Quick Lookout has to adapt now for game 3, assumingly being on the play?
Yeah, Quick Lookout, knows Slice and Dice is there now. It's always the question about whether or not they are going for the Slice line, although that's the more popular one in Tristan right now. Like I said, both players have the ability to try and play more defensively. I would say with Justin's hand, he didn't have a lot of defensive options, so it makes sense to go for the aggressive line. Quick Lookout is probably hoping to, again, just get a higher fractal start and sort of be that turn ahead to be able to pop off again. If both players are going to continue to play in a very sort of proactive, I just want to win the game first play style, I'm certain that we're just looking to see as many fractals as possible.
Yeah. Sort of overload that potential Scatter Essence, right? If we can open 3 fractals here, even meeting a Scatter Essence from Justin, we'll feel a little bit safer, but it looks like...
We have 2 Zhang Zhaos, and we have 3 fractals. This is a really good hand for Quick Lookout to start with. Quick Lookout just going to put together the line here to deploy as many as possible, and they're all fairly cheap, so it should be pretty... Oh, he wants to imbue it, though. We're going to put the snow down.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
okay.
I think he did have a very reasonable access here to the 3 fractal draw, but he does want to get a little bit of value off of that fractal rain. Maybe bait his opponent into firing off a Scatter Essence here, assuming that Quick Lookout did not draw the 3 fractal start, even though that we know in the booth that he did.
Yeah, the importance of that Fractal of Rain imbued does come up sometimes, but when you have the scatter, that's going to put Quick Lookout behind a little more significantly. Instead of getting a 3rd fractal down and potentially They traded off the ability to potentially get a floating memory for the third fractal, but now just gave Justin the floating memory and ended up with one fractal.
Yeah, I'm really surprised with 2 Zhangjiaos in hand that he didn't opt to go for that, 3 fractal draw. But again, with that scatter from that Justin, it would not allow him to play Zhangjiao this turn anyways, so maybe that's what he was betting on. He does have 3 more fractals here in his hand that he can deploy, and then next turn's looking pretty safe to, even through some interaction, be able to try to deploy one of these Zhangjiaos.
One of the most powerful things about the fractal deck is this access to Glimpse as well, which we're, I think, about to see with the Fractal of Insight. Choosing to hinder it or not? No, choosing not to hinder it, though. Doesn't want it. It has the Zhangjiaos anyways, and he says, what am I looking for? I'm just going to draw them later. Instead of hindering it to get the glimpse, then just use it to play that 4th, and says, if you have the second scatter...
It doesn't matter.
It's not going to matter now. Yeah. So that's the conservative plan to make sure you can get your Zhangjiao off. And here we see Justin saying, okay, it's time to level. I think Justin's looking at his hand and going, I don't actually have the aggro to get a low-level kill like I did in Game 2, so I believe we're going to see probably our most traditional match between these two now, where they're both going to be going deep into level 3. Level 3 for Tristan's end, but deep into level 1 for the Fractal deck to try and find the kill.
Yeah, it looks like Justin is holding on to a copy of Incap, and that is going to be the card that he needs to protect himself, as he doesn't have a whole lot of reactive cards in his hand, so he's going to level up to Tristan so that he can pay for that a little bit cheaper. Maybe deploy a Windmill Engineer here.
Yep. Putting down 2 Ensnaring Fumes, not a card we want to be playing quite yet, or sometimes ever in this matchup, but the Windmill to generate a little bit of advantage, put that 1 down. Do we have a Reclaim? We do have a Reclaim, I believe. That's the new art, Mortal Ambition Reclaim? Yes. So we have the Reclaim as well. So Justin is sitting really, really good here. Oh, it has the Ace in 2, so just going to Ace in instead. Since Quick Logo put his hand totally down, there's no Glimmering or no actually Refracting Missile to be the stronger play against that. Gives Justin the opportunity to do the full Ace and Protector, back the Windmill, generate advantage, push damage on the board. Now there's a 3-4 that Quick Lookout has to spend one of his small number of kill cards to be able to deal with, or that pressure is going to mount like we saw in the second game.
Kind of a bold declaration here, though. You don't have it. I mean, 19 damage is not out of the realm of possibility for 4 Fractals on board already. We're going to see this Zhangjiao draw 2 cards. As we saw, Justin put his hold hand down, so no interaction here. And maybe deploy a few more fractals here, Dan?
The full 19 is, I mean, it takes a few too many fractals to do in 1 turn, so I think Justin made the right call. You'd have to follow up probably a couple of refractings with a burst to be able to get there, because you can't get there on fractals alone.
Right.
In this case now, Quick Lookout's playing Dissonant Fractal, which is, I would argue, the strongest card in the deck.
Absolutely.
Glimpse 4 for 1, and then it becomes reservable when you have a bunch of other Fantasias, which you always do. This is going to set Quick Lookout up for success. We're seeing a Fast Cure, a Fractal Intrusion. There's a Glimmering Refusal.
Looks like two
Glimmering
copies.
Refusals.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yep. So one thing I like to think about in this matchup is a lot of this matchup sometimes comes down to how many of the negates either deck can find. The Tristan wants as many incaps as possible. Quick Lookout, the Fractals deck wants as many Glimmerings as possible, and he's happy. He's very happy to find 2 Glimmerings, put them back on top, and draw them.
We are sort of seeing the inverse of what we saw in Game 1 from Quick Lookout's draws. He's drawn a lot of Fractals here, and even, as you said, a couple of copies of Glimmering Refusal to stop what his opponent's trying to resolve, but he doesn't have a whole lot in the way of damage. No burst drawn yet. I believe it's 1 Refracting Missiles in his hand.
Is he doing it? He put it out front. He put the blinding in front. Oh, man, he's thinking. Oh, we don't know. We didn't get to see. There's either a Safeguard or a blinding, I assume, under that. It's possible to do an Assassin's Ripper as well, but I don't think Justin's looking at a Ripper line right now. He's just going to frack it right now. Oh, no, fracking Power Cell. Okay. Interesting.
Just building up that fractal count. Going to use this opportunity to create another fractal, making it his 6th on board.
With Justin deciding not to level here yet and to hold back, which of course he doesn't have the prep counters to get the cards off of, but it just means he's sitting at that 19 health for a little bit longer. That 1 damage from Zhangjiao actually evens out the amount of health, which makes burst lethal on 1 fractal less.
Yeah.
And Quick Lookout could have chosen to fracturize the Quicksilver and then use the unstable fractal to pop a Safeguard if it's under there. but is potentially just going to try and maybe, push through with bursts like he attempted to in Game 2, but this time having way more fractals in play to do so.
Yeah, we did see him make that decision after the Quicksilver Grail, which I think is really important, that he waited until Justin made his decision, then he chose to play this Fracturize, and so maybe he's put Justin on, like you said, not getting the Safeguard that second time, and maybe he'll try to force through a kill on his turn.
Yeah. Justin did think, you watch your opponent Quicksilver Grail and think about what they're putting under, you go, there is a reasonable shot here. It's actually not Safeguard this time.
Mm-hmm.
Playing a Sadie, just getting aggressive here. Actually, the Sadie is going to be taking out the Zhang Zhao, which is really key to get that Agility 3. That Agility 3 will give Justin more cards to work with, which will help if he's got double in cap in hand. But Quick Lookout's at so many fractals. He's already scaled up his Glimmering Refusal massively.
Mm-hmm. It looks like he's going to choose to use a Refracting Missiles to protect his Zhang Zhao, which is important. There's a sort of an interesting play here that not a lot of people are fully aware of. We might not get to see it anyways. Looks like Sadie's going to be deployed here. But if you have that Zhang Zhao on board already and you play a second one, it gives you a sort of pseudo level of protection around Stifling Trap with the way that the unique ally rule works.
You sacrifice the new Zhang Zhao and it can no longer be targeted by Stifling Trap.
Right.
But in this case here, Quick Lookout at least forced Justin to play that second Sadie now, putting his hand fully down, so that Agility 3 is going to trigger from killing the Zhang Zhao, but that means Justin's just got 3 cards in hand. One of them is an in cap. Quick Lookout needs... If Quick Lookout goes for the burst, and if it's a Blinding Orb underneath the Quicksilver, that's going to mean Quick Lookout with the Glimmering Refusal that we know he has at least one of. Going into this. Looks like he'll have 2 Glimmering Refusals going into this. Is going to be super, super safe with a potential burst kill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 fractals here. And that means that's going to be 14 plus 2. So we're at 16 damage burst right now, which means we're just 1 fractal away from being able to get lethal.
And he's going to take the fresh one here. We knew that he put 2 Glimmerings on top. He drew both of those with the combination of the Lost in Thought and the Scepter. We'll see if he can find a burst with Zhang Zhao.
This Zhang Zhao might actually be bait for a Stifling Trap right now.
Says go ahead.
Says go for it. Okay.
These are the big ones.
We have a Refracting Missile again, so we do have a sort of a more methodical route where we can just try and Refracting Missile and push some extra damage.
Yeah, notably no burst.
Okay. So Quick Lookout's going to take the safe route. Let me see what you have under there. Let me see what you got.
And the secret is...
Is it? It was Safeguard. Okay. Smart play to just check and see. Let's see what that Safeguard, if that Safeguard's truly there, and that means we can hold our burst now. And notice, too, that Quick Lookout left the Unstable Fractal. Unstable Fractal is going to be able to target this on Justin's turn and take it out. And once that is gone, then we are free to go for the Burst Asunder kill with 2 Glimmering Refusals backing it up. Justin has to super, super, super respect Quick Lookout going into this next turn, which is going to slow down his ability to push for game.
There is a lot of pressure mounting here from Justin, though. We know he has access to 2 incaps in his influence, and he has 5 power on board already. So he is doing a real job of pressuring that still Spirit of Water on the side of Quick Lookout.
Yeah, very true. But remember the Fast Cure. Remember the Fast Cure.
Huge.
Fast Cure is sometimes one of the trickiest things to play around in Tristan, because Justin may well go for the Viridian Protective Trinket to try and be safe this turn, but Fast Cure doesn't care.
Right.
Fast Cure is Norm element, so it's going to be unaffected by Viridian's effect, and might completely throw off Justin's line for trying to take the game out. How much influence do we have from Quick Lookout? Quick Lookout would be looking at having 8 influence to be able to play a Glimmering through a Viridian as well as a Fast Cure. But can Justin even find the kill line with playing Viridian this turn? Yeah. A lot of math is going to be happening right now from the players to figure out who is actually the player who can push for game.
Yeah, and it looks like Justin was sort of deciding between these 2 roads ahead of him. He can grab this Viridian Trinket and try to force through some lethal here like you were just talking about, or he can grab the boots to sort of accelerate himself towards that level 3 game plan so he can get some prep counters for that Tristan level 2 ability.
He's going for it. The Viridian is down, and the Viridian is a key card in stopping those Glimmering Refusals. With the influence Quick Lookout has, I don't think we have... Yeah, no, we have. I think we have 7 in hand plus the Unstable, so
There's not a whole lot of pressure that we can see here in Justin's hand.
1, 2,
Those
3.
two
Oh, 6.
incaps.
I see 6 in hand plus the unstable, so that's not enough to Glimmering and Fast Cure. That's enough to Fast Cure and Unstable, so if the Fast Cure is enough to protect him, but it does not look like it's going to be enough with the amount of influence Justin has and the incap in hand.
Yeah.
The incap is actually going to be clutch. Incapping Fast Cure is going to be the play. Justin actually finding another aggro line just with the power of Ace and Protector, pushing that 3 damage. Cam, you called it earlier on, but absolutely right. The Ace and Protector built up.
It is a lot of pressure. He just doesn't have quite enough to get across the finish line here. It's such an interactive hand.
Didn't have 3 more damage?
Yeah, nothing.
No more 3. Oh my goodness.
I believe he has a Windmill in hand and then a bunch of fast speed action cards. He has those 2 copies of Ensnaring Fumes that you mentioned earlier that are just basically dead cards in his hand.
Ensnaring Fumes. Oh, Ensnaring Fumes is so close. Actually, if Justin wanted to, he could have bounced Sadie, gained the prep, pay 3 for Ensnaring Fumes, bounce the Ace-in Protector, but still needs to play the Ace-in. The lines are so awkward. Yeah, that's a struggle with Tristan. Sometimes there's the burst. Yep.
Huge draw.
With the Tristan deck list, especially these ones that are running Ace-in Protector, you have the ability to aggro, you have the ability to go late, but sometimes you want to do one but can't.
Right. And we've seen this huge draw here from Quick Lookout in Burst Asunder, and he's going to go for it. But Justin, with double incap, might be able to get out of this.
Double incap plus safeguard. Note we didn't pop the unstable. We didn't use the unstable fractal to pop this. So this thing is right here. This beautiful safeguard amulet is going to be protecting alongside those incapacitates. It's going to make it really, really tough for Quick Lookout to get the kill here still. And then now we are Dow Chan, so there's a little more health, but the ball might be back in Justin's court to be able to close it, especially if he's hoping to just rip into a slice and dice and go for kill that way.
And that safeguard is so crucial, Dan. There's 2 copies of Glimmering Refusal in Quick Lookout's hand, which could answer those 2 copies of Incapacitate, but when all the dust is settled, there's still going to be a safeguard amulet staring him down.
Exactly. Players are just figuring out, debating what is the right route to take in order to get this to resolve.
Oh,
targeting Ace-in Protector with the Burst Asunder. Wow.
We'll see. It looks like the Fractal was sacrificed.
Yeah,
so does that mean we're resolving this here?
I think our resolution might have been a little messed up here. You declare the target, and then you wait for the opponent to resolve, and then you get to choose how many Fractals you're sacrificing.
Right. Looks like we are clarifying that with the judge, and we will see what the plan is. But yeah, definitely an interesting play here from Quick Lookout to just really be looking to alleviate that pressure. Like you said, Dan, the ball might be back in Justin's court, and so maybe Lookout is looking to alleviate some pressure, take another turn or 2 now that he's reached Dow Chan, and hopefully find a way to deal with all of the interaction that Justin's holding up.
Both players holding up a number of interaction pieces, but I would say Quick Lookout hand looking a little brickier with the amount of fractals he's seen. I think, is that 2 more unstable fractals in hand?
I think it is unstable, Fractal of Rain, 2 Glimmering, so just no way to deal damage to his opponent. So he does have to take this defensive route, or he will fall to this flurry of allies.
Quick Lookout definitely kind of just putting Justin on having incaps. I think not going for the unstable, because knowing that his route to win involves still playing more fractals the next turn to be able to build back up to be lethal. Did miss the swing with the Zhang Zhao. That 1 damage actually could be extremely relevant, because again, that takes you from even to odd numbers, which can help. In this case, when we level up now, that 1 damage doesn't matter now, but the 1 damage next turn might matter too.
Sure.
Justin going to Tristan here on 3 prep counters. I don't believe there was a surveil there to get the 4th. Did we get the draw already? We recollected.
Yeah, I believe the draw was already made.
So we just went for the draw 1, going for the DG, and then going for lethal, it looks like. Potential lethal line.
Takes a strong Tristan player to not wait for the draw 2 on Tristan hired Blade here.
It does take a lot more strength than I typically have.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Dan. We're seeing 3 cards get put down, probably for this dungeon guide, and then
this is not lethal this turn. I don't see a Shadow Strike. I don't see a Slice and Dice. But we're going to look at the potential of pushing, activating a Shadow's Claw and pushing 5 damage. Just basically saying, Quick Lookout, you have 1 more turn.
Yeah, 6 with the guide, but as you said,
6 with the guide.
not enough to get over the finish line. Just a really reactive hand that's been drawn here by Justin, and so he's got to leverage the tools that he has to put as much pressure as he can. You don't want to give Quick Lookout any more opportunities to draw another burst asunder now that he can assumingly deal with that safeguard at the end of his turn.
In my Tristan matches against Fractals, I'd say just as often I win by winning with the giant Shadow Strike. I win just by punching for 5 with my shadows every turn. If the Fractal player can't take you out, then you just win after a couple of turns eventually. Here we go. Unstable Fractal on the Viridian Protective Trinket, and then going for the Glimmering Refusal on the Dungeon Guide. So a very, very keen way of using all his resources efficiently to try and prevent that Dungeon Guide. And this is really interesting, too, because Quick Lookout is basically playing as if Justin has a Shadow Strike in hand.
Yeah.
Which may have been Justin's plan all along, knowing that I think I can force out your interaction if I play this Dungeon Guide, but he's going to pay. He looks like he's going to pay, wants to get that level still. But that does mean that going into Quick Lookout's turn, it's just the Safeguard Amulet to deal with.
Yeah, it's I think we're gonna see the
double glimmering.
The glimmering here.
Wow.
We'll get rid of this Dungeon Guide, but that leaves Quick Lookout with basically nothing. He's on 3 Fractals in hand, nothing else.
3 Fractals in hand. Has to use an Unstable to deal with the Safeguard right now. There's no Fracturizes, and then is far, far from lethal on the Burst Asunder, especially given that Tristan just went to level 2.
Right. So he's found himself not letting this Dungeon Guard resolve, but he is staring across the table at an opponent that has 10 influence, 8 influence.
Yeah. Quick Lookout needs draws that are doing something at this point. Found a Captivating Opulence, which is a way to tax the Safeguard a little bit.
At least a redraw, right?
Yep. It'll draw a new card, which of course is what Quick Lookout needs. Quick Lookout needs to see new cards. And then it'll mean that Safeguard now costs 2 to activate, which will just make it a little bit harder for Justin to go for lethal. But the interesting thing always about negating an opponent's Dungeon Guide is they can just level the next turn.
Right.
So Justin definitely going to go for that level here. If Justin rips a Shadow Strike, I think it's over, but we'll see.
He's just pulled Blinding Orb to the front.
If Justin wanted to level so badly he paid for the first Glimmering, I would be so shocked if he didn't level here. He's protecting cards in hand, but none of those cards in hand are lethal.
Yeah, he's just going to grab these Windwalker boots, start adding up those preparation counters. Maybe he feels not under a whole lot of pressure because
rightfully
Quick Lookout is so low on influence. But the deceptive thing about this Fractals deck, because they have so many reservable Fractals, is that any amount of cards in hand could be these lethal spells that Quick Lookout is looking for. He just doesn't happen to have any right now.
Justin going for the Sadie play, taking out the Zhang Zhao, getting that Agility 3 turned on. Hand is, packed with all the same stuff we're seeing here. We're not seeing a lot of actual momentum on Justin's hand changing very much. So it's really, this is one of these weird games where both players are kind of like posturing as if they have a lot and neither really has a ton. In this case, Justin's just going aggro. Actually going fairly hands down, just going to end up with 5 cards in it. But no, he baited out 2 Glimmering Refusals. The chances of Quick Lookout having another Glimmering are quite a bit lower than they were a turn ago.
Yeah. Yeah, despite what deck building may lead you to believe, it turns out Ace and Protector is the only way to deal damage in this Tristan deck.
Yeah, I guess so. Going to take these 3 cards back. I did see the Reclaim there. Potentially going to get some value. Justin may be greeding just a little bit for that floating memory.
Right.
To be able to get a clean level to level 3. Hoping still, when he goes to level 3 now, having put out the boots, he'll go to 5 preparation counters. Then using this prep, he can pop the boots, draw another card off of that. So, maybe potentially just trying to find that kill line that way, saying, I really don't think you're dealing 19 to me with 4 Fractals. Or 3 Fractals, actually. Oh, no, 4. That's 4, Fracturized. Yeah. That is Fracturized. So, so 4 Fractals. We're looking at just a 10 damage right now. Even if you play out a bunch of Fractals, you're not going to get to the point where that's lethal. However, those Refracting Missile lines add up as well.
Yeah, just so many bricks right now in Quick Lookout's hand, though. He did draw Lost in Thoughts for turn, which is sort of a Zhang Zhao at home. He does have 2 floating memory in his graveyard, and looks like we're going to see maybe some Fractals deployed, maybe that Lost in Thoughts deployed. We're going to start with a Fractal of Snow.
Fractal of Snow, given Justin's play pattern, could be a potentially key card. Let's keep in mind that Fractal of Snow against Tristan is sometimes really powerful, because when Tristan goes to level 3 and is going to summon 2 Ominous Shadow tokens, that Fractal of Snow can actually cause them to both enter rested, which could shut off Justin's kill line if the math is correct.
And we can't discount the little edges that Justin, or the Quick Lookout is getting here as well. He does have this Crystalline Mirror in play, so every time a Fantasia comes into play, he does get to glimpse one. So he took a glimpse first before he uses this Crystalline Mirror to destroy Safeguard Amulet, and then maybe he likes what he saw on top. He can draw it with Lost in Thoughts.
That you cannot rest the Captivating Opulence. Just showing it up. Yeah, you need to pay 2 to pop the Safeguard.
Yeah.
And says, that's fine. I'm happy to pay 2 because I don't want you to have a burst and just kill me this turn.
Right.
In this case, though, that Crystalline Mirror is pretty big. It allows Quick Lookout to keep the number of Fractals in play a little higher, but man, he's looking for so much damage. The ball is currently in Justin's court right now as the player with the significant pressure. Going to attempt to unstable Fractal Aeson Protector, which is not a legal play.
As items only. So we're going to see that rewinded real quick.
Yeah, well, we're going to rewind that. Aeson Protector hasn't yet become an item of some kind. Certainly a powerful item to use in deck building, but not an item when it's in play.
Sure. We're going to see another unstable Fractal deployed, and then he's just going to pass the turn over. Sort of feigning interaction. We know that he basically has nothing. He does have a copy of Lost in Thoughts that he can draw some cards off of, but he does have to sort of put up this facade that he has something like a Glimmering so that he doesn't die out of nowhere to a big Shadow Strike.
The hand for Quick Lookout is extremely weak, and that's the problem with Fractals. Is so many times I go up against these Fractal decks, they have 4 cards in hand, and all 4 of them are just pure gas. Because of all the glimpsing you do. In this case, Quick Lookout has just seen the bricks. But here we go. We're going to just go to the level, actually not even using the Reclaim, obviously saying, I like my 3 damage right now. Is going to put this out. Is there a Fractal of Snow pop in response? No.
Looks like no.
Nope. No Fractal of Snow, which might have been Quick Lookout's way of potentially surviving this turn, especially given that Justin's been unable to find actual Shadow Strikes for slices. We see a Veiling Breeze and another card. I think we're going to see the other card here on the reveal.
Pretty huge. We saw Veiling Breeze, and then he put Slice and Dice on top.
Oh, okay, and the Slice and Dice draw for turn. So yeah, there is the lethal line. It did not matter whether or not that Snow was popped.
Yeah.
Has to pay 2 to pop. This has gotten me before, too. With the Captivating Opulence, you have to pay 2 to pop the boots to get the card draw.
Yeah.
But that is fine. Justin has the cards to do that.
That's all fine. And then we are looking at this very scary Slice and Dice.
A Dream Fairy that doesn't matter. We're going to start with a swing for 3, and then and with the in-caps in hand, Justin's going to be happy to push. You could just in-cap the Lost in Thought here and prevent any shenanigans at all from happening this turn.
Yeah, there's so many lines here for Justin to win the game.
Yeah, yep. You just in-cap this Lost in Thought. Say, I'm not going to let you draw anything out of this. No, okay, it's fine. I don't worry. I'm not worried about it.
Let him go for it.
It doesn't really matter either way with the in-caps in hand.
2 Fractals drawn down.
This was bad. This was a bad brick from Quick Lookout, and this is one of the weaknesses of Fractals.
Yeah.
Like you were saying right at the start, Cam, this is not an invincible deck. It has some Achilles heels. One of them is you can just draw a bunch of Fractals and nothing happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's half your deck, right? You're playing like 30 some odd Fractals, and sometimes you will just draw one half of your deck and not the other, and not have the sort of burst damage that you need. Looks like we're taking the really conservative approach here. It doesn't really matter. Just going to attack with Shadow's Claw and then the 2 Ominous Shadows, and that is going to have Justin taking it down, playing Wind Tristan in our first round.
Yeah, I mean, what a way to start. Wind Tristan taking out the Boogeyman deck, the Fractal deck. Like I said, I like playing Wind Tristan into this. I like that consistent pressure you have. And as we saw, there's that ability to just like spike the win in game 2. If you get the right start. In this case, Fractals usually puts up a little bit more of a fight,
Sure.
but when you don't brick as much. But as we saw, Justin had the in-caps, and Justin drew a Veiling Breeze at the end there too. Was kind of ready to defend.
Yeah, we saw in that match sort of the peaks and valleys, right? We saw the extremely fast turn 3 kill from Fractals in that first game, and then of course we see maybe a little bit of a slower draw from Fractals that wasn't quite able to keep up with the card advantage of this Tristan deck. But I don't think it's a terrible matchup for Tristan to be in. I have one of our members of our team that plays Tristan, and he told me, walking into a tournament like this, all he wants to do is play against Fractals all day long.
Yeah. Especially if you test a lot against that matchup, you know those Achilles heels, you know those moments, and when you know how to adapt between aggro, like we saw Justin doing, into that go level 3 route and play a little more conservatively. If you understand all that, you can definitely take those wins off of Fractals.
For sure.
I am curious to see, as Justin goes throughout the event now, how much he's going to wish he had the 4th scatter.
Yeah.
At least the 4th scatter in the main there, because that often can buy you quite a bit of that extra time. In this case, all the scatters in the world weren't going to help in Game 3 because all Quick Lookout had was Fractals. Justin had the right part of his deck in hand instead. So
yeah, and we'll see if that is this sort of educated guess, right? That we see a lot of Win decks and even Tristan decks packing way more hate for the Fractal deck. You mentioned it earlier, like Mystic Purifier, even cards like Verdigris Decree have seen play in these lists. And we see a very light package of respect. Still some respect, but a very light package of respect for this Fractals deck. And we'll see if that pays off for Justin. Obviously paid off in his first match against Fractals, right?
Yeah.
We'll see if that carries through.
I also want to mention, too, in his deck list, there's just 3 Shadow Strike.
Yeah.
The 3 Shadow Strike, I think we were seeing that in those games. I don't think Justin ever drew a Shadow Strike in any of those games. But this deck is definitely leaning into that aggro route a little more, just hoping to go like Windmill Engineer, Ace and Protector as much as possible and push that damage. And it's hard for me to sit here and criticize the winning deck.
Yeah,
I think that's certainly a viable strategy, and when it all works out like that, when you get to swing with the allies, it's not a lot that the Fractal deck can do.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting pivot that we've seen not only from Tristan, but something that we'll probably see throughout the weekend as well. Sort of in Assassin as a whole, we see that Xander is also pivoting to this sort of more wind, value-based mid-range deck that plays a little bit of Luxem, and that is the same case with Tristan as well. That used to be a much heavier Umbra deck that is now just playing a little bit of Umbra to finish out those long games. Even
Wind Guoja, the Seiryu list, has gone to lists that are deploying more allies because pressure is one of Fractal's biggest weaknesses. All of Fractal's ways of dealing with your board are also their ways of winning the game. So the more you force your opponent to do things like Glimmering Refusal, well in this case your Dungeon Guide, but Glimmering Refusal Asins or Refracting Missile Sadies or anything you get to force your opponent to do is taking their win conditions away. And in that game we saw the Burst Asunder deployed on the Asin, we saw the Refracting Missile deployed on the Sadie, and then at the end of the game Fractal player just didn't have the ways to kill anymore because they drew a lot of Fractals. But you set yourself up sort of for that strategy by putting the pressure on the board. It's been a very effective pivot.
Yeah, I think we've seen a sort of really interesting ebb and flow through this format, especially with Fractals usually being at the forefront, where at Seattle, this deck sort of popped up and made a big splash. And then we saw a real sharp pivot to a lot of people playing like specifically stuff like Wind Allies, which is traditionally pretty good. As you said, allies are pretty good at pressuring out this Fractals deck. But then we saw all of the Fractals decks pivot to playing Arisana so that they could play Polaris to sort of deal with those allies matchups. And this feels like that sort of third iteration on this format where people are playing sort of these traditionally late-game oriented decks, but also playing this package of allies to have that sort of Wind Allies flavor where you can pressure out the Fractals decks.
Yeah, one of the fascinating things about Grand Archive is when you actually add more allies to your deck, allies are dual purpose in this game. Obviously, they attack the opponent and remove their life. It's a way of winning the game. But because you're able to attack your opponent's allies in Grand Archive, there's a control element that you gain as well in the right matchups, which makes more sense that you see with these decks pivoting to more allies because it allows them to play these sort of dual purpose strategies. Great game for people who like these kind of mid-range
Of course,
types of strategies where you can decide, it's the mid game. Am I going to be attacking their allies and controlling the board, or am I going to be forcing face? And as we saw in that first game, a lot comes down to how you decide where to send your allies. So we're actually going to head to a player interview with Justin, and we'll see what he has to say about his victory.
Hello, I am here with the round 1 winner, Mr. Justin, also known as the Golden Lion of Singapore. So do you want to introduce yourself, talk about a little bit about yourself, tell us why you chose to come here to NA Nats when you guys are from all the way over in Singapore?
So I'm Justin. I'm from Singapore. Reason why I came here was because that I flopped so hard in CNETs, and then there was still like some kind of regrets still lingering around. So as a player, I would want to give it my all during the last Nets for this year. Yeah.
That's awesome. So you are coming back with a vengeance. You're looking to take a spot here from NA, which honestly, I respect. There's a lot of players who've gone to other regions and taken spots, so we have a lot of faith. You did win your first round, so congratulations. I want to talk a little bit about your deck choice. So you chose to play Tristan. I've looked at your other lists. I was there at CNATS as well. If I recall correctly, you played Fractals during that time, and then before that, I've also seen you play a couple of Sylvie Nico setups. So what made you choose Tristan now?
To be honest, Tristan was kind of like my first deck choice when I first joined. So it was like it was between this or Nico again. But then I felt that there was the Nico deck still needs some kind of it feels kind of janky. Not gonna lie. But then so that's why I chose with. I went back to my comfy pick. That's Tristan. Yeah, that's the only deck I knew.
Yeah, so it makes sense. I like your list. I look at it a lot. There's a couple things that in the list specifically that I want to talk about that are interesting. So when we look at your deck list, your sideboard has something that I don't see very often in current meta. Ever since they made the sideboard changes, people have stopped filling it with so many Regalias. You're playing 4 Regalia in your sideboard. That's something that like feels, to me, unheard of. To me, that makes me think that you're really, really confident in your main board. How do you feel about that? I know you're playing the 3 Resolutes. Tell me about why you chose to go with only these material deck cards instead of going for a lot of main deck cards.
My man Joven. This deck list was kind of like based on his deck during SNKL, and then I just made a few changes in the main deck to my liking. And then the thing about Tristan is that I don't know, because the deck is already so packed. And then the main deck is already catered to what I want to do during the game. So the only flex choice for the main deck to swap around is Scatter Essence. So if let's say I'm not fighting anyone but Fractals, I'll put the Resolute Stand in. So yeah, actually I wanted more cards in, more Regalias. Yeah, but that's kind of griefing, so yeah. So that's why each of the Regalia is specific to each matchup, so I guess that's okay, yeah.
Yeah, so you're talking about how the Regalias are specific to matchups. Something that I thought was really interesting that you did in the Game 3 there, or maybe even just Game 2, I saw you bring in the Shadow Reaver. So Shadow Reaver against Fractals. Okay, so you didn't, okay, I thought I saw that. Maybe it's a mistake. I was like, is he trying to steal the kill cards? Like, I was wondering if there was some neat tech with that, but yeah. So another thing I wanted to talk about, Quicksilver Grail. Quicksilver Grail, as we all know, is the 2 out of 5 Regalia that everyone makes the joke about. Shout out to True Champion Gaming for the original video on that. But yeah, so you have lots of options under there. When it comes to playing your material deck on Tristan, generally you have like 11 hard slots and 1 flex slot. For your flex slot, I feel like you chose the Blinding Orb here. Yep. What made you choose Blinding Orb in the main over any of the other cards you have here?
Because I felt like Blinding Orb has like more play potential. So like say you're trying to go in for the kill, it's kind of like Viridian Trinket for everything. So it's like additional pay 2 down. Yeah, so and then I get to draw a card. Yeah, so it's like a card that I will pull out if I want to go all in during that turn. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's also a lot of like really cool defensive options I noticed. Like, it basically acts as another Siphoning Trap almost for the Zhang Jiaos, because you can play it in response to their activation, and then they have to put 2 down if you want to.
I don't want to give them the heal.
Oh, true. I guess the heal is pretty impactful. You know, you need a lot of chip on Tristan. Mm-hmm. When you're playing Tristan, do you feel like you aim more towards going for Slice and Dice lines, or do you find yourself aiming more towards going for the bigger Shadow Strike kind of kills?
To me, I'm more of a Shadow Strike person. But of course, if there's a window to slice and dice, of course I would do it as well. Yeah, you know. Yeah, but I feel like Shadow Strike is, you know, my favorite. Yeah, in the Tristan deck. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here. Congratulations again on your first round. Guys, I'm joined here with Justin L., the Golden Lion of Singapore, here for the first round win, and we'll be back to you guys in a little bit.
飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの辺 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hello and welcome back. We are here at the start of round 2. We're going to be bringing you guys a bit of a different matchup. So this is something I would venture to say we've probably never seen this played competitively.
I think that's very true, Tyler. We're gonna have a classic deck versus this this kind of spicy brew. I guess I'm leaving it to you to introduce, but it's going to be a very exciting matchup. If you weren't so enticed by the Tristan versus Fractal matchup that we saw in round 1, even though a very interesting game, this is gonna, I think, get you pretty excited.
Yeah, so we're gonna be having a Wind Xander.
Yeah.
Not quite sure yet if it's an aggro allies list or if it's a Luxem list. So we'll have to see between those. If it's a Luxem list, it's after my own heart. My favorite deck. Versus, I believe it is a Water Terra Jiaochen list.
I never seen that played competitively, but we played a lot of the recollection decks. I know the cards. We know the cards. We've seen a lot of them, but we just never had one perform at a high level. So this is exciting to see because that did win its first round, I believe, if it's here. So we're going to see if it can start off on an even better EXO record with a modified recollection deck.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, too, because when we look at Diachan on Terra, generally it's a deck that utilizes objects on the field, and if it is going to be this like a Wind Luxem deck, we do know that it generally mains 4 Ensnaring Fumes, right? So 4 Ensnaring Fumes means you can remove your own objects from the field, right? So it's going to be more difficult for the Terra Diachan to really get online in that regard.
Yeah, Diachan has tools. We've seen plenty of these tools in this deck, like the Scepter that allows you to, cause some more blooms to exist, but we're going to have to see. I mean, we'll be getting these deck lists, I think, shortly, and when we get these deck lists, we're going to have to see exactly how this deck is modified to be able to exist in the metagame. One of the issues Diachan typically has is just she may be able to get to level 3, but it's finding that way to close the game, and like you said, Tyler, if objects don't exist on board, you're not going to be able to get a lot of those blooms out, and if you can't get a lot of those blooms out, then you got to find a different way to close the game.
It's really tough, too, because it's one of these decks that's very... I would venture to say it is a combo deck, right? You need to get off these big combos where you're, using a really big Season's End or something to, push a lethal towards your opponent. And these decks are kind of weaker to things like Incapacitate, right? We are playing a Water Terra Diachan, so you do have other negates. There are Terra negates as well. But it is going to be a little bit more difficult because I'm not quite sure how well this Terra Diachan is going to be able to kind of build influence to play around the kind of negate focus that we have with Assassin decks. One
of the things that's really cool about Terra Diachan is once it gets set up, it gets to level 3, there are some really, really powerful cards, and hopefully we'll see some of the higher level, next level plays with them, but cards like Blossoming Defense are cards that have negate built in alongside recovery, alongside that bloom generation. that can really kind of push the needle in the favor of Dao-Chan when deployed perfectly, potentially cutting off lethal lines that Xander might be going for, especially if we're looking at that, like you said, if it's an ally build, as long as Dao-Chan can get to 3, then the ball might just be totally hers to try and steal the game. The Luxem would be a little bit more of a fascinating game at level 3. So let's actually take a look at the deck list here. Beautiful. We are, yes, indeed, we are seeing some Luxem action. Tyler, I know you're a Luxem master. Let's talk about this list.
So before we start with that, this list is actually created concept-wise by Auli here. This is Jet from SoCal. He placed 4th at CNAT, so he's actually a qualified Worlds competitor. This is his absolute bread and butter. So looking at this list, very confident in how it's going. Major changes that have gone from previous to current. They are running the Heavenly guys in the sideboard, so that's a little bit interesting. That might actually work really well in this matchup specifically.
Yeah, that's really relevant here. Oh my goodness. We also see, let's see, we have I love the triple turbocharge. A lot of players really starting to respect turbocharge quite a bit more these days as a way to just, you have to generate that advantage early to keep up. The 4 ensnaring fumes, is that Tyler, is that mostly Guoja defense? Because I don't see things like Mystic Purifiers here. They're in the board. Yeah, they're there. They're in the sideboard. But obviously, you're going to be able to return your Windmill Engineers and your Sirocco Operatives and just generate a lot of influence here.
Yeah, so Ensnaring Fumes is good for a couple of reasons. One, it's a floating for Xander. You can also get it back on level 2 if you need to because it is an assassin action. The thing that comes with the Ensnaring Fumes is Ensnaring Fumes allows you to plus a lot in this deck. So plus is in like gaining extra card value. If you're able to resolve an Ensnaring Fumes to return 2 Windmills or a Windmill Sirocco, anything like that, every time you do that, you're getting those cards into your hand, and that's really relevant. Also want to touch on the fact that you talked about 3 Turbocharge. 3 Turbocharge's respect for this concept of deck is you need to +1 early on because it opens up a lot of aggressive kill lines with the Sadies, with the Slice and Dice. You basically find a way to get to 10 influence, and you're able to play way more comfortably.
Sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and of course that's really always been Luxem's thing, especially going to level 3. You're basically trying to hit that influence threshold, and then you turn on your double Lightweavers and take the game out. I think with this traditional list, we're going to have to see how it pairs up now, though, against this Water Dao-Chan. So here we finally see this. Okay, all right, there is some wild stuff going on in this list that I love to see. Look at these Cell Converters here. Cell Converter, of course, is that Cleric class bonus floating memory card that's going to create a power cell at the end of every turn. So we see the reliance on the Cell Converter, also 3 turbocharges in this list. Wow, what do you think of this, Tyler?
Yeah, this list is really... I really like the way that Yoitsu builds lists. So Yoitsu is like the Canadian chef. This man loves to make fun decks. At Nats last year, he played Vanitas. He was like the only person to play Vanitas there. So he's always been a big chef in the kitchen. Turbocharge really pairs well with the Cell Converters, also with the Fracturize. Being able to make all those extra power cells gives you a lot of really strong value here. What I'm most interested in this list specifically is actually why he chose to go with the main board that he picked.
Yeah, Yoitsu, I think, if I'm remembering right, is also topped the Michigan Regional with the Water Robots list, right? This is the same player.
Yeah.
And that Water Robots list was really showing the power of Cell Converter when he played the first time. And it looks like Yoitsu's just been in the kitchen, as you said, with Cell Converter for a while here, and now has cooked up a new variant of that. Starts with a Spirit of Water, and then just simply passes, and Owlie's got the beautiful Brissa. Spirit of Wind to get that initial hand as well.
Yeah, so fantastic starting hand here from Jet. Jet has the Sadie. Sadie's like one of the key setups. He doesn't have anything to play with that Windmill Engineer, so he's actually going to choose not to play the Windmill at first. You don't want to lose it, not having a reclaim or something to bring it back and protect it. But chip damage in here is really important, right? When we look at these early Slice and Dice lethal kills, you need to have 4, maybe 5 damage on the board so you can kill on level 1.
Yeah, you're going to start putting some 2 damage in here. The Sadie is going to be something that might be potentially powerful against a Cell Converter based line because Cell Converter is trying to drop something on the board in order to generate that value. Yoitsu obviously really likes the power cells, and keep in mind too, we're talking about ways for Dao-Chan to win the game. One thing that this deck can do, if it's so Cell Converter based, is actually can just steal wins by putting power cells out and pumping them into a Cell Converter as well. There's a number of kind of interesting routes that Yoitsu can take, but the Dao-Chan might just help them in going late and being able to secure a game in a bit of a longer game than what that initial Water Robots list was based on doing.
So we're going to get the early turbocharge there. Turbocharge, I mean, the fantastic +1 that we get, we talked about that in Ailey's list, but it's honestly going to be just as good in Yoitsu's list here. So we're going to see an imbued Fractal of Rain coming out. He does have the Frostborn Paladin, so we know that that's going to get used later on, probably with that Fracturize.
Yeah, I think every single game I would be surprised if we didn't see a turbocharge, given that both players have 3 in their list. And some of this game might come down to just who's finding those turbocharges.
So we're going to go into the early Captivating Opulence. This does give him the on-enter draw card into memory, which is nice, but it means that he's not going to have any floating if he chooses to level up next turn.
Yeah, I don't know if you necessarily need to level up right away. It'll depend on really how much preparation gain we see Owly getting. If he can go for that early kill, then the level would be critical here. The Sadie, obviously a good start. But drawing a card, and do we have a turbocharge in Owly's hand as well? Maybe a matching a turbocharge for a turbocharge here. Is that a? It's
a power cell. It's a boom sauce power cell.
Oh, boom sauce. Okay, I was trying to figure out what kind of salad dressing this power cell was.
So it looks like Ailey does not have any way to deal with that that Fractal of Rain. No Scatter Essence in hand. We know the Mystic Purifiers are in the sideboard there, so that's going to be a little tough for him. But he could go for a Surveil to instant draw, but I think he's going to pass here after just playing the Windmill.
And Yoitsu, even though, as you mentioned, doesn't have that floating, is going to go right to get that Dao-Chan online. As a level 3 Dao-Chan deck, doesn't really want to screw around quite as long in that early game, and also probably respecting the amount of damage that that the Xander deck can eventually deal. Probably not sure yet, though, actually, if the player is on Xander or Tristan, depending.
Yeah, so he doesn't quite know. Although Jet's really known for playing Windsetters, you probably know, especially Yoitsu being someone who's like very well prepared for tournaments. He definitely looks at who's going to be there, who's playing for what,
right,
and then wants to build his decks around that. So he's going to mill. I believe that was a Dissonant Fractal, which is a little bit unfortunate. He did lose one of the Dungeon Guides there for his level up. I think it's his only Dungeon Guide in hand, too.
This list, having a full Fractal package, is... alongside the level 3 here is pretty wild. I mean, Dissonant Fractal is such a powerful card that it totally makes sense to play this, especially if you're doing things like playing Captivating Opulescence as well. Just is going to allow Yoitsu to maybe find cards if Yoitsu's looking for those Dungeon Guides, which Yoitsu only runs 3 of in here. Going to be relying sometimes on that Glimpse, I think, to get there to find that faster level when it's needed. Beautiful new promo Fast Cure, Tyler.
Yeah, the Niji Sanji Hoshikawa Sara collab. It's fantastic ones. I actually have some of those myself. They're beautiful. I got to show you them later.
I can't wait to see.
But the Fast Cure's going to come out. Ailey really thought about whether or not he wanted to incapacitate that. So it wouldn't be the healing that comes through, but he would be able to, he would still get the floating, right? And we know the Frostborn came in earlier from the imbued Fractal of Rain, so he's really debating whether or not he wanted to have that out.
Yeah, how relevant is that healing going to be is a question that Ailey needs to be asking, especially, with that power. We do see a Surveil in hand, so a Slice and Dice, which is also in hand, out of nowhere is a line that Ailey is looking at to try and find that kill before Dao-Chan can get too set up.
Actually, the line he could be going for potentially here, knowing there's only 3 cards in hand, if he doesn't go the GCR here, he could actually go Assassin's Ripper, return Sadie, Surveil, level up with the Dungeon Guide, and then Slice for lethal. Because he needs to play one more Sadie. So he's 1 turn away from actually pushing an immediate 15 while still having 4 to 6 damage on the field. This is an explosive deck, a super explosive deck.
This is why I like having you here for this, Tyler, because those lines are not one that everybody is able to see, and the question is going to be if Yoitsu is able to see that line right now.
I believe we're going to see the turbocharge here. Oh, 4 down for Asen first on the Windmill. Asen's pretty good here.
Asen bouncing Windmill, getting that value back, and then just putting immense pressure onto Yoitsu right away. Yeah, the Slice with the Frostborn obviously is not super hot. We do have to get rid of it first, so I think Ailey's just going to be kind of setting up for that potential kill. Look at the amount of influence Ailey already has.
And that's without the turbocharge as well.
Yeah.
So one of the beautiful things of swinging the Windmill in and then having Asen available there is that it lets you clear the Frostborn Paladin without losing anything on board. You definitely don't want to retaliate with the Frostborn Paladin on just a Windmill, right? Maybe under the Sadie it's great because you don't get the on-kill value, but in this situation, it's going to be tougher for Mr. Jiao-Chan here to come back.
Do you think Ailey knows Yoitsu's deck yet? Because so far he's seen a bunch of Fractal stuff and a Dungeon Guide. If you see all that, what's going on?
That's actually a really good point. I don't think he knows what's going on here, especially since he chose to imbue the Fractal of Rain. I feel like imbued Fractal of Rain is fairly rare, right?
Well, no, it's not. I'd say Fractal decks these days are more often going for the Imbued Fractal because the setup with the Imbued into Dissonant is usually
That's true.
a
That's
really,
very true.
really powerful line to get value build. Dissonant, of course, letting you glimpse 4, find floating memory, put it on top so you can set up that mill perfectly with the Fractal.
Okay, I think now he knows what's going on.
Well, now at least he knows something weird is going on. The Cell Converter is coming out, and Yoitsu is on some weird tricks today.
Yeah. One of the other tough things is that Ailey will have to keep in mind is that because the Captivating Opulence is on the field, it's going to be more difficult to utilize that Assassin's Ripper. You have to pay 2 extra for it.
The Ripper costing 2 extra is going to potentially tax Ailey's cards a little bit, especially because he is spending a little bit to level. But Ailey's influence is immense still. This immense influence may mean that Captivating actually isn't going to be that impactful here.
Yeah, he's got 11 cards in hand, so Surveil is going to get him to 2 prep counters, return Sadie to 3 potentially. If he Dungeon Guides up to 2, he can go up to 5, return down to 4, so he can bring a card back to his hand as well from there.
Sadie, yeah, okay, he's going to have 4 cards in hand, so Sadie is still a safe return. The one thing you want to always are watching with Sadie is you never want to return Sadie and only have 1 card left in hand, opening up yourself up to getting blown out by some card. And we're looking at Dao-Chan here with 2 Fractals in play, so like Shimmering Refraction is online to kill Sadie along with Refracting Missile. And if again, Oily doesn't quite know what Yoitsu's deck is like, anything is quite possible.
Yeah, there's also a couple other cards in that Recollection deck that are kind of decent. Like, I believe Chill to the Bone is one of the ones that's commonly played in Fractal, since Caven does play it in his. That does give your ally a temporary minus power and life, so it actually would die in this case, because it's 2, and then if you have extra Fantasias, it's 4.
Yeah.
So that would be also kind of rough if he did that in response here. So we're going to see a Conjure Downpour here from Yoitsu. This is going to kind of protect him, so he's going to take -2 damage, so he wants to... He's afraid and respects the Slice and Dice coming in this turn.
That is the respect that we need to see.
But Incapacitate comes out, so that's kind of scary because Yoitsu only has 2 cards in hand and has no real way. Well, so he does have the Diao-Chan effect available to him if he has something to stop that, like a Glimmering Refusal or Frostbind from there. So Ailey may all in him here. It really depends. We do see that he has the Scatter Essence in hand, so Scatter Essence target Captivating Opulence would allow him to play the Assassin's Ripper on a future turn here pretty effectively.
See, Slice and Dice costs 2, and then we have 5 damage on board. So that's these are going to be 3 from this, 2 from this. That's going to put us up to a total of 8 damage. A Slice and Dice Raw is going to go for 9. Does he play Mercenary's Blade?
He does play Mercenary Blade.
Mercenary's Blade is lethal if you get the extra prep.
Plus the damage from Dungeon Guide.
And the damage from Dungeon Guide. Well, you still need 1 more after the DG.
Yeah.
So 1 more from this DG here. Slice and Dice naturally is going to do 3 plus 6.
I think we're getting... Oh, so he's going to bring back the Incapacitate because he's afraid of the card in memory
18.
being used here.
Yep, that's very true. And that is something you have to be aware of with Dao-Chan as well. Dao-Chan allows you to... These are all potential live cards if they are reactions. Goes for all the swings here. That's going to chunk that damage up. Now, again, that Slice and Dice Raw right now is for 9. You need a prep counter to activate the Mercenary's Blade. So 1 more prep. Look at the amount of cards in Ailey's hand, though.
He's gonna actually bounce the Sadie. So he's gonna return the Sadie to hand to get the prep counter after he dealt the damage. So this is how he's gonna get it in. He has enough cards for Slice and Dice with the Mercenary Blade. This is the 10 damage that we're talking about, and then he has the Incapacitate available to him.
And the in-cap is up. If Yoitsu might have an activation of a Glimmering Refusal, but that's not even gonna do anything. Yeah, that's just gonna... The Slice and Dice is gonna be straight lethal.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a tough one here. Both players, I mean, that was a fantastic opener. Ailey, he knows his deck. He knew exactly what he needed to find there. The Surveil on the stack of the Xander on Enter effect is really, really valuable because it helps you dig 1 more card further. If you want to keep those cards on top, you're actually able to keep them on top by doing that.
Yeah, Yoitsu needed that Conjure Downpour to resolve in order to survive, but obviously we saw that game sense from Yoitsu going I see what's happening right now. I know the danger I'm in this turn with 2 allies on board and the amount of prep counters. I'm sure Yoitsu was doing the exact math you were showing to the audience, Tyler, about, well, okay, Slice and Dice can come out and be lethal. Conjure Downpour would have prevented at least 9 damage that turn if it could have resolved, which is plenty to help Yoitsu survive, but Ailey had all the in-cabs. Ailey really had everything that he needed there.
Yeah, this is a really, really favorable matchup. Fractals is a really favorable matchup for Windsander because you have so many options and you have such an aggressive way to kill them. If you go too many cards down and don't hold enough interaction, because you're a deck that has really high influence, you can do what I like to call influence bullying. If you have 10 cards in hand, that means you need to hold up 2 negates at minimum to get through, right? And if you only hold 1, generally you're going to have the incapacitate. The 10-card combo for this is Dungeon Guide, Slice, Incap.
Right.
Right.
Right. And I think what you mean with that bullying, just to clarify for the audience, you have all that influence. The opponent needs to keep up so many cards to not die, which means they can't do anything on their turn, or they risk the lethal coming in.
Yeah, exactly.
In the game of Grand Archive, there's a lot that is riding on. A lot of the players are thinking about how many cards are in my hand versus yours, which means how many cards can I play on my turn and be safe against you? I think in the last round we saw both players we talked about being excessively aggressive actually in the first 2 games and just making the opponent have it each time. And in this case, we may see these players, as we saw with Yoitsu doing there, playing less on the turn, trying to be a little more conservative and make the opponent have to have absolutely everything to get that kill through. And unfortunately for Yoitsu, that is exactly what happened. Aoli had everything that he needed to get the kill.
Yeah, Yoitsu, interesting sideboard here, though. I think I didn't quite actually see what he put in specifically. I think the Jianyus will come in. He'll probably want to use it against something like Slice and Dice or Incapacitate. Probably Incapacitate. I would hope that he brings in the Extricating Touch. I think it's actually it's a very skill-based card.
Yes.
If you know the matchup, that card is fantastic.
Yes. Yeah. I especially against Luxem, I love Extricating Touch because often Luxem is playing with their cards and putting their cards down very, very specifically depending on where they're going the next turn. So those Luxem cards will end up in the memory at some point. And it's pretty easy to kind of guess, okay, if he's not going to level next turn, he's probably put the Luxem cards there to hold up interaction. And when you're holding up interaction, then you can Extricating Touch, call memory, and easily find some of those key kill cards that are being put down. But yeah, the Jianyu, I really like that here. If Yoitsu is not finding some of those defense cards against Slice and Dice, it is an easy card to drop early and say, okay, I'm safe now. I don't have to worry as much about my opponent getting that early kill. But late game, Jianyu's so good against Incapacitate because it itself is not an action. So if all you're trying to do is incap all the answers, you put down Jianyu, name Incapacitate. It's like, well, now your Incapacitates cost like 5 more. So
yeah, it's going to be a little tough here, though, because I did see that Ailey was sideboarding in every single piece of Fantasia hate he has. So we have the 4 Mystic Purifiers, the Scatter Essence, and the 2 Vertigus Decrees are all coming in. And a heads-up play for him, because he saw the Dungeon Guide banished by Yoitsu, he knows that he's playing the level 3 build. So he actually brought in the 2 Heavenly Guides.
He did bring in see the Dungeon Guide. Saying he knows he's on the level 3 build is pretty wild, though, because nobody has really seen this level 3 build perform at a high level yet. So it's going to be interesting to see how that comes out, especially since putting in all of that Fractal Hate, I think, is putting Yoitsu on having Burst Asunder in here somewhere. But really, there is no Burst Asunder. Things like Mystic Purifier are going to be a huge pace reduction for Aoli if they're not. If Yoitsu is not going for a very fractal heavy route. Now, of course, we did see an imbued Fractal of Rain here, so Aoli is almost certain to draw some of that hate here with 8 cards in the deck that can do it.
It's interesting. Yoitsu put his Dissonant Fractal down in memory here to imbue when I believe he had a Cell Converter in hand.
That is really fascinating because Dissonant Fractal, as we mentioned, following Fractal of Rain is a great way to get that value. But maybe Yoitsu said, you're almost certainly killing my Fractal of Rain, so I'm not just going to open myself up to that.
This is what we were talking about, right? That Scatter Essence immediately on first turn really denies Yoitsu a lot of pressure and gain. He's not going to be able to use the Fractal of Rain there to get a potential floating memory, and Ailey's going to get a floating memory out of it, right? He's not going Censor first. He's going Backup Charger, wants to kind of rebuild that influence that he lost from that. So Ailu's already up like a whole step on this.
Yeah, it's sort of guessing what your opponent's going to have the answer to here. And Yoitsu probably saw the amount of cards Aoli was putting in and assumed that he was going to have some Fractal Hate, but playing the Cell Converter, if Aoli doesn't have a way to actually kill that, and especially when you're level 0 and you don't have Sadie's on-kill effect, is probably the safer time to put a Converter in play. But here we now finally have that Converter. We have the Power Cell generation happening. Yoitsu, if Yoitsu's got any number of turbocharges, this could actually turn around pretty fast for him.
Yeah, a double turbocharge would be super crazy here for the influence gain. It would swing totally in Yoitsu's favor. The only thing to be scared of here, Aoli potentially having an Incapacitate. I do really like Cell Converter having the ability to create a power cell, even when it's not class bonus, right? Like that is just super underrated as a card.
It is one of the sleeper hits of Mercurial Heart Ultra Edition, or Mercurial Heart, but when Ultra Edition releases, maybe people will start to play with it a little bit more.
Yeah, a lot of cool power cell gains. We're going to see Turbocharge most likely here from Aeoli. Could put things down for that. The Turbocharge would be pretty good value. Would let him draw 2 here. Doesn't really need the power cell for anything.
Here we see kind of what I was mentioning in the sideboarding, but Aeoli put down some of the best cards in their deck to go for that Turbocharge, knowing that he's got the floating memory from Scatter Essence to level with next turn if he wants to go that route. So if Yoitsu did put in the extra hitting touch and finds it, there could be kind of a feast for him if he goes for the memory.
Yeah, it's gonna be up to Yoitsu to really find his interesting answers, because his deck is very spread out in the different types of cards he plays. So it comes down to like what kind of interaction does he feel like in that game. It's very much a vibes-based deck almost.
Yeah. Isn't that the case when you have these level 3 decks with all these advanced element cards too? It's like you have to really find the correct line to turn some of your cards on. And in this case, we have the fractal package and the power cell package and the advanced element package that he's got to maneuver around every single game. There's another
and the turbocharge package.
And the turbo, yeah.
I mean, he doesn't need to play Zhang Jiao, right? If he just turbocharge, he just Pot of Greeds in a different way. I want to draw 1,000,000 cards.
Yeah.
I'm going to draw 2 here. I'm going to turbocharge again, draw 2, turbocharge again, draw 2. If he resolves all 3 of his turbocharges, what do you think are the chances he actually loses a game?
Pretty low. I mean, how can you lose when you draw that many? It's like when Fractals resolves 3 Zhang Jiaos. Then it's
and you can play multiple cell converters. They're not unique. We see 4 power cells on the field right now. 4 power cells means potentially 8 damage.
Right. This is what I was saying. Is like there is a route to just power cell out these cell converters, which are automatons themselves, and go, actually, you just lose.
It's almost like a sleeper one-shot build, right? Like, you can actually sleeper OTK someone, and people wouldn't really expect that. If he plays a 3rd cell converter, he's pushing 6 damage a turn every turn.
Now, the important thing here is that Aeoli did go to level 1. With that level 1 and the Windmill 1 and then 2 from Sadie, is going to get that on-kill, going to get that Agility 3. So this is a huge gain in pace for Aeoli now, who's actually going to be playing kind of 2 turns at once this time, and that's going to be really strong.
He's going to get a lot of value here from the Reclaim in his hand. So Reclaim on the Windmill Engineer, knowing he has full influence, means he can actually go into most likely the Blinding Orb. So if he's afraid of Yoitsu playing a Zhang Jiao, so that he can draw 2 off any of the Fractals, which he doesn't have in this game, he can also just use it to force like less interaction when you're trying to go for a kill line, right?
Yeah, we have a turbocharge here. There's the Dissonant Fractal into the Turbocharge. That's such a cool line to let's find things we don't want, get them on the bottom, and then just draw into things. I saw Blossoming Defense.
Did you see the beautiful Lost in Thought top 100 CPR?
I did see the top 100 Lost in Thought. We're going for that Turbocharge and drawing. I couldn't see. I think you put the Blossoming Defense on top, which would be. Oh, that Turbocharge is not happening though.
That's rough.
Yep.
So the Turbocharge, you're going to lose the power cell as an additional cost, and then the Incapacitate will not let you draw off that. That's going to be really, really, really rough for Yoitsu. I mean, we talked about it a lot. A lot of these decks really suffer to Incapacitate. Rai suffers to it. This deck, honestly, kind of suffers to it quite a bit, right?
Yeah.
You need to resolve these actions to draw cards. It's going to be tough here.
That's where that Jianyu, finding that Jianyu could have been very huge in this game.
Oh, double Sadie Surveil.
Oh, I mean, you love to see it, right? You Fairy Whispers into Surveil. How good does this feel? Let's go off.
That's definitely a really good one here. So the GCR is coming through. He's going to try to go for everything. So it's going to be another Surveil. Do we have a Slice and Dice in hand? Do you remember if it's in the memory there?
I don't remember if there's been so many cards flying around. I don't remember if we saw it. We were going to Fairy Whispers, and if we don't have it yet, we can possibly find it. There's a Scout the land.
Finding it off that Scout's possible.
But he says, no, that Dissonant Fractal isn't happening. I want the Scatter.
So GCR is going to come through here.
The other's on top. Yep, there's the Scout, and then we're going to go for the Scout.
So this is the most important thing about this deck that I think a lot of people don't realize is the order in which you use these cards that draw cards or Glimpse is really, really important.
It's huge.
Right? You generally want to use Glimpse, all your Glimpses first, and you want to use them in order of how you want to draw your cards, basically, or bottom things. Scout the Land is always last because it's your last-ditch effort. When you're like, okay, I've glimpsed all these cards, I need the last little bit of reach. Scout the Land that's what it's for.
Because if you scout first, you have to put everything back on top, and then you have to use your first glimpse just getting rid of that
rid of all of it. Exactly. Yeah, it's like very interesting because it's kind of tough in some regards for that. So we're going to see the Mystic Purifier come out. So Mystic Purifier here as the choice instead of the Scatter Essence is because it allows you to get 1 damage on the field. you get one power ally that you can swing with.
Yeah.
But also, if they go to try to clear it, you still have the reclaim available to protect yourself.
Right. We chose not to reclaim our Windmill Engineer because that Mystic Purifier is again. I think Aeoli thinks there's more of a fractal game plan here than there is, but clearing that Dissonant is really just keeping Yoitsu off of potential influence in the future, which is certainly valuable too.
Well, level 2 Diao-Chan's going to come out here. So level 2 Diao-Chan has that effect. I know a lot of people don't really know what this does. It was played a little bit at Ascent Seattle, where there was the fire mid-rangey version of this.
Right, Chess Club's list.
Yeah, so this is going to allow you at the beginning of your end phase, if the amount of Glimmer counters on Diao-Chan is less than the amount of Fantasias you control, you will gain Glimmer counters equal to the difference.
And that is another good reason to be clearing those Fantasias off the board. But that said, I'm not positive how many reactions Yoitsu is playing, at least until he gets to level 3. But I don't think Yoitsu's ever going to have a Fractal in play. So if he needs those to be able to do things like play Blossoming Defenses or something out of memory, that's unlikely to keep happening. So we have a discussion right now just about the response windows to Xander's on enter. Xander's on enter... Xander's on enter is actually just a single resolution. There has been some discussion in the past about whether or not players having confusion whether or not it was a reflexive trigger on the ability to return something.
Yeah, you and I actually had that discussion.
We did, in fact, we did. It is not a reflexive trigger. Reflexive triggers are noted with the terms when you do, which that means if you see the card says whenever or when you do in it, it will cause a second trigger that can be responded to. But in this case, Xander's is just an if you do. It looks like the players did back up and allow the response to Xander trigger just to get that fast cure in play before
the incapacitate was returned to hand.
Yep.
So it actually
they did not. Excuse me.
Because when you ask the player on enter trigger, you say yeah. If
Yeah.
they say yes, then the whole thing has to resolve. Like you said, it's non-reflexive, so he does get the incapacitate back. Ailey choosing not to use the incapacitate there. He wants to save it for a better time. So we're going to see the Windmill Engineer come back. It was really cool to see. So the double reclaim came in at the end of Yoitsu's turn, and it's because he wanted to wait until after the materialization came through. If Yoitsu is playing basically the normal fractal package, a lot of them do run that Censor of Restful Peach, which turns off abilities in the graveyard, turns off floating memory.
Exactly.
Right. So the timing on when you use the reclaims is super important in this situation.
Yeah, reclaims or double scatters are plays that are often a little risky if the opponent does have the Censor.
So a lot of the time I feel like this Quicksilver rail play is going to be Covenant of Thorns, right? But I don't know if we can do Covenant of Thorns here because Yoitsu's only ally is going to be the Dungeon Guide. And it's very possible that the Dungeon Guide just gets cleared by what's on board, right? Windmill Engineer plus the Sadie. He does potentially have another reclaim for it. If he Dungeon Guides, he also has the ability to use the Heavenly Guide next turn and then play a double Light Weavers for lethal.
Yeah, that Heavenly Guide, which Aeoli did find could be a very, very decisive play. And that'd be really cool to see because that was a card that got a lot of hype when it was first released, but then the meta shifted in and out between having, level 3 decks be playable or, be more focused on level 1 decks. And this is actually a really unfortunate situation where Yoitsu is playing an extremely cool level 3 deck and his opponent just happened to have Heavenly Guide in the list now. Which and in hand, which I think it looks very likely there's a big punish.
It's not a Covenant of Thorns.
It is not?
I think it might be the Staff of Blossoming Will.
Getting the staff out, yeah, that makes sense because that's going to allow him to start actually generating those blossoms. I mean, Yoitsu knows he does not have infinite time against Luxem.
Yeah, so just trying to read. I mean, no one knows really what Diao-Chan 3 does, right? So on enter, you choose anything and you give it a Wither counter, which is kind of cool.
Yep. And there's a fun thing you can do, and I think a really cool interaction in Yoitsu's list here where he can actually apply those Wither counters to all his power cells if he wants to, just to make his season's end cost way less. That's a really neat interaction, but it doesn't look like we're going to see it. What did we Wither, actually? Just the allies?
I can't tell.
Because we don't have Withers placed
on anything. There's no counters on anything, so maybe nothing yet?
Well, you place them on the allies at least.
I would think so. It's interesting, though, that Aeoli here goes for the poison. Okay, so we do see there the Wither counter we're looking for. So the Poison Dagger comes out, threatens a lot of damage into Diao-Chan, right?
It sure does.
And we know that he has the Heavenly Guide, so he's just going to level up for free here. Level up for free is kind of crazy.
It is really crazy.
Heavenly Guide. The response to Heavenly Guide, you just
Yeah. Yoitsu's face here. Oh no, how do you have Heavenly Guide?
Yeah, it's definitely a tough one here. So he paid 2 for the Wither counters just to return the allies. He does have the ability to play an Ensnaring Fumes too, right? So
Yeah,
Sirocco's
I mean,
gonna
that's
come
the
in.
amount of influence is crazy. I mean, at the very least, you have 3 preparation counters you can use on Ensnaring Fumes. So Ensnaring Fumes here, spending preparation counters is like the most insane influence game going into this level 3 potential double Lightweavers game.
Ooh, interesting. So in response to Agility 3 trigger, we're going to see the Terrasite come out. Terrasite will allow him to draw a card and preserve, which means it goes into his material deck, and he's able to materialize that card. We're going to see a Fracturize onto the Power Cell.
Onto the Dagger. Fracturize.
Onto the Dagger. You're correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
Fracturize onto the Poison Dagger, very, very commonplace and comes in hindered. You have that opportunity to use it before they can pop it and push the damage. And obviously, even on board right now, that Dagger was representing 5 damage on its own.
So he's actually going to go for the Terrasite. I really thought he was going to go for something a little more defensive, like maybe the Safeguard Amulet. Terrasite does give him the card. It's going to let him push towards his own win condition. And I think when you're behind like this, you might have to go for it, right?
Well, what the Terrasite does is it gives him the influence to be able to activate the Staff of Blossoming Will right away here and preserve as much as he wants to. Yep, so activate that.
Yep, so he's going to get 1 Flower Bud token. So on the road to the Flower Buds.
We're going to start building them up. Yep.
I love when people read the Flower Bud. They're like, oh, it does nothing.
The card that I hope we get to see here is Ripples of Atrophy, a card that is going to apply a bunch of Wither onto everything on board, and the amount of stuff that Aeoli is building up here. Keep in mind the Poison Dagger, which is now fracturized, is still another object that can be withered. Putting a lot of Wither counters up can turn on Season's End and allow a ton of Flower Buds to be suddenly blossomed on the opponent's board.
Yeah, the hard part here when it comes to looking at the allies on board, right, we're going to see a lot of times, exactly right there. Ensnaring Fumes,
yeah.
He's going to be able to draw a lot. He's going to pick up everything here. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, exactly what I was saying. Is like a crazy amount of influence gain now. And Aeoli, Tyler, do you want to talk a little bit about kind of the math that Aeoli's looking for this Lightweaver's kill?
It's probably Slice and Dice, double Lightweavers, and then into potential Incapacitate, because I believe he has 15 cards in hand now.
That's so many. That's so many cards.
Yeah, so the Surveil will bring him back to 3 prep counters. The Blinding Orb lets him draw a card. Also, it doesn't let Yoitsu play the second negate. He's going to get the first negate, but not the second one. So this is going to be 4 prep counters. The Surveils allow him to put down the Lightweaver's Assault for chip damage, and it'll give him the Mercenary Blade.
Keep in mind, though, that Blossoming Will is a card that... Blossoming Denial, is a card that is in this deck that gets extremely easy to play when the opponent starts putting a lot of cards down, like for Lightweaver's Assault.
Ooh, I think Yoitsu maybe a little cooked here because his whole hand's about to go down.
Yeah, that's the problem. Diao Chen can still play out of memory, remember. So there is the option to be able to use those Glimmer counters to play something, but...
Aeoli has 1 Incapacitate, though, so he can play the whole turn for free. So this actually is Slice and Dice. I think it is. I think he has enough cards for Slice and Dice double Lightweavers. He should have 16 plus the 1, right? But Windmill Slice with Windmill Slice, Mercenary Blade, Lightweavers, with the Lightweavers in memory, and the Incapacitate should be enough as well. Because it's going to be Slice for 10, and then it's going to be Lightweavers for 3...
Yeah.
Oh, he's just going to raw double Lightweavers.
Double Lightweavers after that Windmill is all you need, though.
Yeah.
We're already at 10. That's going to be 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 each, so 22 damage.
And then he has the Incapacitate
and
in hand,
is holding up the Incap for anything that can be glimmered out with Diao Chen.
Yep, that's what you do in the deck. You draw a million cards.
Yep.
The Ensnaring Fumes came in so late into the game. He didn't even really need... He just... For the extra 3 cards, bringing back your Dungeon Guide or your Heavenly Guide after you've used it for the effect is so much value. Yeah. And the fact that he could play Heavenly Guide means he didn't lose any influence there. And so Aeoli is going to take the match here at a 2-0 against the Terra Diao Chen. I'm a little bit sad. I mean, I got to say, Love Xander, my favorite deck. Props to the guy who built it, but I really wanted to see Blossoming Denial. I wanted to see, like you said, the Ripples of Atrophy. That's a card that I don't think very many people know what Ripples of Atrophy does.
Yeah,
you want to tell everyone, why that card is so impactful?
Yeah, Ripples of Atrophy is one of the only ways to actually apply a ton of Wither counters on things, and that is kind of one of the... There's 2 elements that are typically gating Diao Chen from being able to be successful. One of them is getting to level 3 and having cards in hand. Yoitsu found a route around that by playing Cell Converters and a million turbocharges. That is a way to generate a crazy amount of card advantage so you can get to that level 3 and you can continue playing the game. If you play a lot of the Recollection deck, the base Recollection, you get to level 3 Diao Chen and you have like 3 cards in hand and you're like, well, I can't really do a lot now. But once you get to that stage, then you still need to find a way to kind of reset the board and get control. So if your level up doesn't put enough wither counters to make your season's end cost, it costs one less for every wither counter in play. So if you can't make that cost a low enough amount, sometimes you can't actually clear the board before the opponent still just gets the kill on you. But Ripples of Atrophy gives you another option, basically, for getting that set up. And it's just a one of in here, right? It's just that spicy one of, but it makes sense too with that reliance on power cells. We do have that route where if Yoitsu did see a season's end, could have gone ahead when he went to level 3, put withers on all of his power cells, just so that he can reduce the cost by 1, 2 for the allies, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the power cells. Season's End is already down to a 4 cost, let alone finding anything else, maybe of his own. For example, his Dungeon Guide, another thing you can put another down to 3. You can get it to the point where you can go, actually a board wipe, very possible right now.
Yeah, very, very, like, it's very realistic. A lot of the time we look at, like, what would be a board wipe in other decks. It's like, it's going to take a lot to get that, you know, Dungeon Guide Flame Sweep, Dungeon Guide Hurricane Sweep. It's not, I mean, even Tidal Sweep costing 6. Like, there's a lot of very difficult to get, you know, cleaves. I think Hemorrhaging Rend is probably one of the easier ones, but it is an Exia card, so it does require you to get to that point.
Exia Jin. There's at least one Exia, I think, Jin here that I've seen, but hopefully we'll get that on stream at some point. But yeah, this has been the big struggle with Dao Chan, and I think this matchup in particular, not a very favorable one in general.
No.
I think the Luxem deck has kind of all the power in this matchup.
I mean, you looked at the sideboard. That sideboard is built to kill fractals.
Yeah.
And Yoitsu only plays a couple, so like him losing his fractals are actually more impactful than if you looked at, let's say, like a traditional Burst Asunder fractal deck, right? You play like 26 fractals, you lose 7 of them, it's crippling, but you can still win the game.
Right.
You can still come back from there. But when you're playing a deck like Yoitsu's where you only have your 4 Fracturize, you only have, you know, the 3 Dissonant Fractals and the Fractals of Rain, right? Like, you're not in a position where you have a lot of fractals, so every time you lose one, it is more crippling to that overall value.
Yeah, it's like we said, there's like these 3 different packets of things in this deck that are trying to do. I do think, though, if you're a player out there who's been looking to try and build a Water Terra Dao Chan, take your Recollection deck, take it to the next level. I love some of the innovations that we're seeing here. The Cell Converter, I think, just does everything that you're kind of looking for in that deck, from setting up those level 3 plays to just setting up turbochargers to build to finding a way to end the game by just putting out a million of those too. Does force the opponent to have to kind of answer the ally and answer the fractal in order to kind of like defeat all of your actual influence gain. That said, if there's one deck that is really advantaged to kill allies and really advantaged to kill fractals, this is the one.
Sadie is so good into this deck just due to the fact that, like, this deck's core really works around the Cell Converter. You need the Cell Converter to survive to play end step, and it's, like, really tough there. But, yeah, I mean, tough matchup. Auli versus Yoitsu was fantastic. I believe we're going to be moving over to a player interview here with Auli. So thank you guys so much for joining us for round 2, and enjoy the interview.
Hey guys, I'm down here in the feature match area with Jet. Jet is already qualified for Worlds, but he's doing a pretty good job of making a run here at NA Nationals as well. Jet's playing Wind, Luxem, but I see that the list has changed just a little bit from SEA. Can you talk a little bit about why you made those changes?
Yeah, we made those changes because SEA tends to play more ally heavy, like Win allies. So that's why we had the Deviant Cuts in there. But this time, NA actually likes fire aggro a lot more, so we kind of made the list more tuned to fire aggro and like a way to counter it over playing an ally heavy build. So went a little down on Luxem sites and more on Silver Recruits and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty smart choice. I've heard there's a lot of fire aggro in the room. Is there any other matchups that you're worried about, like impacting with that change?
Not really. The list is generally the same, but now that we have like Stifling Traps in here, we also respect more fractals because NA also tends to play a lot of fractals over SCA. So the Stifling Trap will definitely help against the Zheng Zhao and kill the Xiao Kao for all the fire aggro decks that play red hair.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. One other thing that I wanted to talk about, we did mention this a little bit earlier in the day, but we do have some players, including yourself, who are already qualified for Worlds. Congratulations. But why is it that you decided to come out to NA Nats to play today?
I was actually sponsored by a friend to come to NA Nats because Peter, EMP, he's actually 1 slot under 4th place. So if I actually do end up qualifying, he'll actually end up getting my World spot from C, and I'll take the NA spot, basically. Yeah, so I'm just trying to help him out. Yeah, and he helps me out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's super awesome. Glad to see, like players sticking together and trying to pass down those slots. And, obviously you're a force to be reckoned with, so people have to worry about seeing you at the table. Is there any like players specifically or any decks that you're worried about seeing at the rest of the tournament?
Right now, currently not really for decks. We kind of try to prepare for everything, but definitely Fire Aggro is going to be kind of hard. And player-wise, probably Caven, like as the GOAT, yeah.
Of course. Congratulations on your 2 wins so far, and good luck the rest of the way. We're going to throw it back to the casters. We're going to go to a break, and then we will be back with your round 3.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Hey guys, I'm down here with Tyler, and they've given me a very special card that Tyler hasn't seen yet. And so I'm gonna give this card to Tyler, and I think he's gonna take a walk around, show it to some people. So I guess without further ado, I have that for you. There you go.
Holy moly! Whoa, can I show it to the camera now?
I guess so, yeah. Why not? So pretty.
Oh my good lord, that is beautiful. It has my favorite person's signature on it too.
Oh, mine too. Mine too.
What a fantastic card here. So this is going to be the card, or let me yeah, this will be the card that is going to be in SP3. So there are other versions of this card. There are non-foils and foils. I believe the non-foil is a box topper in SP3. The foil is only available from Ascent Worlds from the champion or higher packages. So if you have a champion package, a VIP package, or a super VIP package, you'll be getting a foil version of this card. And this card is available as a pull in SP3 as one of the CPRs. So we're gonna go, I guess, walk the floor here and show some people this beautiful card here and get their live reactions. So let's go do that. Let's go find some cool people. Hey, Eli, you wanna see a really cool card?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a card that's coming out. Right. You will not be banned for looking at this card, I promise you. I promise you. But I need your honest reaction. So can you put your, in your pocket or down? Yeah. Okay. Slowly look at the card.
Ooh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, it's beautiful. Oh, the signature's sick too. Am I allowed to talk about what's on the card?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
We showed the card to the stream. So
yeah, that's super cool. Glenny's a great guy, played really well, and it's cool that he's got a card to show how good he's performed, his accomplishments. It's beautiful.
Yeah, so now that you've seen this, how do you feel about potentially pushing your Nats run and making it to Worlds, winning it, so you can get your own version of this next year?
Right now, it's not looking too good. I'm 0-2, but last year's Nats, I went 0-2, and then I won all the way out. So I'm hoping I can do it again this year. It's not looking too hot, though.
If it's any consolation, Glenny Boy won Worlds by being the submarine. He was the last slot in on day 1, and then he went unfavorable matchups to win, and he won.
True. Yeah, my best tournaments I've ever played in, I always submarined in them, and then I went all the way all through, and I won in all the card games I play. All my best tournament finishes, I always submarined in. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you for your opinion on the card. We're going to go find a couple other players. That was Eli, Mr. Mullen, one of the most wonderful people around. All right, let's go find some cool people. Oh, let's go find one of our favorite judges, Mr. Brightwing. Brightwing. Hi.
Hello.
I'm going to leak you a really cool card.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Look at this slowly. I need your honest reactions and thoughts. Feel free to just talk.
Whoa. Yeah, this is awesome. I love this card. I think this is a great addition to the game, and I love the way that they're bringing in lore into the competitive scene. I think this is awesome. Shout out Glenn. Yeah, this looks beautiful. Gorgeous.
Yeah. So between this and other cards, do you think would you rather have seen a Merlin or a Lorraine between these two? Like knowing that those were the two he played, so realistically the choice between those, what would you have wanted to see?
Lorraine was the correct choice. This is the staple child of Grand Archive, and it was great to see Lorraine. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We're going to go find a couple other players to show these cool things to. So we're going to walk the floor. I actually think let me go find where is our favorite developer. Let's go find some cool people. Hello. Congratulations. We're going to go find my favorite dev. Hi, I need, well, first of all, introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Theo. I'm the head of organized play at Weeps of the Shore.
Theo, I'm going to show you a card. I want your honest opinion of it. Surely you've never seen this card before, and it's going to be the first time you ever see it, so the honest reaction would be wonderful. Thank you.
Oh my god, that's the coolest card ever. It is really sweet. It's a really pretty card. I just haven't seen it before, so.
It might actually be the coolest card in Grand Archive. I'm not going to lie. It is. I think that's almost as cool as getting like an apotheosis, right? Like surely it's not the same because that's a 1 of 1, but this is like you're commemorated for being literally the best, right?
Yeah, no. If I was Glenny Boy, I'd be collecting every single copy of this I could find, and I'd be like, look what I did. So I mean, congrats to him for being the first, right?
The first. But how crazy would it be if he did it again? But he can't because he's not here at NA Nat, sadly. But anyways. Thank you guys for joining us with the Lorraine Ascendant Wings CPR, just showing it off to a couple players. What a fantastic, beautiful card here. Gorgeous. Glenny Boy, masterfully playing that hybrid Merlin. The lore in the card, so many good memories. Glenny, I've been given permission. We have one more to go find. The person we need to go find is running away. I will quickly go get them. Bye, Fall! Bye, Fall! Bye, Fall! This is one of my other favorite people in Grand Archive. So this is Mr. Byfall of TM32. He's been in the game since the beginning. I've known this guy since like the beginning. He's an OG. So I would like to show you a card that's coming to the game.
Okay.
And I want your honest reaction.
Okay.
Are you ready?
So, next set or something?
You're not going to get banned.
Okay. There's witnesses.
Are you ready?
Sure. Whoa, okay. Oh, man. Now I want to be world champ, dude. This looks so...
Dude, you can be world champ. You could be the world champ today.
Not with my
record,
though.
He submarined, you can submarine.
No, I mean... Oh, man. Is this Glenny's signature, like, for real?
Yes.
Man, this is so pretty. I need to improve my signature then. This is lovely. It's SP3, right?
SP3.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, so just as a reminder again, you will be able to get the non-foil as a box topper in SP3. The foils are only available from Champion or higher packages at Ascent Worlds, and you can pull this exact version, the CPR, in SP3 boxes as a CSR. But thank you so much. Appreciate it. I'm glad you got your sick opinion, and we'll be back to you guys after the break. just gonna start walking. Oh my God, is this Mitch of Merlin's Marketplace? Are you buying cards? I have this card never seen before. Can you tell me how much it's worth? So
That looks
what do you think
nice.
the card's worth?
I don't know. 20 bucks?
20 bucks. What do you? That sounds pretty good. I might take 20 bucks for that.
I'll buy it right now. That's Mitch price.
True, it's a Mitch price. It is a Mitch price. But what do you think? Honest opinions.
This is gorgeous. I love the idea too. I was thinking before they release this, there needs to be a more community cards. You know, like we had the Red Zone Road collab, but I'm glad they did this, especially with the Glenny Boy signature.
So 20 bucks, right?
Maybe I'll go 500.
500.
1,000.
1,000. Damn, Glenn's gonna have a really rough time collecting all these cards if they're gonna be Mitch price $1,000. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll be back soon.
果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome back to Grand Archive North American Nationals 2025. I'm here with Tyler. Hey, Tyler, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm feeling really good. My favorite deck just won.
I know, yeah. I'm glad that we got you on screen for the Luxem matchup. We all say behind the screen that we have to get Tyler on for Luxem because he's so good at it, because he knows exactly what's going on. So glad we got that.
I feel like Luxem is the coolest cards to collect because I get to see them over and over by revealing them. So like, I just go reveal trigger, and it's you know, it's like that TM32 video where Sean goes, Guojao 1, show material deck, is all spirits. It's like, for me, it's just all Lightweaver results. Reveal my memory, there's 10 Lightweaver CPRs in there. Now they're all CPR. Yeah, because now I can just generate them, you know, because they're making hopefully a proxy that lets me get more Lightweaver results.
What are you talking about?
I'm coping for... I want Polaris for Luxem.
It's for me. They do look really good, though. This is my first time seeing the CPRs at Nationals this weekend. They are gorgeous. So
yeah, all of them are really nice. Yeah. I think the one that we don't see at all, like almost ever, but is really, really nice, is the Academy Guide.
Oh, yeah. I haven't even seen one, actually. Yeah.
The Academy Guides are absolutely gorgeous. One, they feature a spirit.
Of course.
That's pretty cool. But also... It's the texturing and the way the card looks front to back.
Sure.
It's kind of like there's like depth in the card when you look at it. So it's really, really unique and interesting. Talking about, you know, the last match and stuff, I want to say, you know, this is our first time casting together.
I know, it's crazy. At least, yeah, officially on camera. We're always at the same events.
We've done the Yetis and stuff like that, smaller things, but like, you know, this is our first time. It's our first big boy event.
Our first big boy event together for sure. And hopefully we get a good one. I know there's a couple of players that we're keeping our eyes on to hopefully get a sweet match until it's all fractals all the time.
Yeah, I know the one matchup I really want to see is Wind Crux, kind of a mid-range allies deck. And it's just because last year at Nats, that was the deck that was like, whoa, this is a new deck. And it swept. It did super well. Kaven played that. True Champion played that. It was, you know, the old attack, Tactful Sergeant, draw cards. Now we have tons of cards that draw cards. Now we have, like, you can Baby Green, you can Windmill Engineer. Like, you have so many more options with those kind of things. So I'd love to see if that comes back. I think it's actually a very strong potential, you know, meta deck right now.
Yeah. And it's sort of, classic Grand Archive feel back in my day when Tactful Sergeant was on the watch list, you know. And now, like you said, it's a bit of a different feel for the game. There's lots of card advantage to be had, but Crux is still no slouch. You can play Ghost of Pendragon. Card's pretty good, I hear. So.
Yeah.
And there's actually a fair amount of Crux in the room. I've seen a couple of like pretty high-profile players playing Crux this weekend.
Yeah, I think Crux is like honestly always going to be decently playable because like Water Allies Crux will always exist as long as Scepter exists, right? Even with like the triple nerf on Scepter of Lumina where you can't activate it, it draws one less, and you have to be level 3 to activate it.
Yeah.
You can use that with a Water Crux deck because you can go level 3 and then you can just play a Pendragon to return it back to your deck, right? You draw 2 off that, you bring it out, you +1 if you need to pay 5 for it. Like you have so many options of flexibility. You know, talking about these Crux decks, I know this is a really far prediction, but I would be interested to see if Wind Crux midrange comes back every single North American Nationals for the next like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, once we get Crux support,
like,
it's
no
a shoo-in.
No one's played it, even though it was good. Like it was good in MRC format, and no one really played. Like there's one guy who played it at Utrecht, and like still day 2 with it. Like it's a pretty consistent deck. But then you look at it and it's like, why is no one playing this deck? Because Crux is fine.
Crux is fine.
Crux is fine. That's why.
Nobody's talking about the huge buff that we're getting at Worlds, Tyler. You took a trip around the venue, showed everybody in your Scepter of Lumina deck, you get to go to level 4, Tyler. You get 4 more damage.
Honestly, it's just a Heavenly Guide buff, I guess.
True.
Heavenly Guide. I mean, we saw it in that last match. It basically won the match.
True.
Play Heavenly Guide, lose no influence, go to 3. That's
now you go to 4.
And then he ensnaring fumes it back. You just now you have the influence back again. It's like, wow.
It was brutal.
So, are you gonna play level 4 Lorraine if you play Lorraine?
Well, no, because I'll never play Lorraine. But like, yes, of course I would. You know, I'm a sucker for the Glenny Boy signature. You know,
it's really nice.
It looks really nice.
It is really nice.
You think he workshopped that a bunch? My signature is really bad. So you think he was in the lab making sure that his signature looked good for the CPR?
I actually know that for fact.
Oh yeah,
I when it got released on the dev stream, he tests with us in DJB, which is Daijobu, and we talked about it, and he was like, "Yeah, I actually got it's Choco Felici, down there." She was like, "Yeah, she helped me perfect this signature," and I was like, "You know, that's really respectable because like a lot of people will just sit there and just be like, here's my doctor signature that you cannot read and it's completely illegible." Yeah, and he was like, "No, I want this to look really good. This is like a really meaningful thing for me and the community and just the game as a whole." I gotta say, it's one of the coolest things out there. Like I thought the Apotheosis Rite was cool. That's really
It's
cool.
really, really
you get
cool.
your own card, your own Ascendant card. And it lore-wise, it makes sense too, right? We talked about like if you play the Apotheosis Rite, you banish, you become, your champion ascends, and then you can actually become level 4, you know?
It's so cool.
And lore-wise, you know, I know you guys have tons of lore on your podcast show there, but the lore of levels being based on like your godliness and power and stuff, so like actually ascending and leveling up is like way bigger of a deal than, you know, we treat it as Dungeon Guy Take 4.
Right. Yeah, I talked about it a little bit last week, and so now that I have you, let me get your opinion on that, right? So, now that Lorraine is ascended, level 4, do you think that means we ever get a Lorraine champion again? But now she's ascended godhood, does that mean that she can't get a new champion because she's left the Grand Archive to join the Pantheon? Which I think is a really interesting question. I don't know if they are, you know, constraining themselves in that way, but
for lore reasons, I think that if Lorraine were to get a new champion, there's a very big possibility that she would become a completely different class, and it would be like fully respecking in like an ARPG
go back to
or
0.
Something. Yeah, you like go back to 0. You're like, I am an Ascendant level 4 warrior, and now I want to become a ranger. I am now a level 0 ranger. Start again, you know?
Smart.
It'd be cool. It would be cool design space-wise. I don't know how much it makes sense lore-wise, but I think there's a way to write it in.
I'm just worried if I should be rooting for Arisana to win Worlds this year because I don't want her to ascend to godhood and leave me forever. You know, that's really what it comes down to.
So you're saying you need to win Worlds and ascend yourself to godhood.
Right. No. What about Xander? What if Xander were to leave us forever? How would you feel, Tyler? World would be shattered.
On my hands and knees praying to my god Xander every day. Every day. I pray to the Luxem King. I pray to
Uther,
Korhazi's chosen.
Oh, sure. One of few, I think.
It'll be Xander Korhazi's only when he gets level 4.
Okay, noted.
Yeah.
A lot of Xander fans actually out there today. I think he's going to make a good showing, and he sort of feels very similar to Crux in that way, where he like sort of comes and goes, right? He's always somewhere in that meta relevance, and sometimes it spikes up to the top, like I think now, and then sometimes he's a little bit less represented. But
yeah, Serene Luxem is specifically the deck I think we're talking about here that comes and goes more. But that deck will always have a place in the meta based on whether or not people are playing a lot of combo decks.
Yeah.
Right, Incapacitate, fantastic for that. If we're seeing a lot of like mid-range stuff, you know, the Xander deck beats the mid-range, right? It's like that kind of control deck will beat mid-range. It's like the weird. I guess it's a square. Personally, it's like there's like aggro, mid-range, combo, and then like control.
And then Luxem.
Right? And then Luxem is just like whatever you want it to be. Because if you're Win Luxem, you're like aggro, mid-range, control, and combo.
Yeah, such a versatile deck, right? And that's why we're seeing such like high-level players like Jet performing very well with it, making his second run at a world slot this year.
That's actually. Yeah, that would be crazy. Because the thing is, if he makes the world spot, too, then that means that Emp, who got second place at Seattle on Win Luxem against Caven, would get the SEA world spot. So it would be like two of the guys who brewed the decks together.
Yeah.
So the funny thing between those two is actually that so Jet got second at Ascent Toronto with the Kong Ming. It was the Kong Ming Razor Gale, right? That was the deck created by Emp, actually.
Yeah.
But Jet's known for that one. And then the other way around, Emp got second at Seattle with Win Luxem, which is the deck that Jet built. So they're known for the opposite deck. It's really funny how that kind of works there.
Yeah, I think it's really cool how we have such a there's lots of camaraderie and there's a really cool team environment in the community.
Yeah,
where,
it's really cool.
You know, players helping each other, right? I think is really awesome.
My guys, we're getting a special match here. We're bringing you to the People's Champion.
The People's Champ, and playing the deck that we talked about, Tyler, playing Crux, Fire, Lorraine.
Yeah, this is such a good deck now. So we do know that Jimmy Lee was one of the top 8 at Ascent Houston. He does have that beautiful Ithne Spirit of Fire. But this new card, Clarent Reimagined, is going to be super, super interesting in this matchup, right?
Yeah, this is a crazy matchup that we have going here. We'll take a look at our second deck in a second, but I think Clarent is one of the cards of the weekend for sure. Like really impactful in the Fractals matchup, but just like covers a lot of holes that these traditionally low interactive fire decks have trouble with.
I actually really like the fact that Jimmy Lee is playing an almost entirely DOA FTC format deck.
Very classic.
There's only a couple new cards, and almost all of them are like the Fantasia rules. So we're just playing the Expelled Departeds, but we also have the Crystallized Destiny. Crystallized Destiny is something that you know, Dan and I talked about a lot for Genbu, right?
Yeah.
Genbu is one of those decks where you want to make a really big single attack and try to take out your opponent. You don't want to let them use their Serene Spirit release to heal. You don't want to let them, you know, play anything in between there. And he's playing that, so it's going to prevent all the damage from the next instance, and it will cost everything your opponent costs. Activates that turn will cost 2 more if you prevent more than 7 damage.
So here we have Chessie's deck, who is going to be Jimmy's opponent, and sort of a very interesting take on another sort of tried and true strategy. This is an Exia Jin deck, but Tyler, you see there's no Exia Exia cards in his main deck.
Oh, this is actually... This is an aggro deck.
Yeah, a bit more of a Philo-esque aggressive deck trying to end the game with Rending Flames, but you do get to leverage not only Exia cards like Berserker's Plate and Shuangji of Sacrifice in the material deck, but also just if you're playing against other aggressive decks, being Jin Undying is pretty powerful to just have that immortality on your own turn.
Yeah, so something I really like about this deck list is it plays Huaji of Heaven's Rise. Traditionally, we see that in the Wind Allies variant of Lorraine, where people use Sun Ce along with Shang and any other, I guess, warrior allies in that regard. But in this deck specifically, you can actually use it for its opposite effect, which is the Huaji of Abyssal Fall, which allows you to take unpreventable damage and then give extra power to the weapon itself. So, like, there's a lot of flexibility here. I really like the kind of design choice here, going with, like, the more traditional fire aggro, but also having the flexible pieces of things like Sun Ce, also having the Dungeon Guides to level up. But the Banner Knight is really what sells it for me. I am a huge Banner Knight fan. That is, like, one of my favorite cards in the game.
Yeah, we're seeing lots of classics here. Inspiring Calls making a return as well. Really cool addition of Fang of Dragon's Breath, which is a card that I don't think sees a whole lot of play these days. So yeah, just a really interesting list from Chessie, and it looks like it's been pretty well refined. Like the one copy of Rococo seems very deliberate, right?
Yeah, it's tough to find like extra slots for certain things. When it comes to like the cards in this deck list that really stand out to me, Pierce the Heavens is something that's a little bit more unique.
Sure.
Right, because Pierce the Heavens is a starter deck card there that allows you to have like a more unique focused attack. Because I don't think we see Blazing Lunge in the list, right? Blazing Lunge was the I want to kill you through any form of damage prevention, but Chessie is not running that, kind of leaning more towards going with the Pierce the Heavens. But I think the main focus here is going to be the Rending Flames. One of the things that concerns me about this deck list is I don't think it has any way to deal with Lantern.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be tough, and there is a Lantern in Jimmy's sideboard, but at least in the first game, it's going to be, I think, pretty lightning fast. 7 Rending Flames across our 2 players is going to mean this game will end pretty quickly, but we're going to get started off, and it looks like Chessie is going to go first, see if we can find one of those archetypal Arthur starts.
Oh, I think that's a triple Tempered Steel opening. That is not what you want to see. Do you see the Rending Flames there? Banner Knight might come down as the initial start. Yeah, I mean, you got to level up with something, right? So Banner Knight pass just to have a card on the field does work. Oh, Jimmy with the beautiful Ithne Spirit Fire.
It's in the sleeve and everything. PSA 10, I think.
Well, yeah, beautiful, gorgeous card. He reps it. I mean, Jimmy Lee is him. He's
Himmy Lee.
He's actually Himmy Lee. So we're going to see the opening hand here.
Yeah, definitely not the start that Chessie wanted to see, though.
Oh, that's a pretty good opener. So we're going to see a Creative Shock and a Hasty Messenger in hand. He's going to be having... He has 2 floating available to him, so he's got the 2 Stalwart Shieldmates there. Oh, and the Vanguard.
Yeah, just going to start dumping some of that float. And like you said, he has that Creative Shock that he can leverage to get a little bit more card advantage as well. A much better start than what we see on Chessie's side. We'll see if he can recover. Going to grab a backup charger.
Interesting that Chessie goes for the backup charger here. I guess the Banner Knight on field still does give you like some form of presence. I thought he was going to go for the level up there to have a weapon to use the Tempered Steel on if he wanted the floating or something. But, I mean, backup charger is never a bad choice, right?
Yeah, maybe less worried. It's hard to know what Jimmy is playing. Jimmy is a bit of an enigma when it comes to his deck choice, so maybe he thinks he has a little bit more time than he does. See a General at Arms.
General at Arms is a card I have never seen played. It's pretty cool because it says polearm attack cards you activate enter the intent with +2. It is a class bonus required card. It being a 2/2 is a little bit rough. It's weak to things like Sadie, obviously. But he's going to be able to clear that Hasty Messenger off the board by just having some damage there.
Yeah, and now even though a bit of a stumble at the start of the game, it looks like he's got a pretty commanding board position that Jimmy has to deal with. That General at Arms can get really scary once he levels up and just starts throwing things like those Pierce the Heavens that you mentioned.
Yeah, so General at Arms also is not a unique ally, which means you could play multiple of them. So it's like, we talked about in the last game with Dan with the Cell Converters, you can have multiple. Ramping effects are very strong in this game, and ramping effects of General at Arms is something that Jimmy needs to keep in mind and be concerned about.
And of course, we do have to worry about that Rending Flames in Chessie's hand as well. Not a polearm attack itself, but if he adds a polearm to it, he will get that buff, right?
Yeah, he also has the ability to play a pre-recollection Inspiring Call here for 3. We'll be able to cycle the card, and then both the allies on the field. Oh, the DG here from Jimmy Lee. DG into Flame Sweep, potentially?
Yeah, looks like some real respect for this board. He's going to level up into Lorraine Blade Master, and we'll see if he has a cleave here to get immense value off of that Lorraine ability. Just going to take out the Banner Knight, draw a single card, but that's still a pretty good trade.
Yeah, it's not bad. If he plays any other ally here, he can use that plus the Dungeon Guide to take down... Oh, he's going to double Dungeon Guide!
Ooh. Talk about classic, Tyler. We're getting double DG. There's no wake up anymore, but still looks pretty good here. Going to go directly up to Lorraine Crux Knight. And then, as you said, use those 2 Dungeon Guides to clear that General at Arms.
Yeah, Jimmy Lee is no fear to losing influence here. He's a player that knows he can come back to it. He loses double reduced to Ash there. He's going to know now that Chessie is playing Jin, so we do see the Jin Fate Defiant. I don't think Jimmy necessarily knows that it's a Jin level 3. Does have that immortality. Obviously, Jimmy Lee, a well-known Jin player, knows how all of Jin things work, so I feel like you're at a slight disadvantage here.
Yeah, probably in the dark, right? It's hard to expect that anyone is playing Jin, let alone playing Exia Jin, and he might have walked himself into a dangerous position where when you start fighting the influence war against Berserker's Blade, it is a war that you're going to lose.
So that's a fantastic draw there. Top deck from Chessie. He's going to get the Hasty Messenger. Hasty Messenger will allow them to start basically filtering out these Temperate Steels from hand into the graveyard, give them the floating memory. But the problem is, they had to play that Inspiring Call prereq to get to the Hasty Messenger. Obviously, it was necessary because they did get it. It's going to help them progress the game plan. They're going to be able to get fire cards in the graveyard as well for the Rending Flames. They're just in such a hard position here. We might actually see a Savage swing here. It will give +1 towards the Hasty Messenger from the inherited effect of Jin level 1.
True. Yeah, buff Hasty coming in for 2 at that Dungeon Guide.
Yep. So the interesting thing with this is it's going to overkill the damage, so it doesn't really matter that it actually made the effect. But, I mean, it's still a cool effect either way.
Did get 2 floating into the graveyard as well, so he's going to get a clean level to Jin 2 next turn as well. So we'll see if he can use that to come back. Really depends on what Jimmy has in his hand. If we see some of those powerful Crux cards like Ghost of Pendragon start getting deployed, then it's going to be easy enough for Jimmy to close the door on this advantage that he has. But Chessie might have a turn or two to mount a comeback.
You know, the crazy thing is if Jimmy Lee has an On-Soul in hand, that's almost lethal. I think it's 1 damage off lethal. I'm not sure if Jimmy Lee is playing On-Soul, but
I believe no On-Souls.
Oh, so he's playing the Ascension in this.
Yeah.
That would be a crazy play. Just, double Dungeon Guide, On-Soul, I will kill you now.
Yeah, what a game, right? Like playing like it's 2023. We're just going to see him clear this Hasty off the board. And then pass, yeah, so it looks like he doesn't have any of those marquee Crux cards. He might be holding on to some Ascensions, we'll see, but we're going to see a Dragon's Dawn deployed.
Yep, so to materialize this, banish 3 Fire Element cards as an additional cost, so we're going to lose, I believe, 1 floating memory there. I think they banished a Tempered Steel. It's kind of tough. Dragon's Dawn's interesting, though. On attack, you can discard a Fire Element card, deal 2 unpreventable damage to your champion, and then if you do, this attack gets +2 power, and on champion hit draw a card. It's kind of like that Majestic Spirit's Crest kind of thing.
Yeah.
Not quite the same because it is on hit versus on attack, but it is a 2/3. It's got a lot of durability there.
He's got the sweet combo with Heated Vengeance as well, dealing himself that damage to turn on the Heated effect.
Yep, so Heated Vengeance will come in for 5, Dragon's Dawn will gain 2, and then the attack gets +2, so it's going to be for 9. That is pretty good. Crux Lorraine does have 28 life, so it's a little bit tough. Fang of Dragon's Breath is going to come in here. This is actually going to go for a really big attack. I don't think we have the ability to Rending Flames this for anything crazy. Linked weapon here will get +2 power, and then you can also remove a durability to deal 2 more damage to target unit. So this will come in for, I believe, a Heated Vengeance for 11, or a Rending Flames for 9?
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to go for the base attack. So it's going to be coming in for 6, deals himself 2 damage. So 6 on hit, draw a card. Still pretty good, but yeah, didn't want to commit any of the resources, it looks like. Maybe he's saving those for his Jin level 2.
Yeah, the nice thing with playing the Dragon's Dawn is it allows you to basically filter out more cards by discarding. So being able to discard the floating memory and get the damage out of it makes the floating memory more efficient, right? It's almost a +1, but instead you're just trading like the neutral for damage instead, which is always good in these kind of fire aggro decks.
Yeah, and the double attack next turn is looking really scary, and as you said, he can use that Tempered Steel to level up pretty cleanly. So Jimmy's not out of the woods yet.
Yeah, Jimmy also doesn't have a lot of answers to deal with the Dragon's Dawn, right? It being a 1 cost means you can't reduce to Ash it. You have to play Meltdown, Spurn to Ash, something a little bit more, it's really sticky, so it's hard to remove.
Yeah, and I think in the list, in total, sideboard included, he really has no answers to it.
So Jimmy Lee going to go for the backup charger. He's going to get the power cell on the table here and then draw a card into memory. Jimmy Lee needs to look for the combo. The Ascension setup here is going to be really impactful.
Yeah.
If he draws into a wind card, he's going to be able to punish Chessie really hard for this.
Yeah. Notably, no water cards, it looks like, in the list.
I believe there are refracting
there's
missiles.
2 refracting missiles. So yeah, he does have the full gambit if he can find Ascensions, and it looks like it is time. So Spirit Blade Ascension is going to pull up that Drawn Blade and then likely put in a Prismatic Edge.
Ooh, Prismatic Edge.
On enter.
Do we see anything else?
Looks like just fire.
Okay, so he does not have any of the other elements here. It's just going to be fire, so 3 damage is going to come in. Ascension again down there, and then the Incapacitate's also kind of big. It's going to be a little bit on the tougher side here.
Yeah, just doing some damage, but I don't think he's going to be able to find the 20. That's a bit of a far cry, and unfortunately that Incap, though very strong, is going to look pretty weak into all of the attacks that Chessie is holding on to.
I see. So Jimmy Lee's going to go for that Flame Rune Swordsman, just get a little chip damage in. It does represent a lot of damage over multiple turns. It is a floating, so there's benefit to there. But we're kind of scared here.
Yeah.
No cards in Graveyard for Chessie means no Rending Flames, right? But can attack twice with the Fang of Dragon's Breath.
Yeah, even the double attack with the Heated Vengeance is an absurd amount of damage. He draws the Rococo for his trouble as well that he can play afterwards.
So we're going to see Fang of Dragon's Breath plus the Dragon's Dawn. It's going to be pretty big for damage.
Looks like he's just going to opt for the Dungeon Guide, not use one of these big attacks. Just trying to play the slow game. Loses both his Rending Flames and his Heated Vengeance.
I was not expecting those to go down for the Dungeon Guide. I thought that would be kind of like the win con here.
He kept the Rococo.
Like I guess we're playing around the Immortality focus here.
Sure.
Yeah, so we're going to see 2, 4, 5 damage here. So we're going to see 2, and then 2 more here, and then 2 more here. And then also this champion will wake up again. So, like, that's a lot. Because you can also you also get 1 from the Dungeon Guide, and then you can swing again with the same weapon and do the same thing.
Yeah. So that comes in for kind of an absurd amount of damage, and he can keep cycling these cards if he doesn't want to keep them. He did find a Heated Vengeance, which is a pretty good one. He's thinking about the attack here. Looks like he will discard it. Another 6.
Yeah, it's going to be another 6 coming in, so everything there will break. Won't have any cards in memory. So basically, going to Jin this turn and leveling up with the Dungeon Guide allows you to all-in Jimmy Lee, and then if Jimmy Lee all-ins you, you have 1 more turn to try to kill him over it.
Right.
And Jimmy's at 20. It's not looking good, right?
But only 1 card
sorry.
in Influence for Chessie.
1 card in I don't think you really need anything else because you can probably just play you can materialize Huaji and deal damage with that, or Shuangji.
Yeah, Shuangji maybe.
All you need is actually the 1 card in memory, right? You put the 1 card in memory, you banish it for Shuangji, and you swing with the Shuangji, and that's more than enough damage to clear the game.
Yeah, there's that sort of dance that you have to play against these Jin decks that Jimmy does want to press the issue and put some damage onto Jin, but any amount of damage that sticks will make that Shuaji just much more scary on the crackback.
If Jimmy draws into a Scatter Essence, that would be the game winner, though, because it would remove the card from the memory for Chessie, and Chessie doesn't have any floating memory available, I'm fairly certain. Yeah, so we're going to clear the DG here.
Looks like he found a Ghosts as well.
Ghost could draw into the Ascension target, could draw into the Scatter Essence here.
It's tough, though, because he does have to put away his Prismatic Edge with the Ghost.
What does he draw into? So Creative Shock and
Cremation
Ritual. Cremation Ritual on the Dungeon Guide does work. Goes to 16 here. Can't really find an easy way to push for lethal here. I'm not sure if Jimmy actually has anything defensive that will let him survive over the Jin. Jin does have a pretty big advantage here.
Yeah. And it's sort of the strategy of these fire decks. They're pretty interaction light. They don't have a whole lot of prevention effects available to them, and so it is pretty hard to stop at least pre-sideboard from big attacks, but he does find some amount of protection in Stalwart Shieldmate that can do a little taunting to protect him from the Shuangji.
Oh, but Jimmy does have the Stalwart Shieldmate to protect himself. So Stalwart Shieldmate, very good. Now, the fact that he didn't get rid of all of them early on.
Yeah.
So Stalwart will be cleared, and it's just going to pass there. I mean, there's not much else you can do. 2 cards in hand, right? It's 2 attack cards, I believe, both Savage Swings.
Yeah, a new lease on life, and I think Jimmy's plan has to be to get him to lethal with Ascension in his end step, but there's no way that Chessie doesn't get another turn, right?
Yeah, Berserker played potentially. No cards in memory. I guess Materialization can't be... We could see, like, Slate Whetstone. It would allow him to go for something that doesn't cost. I think that is the only Materialization left that doesn't cost 1 or more. So it's an option here. I definitely agree with you when it comes to Ascension in end step for like lethal.
Yeah.
If Jimmy doesn't have something to defend himself with, though, I'm pretty sure he's going to lose.
Yeah, this Shuangji is staring him down and going to do more than enough damage. Going to grab a Clarent. Protects him from
and a foul.
Stuff like Relentless Outburst, but not quite from this Shuangji.
Yeah, it is really good for that. So, like, he's going to need that. Draws for turn, gets the Dungeon Guide. Not quite what he needed here. Does have an Ascension, does have another Pendragon, and I believe also Creative Shock. So, like, there are more options here. There are options here available to draw into more cards.
Mm-hmm. But
I
it might
don't
not be enough.
think we're going to see Jimmy Pendragon unless he absolutely needs to, right? That's like the last-ditch effort, last resort. It's definitely Creative Shock to draw because you need to get a Stalwart Shieldmate.
Right.
Or, I mean, maybe he plays a Library Witch. I don't think he's playing that.
I think it's exactly Stalwart. That's all we're looking for.
Yep, so the damage is going to come in here. Pendragon's going to go put him to 24. The question is, does Jimmy swing everything to try to put him into, like, because when you get the Berserker Plate, you're going to go from 28 to 35.
Yeah.
So you basically have to put him to 32 right now.
Right, and that's still pretty hard.
It's possible. There's a couple Swords in Banishment there. I believe we have 3 Swords in Banishment.
That's true. It's a big attack for 4 with Crux Knight.
It's like all right.
And then you play the next Ghost, right? That's another 3 damage.
Yeah, it's very tough. I think
That's
we are going to
32?
see Creative Shock, though. See, he really has to draw into this. He has no choice.
Stalwart or Bust. And this Shuangji is going to come in for lethal damage otherwise.
Yeah, Shuangji, very, very big. It's one of the benefits of having either attack cards or weapons. You just allow yourself to be able to play around so many different things, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we're really seeing that immortality come in clutch here.
Oh, he's playing the Ghost of Pendragon.
Yeah, realizes that Clarent is probably not protecting him from much unless Chessie plays Relentless. So he just needs to get him to that 32, and
There
this
it
will
is.
do it.
Oh, you know what it is? He can't play Relentless Outburst. No cards.
Right, exactly.
So you don't need to be worried about it. Yeah, so it
Yeah.
makes sense that we're going to see that. So Cremation Ritual here on I believe, the Dungeon Guide.
Looks like he drew an Honorable Vanguard, but not the Stalwart that he needs. Oh, he did
draw. He top decked into the Stalwart Shieldmate. Oh my goodness. So the Stalwart Shieldmate is probably the win condition.
Does
because
he have 2 in hand?
He has 2 in hand, none in memory. I don't think he can go Smoke Bombs here.
Darn,
Yeah, darn.
says
So,
Jesse.
so no floating memory, no cards in memory available.
Yeah.
Jimmy Lee will live to see another day, and we know he has the Ascension, but there's no sword on the field.
True. So he does have to make it through one more
He has to
turn.
make it through one more turn.
Yeah.
So GCR still available here. Pre-recollection GCR, draw in. Draws
Draws a
the
Xiao
Xiao Xiao. Okay. Draws a Hasty. Actually, honestly, it might be play the Savage Swing to get the floating to play a Smoke Bombs next turn.
Maybe,
And go
yeah.
for lethal.
Yeah.
The question is, does Jimmy have a way to push damage fast here? I don't think he plays it in the main board, but I did see Demolitions in the deck.
Demolitions in the sideboard, but none in the main board. It looks like just Ascension.
No Berserker's Plate. It doesn't matter.
Oh, true. He didn't get Berserker's Plate, so he is just dead.
Yeah.
Wow. That top deck Stalwart Shieldmate really sealed the game.
I can't believe
Holy.
Jimmy is the people's champion for a reason.
The people's champ. Tyler, like you said, we're playing FTC Classic, and we had to draw Stalwart Shieldmate to win the game.
Yeah, and he's not even playing Resolutes.
Right,
Either. It's
yeah.
just like, Stalwart, pass.
Wow.
Stalwart, pass.
Attack you for 4, Stalwart pass. That's the classic Crux win con, I guess.
All right, Stalwart for MVP, right? Best card in the game.
Best card in this game.
I think Cat 3, maybe?
3, yeah.
I bring back Icebound Slam, send away Stalwart Shieldmate, thoughts?
I actually think after this round, we do it mid-tournament. We ban Stalwart. Yeah,
True. Someone get Scimitar on the line. We definitely need that here. So we're going to see some sideboards on this side here. I would be interested to see if Chessie plays the Staggering Strikes. I don't think they're really relevant in this matchup. Smokeouts don't really do a lot either. I think the Flame Sweeps might come in. Those are like fairly relevant. Blazing Bowman could be good for aggressive damage, but we know that Jimmy Lee's playing Crux Knight, so you don't really... It's harder to push into that, right? 20, 24, 28 is a lot different than 19, 22, 25 when it comes to the life counters of champions.
On the side of Jimmy Lee, we did see him grab, as you mentioned, those 2 copies of Crystallized Destiny. So he's pulled those out of his sideboard. He's going to bring those in. Looks like he's laboring over the Flame Sweep. Grabs that one to go in as well. It looks like that's all he's going to bring in. He's going to leave the Null Lantern in the sideboard. He's not afraid of your Rending Flames. He wants to play his own.
That is a lot of respect.
Yeah.
Or I guess disrespect.
Disrespect for your opponent's Rending Flames, yeah. It says mine are bigger. I don't care.
I really thought the Demolition would have come in.
Yeah.
being able to interact fast. I guess you didn't see the Berserker's plate, so you don't necessarily think it's there. But you also have Ascensions, right? You're playing 4 Ascensions in the deck.
Right.
You have a lot of flexibility. You really have a lot of flexibility in this situation.
Yeah, it is interesting after he clutched that game out. Maybe he feels a little bit confident. Maybe that game got a tad out of hand, and he thinks he can finish the game faster than he did that game.
I think Jimmy's going to take out the 3 reduced Ash.
Yeah, not a whole lot of
Because you look at Jin, you're like, I can't do anything to this. You've seen, you can target the Hua Ji, right? But that didn't come out. You've seen the Shuang Ji, so you know that exists. You've seen the Dragon's Dawn, you know that exists. Dragon's Dawn is most likely the game plan. I'm really surprised Jimmy didn't go for the Nullifying Lantern because of the Dragon's Dawn. You literally cannot materialize that card if no Lantern's on the field, right? Additional cost, banish 3 fire cards from your graveyard.
Yeah, maybe he takes a second look at it, but he definitely did put it
the deflecting edges are coming in.
aside. But yeah, it looks like maybe he's changed his mind. We'll see if he ended up bringing in that Nullifying Lantern after all. But yeah, definitely a I wouldn't say strange, but I would say decisive choice if he leaves Nullifying Lantern out. Just means that he feels confident.
Chessie thinking about first or second here. What would you like to go? First or second in this matchup?
I think first materialize is huge. So I always choose to go first, but I believe that Chessie said that he'll go second. So we'll see. They are the experts. We're in the casting desk for a reason, so we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, real. I am no longer an Exia lover. I am a Luxem lover. So I am no longer qualified to talk about Exia that way.
But if anyone is, it's our player playing Exia and Jimmy Lee.
Jimmy Lee, the king of Exia.
Yeah, so we'll see. But yeah, I believe Chessie will be going second.
Yeah. It's going to be, it's really tough and really interesting. I think you're right. When it comes to like a deck where you have the potential aggro setup, you really want the materializations.
Yeah.
And it's funny, just like you said, Chessie just exclaimed, you're the one opponent that I really didn't want to play against because you know everything my deck could potentially do.
That's what I'm saying. Himmy Lee knows all the angles for Exia Jin. We'll see if he can use that experience to get out another win here. He will be going first.
What do you think the most ideal opener here is for Jimmy Lee?
I mean, I have to think that it's the traditional like Merlin opener, right? We find these hasty messengers, we find these creative shocks to discard float. Did find 2 hasties. He's going first.
That's pretty good.
So he can't use them yet, but
he has a Tempered Steel in hand, and he has an Ascension, and he has two Pendragons, but no Ghosts of Pendragon. Or sorry, no Dungeon Guide.
No Dungeon Guide. Yeah.
It's a little bit tough. Oh, there it is. There's the Hasty. We want to get the Hasty.
We'll see a much better start from Chessie this game. Does find a Hasty and a float immediately to discard, and I think another one.
Hasty. This would have been the Null Lantern game. Null Lantern, Censor, Wrestle Piece. Smile.
Yes, Censor would go crazy here. 2 float already. And it looks like, he was not able to discard that float, so Jimmy's going to start off with a backup charger. It's probably safe for a turn, but then it gets real scary.
How safe can you be? Let's see.
I don't know.
Hasty Messengers come in for 3 because of the Jin attack effect. Ace and Arthur in hand, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3 from one Hasty, 1, 2 from another, 2 from Arthur, 2 from the attack.
Got to be really close.
It's not quite lethal, but it's a lot.
It's a lot.
It pushes Jimmy in a place where he's going to have to play the Dungeon Guides. Yeah, 5, 7 plus 2 is 9, 11 damage. Assuming nothing else. But it's also like if you can't remove those off the board, it's like even tougher. So let me ask you this. In a fire aggro matchup here, are you playing for board state against each other?
I think it's tough because Chessie's playing a attack-oriented deck, and Jimmy doesn't know yet that it's an Arthur deck. We haven't seen an Arthur on either side of the board. But I have to think that you do some mailman battling here, and you want to use your Hasties to take out one of theirs. Yeah, and it looks like that is the plan. He does mark 1 damage on Hasty. Plays the second one.
That's so funny. 2 Hasties, discard 2 floats, pass. 2 Hasties, discard 2 floats, kill one of your Hasties, pass. Yeah, it's going to be tough, though, because Chessie hasn't shown, like you said, hasn't shown the Arthur. Also has only shown the General at Arms, so it looks more like an aggressive kind of like attack-based deck, right? Because General at Arms is showing when polearm attacks are in intent, there's the benefit. But Arthur, Red Hair, Xiao Xiao definitely have a place in this matchup, right?
And we're going to see that place right now. Arthur coming down, and Jimmy's got to feel relieved that he decided to kill one of those Hasty Messengers because that would have been real tough if he didn't.
It's tough. Both the Hasties are going to get cleared there. Arthur is available to die, which is kind of nice in Jimmy's side. He's going to be able to get the kill there, but leveling up with the Sword of Seeking here, paying with the Stalwart Shieldmaid, the MVP of last match.
We'll see if he finds the sweep here. No Lorraine level 2 ability, but it would be a nice clean answer to this
He does have a
pretty
Dungeon
scary
Guide
board.
in his hand, actually. Ooh. But does he have the Flame Sweep is the question. Dungeon Guide Flame Sweep would go a little too crazy here.
A little too crazy. Dungeon Guide? Honed by Fire Flame Sweep? He has it all? Can he pay for it? DG's good.
Oh, he's going to DG kill the Arthur and then not go for the Flame Sweep.
Yeah, I think he might be one short. I think he's 4 cards in hand.
Yep. He banished 2 Flame Sweeps? He has 2 Dungeon Guides, 2 Flame Sweeps? That's like the mouth water play. Like you're frothing at the mouth, excited for that play.
Yeah, 4 in hand, so he couldn't sweep, so that's why he ended up putting them down. But you're exactly right. He deals with this Arthur, draws a card, and at least makes that hasty a little bit more anemic on the crackback.
Yeah, this is pretty good looking. If Jimmy, I believe, has 1 floating here, but I don't think he has another card down in memory to level up to 3. So it's most likely going to be Drawn Blade into a Dungeon Guide next turn.
And that's still crazy, though, right? He gets to play Pendragon, draw some more cards, Ascension on the way, maybe.
Both his Pendragons, because he has 2, so he'll have 2 swords if he goes Drawn Blade. That's going to be really big.
That is huge. Battling Flame Sweeps as well, and we see that.
Another Arthur.
A good top deck from Jesse. If he wants to play the Allies game, let's find another Arthur. And we'll see if that's what he wants to do. Looks like
2 Arthurs in hand. I mean, I guess he could just use Arthur kill. Is he going to on-enter Immortality this time? I think you see the 2 Flame Sweeps and Banishment. Surely you say, it's fine. I'm just going to swing.
Yes,
the problem is it dies to a Ghost Pendragon, right? So it's a little bit tougher, but it's going to get the damage in.
Yep, looks like he does attack with it. When 1 falls.
Another Arthur in hand. That's so funny. This is really, really crazy. Whole hand down for the Banner Knight is basically saying there's no way you have the 3rd Flame Sweep available to you.
Yeah, this is a terrifying board state, and really only does get blown out by that flame Sweep. But Jimmy can use like Ghost of Pendragon, even Prismatic Edge if he wants to get these attacks for 3 to clear this board if that's what he's really worried about.
Yep. So I think we're gonna see. I think Drawn Blade is coming out here. Thinking about it.
Man, what a hand.
Maybe he's thinking about a Honed by Fire to level up. I think it's going to be Drawn Blade. Yeah, the Drawn Blade line just seems so comfortable here, right?
Yeah.
You Dungeon Guide, then you Ghost of Pendragon, send 1 back, draw. Ghost of Pendragon again, send 1 back, draw. And then you kill the Arthur and the Banner Knight. And you have 1 extra damage comfortable. Oh, both the DGs can clear the haste. It's literally a board wipe.
Yeah, and then you're in such a comfortable position as well. Still have so many of those powerful Crux cards too. So I think that's what Jimmy's planning. I would be shocked.
It's a tougher line because Chessie does have floating memory available, which is cool and great. But the problem is that Chessie has played so many allies that the influence is not looking super hot here. Influence of 6, I believe 1, maybe 2 floating. You can still Dungeon Guide to 3, right? But then you don't have any presence. You don't have any cards available to you. It's really tough.
Yeah, it's sort of the problem that he got himself into last game as well. Went so low on influence and then could not hold board. And so we'll see if he falls into that same issue this game. We'll see a Ghost of Pendragon, the first.
Yep, Pendragon the first. Stalwart Shieldmate.
MVP.
The goat of all goats. So we're going to see the Arthur say goodbye here. And is he going to play the second pen? Surely
he just has to, right?
Yup, there we go. Chessie's looking kind of down there. Ghost of Pendragon is quite the card. I mean, we said it. Crux is fine. We alluded to a Crux deck without even knowing it.
It's crazy how strong a element can be with a pool of exactly 2 cards. We're really seeing that here.
Yep. So one of the cool things here is because Chessie is playing that Dragon's Dawn, has the availability to clear both Pendragons if they go to level 2. Even in this situation, just clear 1 Pendragon's kind of great, right? Oh, Flame Sweep. Board clear.
Flame Sweep, pretty huge.
Yup. Oh, and the Fang of...
He gets the Fang first, then Flame Sweep. Looks pretty big.
Fang Flame Sweep means no bonus damage because you can't discard anything. So it's just going to be raw Flame Sweep for 5.
5's pretty good.
Not bad.
Jimmy says, yep. And just like that, boards are clear. Influence is pretty even, but the big difference here, Tyler, is there's a level 1 on one side of the board and a level 3 on the other.
Yeah, so Jimmy could actually go for like Clarent here, banish 2 swords just to get more damage. He does have the Home by Fire in hand, so he could actually just go for a raw Vow into a Rending Flames.
And that'd be a lot.
Vow is like pretty good in the situation. So we're going to see Clarent banish... Clarent and... Oh, sorry, it'll be Clarent and Vow.
Yeah. But that is making it, as you said, pretty big with that Lorraine Crux Knight ability. Gets +1 to all of her attacks for each sword in her banished zone.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. More damage here. It's kind of like going Sword of Seeking, except you value more getting damage by banishing cards, right? You can always bring them back too, right? You have Ascensions available to you and stuff like this. Oh, 2 floating memory. So Chessie actually could level to 2 and then still use that Dragon's on. So a lot of damage can come out here.
Yeah, we're going to have to
respect that.
Yeah, we're going to have to lean on our favorite card, Stalwart Shieldmate, to do some blocking here, it looks like.
Stalwart Shield Maiden, the maiden of my heart.
She protect, she block.
I think Jimmy might be attempting lethal here. He just asked, do you have any cards in hand?
I mean, you mentioned it. There might be a big Rending Flames line here.
Oh, interesting. So he's going to use the durability counters on himself to protect himself. Bring out the Prismatic Edge. All 4 Arthurs this game were drawn. Okay, that's pretty cool.
So that's 3 damage from Ascension.
Yeah, 3 damage from Ascension.
16 more needed.
Can swing for 5 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Rending Flames for 8.
16?
16 is lethal.
That sounds like 20 to me, Tyler.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good. Does Jimmy have enough fire cards in graveyard for it, though?
It's just slightly off camera. We see
Hone. 2 for Hone by Fire.
And that might be the fire card he needed as well.
Yeah, he has a Rending in hand.
Oh, I think he's 1 short again, though. I think only 3 cards in hand. Yeah, just 3 in hand.
Not quite there. Okay. Interesting enough.
And
yeah, it's gonna be tough.
No Maiden. Maidenless is Jimmy Lee.
No way. Himmy Lee Maidenless is unthinkable. Unthinkable. But I mean, that was the line, right? 1 card in hand, Rending's lethal. But now...
That might be his downfall. Maybe.
I believe Jimmy can still find lethal with pretty much any weapon.
Yeah.
As long as he just Rending Flames. Because it'll be Rending Flames for 6. So if he brings out Sword of Seeking, it's Rending Flames for 7.
But there might be a Rending Flames here to end the game. A huge Rending Flames here for 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to be... So Dragon's Dawn Trigger will resolve.
Yeah.
So we're going to see 2 from here, 2 more from here, 2 from here, and then 3 from here. So it's going to be Rending for 9.
18? I think that's good enough.
18 would be enough damage.
And he had the Stalwart too, Tyler.
In hand?
He drew it, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
He drew Stalwart. We were so excited for him. Good game. He says he was holding on to the Crystallized Destiny, but 1 card short from playing it.
That's really tough. I think Hone by Fire was kind of a bit of a mistake. I think it was a little bit overkill, right?
Yeah.
You didn't necessarily need to play that. You either play the Shieldmate or you just hold all your cards in hand for the Crystallized Destiny, especially when you already have it in hand, right? It's a little tough. There's lots of time in the round because it is, a fire matchup versus a fire matchup, and they're both playing very aggressive versions of the deck. I think Jimmy's beating himself up a little bit for it, but, I mean, you can bounce back from that. It's really not a big deal.
A Crux player can't say no to value, and he got to keep his Prismatic Edge around because he honed it. That's so much value on the table, Tyler, and you just can't say no to value.
Yeah, the thing with Chessie's deck is there's so much potential push, right? We have two from the Dragon's Dawn, 2 more from the Dragon's Dawn, and then you can get the Fang of Dragon's Breath, then the Rending. There's just so much push and reach. And then if you have General of Arms, it's even more damage, right? Like, it's just kind of spooky.
Yeah, I mean, he was at Crux Knight there, only at 13 damage counters, and he was still overkilled by 5. Because Jesse did so much damage, Rending for 18. It's pretty crazy. And so, yeah, you do have to respect that. And unfortunately for Jimmy Lee, it's basically just Shieldmate or bust.
Oh, so he's taking out the Reduced Ash now. So now he's realized Reduced Ash isn't doing anything for me. Take this out of my deck. Bring in Deflecting Edge, maybe bring in that Demolition, potentially. Fast way to remove an Arthur. If you attack with an Arthur first. If you don't rest it, attack with Arthur, Demolition the Arthur, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty good value.
Yeah. I think so, yeah. And I think that must be what he's thinking about. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't seen any of the...
I think the Lantern came in.
Yeah. I think he should realize that his Rending Flames are a little bit less scary than Chessie's.
Jimmy also needs to shuffle in the graveyard.
There we go.
He's like, oh, yeah, graveyard.
But yeah, the unfortunate thing for Jimmy is that he hasn't seen Huaji and he hasn't seen Sunsi either, which can really make you want to keep those reduces in your deck if you see those heavy unique ally draws. But he just hasn't seen that from Chessie, so he has no reason to believe those are in the deck.
And it's such good value too, right? You're like, activate Sansa in response.
Yeah, blow up your Huaji.
Response Diana emoji.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Huaji. Hee. It's definitely a funny one.
But yeah, we'll see if that comes up. The question raised again, first or second?
Jimmy choosing to go first again. Feels like the materializations are more important. I honestly think it's pretty good to go first.
Yeah, I agree.
Even if you can't play Hasty, he has Creative Shocks in his deck. He has other ways to filter cards out, right? He could even just play a Stalwart turn one, and it's fine. It's good value.
Yeah, and that might... I don't know. We saw Chessie go second, and it worked out for him, so I'm curious what the thinking is there. But yeah, I think first materialize is pretty huge. We'll see if Jimmy can leverage it for this third game. Spirit of Fire.
I almost said Spirit of Vera. What's the wrong
Spirit of Aethne.
Yeah. We do like...
We're Aethne fans around here, or at least I am.
Hanabi?
Ooh, Hanabi's hot. It's true. It's a good one.
True. Oh, that's a lot of Pendragons.
Maybe a little early for those gentlemen.
Shieldmaker Mission's not bad to start, though.
No respect, Jimmy. We need those shield mates for later.
Shieldmaker Mission's not bad, though.
There's a good start.
Oh, there's the Suns. Two. Oh, is that 3 Sunsas? It's literally Arthur from last game, but this time it's Sansa.
Oh, no. And it's brutal if you...
Clumsy? Taking 2 here is kind of risky, actually.
But he can, deploy this Arthur.
Oh, man.
And then next turn, he can play Sansa and get Huaji. And it's just
4. Yeah, that's...
an immense amount of damage.
Well, it can't get Huaji because not Lorraine.
Oh, true. It's
the one downside of playing Jin in this setup is you can't actually grab that out. You'd have to be Lorraine level 1 to be able to grab out the weapon card, which means you can grab out a gun if you want instead of other options.
So used to that wind allies attack you for 8 on turn 2.
9. It's even more.
Won't get it.
Yeah, it's a scary one. Crystallized Destiny in hand here for Jimmy. Jimmy has lots of options. But at the same time, not enough options.
Yeah, a lot of these are pretty slow, and he does need to progress the game plan pretty quickly. We do see another Shield Maiden hand that hopefully saves for later. Not quite.
One into Clumsy here. Honorable Vanguard. That's like an OG. We love this card. I believe Honorable Vanguard was the first finalized art
ever. Yeah.
It's a fantastic one. Beautiful card.
The most classic Grand Archive card, and he's going to use it to kill that Clumsy, and using this Shield Maid just to blunt a little bit of damage, but probably just taking this Arthur attack.
I believe I drew into a General at Arms. Looks like it.
That would be a good one. Clear the Stalwart.
Goodbye, Maiden. We miss
no maidens.
You. Oh, it is General at Arms. Does he clear the Honorable Vanguard?
3 champ, he says. Doesn't want to give him the free level up. Make him pay for it.
It's going to be tough. Lorraine Blademaster, though, has the ability to sweep here.
Smells like a flame sweep to me, Tyler. We'll see if he has it.
It smells like a draw, too.
And such huge value if that's the case. A huge reset for the game.
No flame
Jimmy's
sweep in
favor.
hand.
Off the top.
Off the top. Pasty. Not the card you were looking for. But 3 does kill the Arthur. Gets to draw a card anyways. Dungeon God off the top.
Oh, Dungeon God off the top.
That's crazy.
Holy.
Whoa. Okay, well, that's a W because now you can Dungeon Guide, and the Honorable Vanguard always is a drawn blade opportunity.
Yeah.
So every that is crazy.
Man.
Dude, he really is him.
Jimmy is running hot. Himmy Lee finds exactly the card that he needs.
Cruxite, the Turbocharger, gone here. Crux Knight comes in. It's going to be enough damage to clear the General at Arms, too.
Man, that's massive. Gets to play this
and
totally
he gets
fine.
the Pendragon.
Totally fine Pendragon. Draw 2 cards.
If he draws into that one deflecting edge he has, it's going to be huge. He's going to defend himself from that. I don't think he drew into it. I saw one of the cards looked like a cremation ritual.
Cremate. Oh, was that Ascension? Was it Cremate Ascension off the top?
Not quite sure.
So that'd be pretty huge here, too.
Oh, the Fang of Dragon's Breath is gone. Chessie went for a bit of a gamble there. Had to banish the fire cards. Wanted to get like a cheeky Rending Flames here.
Yeah.
Not quite available. I mean, Cheeky Rending does exist, Inspiring Calls in hand, but doesn't have the Fang of Dragon's Breath for the extra push.
It's not quite as big. Just 14 is our very lonely Rending Flames, no Fang.
Yeah, I mean, the goal there was to basically go Fang and then, well, Sun Tzu.
Sun Tzu gets to attack. Oh, no, it only gets to attack with Hua Ji, right? But he does get to put a durability counter onto this Dragon's Dawn, make it stick around for just a little bit longer.
And it gets 1 power.
True.
Because it's a warrior weapon. It's kind of big.
Big attack for 5.
And when Jin swings, you get the bonus damage towards a human.
True.
So Sun Tzu will come in for 2.
Combo.
If that were the case.
And he can use that to clear board if he wants to.
And he can Inspiring Call. So Sun Tzu will come in for 3. So I think you swing this into the Pendragon, right, to clear?
Yeah, clear Pendragon.
And then clear Dungeon Guide?
Clear Dungeon Guide with Inspiring Call.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Looks pretty solid.
And you leave Jimmy Lee with the 1/2 Honorable Vanguard. It's not really threatening to you. 3 to Ghosts.
3 to Ghosts.
Oh, no fire card in hand to discard.
Yeah, it looks like 2 Norm in hand, yeah. So he is going to have to spend his resources just to deal with this Ghost.
Inspiring Call just to draw to memory, yep, and then 3 into Ghost. The overkill on Ghost feels so bad, though.
Yeah.
Like, I know you have to do it, but man, it feels so wrong.
You know what's going to feel worse, Tyler, is the second Ghost of Pendragon this turn from Jimmy Lee. He's going to really add insult to injury.
Clarence going to come in, so he's going to get 3 damage swing. And then he's... Oh, that's crazy. He's going to get a 3 damage attack, and then in response to the Pendragon's on enter, he's going to Ascension it.
Yep.
So if he draws into a win card, game's over. Game is just over.
It's pretty close to over already. This is a lot of damage that we're looking at.
So let's count that damage. The damage is going to be 1, 2, 3. So that's 6 damage goes to 11.
3 from Ghost.
Ascension. Okay, the Ascension first. This is going to be 3 more.
Oh yeah, if he Ascensions first, is more damage with Prismatic Edge, right? So he might just be able to find lethal here.
Oh, he's actually going for the Sun Tzu instead.
Yeah, he says 3 to your Sun Tzu. Gonna pick that off.
Oh yeah, because it's in Recollection. He's available. He has enough cards in hand to do this. I thought he had 1 card in hand. This makes way more sense. This makes way more sense.
But in a pretty commanding position regardless, so he's just going to use this pressure that he has to clear the board, finally get rid of that Honorable Vanguard.
Oh, Cruxite. Oh, and the Scatter. Oh, Cruxite Scatter means he has the Ascension combo.
Oh, no.
It's all coming up Jimmy this game.
So if you put 2 down, he's going to go 2 down for Pendragon, but if you went 2 down for the Cruxite, he could return the Ascension and then draw a card and then Ascension, remove a card from Chessie's. That's crazy.
So I think Jimmy's all but got this locked up on his next turn, but he does have to make it through Chessie's turn, and we've seen lower numbers be enough to get across the finish line. So
we need 21 here. I believe there is a Fang of Dragon's Breath on the so Fang of Dragon's Breath plus
Rending is
Rending
18.
Flames.
Can he find 3 more?
I don't.
He gets 2 damage off of activating
so.
Fang. Is he 1 short?
He's 1 short. Actually 1 short. So Fang's going to come in here. Fang's going to add 2 power to the weapon. And Fang's effect...
He says, I think I just have to go for it, but I think, unless we're doing our math wrong, we might be 1 short here. Oh, Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide. Oh, Dungeon Guide to 2 to wake up.
Yeah, huge.
Yep. Yep, it's going to be tough.
Goes to 2.
Goes to 2, attack, wake up, attack. Dungeon Guide just swings for 3, so it's going to be 2, 4, 6.
Triggers.
Trigger to discard.
Going to come in for 6.
Discard
to
the
champion,
Rending.
he says.
Take 2 yourself. It's going to be 2, 4, 6, 7 damage. Twice. So 7 will go to 21. Dungeon Guide gets 3 total.
6 the second one. Is only +1 on the first attack.
Yep.
6 puts him to 20. Dungeon Guide gets another buff.
Then
but that's not quite enough.
Yeah, it's not enough.
That would put him
close.
to 25. Would be 3 short with this line if he chooses to activate Fang.
Yep. It's not quite there. Do you bait that you have? I mean, you can't even really bait for like a deflecting edge or anything. Jimmy just has too many things available to him. He's showing on board. He has 2 weapons banished. No, he has 1 weapon banished, so 2 damage from a Sword of Seeking, 3 damage from Ghost of Pendragon. and then 1 from the dungeon guide. Like,
Yeah, you might just need to kill this ghost.
already showing 7, so he needs 4 damage.
Yeah, 3 to ghost, and then he picks it off with the Fang. Yeah, feels bad, though.
But Jimmy Lee has a rending?
I'm not sure. We know he has the Ascension combo, and he can just start picking apart Chessie's hand and maybe just get lethal that way as well.
Honorable for Drawn Blade here. He's going to draw another card and then Ascension it into the...
Yeah, into Prismatic.
Yeah. Because the thing is, if he Prismatics...
Hits the scatter.
He's just going raw Prismatic for damage. Raw Prismatic for damage. That's how he's finding it. Yeah, so it's all fire, so it's going to be 3 damage from that, and then swing 4, 3, 4,
and then
5 damage on board. Yeah, I mean, it's already just it's already enough damage right there. Honed by Fire for damage for 2, just to go over. I mean, 1 card in hand, no deflecting it is available, right? Because you need a sword on field to get it for 0 cost.
Yeah, so it looks like Jimmy has this all but locked up. What a close match, though. Finding
Ghost
2.
of Pendragon.
Yeah. Hey, Crux is fine, right?
Honestly, it was Stalwart Shield. It was actually just Stalwart
That
Shield.
first game was crazy.
And then he top decks the Dungeon Guide off the Creative Shock, right? No,
Yeah.
it was off the Cremation.
It was off the Cremation, yeah.
Yeah, that was...
Dude,
I mean, that's crazy.
He's him. Like, that's all there is to it.
Jimmy Lee, Himmy Lee, the People's Champion, bringing back basically what... I mean, won him the event back then, too, because that was Fire Aggro Lane. This is obviously a Crux variant of it due to the fact that we have Clarent now, which is more available to put cards in your banishment. You don't have to play on Soul anymore. It's cool. It's really cool.
Right. But yeah, let me say, right, that...
that's crazy.
Jimmy...
I said it's really cool, and then Lee, the judge, goes, that was a really cool game,
That was a really
guys.
cool game.
I was not expecting that. Really caught me off guard. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no, you're good. Jimmy is sort of a staple in the Grand Archive community. He's been around for a while. He plays in all of these big tournaments. But a soul-crushing, 9th place at U.S. Nationals last year. And so I think this is Jimmy's time. It's all coming up, Jimmy. He's now moving on to 3-0. And maybe
I mean that's a fantastic start, right?
Great start.
I know you guys in chat. We all love Jimmy. He plays every event. He is always on stream. He plays fun decks. He's good at them. You know, there was Sacrifice Domains Tony. Swing for 50.
Yeah.
Flame Sweep for 50. And things like that are not just good and iconic. They are legendary.
Yeah.
Jimmy Lee is a legendary player.
And there's so few people that you can point to in Grand Archive that have single-handedly created archetypes. And not only did he create that assembled deck, but he was also, a huge part in popularizing Exia at the beginning of Mortal Ambition format. And so, we see him again playing a unique take on obviously a tried and true strategy of Luxem Lorraine, Crux Lorraine. But
I'm infecting your brain.
Yeah, you're infecting my brain with your Xander talk. But expertly played as well, which is what you can expect from players like Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I'm fairly sure that Jimmy also kind of leaded the direction a lot on the aggro Lorraine. Because at the time of Houston, he played that deck. People were playing Merlin, Erupting, Allies.
Yeah.
And he found a way to really punish wind ally focused decks. Flame Sweep Draw a Million is pretty good.
And it's still good. I guess we didn't see it those games, but it is still good and still sort of part of the strategy for Jimmy's deck as well.
I mean, I look at this and I think Lorraine level 2 might objectively be the best or the second best level 2 champion in the game. On kill, draw a card, gain +2 for turn. Suddenly every cleave in the game kills almost everything on the board.
Makes cards like Tidal Sweep look good. And that's an accomplishment in its own right.
I Tidal Sweep someone for 5 allies the other day.
That's crazy.
And they looked at me and they said, "You play this?" I said, "I'm playing Lorraine."
Yeah, of course I play this. Of course I play this.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But I mean, I'm a fanboy. Huge fanboy.
Sure.
Jimmy Lee is like the goat of goats. He's one of the nicest people I've met in life. Not just in this game, in life. He is so respectful of his opponents. He wants to make sure the board stays clean. He really respects the way people play, and he's really true to his own style.
Yeah.
And I think it's just so cool, because people look at these decks and they're like, dude, I want to play the Jimmy Lee deck.
Yeah, of course. It's awesome for me to see these players, and Jimmy is, I think, a king among them that plays their deck. Right, like, of course, you can pick up fractals. Anybody can pick up fractals, and the really good players will leverage their skill over their opponents with a deck like fractals. Yeah. But, I think there is really something to be said about the people that pick their deck
And
play
they do
their
well
deck,
with it.
and they do well with it.
Like 9th place at U.S. Nationals is no joke.
It's a big deal.
Especially considering, like, he would have won that match if he knew that one mechanic difference, right? Like, he actually had it on lock. His deck theory is fantastic.
Right.
That's something that I think gets overlooked. Deck theory, right? When you're someone who cooks your own decks, your deck theory is proven to be good or not based on your placements, right? Like, how well you do at events really shows my deck works. And Jimmy Lee has shown it many, many times.
Immaculate.
He fell a little bit short at U.S. Nationals.
Yeah.
But this deck list, he brought it to the online cake regionals, the European regionals, got first place.
Yeah.
Absolutely slaughtered the field.
And
it was crazy. He was sitting there. He's like, guys, my deck is 95% DOA FTC cards.
Yeah, we're looking at
and
it.
It's a level 3 deck.
We got new Clarent.
Jimmy Lee is the living embodiment of, I know you guys think level 3 decks are dead, but I make it work.
And we love him for that.
Yeah, we really like him for that.
And we hope this is his tournament. You know, we're remaining relatively unbiased, but we are always rooting for Jimmy to do well, and especially after
relatively unbiased.
Yeah, always looking to see him do well, especially after that last year. So,
all right, let's
hopefully
talk
not
about,
the commentator's curse.
Let's talk about Clarent Reimagined, because this is the first time we've seen it on the cast here. It just came out after. What was it? Clarent Reimagined came out after CNET?
It was post SEA, pre
Kuala
Oceania.
Lumpur. Yeah, it was before Kuala Lumpur because they played it, I think, in the second place list.
Sure, but a new
or
proxy
maybe it was after that. It's sometime in that range. But I mean, this card has made Crux Lorraine with Crux Knight as well as Spirit Ruler way more viable than it was before. It also gives Fractals kind of a run for its money because Fire Aggro Lorraine feels almost slightly favored into Fractals. I wouldn't say it's like really favored. It feels like maybe like a 55 or 60 range. But that's pretty big considering everyone's sitting here like, oh, Fractals is the tier 0 deck. It's the strongest. We saw a lot of people in round 1 on Fractals lose to Fire Lorraine.
There's a lot of Philo in the room, and in varying speeds, right? These really aggressive versions and even more mid-rangey versions and Crux versions like Jimmy's playing here. And it is all, I think, on the back of Clarent Reimagined.
Yeah. Clarent Reimagined is fantastic. It also sets up one of the coolest combos that I've seen. If you play Spirit Ruler, I really like when people go Clarent, banish Sword Saint's Vow, level to 3, bring Sword Saint's Vow back. It comes in with the 4 durability counters. You hone it, and then you swing.
That card is
huge.
Crazy. We did some like internal testing, playing that in Philo, and then some of our team is playing it, and it is way better than anyone was giving it credit for, especially since it's a relatively recent release.
Yeah, so Sword Saint's Vow is anytime you use a weapon craft on it, it gets 2 durability, and then it gets power based on its durability. So if you bring it back with Spirit Ruler, it comes in with 4, which is kind of big.
Yeah.
And then you Hone by Fire it, it goes to 7, and it gets +2, and then you Rending for 12. So you like one-shot literally anything.
Huge numbers.
Huge.
Yeah, for sure. And I think speaking of swinging for huge numbers, I think we have Jimmy Lee in the feature match area for an interview, and so we're going to head down over there.
Hey everyone, we are here with the winner of round 3, the Fire God, the Fire Warrior Master, Jimmy Lee. How you doing, Jimmy?
I am doing great. I'm feeling so pumped, man.
Yeah, I believe it. Hey, what's that in your hand, by the way, right now? Oh, it's in your pocket. It was in your hand, yeah.
I have our Tenoris. It's traveled with us a very long way in between events, you and me, Dan, but this is where it started, Tenoris Creations Will.
It did, yeah. Your Fire Mastery began with that incredible deck back at, what was even the first Ascent that you played that at?
Well, I played the Tenoris at Ontario, and then Nationals was when it really made a wave, but I started with Fire even way back at Houston, the very first I was on Fire.
Yeah, there's a reason we call you the Fire Master, Jimmy, because I don't know if you've gone to an Ascent and played anything but Fire. And every time you play Fire, you're at least on the cusp of day 2, if not all the way heading into that top 8 bracket. So today, this was a fascinating matchup because you were playing your Fire Crux Lorraine versus Chessie, a known brewer in the community, playing Fire Jin, a deck you've performed on as well. How did you feel going into this matchup, kind of being one of the foremost players of both of those styles of decks?
Well, I was definitely caught by surprise. I had no idea what he was going to bring coming in, so it was very exciting to play. It was exciting to play into something new. I was expecting his Tenoras, but his Jin was cool too. Whatever he brought to the table, I was going to enjoy it, I'm sure, with his type of deck building, with the way I like to play into him.
Yeah, both. I mean, that was a really fun match because both of those decks are ones that you don't see at the table, maybe often enough, I would say. One thing that I think is really interesting is, I'm looking at your list here, and we've seen you kind of tweaking this list over time, changing things. I want to know your thought process going into Nationals today about how you wanted to tweak this Crux Lorraine deck to perform. What were you thinking about?
Yeah, well, I gotta tell you, I love my list. I love Lorraine. I got to start with Crux Knight Lorraine. She might be even seen as like the weaker one, but she has the better art. So of course we gotta make her work. I saw the synergy there with Clarence, so there was something there. I liked it, and I started with it. And in testing, it kept going well. And in testing, I was doing very well into the meta deck. So I was excited going in. I never really considered playing something else.
Okay, awesome. And then I've seen you moving some cards in and out of the sideboard. Today you had a card, Crystallized Destiny, in there that I think is maybe a little under-respected in the metagame. And in game 2 there, you honed by fire on a turn when you had the Destiny up, and if you had that, it would have been crazy. But can you talk about what you like about that card in the meta right now?
Yeah, for sure. Crystallized Destiny is a really great card. I did my math not too good on the Hone Rend. I was going for Hone Rending, but I'm like, oh, a card's short. So whoops. But the Crystallized Destiny itself, I found it a really flexible card. In my decks, I like to have an answer to whatever my opponent might swing at me, and that's a really good kind of generic answer to the big swings.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really funny sequence of turns because you were trying to go Hone Rending, missed it, and then Chessie had the Hone Rending. Well, not quite Hone Rending, but had his own Rending, Dragon's Dawn, Dragon's Fang, yeah.
Big Rending, yes, it was very cool.
Yeah, exactly. Now, one thing that I really like to watch, as I was watching this match, I was just fascinated because both of these decks are decks that are switching between trying to control the board and trying to push aggro. I saw you attacking allies quite a bit. How did you make the decision between whether you were going to try and play that control deck or force the damage?
I guess the way I am as a player is I like to kind of have my outs kind of like watch my back with my outs. So I prefer to kind of choke my opponent out of their resources, and I go for the kill only, like, if it's there, I'll go for it. But if not, I'll try to choke them out. That's how I go.
Yeah, awesome. That makes a lot of sense. Probably some sage wisdom for people from the Fire Master. The Fire Master who is going to be continuing on 3-0 now record in the Nationals.
Halfway to my sword.
Yeah, halfway to you need that sort of seeking too. I believe you do. Okay, well, good luck, Jimmy. Let's see if we can get a Crux Lorraine all the way into day 2 or even the top into Worlds. If you go to Worlds, are you going to play Crux Lorraine if you go to Worlds?
It's either that or maybe something else very interesting, very brewy, maybe Seal. Very cool, but it's going to be something exciting.
Is it going to be Fire?
It's going to start with Fire. We're going to start there, and if it works, I'm going to keep at it. That's where it's been so far.
Okay, awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for tuning in or for helping us with this interview, and thank you guys for tuning in. We're going to a lunch break shortly here, so stick around. There's going to be a ton more super exciting games. We'll see if some of these other really cool brews can make it to the top, but you're not going to want to miss it, so stay tuned.
になったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭
been a while.
It has. When was the last time I opened a first edition case?
For me, it was Worlds last year.
I did not open one at Worlds. I did open some at Ascent Houston. So the first Houston, or the only Ascent we've had there.
Yeah.
Funny enough, we split the case.
I remember that case, actually.
Did not find a CUR.
It was a Luxera's map UR foil, I think?
Well, Hayuka from the community went home and found a CUR in his bulk. So
yeah, that checks out.
Congrats to him. I'm pretty sure it was a Lorraine level 2. So we've got 6 boxes of Dawn of Ashes Kickstarter edition. Not available really, besides to the people who backed the game, or if you win, something at the Ascents. Where'd those skizzers go? All right. So I have Tristan here with me helping out.
Hello.
We are both long-term people in the game, in the community. I am very much so a collector. Tristan actually knows how to play the game.
On occasion.
But today I traded some CPRs from US Nats in order to get a case. And we're going to hope to open up my favorite card in the game, Lorraine Blademaster. And that would be the my third copy. So, Tristan, what are you? What's your favorite card in the game? CUR, I guess.
Spirit Ruler. So
Spirit
Lorraine
Ruler?
3.
It's a beautiful card, but that sword from
The sword on the
Blademaster
2
looks
is
amazing.
pretty gorgeous.
So I guess what I should do, for these Kickstarter packs, if you've never opened them before,
I believe they use the wrong packaging type.
They have really strong plastic.
I believe what someone told me at one point is that it is food grade packaging.
Oh.
Which is why they are.
So the cards, if they were ever edible, are still edible apparently. So there are a few cards that were not in Kickstarter. They're Altar exclusive, Frostworn Paladin, Beast, Young Beast Bonder.
Nullifying Lantern's a big one.
Nullifying Lantern is not in here. But we do have all of the original cards as well as some exclusive arts. Even back in Kickstarter, they were not guaranteed foils.
Yeah.
We should see 3 per box, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So we started off, Flame Sweep was amazing. It still is amazing now that it's seen in the meta for some decks as the sweeper, of course, but I remember playing against Flame Sweep weekly. Jimmy Lee and I, down in Tampa, kind of started our scene a little bit, and he's been rocking Fire and specifically Flame Sweep.
It was one of the first alternates from first edition.
Yeah, so this Juggle Knives is exclusive here. So if we pull anything exclusive and in foil, it's pretty much, I'd say around $50 on the secondhand market. So even though it's a common, right, the exclusive art, highly desired.
This is actually the first ever first edition foil I pulled, Sharpened Conscript.
Yeah, so what is that one, Assassin? No, it's Warrior.
The Warrior Human, it's the 2-1 that becomes a 3-2.
Okay. And then we got Hurricane Sweep. So both of these cards, great. I'm gonna hold my my comments for the Water Tidal Sweep. Tried to use it many times and it never quite worked for me.
The 6 cost, no reduction or anything is pretty brutal.
Yeah.
As nice as the floating memory is, it does not make up.
Yeah. So
there's another exclusive art, the Black Market Brokers.
Yeah, people tend to like the new Black Market Broker a little bit more.
Speaking of,
it's cuter. Tidal Sweep, so we got all of them. But I don't know, Black Market Broker in its first form is almost iconic to me now. Kind of funny. We all love it.
I recall that there was one of my favorite cosplays at the first Worlds was there was someone who was doing Black Market Broker.
Oh.
And in the cloak, he had all the banned cards so far.
Yeah. Have you done any cosplay?
I've not.
For the game? I've considered it, but I always kind of,
well.
you know, if I'm playing Grand Archive, which I was today, but I went 03 dropped, kind of playing underperforming decks, or maybe tier 2. Some people call it jank. Today I wasn't. It was
Having
Gengo.
fun.
Yeah, but if I was going to cosplay, I would want to do something kind of silly as well, like a caretaker servant. Is that the right word? I believe it is. Just dress up like a robot, walk around. Here's my favorite art from this set.
First
the
edition
exclusive
Beast
Flame
Mage?
Lash
Oh no, Flame Lash.
Subduer. Yeah, something about it. It's just amazing.
I can never get over this wind cutter as well. That one in foil is gorgeous.
So what does it look like in Alter? I can't remember what wind cutter actually.
It's like a training field, or it's like a ranged attack at a dummy in a training field.
Oh yeah.
Here's another one of the
exclusives.
And we got our first foil. Nothing special. It's just a giant tortoise.
Yeah. So we
Just
got a
big
foil
guy.
common. We'll sleeve up all of these.
And none other than Ghosts of Pendragon.
There we go.
Alongside the
So,
sights.
Ghost of Pendragon is very welcome. We'll take that.
Yeah. No insane hits yet, but Ghost is
great. I remember back when we were opening a lot of Kickstarter, we were using the Discord community quite a bit.
Yeah.
And Hayuka and I think we're half joking, half not, complaining about the only foils we seemed to open were Ghost of Pendragon.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, very good problem to have. But yeah, I still have my my 4 Ghost of Pendragon from First Ed foil.
Yeah.
So we'll keep going, and you're working on your own box over there, right?
Yeah,
so,
I am.
So we have 1 foil from you.
Yeah.
Nothing
In
over
theory,
here yet.
3 from you. Oh, there's a foil.
There's a foil. Arrow Trap is kind of a miss.
Yeah.
It's
Not
relevant,
exclusive art.
relevant today if
Yeah.
you're playing against Genbo, right?
Yeah, but I think the consensus has become ensnaring fumes.
Yeah.
For the wind dancer against any of the.
Yeah. Anything that can deal with it.
Yeah.
I've heard that there are a few Genbus that made it to the top half of the event for nationals today, so that's awesome. Again, I was playing Genbu and I went 03 drop. I did terrible. Need some scissors, because go ahead. Yes.
Probably get a bunch at once.
Kind of a
and then-
big risk if you feel it not really tearing. You might even be able to see it a little bit. Like it's food grade packaging, right, Andy? Nothing. Well, we hit a
Ghost.
non-foil ghost, so that pays for the case.
Yeah, because I mean, I remember when Ghosts was quote unquote bad in the meta when Avarice was around because it was too slow.
Yeah.
Because you would just play. You got another foil. You would just play the Spirit Blade Ascension to loop your Sword of Avarice, draw 2, and then Crux Sight, bring him back, and keep doing it. And so you just played Ghost because he was more copies, but he was the.
This is back when Rye and Lorraine were great.
Another foil.
Chilling Touch, the original art. It's the same one as Alter Edition, but still beautiful. All of the water foils in this game are kind of highly sought after by the collectors. What do you think the preference is for collectors as far as
I definitely
element?
do. I do think it leans water.
Well, what's next? What's second place?
What is second? I think if you go off of Ascent Spirits for the competitive ones, I think it's Fire. And then for players, I think Wind is probably more favored.
I think Fire players tend to foil out their decks more.
Yeah, hi, me. I do that. I make bad decisions.
But that's kind of nice for the win players. I do feel like a lot of win cards, unless they're really, really hard to come by promos, like Judge promos or...
Yeah, the Veiling Breeze is coming to mind.
Yeah, Veiling Breeze.
Here's a
expensive.
another one of the good alternate arts from First Ed.
So Metabloom Dryad, not a card I've ever played.
I've seen it played, and when that card goes off, it's pretty horrifying. And like it's got preserve, so you can't even remove it.
So all right, so you do have two SRs over here.
3 because of the ghost as well.
Okay, so I haven't pulled a single SR.
Which is
and
that was something that could happen. The first 2 foils were Giant Tortoise and Arrow Trap.
Oh, dodged a bullet.
Oh, we agreed to that. I thought. I offered a CUR.
That's crazy.
The third was a Chilling Touch.
Thank God. Now, if it was the King's Juno, I'd be in. That was a crazy one.
Rending Flames is good.
Yeah.
That card was hard to keep in stock for locals. A lot of people want that card, or did at the time.
Yeah. Fire Lorraine was one of the 3 top decks at the start of the game. It was Fire Lorraine, Fire Rye, and then Wind Lorraine.
So did you do the print and play before Kickstarter released?
I did, yeah.
Rye made me feel better as a player than any other card game. Made me feel so powerful, like the ability to, I don't know, something like going to level 18 or something just felt like ridiculous.
Yeah, you go to level 18.
And it's like, I can just flick this one common card and I'm gonna deal you 18 damage.
Yeah. So, a funny story. Last night, me and a couple other people were talking with Poro and a few others about stuff last night, and we did a random trivia question, and Poro then just asked, does anyone know what Mistbound Watcher does? Nobody even knew what the card is, and then I proceeded to verbatim tell him the text on the card.
All right, so what does it do?
So, well, I have it in front of me now, so it's really easy. But it is a 2-cost 0/3 in water with Mage class bonus. It's also one of the only 3 allies in the game, I believe, that are spirits, including Ghost of Pendragon and Intangible Geist as the other 2. But at the beginning of, I was actually wrong last night, I said Recollection, but it's the beginning of your end phase, you put an Enlighten counter on your champion.
Oh, I got my, is it my first foil? My second foil.
Yeah.
And that's
a
art.
really good one.
Love this art. It definitely evokes the spirit of Miyazaki's Howl's Moving Castle. I think of Calcifer every time. Lightweaver's Assault paired with it, pretty good.
Yeah. Ignite the Soul is probably up there as one of my favorite of the alternate arts from First Edition.
It's amazing. It's just so simple. So simple and
Again,
nice.
Moose's favorite.
There we go. So I think we've gotten nothing but commons.
Yeah.
The other thing that's interesting, if you ever find yourself opening up a box of Kickstarter, the ratios are a little bit all over the place as far as SR density.
Yeah, it can be.
Some of them, I believe, were reported to have, I don't know, let's say less than 3, maybe even none. I'm not sure about that. I never had that issue.
I've opened 1 box ever with 0 SRs, but it was not Dawn of Ashes Kickstarter.
Sealed Blade is going to see some play, right?
One day. Hopefully.
It's a pretty good stat line.
It is a good stat line, but another ghost.
Ghosts. That's 2 cases paid for. I'm joking, by the way. A very dry sense of humor.
If only it was that much.
Yeah. They're still expensive, despite, I wonder how many are actually being played here today.
There's a Rending Flames.
How many of the Lorraine decks are going to level 3 with Clarence?
So, off the top of my head, I know one of my teammates is playing Ghost of Pendragon today.
Yeah. Well,
I think
it's a great card, hard to come by. We're in our final release of Alter Edition for DOA, so some distributors are getting it now. This card seems good. Reckless Conversion.
I've heard that one's good.
Draw 2 cards into memory and then banish 4 cards at random from it.
Yeah.
And then class bonus, return everything in your memory to hand.
That seems good.
It's pretty good.
Notoriously, one of the first 2 cards in the game to get banned. alongside another card in this set that we'll point it out.
I don't know if we've seen it yet.
I have not seen one. It's a rare regalia.
Oh, difficult. This is like opening up a, I don't know, pack of some kind of candy food.
I do remember one of my first thoughts when I was opening GA cards was the card quality, or like the is like it's so high, especially like first edition is pretty insane considering what it is.
This card was definitely one of the ones early on that made me feel like awesome. Playing Power Overwhelming is just like whoa.
Yeah. Power Overwhelming, and then you play like Peer into Mana, and then to another Power Overwhelming, and your level just skyrockets.
Yeah.
Here's another fun one. We got the first UR.
Yeah, Luxair's map. It does have a unique art, but I don't know. You kind of have to compare the two side by side. They're somewhat similar.
I don't actually have mine on me. Otherwise, I would have gotten it out so we could look.
Yeah. Let's see. We're still looking for a CUR. Ideally, that's the hope and dream that we.
That's always the dream.
Live or die on. Can't really Majestic Spirit's Crest was used to be
that
used.
one's a lot different. I mean, it was used just recently, actually. Chess Club, Knoll, I believe, was the first EU Ascent.
Oh, that's right.
He top cut it with Water Merlin using it, where they used Eventide Spear alongside Spirit's Blessing and Majestic Spirit's Crest to, as they say, make a at-home Avarice.
Yeah. Since Sword of Avarice was banned.
Yep.
So I'm speeding up. I realize that as casual and friendly as this is, we've got a bunch of boxes to get through. So.
And this is. I'm
just gonna safely open up all these real quick.
Yeah, when you get those done, I'll do the same over here. Yeah, one of the things that's interesting about first edition is because of the weird SR rates is like, I've seen boxes with, basically every other pack was an SR, and then other boxes where it's like, I got 2.
Oh, I got one more pack over here. So, from my experience, the CUR is almost always in the last box of the case, whichever order you open in anyways, so we got to get through them fast so we can get to that last box.
Yeah, and then we can talk about the CURs and...
The quality, if you've never, seen a CUR, ask to, there's Arthur, well represented this weekend. I'd say the SRs that we've hit so far are really great. Despite Orb of Regret being downshifted in rarity, still a nice set of hits.
Yeah. It's also Orb of Regret, also interestingly, one of the 4 cards in the game that lets you shuffle your deck. Luxair's map being another one of them.
I've always wanted this card to be good. I'm waiting for the day I can play Nimue and just, multi-target something.
Gorgeous SP1 alternate art CSR from Nimue.
She had the, what's the actual name? I always called it Lake Snake. It's
Lakeside Serpent.
Yeah.
It's like a 5 or 6 drop with a huge pride number.
Yeah.
But
I think it's pride 6.
Yeah.
Could be wrong.
It might be a 5 drop then. But it gets a power increase based on the number of water cards in your graveyard.
This is unique art, right?
No, Sparklight is not.
Okay. I thought Sparklight was. Symmetry Sentry. All right, so we both have 2 foils, so we should have 1 left each, down to the last 4 packs.
Yeah.
Also good to know. This card, I want to play it in Gunbu, but
I don't think I've met a person that has looked at Mistbound Cutthroat and said, I don't want to make this card work. That card is so fun. It is so cool.
If I can start milling myself only on my opponent's end step consistently. I was going to say, so the other aspect of opening up Kickstarter is just because you opened up 2 foils in a box does not mean the packs are dead. Swift Recruits.
From me.
Pretty good. We'll hold that up, let you all see it real quick.
A fun illustrator.
Same art. Yeah, that card is. I have a lot of them sitting at home in a pile of SRs that nobody has been interested in picking up.
Sadly.
Yeah. So I think I saw a Norm foil in here. We'll see what it is. If it's a champ, that's awesome.
Oh yeah, the champions are.
It is
Warriors Longsword.
Warriors Longsword.
I saw the blue edge of it.
Yeah.
That was I think that's probably the foil in this game that I've opened the most. I can't avoid it. I got it from it was one of the cards I opened from the first edition case from Worlds. It was one of the first armaments I opened, and then I opened a second one.
Yeah.
And then those are.
So these were a early on. I don't want to say spec, but people really liked the fact that the extended art domains were exclusive to first edition.
That and Trisket.
Trisket as well, yeah. So were they the only 4 extended
Those
arts?
are the only 4, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless I'm forgetting some somehow.
No, I think that's accurate. Must have missed a pack, but that's fine. All right, so we'll just clean this up real quick. We'll let Tristan finish opening his packs. I'll open box number 3, we'll call it.
Yeah. Passion Tutor. And Passion Tutor was one of the first playmats they did. It was Passion Tutor, Anger the Skies, Spirit Blade Dispersion.
So the original spirits were available at Houston.
Yeah,
right?
those were also. No, the original spirits I thought were for game stores early on.
Oh, they might
and
have
then Houston was the domains from both this set and Fractured Crown.
So
and then the
Varrock,
original
Avalon.
The original champions.
Each box, by the way, comes with Kickstarter exclusive spirits. Same art, but they do, say
first edition on
first ed on them. Now, none of these cards have that Kickstarter stamp
That was exclusive
from this
to
box.
the
Yeah.
Dawn. That's the third.
That's the Prelude pack.
So this is the third map of Hidden Passage in one box.
Well, that's some clumping that we could do without, but
Yeah.
we did get 2 ghosts and a
Rare pile
Lightweaver's Assault.
Oh, did you steal my rare pile? I think you did.
I think I did, yeah.
Whatever.
That is it. So we'll go through here.
Get the packs open quickly. Yeah, I think if you give me one, I can actually pull out, I have a Kickstarter stamped card in my bag. This is his. Yeah, that's at home, but I'm keeping that sealed.
Why?
Maybe I'll open
Why
it
would
like.
you keep anything sealed?
Maybe I'll
It's
open
so
it.
much fun to open.
It is, but maybe I'll open it like year 4 or 5.
Alright.
But here, for.
Oh yeah. So the Prelude packs that
Is a
came along with
small
the
list.
2-player deck, if they were rare or above, would come with a Kickstarter stamp. That small K down there in the corner. Collector community hasn't really recognized these as all that unique to put a premium on them. But if you see one in a binder, it will probably catch your eye, and maybe you'll want to pick that one up.
Yeah, I think it's also a much smaller list of cards than because it's not all the SRs, it's not all the rares. It's not curated, but much smaller. And there's
it didn't have any URs. A lot of the SRs were missing.
What's interesting about it is if you look at that list, overall it's like really, really, really strong playable cards. Just off the top of my head, aside from Dungeon Guide, I know Flame Sweep is on there. Gildus is on there.
Oh, you're right.
Ghost of Pendragon.
That's true. Yep.
So
I remember selling a Ghost of Pendragon, shipped it up to Canada with the K stamp for $30. I got another Majestic Spirit's Crest. That's kind of a bummer, but only because the Grand Crusaders rings in this, they are also exclusive art. We haven't seen one of those yet, but
hopefully we will.
Those are beautiful. They're a little bit less flashy than what they ended up being in Altar Edition. Not a problem. Oh, Intangible Geist. forgot that card existed until now. It's kind of cool.
Speaking of cards that have the Spirit subtype on them, it's that is the
Warrior
third
Spirit. What are the other two?
Ghost of Pendragon and Mistbound Watcher that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is, it's kind of funny because the Majestic Spirit is not a spirit. It lies to you.
Trusty Steed is pretty good. Won some tournaments, right?
Yeah.
Hey, look, another ghost.
We're just getting a place out of those.
That'd be all right with me. As long as you open up a GCR over there, foil or non-foil, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, but foil would be so much cooler.
I did not open one. I opened probably around 100 boxes of this set, and not a single foil GCR.
Yeah.
Gotta do better.
Most of the first edition that I have is stuff I've picked up down the line. I had a very small amount from my order.
What tier did you back at?
So I actually didn't have a Kickstarter backer tier because by the time that I went to go back it, the frame had closed. So I reached out to a friend of mine and I said, hey, how much did you get? And he's like, I got this much. And I said, I want to buy all of it.
Back when Kickstarter was up, I knew that I wanted a red metal card. And before Kickstarter closed, and even at time of closing, I'm pretty sure red was top backer. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna take a little bit extra risk because I really want that red metal card. Super cool, Lorraine. And I think within 2 months of the campaign closing, there was a community vote because some people disagreed with red being top. Wow,
Whoa.
minutes. You're gonna have to speed through it.
Holy.
All right.
Whoa. Okay. Now we're gonna like fly through this.
Yeah. Well, we can save some for off stream.
Yeah. But finish
Well,
these
let's
two
hit
at
the
minimum.
CUR first. Real
That's
quick.
what matters.
Devastating blow.
I've actually.
Yeah, your flow is always going to be the fourth card from the back.
I've actually never. So I've never opened a CUR.
Oh.
But I have opened plenty of CSRs in my time.
You old timer, you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we've opened like 2 boxes worth of foils.
The one thing that does make me somewhat sad about the metal cards in specific is that they were printed early on and have text that does not match Lorraine 1's current text.
Yeah.
So they're not tournament legal.
They're not, which is pretty sad. A lot of people, though, have started to look at their Omni IDs, and as long as it's below, I want to say 1280?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. As long as your Omni is below that, you may have a metal card with a serial number.
So if
that
someone
matches.
has a 247,
You're
happened-
247?
Yeah.
234. We're pretty close on that refreshing the page race.
There's another one of the
Lightweaver's
Camelot.
assault again.
Yeah, that's our second one
Our
of those.
SRs are going okay.
Yeah, the SRs are going okay, but everything else is kind of, it's acceptable, but could be better.
Ember Song used to be played a
when-
lot.
Back when a card called Erupting Rhapsody was around. Was the third banned card, I believe.
I'm surprised it was the third.
Actually, it might not have been the third. I don't know. Yeah, it was. Because it was banned when Mortal Ambition came out.
Oh, Arcane Elemental.
That's a fun card.
You know who his roommate is?
Who?
Arcane Elemental. He is a roommate.
No.
Okay.
I don't know the joke.
So this is
Not
a
yet.
throwback to one of the developer streams, and it ended up being a silver hint. Arcane Elemental and Neos Elemental apparently are roommates, as confirmed by one of the judges. I remember solving that one. Tide Diviner, best card to never see
Between someone's thighs.
play
This is a Shroud and Mist
is
foil.
good.
That card's probably going up a little bit because of, well, Water Xander's seeing a little bit of play at the start of the season.
Just
I wish.
just a bunch of Ghost of Pendragons.
Yeah, only ghosts.
Not
so.
not a problem. Oh, I thought it was sticky. Nothing, man.
Yeah, I've got like a.
I don't think anybody's going to be able to see the CUR from my packs. We'll have to open the other two after this.
Yeah.
Yep, Bubble Mage.
Yeah, that was another one of the first cards that got a promo.
Yeah, look at those bubbles. Yeah, a controversial promo for sure.
Yeah. Oh, there's another one of the first edition exclusives, art-wise. Oh, it's Focus Flames. Sees less plays than it used to, but...
We got a few packs left, but I think we got to clean up and hop off right after that.
Oh, hey, you mentioned it.
Hey, we got we got a non-foil.
Anything good yet? Anything super cool?
Nothing really.
No, just the GCR.
Cool, that's
but like not foil,
so great.
so.
It's okay, you'll hit a foil GCR.
All right.
True.
We'll do it.
We gotta hurry, get out of their hair. Yeah, we have less.
He told me, yeah, he said 8 minutes a few minutes ago.
Yeah. So we're gonna run through the rest of this box.
Snow Fairy's good.
Yeah.
The SP art is kind of hard to tell the difference between, but it does have a unique art from there.
It's also notable. It's one of the few SP cards that has the same artist, I believe.
Ah, yeah. All right, last pack Magic.
I still have more.
No, from me.
Oh, from you?
You can each open one.
I believe in you. Look at something cool, right?
Pretty big hits. GCR first edition, really good. Not foil, right? No.
Nope. Nothing for me.
Playable.
Uncover the Plot foil is nice. Luxem players love to foil out their decks.
Yeah. Fire and Luxem players are big fan of foils. So it's very unfortunate for my wallet. Zooming through.
Well, it was fun.
Here's a Beseech.
If you joined us over the Beseech is very hard to keep.
How dare you?
Oh,
What are you doing?
We're being kicked out. Thank you.
You're illegal.
What? Sudden Snow is the last.
Arthur.
Arthur.
We got these packs left, but getting thrown out by a judge, so.
Can't judge comment.
Wrong
We have another
hand
box
Shinja.
over there.
Yeah, there's another box under there that's empty. Yeah, hand that. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's Shinja's.
It's
Send
a
that to Shinja, please. Oh, Shinja.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for letting us have fun.
No, thank you for helping me kill.
We are back with North American Nationals for Grand Archive 2025. I'm Cam. I'm back in the booth with main deck Dan. Hey, Dan.
Hey, everyone.
How was your lunch?
Very normal convention center food. It was appropriately convention centery.
Good. I would be remiss if I didn't mention your newly christened pin.
We talked about this a little bit. Cam, you and I are both massive Arasana fans.
Yes.
I didn't mean to copy you exactly, but I also didn't want to take any other champion.
You said it would be disingenuous.
It would not be. I would not be true to myself if I took anyone else. But yeah, I'm hoping to see Arasana sometime on stream today.
I've been checking in with one player in particular, and he's doing all right. So hopefully, I don't. If I say his name out loud, then he'll start losing, right?
Don't want to jinx
it. We don't want to jinx it, but we're watching some Ari players. Hopefully, we get them on. We're looking. We don't want to spoil it just yet, but we're looking at maybe a potentially pretty cool deck to get on stream next round as well.
It's been, checking with all the players over the lunch break. Who's checking out team main deck, checking with various other people throughout the event. This has been a bit of a brutal event for a lot of players. There are a lot of players, a lot of high-profile players who've already taken losses throughout the day, and it's really just, I think, showing the power level of the room.
It's cutthroat, man. There are a lot of killers in this room, and even, high-level players, Worlds competitors, Ascent winners, they still have to face against these other very, very strong players, and somebody has to come out on top always, right?
Yeah, and let's talk about, just for a second, what these players are after right now. So we just finished round 3. Going into round 4 now, these players are aiming for 16 points. That's the threshold. 16 points is 5 wins and a draw is what gets you there. 6 wins, obviously. Anything better gets you there too. So a lot of these players who have taken, maybe they hit a TM32 player, they hit a True Champion Gaming player, or they just had a bad run, or any of the other good players here took a loss. They are still looking to get in there by winning out 4 more of these rounds. Easy, and then they're doing a little that'll get them in for sure if they only take 1. Even the players who are 1 and 2 can win 4 rounds and then ID the last round. So even though players are taking losses, there's a lot of potential here.
And there's there's so much on the line too, that not only are these players fighting for day 2, and of course you get that gorgeous Sword of Seeking if you make day 2. And those things are they're pretty pricey.
They're nice.
They're very, very nice. But of course these players are also playing with day 2 in mind, and you do carry on your record into day 2, and so you want to put yourself in as best a position as possible. Obviously, we're not quite there yet. We're only in round 4 coming up. We still have 4 more rounds tonight, but players are going to have to start thinking about, what's my record going to look like tomorrow? How many wins do I have to get to be looking at one of those gauntlet slots, one of those Worlds invites?
That's one of the interesting things about this event compared to Ascents and with the new gauntlet system. Previous Worlds we didn't have that. We just had a straight cut to top 8, last Nationals last year, going into Worlds. But this time, unlike some of our other Ascents this year, for example, Seattle was the start of this point threshold system. So we ended up seeing about 60 players in day 2 of Seattle, which is almost double what previous Ascents would have had, making it super cutthroat for those 60 players to try and cut down to top 8. Right? But for this event, it's an 18-player cutoff to make Gauntlet, which is quite a bit expanded from what it would have been last year. But then only 6 players get locked in. So players are certainly, trying to, right now everyone's kind of doing their math. Like, what do I need to do? And then where do I end up tomorrow? How many wins do you think I need tomorrow to make it in? Because actually fewer wins to make it into the Gauntlet compared to top 8 of an Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of math that goes into it, and I'm terrible at that, so I can't tell you what the numbers are.
That's why we play card games.
Right. But I think, it is interesting to talk about that. Like, say, Dan, you were playing in the tournament, and you go 8-0 today. And then you win your first 2 rounds tomorrow. And you're in a really good spot to make top 8. But if you go on a horrific losing streak, you knock yourself out. Whereas you could be looking at IDs for your next couple of rounds, and that wouldn't make you into top 8, but it would make you into the Gauntlet. And so there's a lot more consideration that goes into how these players are approaching the tournament. And especially, like you said, with a larger day 2 cut, it's going to be really, really cutthroat tomorrow.
Yeah. So very much looking forward to especially getting that stage when we start to see who we've narrowed out and what decks are really making to the top. But we're doing our best every round to bring as many interesting decks to the table as we can. And thankfully, the players have helped us with that. Last round was such a great match to see. 2 players who are consistent players, Jimmy Lee and Chessie, coming to Ascent after Ascent, they're there with some really cool deck lists, especially, of course, Fire ones. But here's what we're going to see in this as far as exciting lists.
Oh, boy.
We've got Atka with Wind, Razorgale, Vanitas here.
Cam, do you remember when this deck first launched at Ascend Toronto?
You know, I tell you what, here behind the booth, we don't get as many opportunities to play as everyone else does. Toronto was the one event that I got to play in last season, and what a doozy of an event it was, Dan. Lots and lots of this Razor Gale deck. And, you know, to be honest with you, Dan, I'm looking at this list. With a few exceptions, this looks mostly like the sort of lists that we're doing well in Toronto. We do have the new edition of Maiden of Glimmer's Dusk that I do want to talk about. I think is a huge boon for this deck. It gives you that sort of like Acolyte of Cultivation effect, where it is a very cheap body that you can leverage to do some damage in the early game, but it also is a wind card, so it does trigger your Razor Gales. Yeah, I think this is a really cool deck and an interesting take on the format. I think this is the only one in the room, Dan.
For people who are unaware, you know, the Razor Gale deck, because it doesn't get featured that often.
Yeah.
The whole idea is you get to play Razor Gale's Calling, which is a card that will cause every time you activate a wind element card, 1 damage to your opponent. In fact, it's as a spell, too. I don't think we see any of those really fun interactions there, but there's some really goofy stuff you can do with that. The fact that it's spell damage because the Fantasia is a spell. But in this case, the whole goal with these decks is often just to draw a lot of cards, find as many Razor Gale as possible, and then just cycle, pinging the opponent to death. But the Vanitas one, of course, has that dominating strike here. And now I'm super excited about this because, the opponent for Adco with this really cool Razor Gale deck is main decks Taylor or Bobo, who is here, and who is playing... I would expect nothing less. Our Fractal deck. The team has tested an awful lot on Fractals, working very hard, trying to get the most refined list possible. Notably, you know, one of the things that they're starting to play is you see this one of Gentle Respite in the sideboard, and I can guarantee that's going to come in going into game 2 here. The whole idea, I know it's a little weird.
Yeah, I was making a face. You guys couldn't see it on camera. I was like,
it's a little weird, but the whole idea here is that these wind decks are going to be trying to play things like Scatter Essence to control your influence gain, and Gentle Respite gets to effectively act in this deck like a turbocharge. It's sort of it's a +1 card advantage card.
Yeah.
So we've actually moved in and out of running Turbocharge here. So Taylor's currently running the one of Turbocharge as well as the Gentle Respite to try and sort of dig out cards when the opponent ends up controlling the board, controlling your Fantasias too much.
Yeah.
The whole goal, of course, resolve as many Zhang Zhaos as possible.
Of course.
And then go for the burst. So it looks like Bobo is going to be the winner. Main deck Taylor's going to take the play on the first turn here, looks at his hand, and we'll see how many fractals he's found. He's going to start with an Insight. I do see a Glimmering in there as well, so that's a good negation tool to have. Finds a Lost in Thought and a Zhang Zhao. Really good things for him to find, of course.
A bit of a rough draw, it looks like, though.
He's missing
single.
Fractals. Yep, he puts the Zhang Zhao at the bottom. It's not good. Fractals are what he needs, so all of those are gone. And that's really unfortunate, Cam. If you see more Fractals, then you are happy to see the Zhang Zhao. But when you don't have the Fractals yet, you just got to tuck them.
Right. Yeah, so it's going to be a rough start. Thankfully, these sort of Razor Gale decks, though they do have a great way of like ramping up their damage over the course of the game, they do start pretty slow. So Taylor's not going to be, forced to interact super quickly. He will get a couple of turns to hopefully pick up some more fractals and start working towards those more powerful Zhang Zhaos and late game fractals things.
Yeah, here's the important thing. Taylor has a Fracturize in play. He's also got, I think, a couple of Fast Cures.
Yeah.
Those Fast Cures are going to be extremely useful in this matchup. As a way of, if Adka does get the Razor Gale down and does start pushing damage, Adka will almost positively have more influence than Taylor will, and he can use those Fast Cures to kind of keep alive and gain some value back. And Taylor also has a Fracturize, so he's probably looking at going backup Charger here so he can Fracturize the Power Cell, find cards. Yep, there it is. Backup Charger to draw out of this, try and find some extra fractals, and then he'll be able to use that Fracturize to turn that Power Cell into his second fractal, getting him on the way to actually where he needs to be to play the game.
Yeah, right, you are. It's good to have somebody so close to the team in the booth, because you know exactly what Taylor's thinking, and that is what he opts for. Yeah, for sure. And he did pick up a Fractal of Snow as well, so things aren't looking as grim as they might have been last turn. He does have a Fractal of Snow and a a Fractal of Rain in hand if he wants to start building up that number of Fractals.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. All he needed to do was find that snow, and then because of the Fracturize, is already looking at getting back to 3 to the point where now he's going to want to find those Zhang Zhaos and start playing. But I think it was conservative but correct to put the first Zhang Zhao on the bottom because you need to find these Fractals, and just ripping those 2 cards would have been awful. So the Fractal of Insight really did tailor a ton of work here. Now, Adka is putting Shimmercloak Assassin into play and is just going to start doing, it's a little more aggro than you're often used to in these Razor Gale decks. Sometimes they run this, but sometimes they just do a lot of cycling. And that aggro is going to be the kind of pressure that maybe Adka's relying on in this in today's tournament to be able to get through these Fractal decks.
And you have to assume if you're Taylor here, you have to be like kind of lost, right? Your opponent goes Serene Spirit of Wind, Shimmercloak Assassin on turn 1 pass.
Right. What are we playing into right now?
So I think, he's really taking the conservative approach because he's not sure exactly what his opponent is doing yet. I think it will eventually become clear, but for now he's just going to deal with the threats as he sees them. He's going to cast the Refracting Missiles to target this Shimmercloak, try to get some of that pressure off the board.
Adka, I can't tell if Adka's a reclaim, but it obviously would be considering that play right now to potentially save that.
I think I see a favorable wins, but that's
not enough.
That's not enough.
Double favorable would do it, but yeah, that's definitely a favorable. It's Immortal Ambition Art favorable. We do have a Fairy Whispers to try and dig for something as well. Obviously, this win deck is full of action.
So going to go for a Scout. Scout, you look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You draw 1. You put the rest back in any order, but it means that you do have to see all of these cards. So if he doesn't like what he sees, he's going to be stuck with them for a couple of turns.
See a Fairy Whispers. We see a Shimmercloak Assassin.
I think I see a Razor Gale in there as well, Dan.
That might be. Is that the new art of Stifling Trap as well? I think we have either 3 or 4 of the cards kind of figured out. Looks like I think he drew into that Fairy Whispers.
He did, yes.
Yep. Which will let him kind of dig through anything he doesn't want from that pile.
It looks like he's just going to pass, holding up a couple copies of Fairy Whispers and also a Diablerie, in case that comes up.
That Diablerie is potentially a game changer here. Let's see if now Taylor has played in our meta a lot against people like me who love running a 1 of Diablerie. I don't know if he's going to respect it, but so far he's just going to use that float to go to level 1 right away.
Yeah.
Which is a really, really safe play into this Wind deck that he still doesn't know what it is unless he figured it out. You know, Serene Wind into Assassin can't be that many different things.
Right.
Taylor certainly experienced this, seen a lot of decks, but like you said, this is I think the only Razor Gale deck.
I believe the only one in the room, yeah. And there's lots of these like Wind versions of Luxem running around, so he could potentially think that it's that.
Yeah.
And I think, Taylor's obviously been around the block. He's going to take the very tempered approach and make sure that he doesn't walk into anything.
Now, Edka here is just playing a favorable wins into an empty board. This is a classic play just to control what you're using to level. It doesn't do anything, but it's putting the float in the yard so you can safely level with it.
And I think now, Dan, it's become a little bit more clear.
Yeah, well, now Taylor knows what's going on.
Yeah.
It's definitely obvious at this point. And we love that Serene Spirit into the Vanitas build because it has that, you have the powerful ability on the Serene Spirit to be able to recover 6, but you often lose access to your wind cards. In this case, Vanitas gives you wind access as well. Yeah, there's that Razor Gale, and there's a Veiling Breeze as well. Veiling Breeze is going to be an absolutely clutch card here. So it looks like he's doing 2 top, 1 bottom, and is going to draw into the Razor Gale that he needs to start winning the game, and then the Veiling Breeze that he's going to try to use to stop Taylor's Burst Asunder from killing.
Oh, wow. Huge draw.
Goodness. Yep.
Fresh off the top, finds a second copy of Razor Gale. These do get their cost reduced by 2 due to that Cleric class bonus, so he can deploy 1 and then safely deploy the next turn, and that's going to put him in a pretty real position to start pressuring Taylor out of this game.
The turn was certainly a phenomenal turn. Adka is still respecting Taylor's gameplay and only playing one of them right now. It's very, very tempting at that point to try and get both down.
Yeah.
So very measured approach from Adka. Very, very good control.
We'll see what Taylor grabs here. Really got to worry about that Quicksilver Grail.
Yeah,
Diablerie waiting.
This is why he's... Oh, no. There it is.
No.
There it is. Yep. Does Taylor have a Glimmering Refusal, though?
I believe he does.
Yeah, he does. I think he does. So he's going to... Taylor's got a Glimmering that, I think.
Sort of forced to do it here.
This is the powerful thing about Fractals, though, is you get those reservable Fractals ready when you go for it. Is he...
yeah, just tracking the Razor Gale damage, and then I think...
Yeah. Yep. So even if he ended up putting his hand down, he would have had those Fractals to pay for the last thing, which is... It's hard to really get that Diablerie. The other benefit here, the Glimmering Refusal doesn't banish the card negated that way, so he's going to deny that float, to Vanitas as well. So that really was a valuable way to spend a Glimmering. However, not what you want to be spending your Glimmerings on
as the Fractal player here.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where like it feels so objectively correct for both players to do it, and it's unclear who comes out on top on that exchange.
Yeah, and Taylor, thinking about it too, the way this deck is going to win is often by those Razorgale pings, and even if you are negating the win card activated, you still get the damage from the activation of the win card through the Razorgales. So Taylor is probably measuring that as well and thinking, I'm totally fine to glimmering this right now because I'm going to die through 1,000 cuts eventually if I'm going to lose this at all, and that negation's not going to help.
We'll see a Frostworn Paladin come down, grabbing a counter. It looks like Taylor missed his Fractal of Rain trigger, so we're just figuring out how we're going to solve that with the judge.
Yep. There was a lot going on in that recollection phase, so it's understandable that it was a missed trigger.
Yeah.
Taylor's certainly going to, I hope, find a way to not forget that in the future, though, even when his Quicksilver Grails aren't being Diableried.
Yeah, not every day you see a Diablerie sort of takes you out of the rigmarole of regular Grand Archive.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate because he imbued that Fractal for a reason. He really wants to get those float benefits. Now, what Taylor is saying here is I respect that your deck is going to start pushing damage on me, and you're Wind. And I mean, we saw Shimmercloak Assassin, but it's going to take you a lot to get rid of these Frostworn Paladins, so I'm happy to spend my float right now to put these 2 threats on the board, basically passing the buck over to Atka and says, okay, I'm building Fractals, but while I'm building those, I'm going to kill you with these. So now Atka has to actually, unless he can find a crazy fast win line, has to respect those Frostworns and start taking them out, which gives Taylor time to find a Burst Asunder win.
Yeah, I mean, what a position to be in, right? He has his Quicksilver resolved. He's holding up a fast cure with less influence. He has 2 3/4s on the board. He is really putting the pressure on for Adka to find these Razorgales and start pushing damage. We know that he has the second one, and this is a huge pickup in that Maiden of Glimmering Dusk that will allow him to hopefully pressure these Frostworn Paladins on the board.
My favorite thing about the resolution of that Fairy Whispers is that he flipped the Maiden towards Taylor.
Yeah.
I assume Adka's very used to revealing this card, and they go, I don't know what that does. I need to read that. So he shows it face up so that Taylor can read it.
And it's going to be pretty big here. You get Razorgale, deal you 1 damage, and then that reduces the cost of Maiden to 1. So you can play that Maiden for just 1 reserve and also deal 2 damage to his opponent. But he might be worried about leaving it vulnerable to these scary Frostworn Paladins.
So Adka is holding 2 Veiling Breezes in hand and has 5 cards. Now, that is exactly enough to activate those 2, but not pay for any sort of negation that Taylor might be holding. And this is a lot like what we saw in the first round, Cam, when it was you and I casting in the first round, but the players have to constantly jockey around each other's hands in order to figure out how to resolve a clean, safe win.
Yeah.
And as much as Adka would like to just dive in and start attacking and pushing damage, especially with these Frostworns on board, he has to respect that if Bobo is holding 1 more Glimmering Refusal, then it's going to be really tough to get a win off. And keep in mind as well, Taylor does absolutely respect Veiling Breeze and runs Nullifying Mirror in the main here too.
And I think it might be under his Grail, Dan.
I was about to say, I've played these enough. It's highly likely that that mirror is under that Grail. But speaking of mirrors, we have Taylor materializing another mirror, a different kind, the Crystalline Mirror, which is going to give Taylor a way just to deal with any safeguard immediately that Adka might play. Additionally, it's going to allow him to start to potentially get some glimpses if he's trying to find more of his actual, good cards that he needs to win the game. When he starts playing any other Fractals, he'll be able to get a glimpse each time.
So it looks like there is a Veiling Breeze being deployed, and right you are, Dan, there is a Nullifying Mirror hiding under Bobo's Quicksilver Grail. So in response to the Veiling Breeze, he's going to activate his Quicksilver Grail, put Nullifying Mirror into play, and then activate it.
Activates in response.
We're going to see maybe a Fairy Whispers.
Yep, goes for the Fairy Whispers because he'll still be able to... Yep, if he draws that card, he'll still be able to Veiling Breeze. The Veiling Breeze now it's pretty interesting, Cam, because he wasn't quite at any sort of lethal level. Remember, we have that Spirit of Serene Wind that we can pop for a Recover 6. So Vanitas is technically at a full 19 right now. The Frostworn Paladins are not actually representing a lethal line against him, and often players are a little more conservative in holding their Veiling Breeze for the Burst Asunder turn. So that Nullifying Mirror is really, really, really powerful for Taylor here. It's forced out both of these Veiling Breezes on a turn when Taylor isn't actually even diving with Burst Asunder yet.
Right. So yeah, this will of course protect Adka for the turn and deal a significant amount of damage with these Razorgale Callings, but that is A, probably the last time he gets to resolve a Veiling Breeze successfully, and B, does leave him very vulnerable to a potential Burst Asunder coming in the near future.
Adka is holding a Cyclical Breeze in hand, so Adka's plan is obviously to Cyclical Breeze, deal the pings with Razorgale to grab back one of these Veiling Breezes, but that mirror is going to make it so that he needs 2 Veiling Breezes every single turn to actually get that prevention. Bobo could have done a play here where he put out Nullifying Lantern instead of Crystalline Mirror. That's an interesting line where it's not quite as easily, like right now, Adka doesn't even have Safeguard Amulet as an out because of that mirror. But if he had the Nullifying Lantern out, then no Veiling can even exist either.
Right.
Because we can't Cyclical Breeze it back into hand. But I think Taylor made the correct choice here. This is probably the more guaranteed way to push through. And Taylor's just kind of deciding what to do here with this glimpse off the second Fractal of Insight, figuring out if he needs these Refracting Missile. It looks like a Refracting Missile and...
that is Opulence.
Yeah, his cards are too foil for me sometimes. They're so shiny, I have trouble seeing with the lighting on them. Yeah, that's an Opulence. Figuring out if Opulence is useful. I don't see Opulence being super useful for him right now, but he's going to keep both on top, it looks like. Refracting Missile is certainly one of his routes of kind of closing the game off. And really, look at this, also this respect from Taylor. Taylor... I want to point out, so we talked about Ascent Toronto right away. Taylor was one of the few players to make it into Day 2 not on Vanitas at Ascent Toronto when he was playing Fire Merlin, one of his classic decks. You can see his Merlin t-shirt right now, too.
Of course.
So Taylor is very respectful of the Vanitas deck and its ability to push damage. So even though he's kind of got this aggressive slant right now, he keeps one of his Frostsworn Paladins ready to intercept because he respects that Vanitas may be running things like Dominating Strike that he's going to need to stop if he's going to not lose.
Yeah. And he is in a pretty commanding position, so he can afford to be a little bit more cautious, right? We do see he has that Burst Asunder. He is representing a lot of damage on his next turn, and so it's really ball is in Adka's court to try to deal as much damage this turn, try to pressure Bobo into making some decisions that maybe he doesn't want to.
So, yeah, I mean, I would say Taylor's position right now is commanding is definitely the right word for it. Even though Vanitas is able to punch this damage off, Taylor is holding onto those fast cures. And those fast cures are, here's the first one. He's going to keep himself nice and safe. This Maiden is going to have a lot of trouble getting through any Frostsworn Paladins. So even though he's pinging that damage off, the fast cure will keep Taylor alive. Give him a little bit of float that he can use to bring out things like Wand of Frost as a way to, again, kind of protect himself or keep his Frostsworn Paladins alive. Are super, super important lines there. And then draw a card and keep gaining that influence back.
Yeah. Yeah, Recover 4 is so much breathing room. And again, we're seeing a really aggressive draw here from Adka. 2 Maidens, 2 Razorgales. And that's not, nothing to slouch at, but still the really smart play here from Taylor to protect his life total. These Maidens have to take care of that Frostworn that is rested instead of going upstairs because this other Frostworn is back on defense, and this might give Taylor the opportunity that he needs to try to push through a lethal Burst Asunder.
Now the thing is, we still have this Safeguard Amulet in play. Taylor chose not to use the Crystalline Mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. He's attempting to back up. We'll see. Yeah, he started waking things up, but it looks like it did not go far enough. So he then decides to pop the Safeguard Amulet at the end of turn. Goes Wind Resonance Bauble, and he's ready to try and draw for lethal. Remember, we saw that Refracting Missile on the top.
Yeah.
So Taylor is, I think, doing math right now and figuring out. Hopefully, he remembers there's a Serene Spirit there.
Yeah. The Refracting Missiles is going to be a huge part of the lethal line here because he will be short if he just goes for a Burst Asunder, which normally would take out any other champion, but that Serene Spirit is going to make it a little bit harder.
And importantly, too, Adka chose not to Cyclical Breeze last turn, and that would have basically taken his whole turn up and been useless because of the Nullifying Mirror. So Taylor understands that, knows that Adka's pretty much dead in the water with just 2 cards in hand, doesn't have a Veiling Breeze, and he pushes that damage now.
Yeah, up to 15, and then Burst is looking to be here for 12, and that is surely enough to get past that Serene Spirit.
And that Burst looks lethal. It looks like Taylor is about to take this out. Pops the Serene. Yep, there it is. Okay, so just listening to the players do the math and making sure we're not missing anything there. But yeah, that Burst Asunder, 2 damage per fractal plus 2 was well above the amount needed to be able to take out Atka at that stage, even through that Serene Spirit. Really, this was a great match to show the resilience of the Fractal deck.
Yeah.
We did see earlier in today's games, we saw a Fractal deck get a little bricky on drawing a lot of Fractals, but Taylor was able to start with just a single Fractal.
Yeah.
And even against Atka, having a pretty sweet turn 2 or 3 when he leveled to Vanitas and had both Razor Gales. Atka looked really set up, but Taylor drew out of it and was ready to just build out and win.
Yeah, it's a word that you use, and I think it's respect, right? Taylor played with such immense respect for what his opponent was doing because he knows about the resilience of his deck and that if he can prolong the game long enough, he will find the tools to finish it, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, Taylor and I talk a lot on the podcast about things like, respecting opponents, respecting lines, Quicksilver lines, all that kind of stuff that players are doing. But one of the things that I really admire about Taylor is just his game sense is so sharp, especially when he gets onto a stream game like this.
Yeah.
Taylor's stream record is actually quite respectable.
Yeah.
I think one of the only games he's ever lost on stream was at Ascent Toronto. Well, the one he doesn't want me to talk about was losing to Trisket at Nationals last year. That was a pretty wonderful one. It's great for me to bring up right now.
It's a good one.
That was a fantastic game.
Yeah.
But at Ascent Toronto, the win and in that against Matt G, where Matt G was playing Vanitas, Razor Gale, and drew the absolute nuts. You could not believe the amount of Razor Gales that man found in that game. Taylor took it well, but that was after Taylor grinding multiple opponents, solid opponents, on this Razor Gale deck the whole time.
Yeah.
So if there's any player from our team I would love to see matched up on stream against Razor Gale, this is the one.
It's his revenge.
It kind of is. It's revenge on Razor Gale here.
Yeah.
So players are getting ready to start game 2, and of course we're gonna have Atka starting this one off.
Of course.
So Cam, what do you think? What's Atka's game plan here? He's seen a lot of Bobo's tricks, right? He knows the nullifying mirror is there.
Right.
And he's got access to a few sideboard cards here too. What do we expect?
Well, sideboarding looks a little bit tough on the side of Atka. There's not a whole lot that I think is going to be particularly impactful. He does have a Viridian Protective Trinket that I'm sure he brought in to sort of stifle some of those Glimmering Refusal lines. But the rest of his sideboard seems to be targeted towards allies. But really what he's looking for, and he might have found it here, he just needs to come out of the gates really fast.
Yeah.
And so sticking a turn 1 Razor Gale against a deck that has a very hard time dealing with it once it's on the board is where he wants to start, and just start working on that life total as soon as possible. Of course, 3 visits as well is a huge part in this matchup because that recovery goes a really long way.
This is an exceptional starting hand for Atka. If Atka is going to try and win game 2 and 3, Atka needs to see hands like this.
Yeah.
The Turbocharge will help him dig out. The Cyclical Breeze is an all-star useful card here. Windmill Engineer is here to attempt to get that influence generation and maybe even get some extra damage punched in as well. And it's all backed up by having Razor Gale 3 visits in hand for recovery, damage. It's kind of, Atka's got all of the tools right now. But let's see, Taylor's start, he has, we see a Refracting Missile and a Fast Gear. We're also seeing a number of Fractals here. I believe I'm seeing an Unstable, an Intrusion. That might even be is that a Dissonant Fractal? If that's a Dissonant, he's looking pretty good.
I think he has a Snow in the middle of his hand.
Is that a Snow?
So he at least has 2 Fractals. It looks like he's a little bit far away from the 3 Fractal start.
Yeah, he's doing right now. What Taylor's doing is just math, figuring out how many Fractals he gets. There is the Fractal of Snow into the Unstable, and then he can follow it up with a Dissonant as well. So he does that. Yep, huge start. Going to glimpse 4. Let's see if we can see what he's glimpsing at. When he glimpses 4, he's going to... ultimately what he's looking for right now is Zhang Zhao, right?
Of course.
He wants his opponent to not have Scatter in it. Notably, I don't think we saw a Scatter in Atka's hand. Does he have Scatter in the list? He has to.
Playing 3 scatters in the list, but we did not see one in hand. So as long as the coast is clear, Zhang Zhao is the name of the game, exactly what Taylor's looking for. Just hoping to dodge scatters and Stifling Traps.
Yep, and Stifling Trap is the other out that you have against the Zhang Zhaos. The other commonly played wind out that Atka's going to be looking for. And of course, the deck digs so much that Atka does have a lot of possibility to find what he's looking for to keep Taylor off of things. It's just going to depend on, whether they're ready to show up right now. Are
we looking at 3 copies of Fairy Whispers in hand here, Dan? That's crazy.
Like I said, I think we can dig a little bit if we need to. The Turbocharge is going to draw 2 more. There's a Mustang and there's a Breeze. Mustang is an interesting. Did that come in from the side?
Yeah, it did come in from the sideboard. Yep. Maybe worried about that nullifying mirror.
It's the mirror, yeah. The Mustang is required to get rid of the mirror or Lantern.
Yeah.
Whichever route Taylor wants to use to try and limit Atka's ability to interact, Atka's going to be ready to deal with it.
Right.
We have, the Turbocharge, and now just considering, there's an interesting question with Fairy Whispers in this deck. It's like, you need to dig for things, but you really want to have that Razor Gale in play first. But Atka is not currently actually a Cleric, so it costs way too many cards, and he's not ready to commit to going that far down. So ends up passing the turn when I think there was a tempting play to Fairy Whispers to try and find a scatter, and maybe you'd kick yourself for not doing that when Taylor does find the Zhang Zhao and puts it out here. Now, is he's going to try and find Stifling Trap?
Yeah,
yes.
Important enough here that he's going to do some digging. He does have those 2 copies of Fairy Whispers to try to find that Stifling Trap. It looks like he finds a Razor Gale, but doesn't look like a Stifling Trap in those top 3. We'll see what he wants to pick up.
How much are you begging for Stifling Trap to be there?
3 on top. Favorable Winds added to hand.
Likes the Favorable Winds as a way to just not lose. Again, this hand was really good for Atka, so you really don't want to risk anything. But putting 3 on top does stop you from digging deeper with any other... Oh, he put the other Fairy Whispers down. Okay.
Yeah.
That Zhang Zhao resolves. We're going to get a lot of cards. And one thing that I always like to think about in this matchup, Cam, you'll have to tell me if you agree, but just Fractals in general is often, especially against Wind, though, is often about how many Zhang Zhaos you can resolve.
That is exactly what it is. And the thing that's so powerful about this card, because it digs deeper into your deck, and with the addition of cards like Dissonant Fractals, one Zhang Zhao usually finds another.
It always feels pretty good when that happens. In this case, the Zhang Zhao is an absolutely massive play here because it is not only drawing the cards, it was able to take out the Windmill. It's really interesting, though, that he didn't play the Favorable Winds to save the Windmill Engineer.
I assume that was the whole plan.
It seemed, that seems like that might have been beneficial. I'm trying to think of a reason Atka wants to have Windmill in the yard, but I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
it
not
could have
sure.
just been a missed interaction because you get so used sometimes to just pitching the Favorable Winds to level. That might have just been a slip-up or a next-level play that I'm not even ready for.
He found a pretty interesting glimpse. He did find the Stifling Trap. He chose to send it to the bottom, which I think is pretty interesting. Not really worried about a second copy of Zhang Zhao, which might end up biting him later should Bobo find one. But he has found a couple copies of Razor Gale, and it looks like he's going to start with one of those. Get that clock ticking.
Atka definitely needs to get the clock ticking because Taylor is already at 4 fractals. 4 times 2 is 8 plus 2 is 10. We're at Vanitas now, so we're at 25 HP to chew through, ultimately considering that Serene Spirit pop. So Bobo is only halfway there right now, but when you start adding those refracting missiles into the mix, halfway there is pretty close to all of the way there.
Yeah. And it's almost multiplicative, right? The more fractals that you find, each source of damage that you have just gets increased by a little bit. So we're going to see him go the Influence route, grab a backup charger, add 1 more card. And not something we typically see from these Fractals decks. He has 4 Fractals in play and a huge Influence, mostly thanks to that Zhang Zhao.
Zhang Zhao is an insane card. I have a shout out to Taylor, too, for these. He runs only CSR Zhang Zhaos. I just mentioned that.
Of course.
I'm jealous every single time I play against them. But, I was just thinking about the last turn, too. It's interesting that the Fairy Whispers revealed the Favorable Winds, and Taylor still attacked into the Windmill Engineer when the Favorable Winds was known by both players.
Several levels of play going on here.
I am clearly out of my depth at what's going on here. But Zhang Zhao is now swinging, getting 1 damage on the board, which is going to be nice. Again, like we were talking about earlier, Cam, where you're trying to get players to even thresholds because 1 damage from a Zhang Zhao is worth 1 whole fractal if they're at an odd life total.
Right.
So this time we have 19 plus 6, 25, 24. Makes it a little bit easier to get that kill.
This is a crazy hand that Taylor's looking at. 3 copies of Refracting Missiles and the Burst in hand?
Yeah. He's got, I mean, Taylor is sitting on game right now.
Right.
But the problem is Atka can interact with him. We'll see. Does he? I don't believe he has any float, but on the stack, he could potentially favorable wins. No, he's not. He's playing a fractal. He's totally okay. Sorry, I think I said favorable. I'm going to refracting missile. We're going to go 3 visits now to get some recovery off, and of course, that's the kind of interaction that Bobo needs to know exists right now, so that he can correctly do math. We did see the first game he correctly did Serene Spirit math. Huge fan of that. Love seeing when we don't miss the Serene Spirit on board.
Yeah, I mean, no pun intended, but the math here is looking pretty favorable for Taylor. He has access to those refracting missiles now for 7. Can cast 1 on his opponent's end step. Can activate another one in his recollection.
Has a Fracturize in hand as well. Actually, where did Taylor's Power Cell token go? Didn't he backup charger last turn?
Yeah, I believe he did. We might be missing a power
We might
cell.
be missing a Power Cell. I believe if the backup charger was... He turbocharged it. That's
turbocharged it.
Yep. We were too busy in awe of everything else, like the CSR Zhang
It's the foils, yeah.
He turbocharged. But that's an interesting thing that is some Fractal decks are running now. The one of turbocharge just as a 5th Zhang Zhao in the deck is often better than fracturizing your own Power Cell.
We'll see an activation of a Scout the Lands. I believe in recollection. We know about that Razor Gale on top, and then a couple of fresh cards. Looks like he might pick up another copy of Scout the Lands. Just trying to get as much value as he can in his recollection step. We're going to see another Scout.
Yep, going
another
for all
damage.
the Scouts right now. Bobo not going to be interested in glimmering anything here if he has it. You don't need to glimmer the Scouts. You need to glimmer the things that actually kill you. Finds a Scatter Essence, but this is the point of the game where those are usually too little, too late, unless they're hitting key things like Jianyu or Opulescence, Captivating Opulescence.
Yeah.
In this case... Yeah, we're just going to dig. I mean, he's needs to find a way. Atka needs to find a way to win the game. If you're looking at this game and you have no idea what's going on, even in Grand Archive, you would certainly think that it looks lopsided with the board Taylor has versus what Atka has. But the Vanitas deck can be very explosive in its damage sources. Taylor using that fast cure now to recover 4, set everything back to 0. We don't have to worry too much about incremental damage right now while we're finding fast cures. And Taylor is still holding on to the resources to be able to use 2 of the cards in his hand, either Glimmering, Refusal to be able to negate something, or Fracturize if it's relevant as well.
And what do you think he's holding it for here, Dan? It looks like we let the Razor Gale Calling go. Is there a card that you potentially think he might cash in this Glimmering for?
The Razor Gale Calling is not something Taylor is actually that worried about. Number one, Atka had 6 cards in hand, so he could pay the cost fully. It would take his entire turn down, which would put him hands down. But I don't know if Taylor would actually have the math to win that.
Oh, actually, it looks like that is what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, we just resolved the 1 damage
He was
from Razor
resolving
Gale.
the ping. Yep, they were resolving the ping first. So yeah, as soon as you said that, we started doing the math. I said, actually, yeah, if you Glimmering that, Atka puts his hand down. Taylor actually has lethal right now. With he's gonna get this level off, and then he's going to go 2 refracting missiles into a cheap burst asunder for a total of 7, and then 14?
Yeah.
Which is 28
28
damage.
seems like more than 25 to me, Dan.
That is typically considered more than 25.
We can't forget Zhang Zhao as well, getting her 1 point
And
for
the
29.
one from
Right.
Zhang Zhao for 28. 28 plus 20 plus 1 for 29. Yeah, that's a lethal line from Bobo after he used the Glimmering Refusal to force Atka to put the hand into play. And a victory, another stream victory for Bobo to add to his belt.
add to his collection. Just showing the real burst potential of Burst Asunder.
Pun intended?
Yeah, intended, I suppose.
Pretty weak pun, but you know what? I'll accept it. It's a good one.
Yeah, it takes the game on what? That was turn 3, turn 4. It was
turn 4,
pretty fast.
Yeah. That is a as you said, revenge on the Razor Gale deck. Of course, at Toronto, for people who aren't aware, Toronto, the card 3 visits was pre-errata, where it could be used 3 times in a row at no cost in order to ping with. If you had 3 Razor Gales out, that does 9 damage for 0 cost whatsoever. So there were some pretty incredible wins that we got in Toronto that Bobo had to fight through. Now he's fighting the weakened version of Razorgale here with a stronger deck, Burst Asunder. That said, I really like Atka's list here.
Yeah.
This is a really cool, a couple of things I want to point out that I really enjoy about this list. 2 turbocharges in the main. That respect, I've been running 2 turbocharges in like Tristan decks and stuff too, because you know
want to see it more often.
Yeah,
yeah.
It takes your chances of seeing it in your opening hand to 30%.
Wow, that's huge.
Which is a pretty remarkable. That means that about in every match you're going to see a turbocharge. Sure. And when you see a turbocharge early, it becomes a lot easier to win the game.
Yeah.
Yep. So I love that Atka's doing that here, and I love the 3 Diablerie.
Yeah.
I hope Atka gets to try to steal many more Quicksilver. If Taylor didn't have that Glimmering Refusal,
it would have been backbreaking.
The game would have been very different.
Yeah.
That is kind of the Diablerie resolving is what Atka needed to win that game. Unfortunately, Taylor had the Glimmering and had the sense to go ahead and negate it as well. But yeah, this is a cool list. I am really, really pumped to see what else Atka can do throughout the day.
And surely they must have made a good choice, right? They're going into this round at 3-0. They're now 3-1.
Yeah.
And, I think there really has to be something to be said about Taylor's experience with the matchup, and especially not everybody that's playing the game now was at Toronto. The weird part about that Vanitas Razorgale deck, it was such a short period of time. It was like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
From the set came out, it dominated Toronto, and then it was basically gone. And so not everybody's going to have the level of experience that someone like Taylor has with that deck, and that might be to Atka's advantage over the other Fractals players.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully, I would just for the sake of having a nice varied meta, I hope we get to see Atka making it all the way to day 2.
Yeah, of course.
That said, I'm obviously very proud of Main Deck Taylor for getting the win as well, securing his 4-0 now.
4-0.
Yeah.
It's a great start.
4-0 with 4 more rounds to go. I think Taylor's got to be feeling pretty good about his odds of getting into day 2 now. Because
got to be careful, Dan. We don't want to, don't want to spread the curse.
I said he's feeling good about it. That's all. Because all Taylor has to do now is win 1 more round.
Yeah,
and he could ID in if he wanted to.
That's true.
So pretty powerful start from Taylor, but then Atka not in a bad position either, right?
Yeah, 3-1's a
2
very
wins
decent
and an
place to
ID?
be.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. And then once they get into day 2, then the real fun begins.
That's where it's going to get difficult for sure. Not that this field is any less difficult for the first couple of rounds, but it really does start to narrow down, and I would be shocked if it wasn't full of very, very talented players in the day 2 cut tomorrow.
Yeah. So hopefully we'll see how the rest of the main deck team goes. I assume we're not going to see too many more main deck team members on stream.
Sure.
Not because they're bad, but because a lot of them are playing Fractals.
Sure.
There's only so many Fractal matches that I think we're going to be trying to get on stream. But I'm super excited that I got to cast one with Taylor here.
Yeah, of course.
Man, what a master of game sense. Like I said, this man is super, super good at. I know this from having to play him pretty frequently at our locals, but he really did I want to point out again that glimpse early on. How many players do you think would take that glimpse turn 1, see the Zhang Zhao, and go, well, I can't lose that?
This is the best card in my deck. I'll leave it on top. It doesn't matter if it's not the card that I need right now, but Taylor, very disciplined, knows that that's not what I need. I'll look for one of those later, and it really did pay dividends in that game.
Yep, he found all the Fractals he needed and pulled it out. I was talking to Taylor earlier, but he loves these games where he starts low Fractals and then just still builds up and wins anyway. So, remarkable job from Taylor here. And now, the rest of the meta, it's been an interesting meta for this Fractal deck because there have been a lot of Fire Lorraine players running around as well. And I know round 1, the main deck team took a host of losses to these aggro Fire Lorraine players. So I think right now they're just hoping these other decks like Vanitas with its ability to recover a bunch can come in and just like, okay, let's get rid of the Fire Lorraine so we don't have to play it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, not any deck in the format, even Fractals, can have like a positive matchup into everything. So you do sort of have to live in this world of rock, paper, scissors where you're not always going to get a favorable matchup, and maybe that is what you have to hope for, is that other decks that you don't want to see either don't line up with you or they line up with matchups that are unfavorable for them.
That's really the trick when you're attending these large events right now. It's always about, not necessarily about what's the best deck, but what's the best deck to play at this event?
Yeah.
Right? What you're expecting. We had an interview earlier with one of our players saying, well, the NA meta has more Fire aggro.
Yeah.
So I tweaked my list for that. But speaking of interviews, let's hop in and hear what Main Deck Taylor has to say as well.
Hello and welcome back. I am here joined with Main Deck Taylor, the winner of round 4, also the winner of Ascent 2024 Worlds 3v3 team event. Saw you sporting that beautiful How does it feel to be at round 4 with a 4-0 right now?
It feels really good. Last year, I lost round 1 on stream at Nats, and so it's a really nice change of pace to be 4-0 now.
So, if anyone were to ask you what the card you're most afraid of, would the answer be Trisket?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we do remember last year was a very interesting game. So it was a Dungeon Guide failed to find into a Trisket, which I had never seen played on like a competitive event. It won, and that was crazy. That was crazy. So I have a couple questions for you. First of all, you're part of main deck, so you are a house favorite here, one of our house favorites. On top of that, you also are a big part of the community. You joined us on the anniversary stream here. So I wanted to ask, when you were preparing for this event, did you have a chance to find that FTCA poison coating oil that you were looking for?
No, I haven't found it yet. Unfortunately, I've got a couple cards. I've recently moved, and I've got a couple cards I misplaced somewhere that I'll find eventually. So.
Yeah, definitely. I really hope I can find an FTCA poison coating oil if it exists. Yeah, but we'll see. So besides that, I do have a couple questions about your deck. There's a couple very unique things. The Gentle Respite in the sideboard. Tell me about that, because that is like the one big difference between your list and every other list that I've seen out there so far.
Yeah, so a lot of the times into like the Wind Luxem and Wind Tristan matchups, they're eating all your fractals, so you actually don't get a chance to play Zhang Zhao's effectively to draw cards. And Gentle's just like another way to draw more cards in they're almost always like higher influence, so you're drawing a card every time. You get the floating memory, and then you can use that to do whatever you need to do after that, and help set up like bigger Lost in Thoughts later in the game. Yeah, we've been working a little bit with True Champion Gaming, and I think Mitch came up with the tech actually, and we tested that out with them, and it worked pretty well. So
that's really interesting. I honestly wasn't sure what you guys were going to play at this event. I know that you guys really like to build and test for the meta. I know that you did day 2 at Ascent Seattle with Water Fractals. Was there anything else you were really close to picking besides Diao-Chan Water Fractals, or was this the 100% pick for you?
This was like pretty much the pick. I've had Tristan in my back pocket for most of the season. I think she's like really underrated right now, and she's got a couple matchups she struggles into the field, but she's really good into Fractals, and she's got some other really good matchups. But it's been Fractals like almost the whole time. Just so much of the deck is so powerful, and if your opponent can't interact with you, like you just roll over them. And even if they can, like oftentimes you're scaling so well into the late game with like playing a Lost in Thought for like 3 or 4 to draw that many cards, and your Burst Asunders just will eventually kill them if you get to like 10 or 12 Fractals on the board, which will happen in a late game. And you have plenty of defensive options. Like you've got your material deck is loaded with stuff to keep you alive that long. You've got Glimmering Refusal, which is an insane negate once you get some Fractals out. It feels kind of like the best thing you can do at the moment into everything. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of people really agree with you, especially at home. A lot of people are like, oh, Fractals tier 0, tier 0, tier 0. Before we get into that kind of conversation, I'm curious how you felt about the last matchup. So there was more of a rogue deck. You were playing against the Serene Wind Vanitas with Razor Gale. It's a tweaked version, since 3 visits did get the errata to not make it so like I'm gonna kill you instantly now. So how did you feel about the matchup? What did you kind of think about going into your sideboard and stuff too?
Yeah. So that matchup is like, it's really interesting because both decks kind of just have a spot where the game gets to a point and they can just kill you if you blink wrong. So it was tough. I really wanted to prioritize like finding my fast cures and being able to play them. So for some of our other like wind decks that we've been planning to board out or board in like Jianyu's and board out Captivating Opulences, board in Gentle Respites. I actually skipped the Respite here this time, and I went with, we've got Coronation Ceremony in for more Spell Shroud, since that's actually like really fun with Razor Gale, because once you resolve a Coronation Ceremony, you get Spell Shroud on your champion. All their Razor Gale triggers have to target their champion for the rest of the turn. So like they're just kind of in a weird spot, but a lot of it really just came down to like prioritizing fast cure and being ready to play like Zhang Zhao's for Recover Forest too if I needed to. A lot of the way you beat like Razor Gale decks in general are just like getting a decent amount of recover down, and it's hard for them to fight through that. So yeah, like when I saw Serene Spirit come down, I was expecting Ari. I was like, okay, this is gonna be cool, and then it just completely 180'd. So yeah, it was fun to figure that out on the fly.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, one last final question for you. It is, again, about your deck, because it is a little more unique than others. We did see this in the winning deck from Japan's Hachiko at Ascent Kuala Lumpur, the Orb of Hubris. I'm curious about the Orb of Hubris, very specifically because I think there are 3 cards that can fit that slot, depending on what your preference is, between Orb of Regret, which costs 0, Orb of Hubris, which costs 1, and Orb of Glitter as the other option for the glimpsing, because it can also pair as like a partial crystalline mirror to get a little bit further in your dig. Why did you choose Orb of Hubris specifically?
Yeah, so that was Verdian Protective Trinket actually before that, and yeah, like I wasn't a big fan of that card, so we're gonna move to an Orb. We picked Orb of Hubris because it's the best one. This deck has 16 floating memory mains, so it's fairly reliable to play without actually having to burn a card. And then the best part about it is compared to Orb of Regret, you get to draw the cards first and then decide what you're putting back. Whereas with the Orb of Regret, you've got to put your cards back first and then hope you don't draw the same cards, or try and find a way to salvage the situation. It's just so much more powerful being at 6 cards, drawing up to 9, putting 3 back, than it is being at 6, putting back 3, drawing 3. Just have so many more options. Orb of Glitter is another interesting one as well, actually, that we didn't think about. But now that you mention it, that would be kind of sweet, because the glimpse there is really powerful, and that one I think banishes to draw a card too, right? So that's exactly what you want. Just there's so much glimpse in the deck that if you can draw on command, that gives you a ton more options too. But yeah, Orb of Hubris has felt really good so far. So.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you again, Mr. Main Deck Taylor. I was Main Deck Taylor on the Water Diachan Fractals. Currently 4-0, looking very good going into the top tables here. Going to be pushing for a big win. So good luck to you, and thank you guys for joining us. We'll be back after a short break.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた似てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても先を読むさこの頭で全て手に 失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう行き詰まって邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に
Hello and welcome back. Joined with me is Mr. Main Deck Dan. We are coming back to you guys at the pre-round 5 setup here. We're kind of just getting the pairings going, getting a little feeler for it.
Yeah, this is about halfway through the event. I mean, exactly halfway through the event now. Checking in with players on the floor. Again, you know, we've talked about this before, but Brutal Gauntlet here today.
Yes. Absolute bloodbath out here.
Yeah, I mean, even players from True Champion Gaming taking losses. I think we're at Caben's 2-2 right now.
Caben just lost to Emp. So that's like the bloodbath revenge match. That was the big revenge match over those two. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. North American Nationals, right? This is all of the known players are here from North America. And, of course...
And more.
And more. But as they start getting paired against each other... Someone's got to win. I mean, they could ID, but that's not. You can't ID too many times.
It's true. It is very true.
So it has been. It's been definitely a bloody game. We just saw the game between Main Deck Taylor and Atka, where Main Deck Taylor got his revenge on Razor Gale, the one Razor Gale deck.
Oh yeah, because of Ascent Toronto, right?
Ascent Toronto, yeah. When Taylor missed his winning into top 8 against Matt G, one of the best players in the game, who had just a crazy Razor Gale run in general, but that game, man, that was one. Go back and watch that one if you haven't.
That was a big one. That was a big one. Matt G ended up winning that whole tournament. That was the longest finals I've ever casted in my life. But you know, it was great. Love you guys. Matt, 3 visits.
If there's one positive thing, I could say a number of positive things about this format, but one thing is we're getting some games that are just. They're just ending, right? They're just
very decisive games.
Yeah, very decisive ways to win, from seeing like Taylor's gigantic burst asunder wins in the last round to previously both either Jimmy or Chessie throwing rending flames and looping ascensions against each other, tons and tons of damage. To
Stalwart Shield Maiden.
Yeah, Stalwart Shield Maiden was so insane.
That was top deck Shield Maiden is crazy. Top deck Dungeon Guy is crazy.
Yep. And then all the way back to the Diao-Chan versus Xander matchup with the 16 influence double Lightweaver's Assault play. Certainly explosive finishes in all these matches, which is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah. What as we're moving forward now, Tyler, what's your read on what we're seeing with fractals? How are we hearing from the players? Fractal decks doing, or people losing to fractals? That's kind of the big question, right? Is like we had a huge 25%, not 25, but 20% representation of fractals today. How are they doing?
So it's interesting because there's a split of people who are really high table and really low table. There's not really much in the middle.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting because a lot of the people who are playing the Philo aggro, the Fire Lorraine aggro with the new Clarent, really hoping to pair into a lot of these matchups against fractals, right?
Yeah.
And they're playing Wind Allies, Wind Dragon.
Yeah.
They're struggling because the matchmaking is not favoring them, and it's because there's such a wide spread of the amount of decks here is that if you choose something specific, it's really, really difficult if you have a very bad win rate into like specific archetypes, because it's not just like this deck I'm really bad against. It's like if I'm playing Wind Luxem, I'm very weak into Fire aggro. If I'm playing Fire aggro, I'm really weak into Wind Allies.
Right.
And then it's like if you're playing fractals, you're weak to certain things, etc. It's kind of like it goes. It's not like a triangle, right? A lot of time we talk about triangles or like rock paper scissors. This is like, I don't know, like a pentagon almost of like this beats this beats this. Like it's just really, really weird.
Yeah, and so I think some of those vertices on the pentagon are like multiple different decks that connect on like a 4D space to some other ones here too. It's it's a difficult gauntlet, especially like when main deck lost first round. A lot of players on the team lost because I swear half the team got paired against Fire Lorraine right away. But since then, there haven't been as many Fire Lorraine pairings. Kind of an aggro thing, right? To like have that hot early run. Now let's see what we're about to play into here. We got our deck list coming up. So excellent. We've got MDuo13. Oh, perfect. Perfect.
The GOAT, the Fractal of Insight guy himself.
Great. Yeah, he created the website Fractal of Insight, which we absolutely love to use to look at all of our stats when we're getting ready for these events, especially playing a Water Genbu Guoja deck. Now this is a deck we haven't gotten to feature on stream yet today. Tyler, can you just let people know what's going on with this deck?
So the main combo here with the Water Guoja deck playing Genbu is to use Genbu's ability to get extra life stat on your Genbu, and then you generally want to resolve the I believe it's called the Resonating Fugue. Now this, what it will do is when it resolves, it will swap the power and life stat of Genbu and allow him to swing for lethal, essentially. Now, there are some weaker sides to this. As we know, damage counters are permanent, so if you manage to deal damage to Genbu before the Fugue resolves, Genbu will only have 3 life and 20-something power for the one-shot. But there's also a couple things in this deck that give him the potential to push other ways. So Seaside Ringleaders pair in well with the Rippleback Terrapins. They also technically pair in with the Pelagic Fatestones and the Unbroken Mustangs. Another thing that some people play, it's not specifically in this deck list, but the Aquia Stallions are another thing that pair well with the Seaside Ringleaders. And then obviously our favorite Frostborn Paladins, the backup dancers of all water.
Yeah, absolutely. This deck is really, if you remember the last metagame of the Watermill decks, Watermill Arasana, and then into Sylvie Nico, this is really an evolution of those with the addition of Guoja in Abyssal Heaven and the new Fabled Sapphire Fatestone, which is like having a guaranteed Fractal of Rain every game. So we're going to be seeing this powerful Water Genbu deck, and the opponent of M-Duo 13 is actually going to be Reap Zero, who is a player from the SEA region, who took, let's see, 8th at, was that Kuala Lumpur?
Yep.
Yeah.
His first Spirit, he won Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
It was a big one. It was a big one. I think he was playing traditional Genbu, not Nico at that event.
I believe, playing, I believe that's correct, but here Reap Zero is playing actually Guoja Nico. So this is going to be a really fun matchup because these two players are playing sort of like similar strategies, but where M-Duo stuck with the Guoja line, Reap Zero went into the Guoja into Nico, which gives you access to some really, really powerful finishes that we've seen for a while now. Ravishing Finale, of course, one of the big ways to push both damage and mill at the opponent at the cost of, having a little bit of inconsistency where not everything is class bonus. You have to really correctly decide when you're done using your Tamer things to go into that Guardian line.
Yeah, one of the really big things I like about this deck specifically in the matchup is Storm of Thorns. Storm of Thorns is a very, very powerful card that gives you kind of a better board presence, right? Like when you're playing around the board presence, you need to protect your allies. Storm of Thorns is fantastic for that. Every time you attack into an ally, it's going to be preventing 1 for every single separate instance of damage.
Yeah, and that is, Storm of Thorns is naturally very powerful in the metagame against Burst Asunder Fractal list, because Burst Asunder deals damage in instances of 2. So it's a really great card to be kind of relying on here, and a good reason to look at the Nico variant. And, it is a little tricky because it's class bonus floating memory on it, but you might wonder, what you use that on once you get to Nico level 2. But of course, Ravishing Finale requires 2 float to be able to activate to get the attack off, as well as Magebane Lash, a critical card that this deck uses in order to have just sort of that guaranteed damage source that it can push that causes mill, causes damage, and does everything you need it to do.
Yeah, so going on with the Magebane Lash, it's actually going to be super pivotal in this matchup, and I think it's going to be the card to watch. And the reason I say this is because in this matchup, we saw that M-Duo is running more than one Stratagem of Myriad Ice. Now, unlike Burst Asunder, where all the damage comes through upon resolution, Stratagem of Myriad Ice is separate damage instances because it, like we talked about before, creates a reflexive trigger. So this means that the Magebane Lash is actually going to be more effective against that versus against a Burst Asunder. Yeah, Magebane Lash is recover 2 every time you take that non-attack damage. So this is going to be a fascinating matchup. We see M-Duo 13 getting to start the match off, winning the die roll. Taking a look at opening hand, now both of these players are on Spirit of Water, which is not always going to be the case into some of these decks, but here with the Guoja level 1, you definitely want to be on just regular Spirit. Going to start with a draw 7 into a Fractal of Rain imbued, about the ideal start, showing a Pelagic Fatestone, and then this is an interesting card that not all of these are running, a Tide Diviner. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting a Tide Diviner in a deck like this. I guess it makes more sense in Guoja because you do go to level 3, so you're able to look at the top 4 cards. Yeah, and that Guoja level 3, of course, one of the powers of this new Guoja line is that Guoja level 3 doesn't actually cost you any of your float or any of your cards to level 2, as long as you can put that Genbu in play. It's usually pretty easy to protect that Genbu long enough to get the level off. And then at that point, your Tide Diviners are drawing cards and milling a bunch and just kind of setting you up to win. And not the best start here, so Repo's going to get the Tidestone Bovine self-mill choice here, but he's not going to mill any of the floating memories. It'll be a little unfortunate for him. Yeah, we like to think of this sometimes as a bit of a slot machine deck where you're trying to see just how many of the floats you can get. And in this case, that's the short end of the stick, but I played this deck enough to know that there's always another pull, and we'll see what comes up next for Repo. So the interesting thing, since these players are both playing Genbu here, quest counters are given when you put a card from your into your graveyard from your deck. So they're going to be ramping their quest counters really fast.
Yeah,
in
we're
this
going to
matchup.
see a clash of colossal turtles sooner than you'd expect. And speaking of, I mentioned, there's always another pull here. Genbu mills both, and Repo did hit a class bonus floating memory, a Tidestone Bovine, on the mill that M-Duo 13 caused to both players.
Another thing to do with Guoja level 1 here is you do have to reveal your entire material deck to your opponent. So Repo actually saw the Orb of Glitter in M-Duo's deck. Now, this is something that's interesting. I was just talking about this with Main Deck Taylor in our interview. Did you consider this for your Fractal deck? And he thought, wow, that's actually like potentially really good, being able to glimpse one every turn. That might actually be a significant difference maker here.
The Orb of Glitter is actually, I think, a really cool inclusion in this deck because of the way that it interacts specifically with Genbu or with Fabled Sapphire Fatestone, because it allows you to get that glimpse before you take the mill on the Sapphire Fatestone, so you can kind of more often guarantee you hit float with it, or at least miss non-float. So we have a Frostborn Paladin that went in and attacked Cerulean Decree to just prevent damage. It looks like Cerulean Decree to go to -3 and draw a card.
Yeah, I wanted to protect that Tidestone Bovine there, I believe.
Yep, Cerulean Decree is such a flexible, powerful card. In this case, Repo knows that, okay, I missed that pull on that Tidestone Bovine to get the number of float I'm actually looking for. So I'm going to use the Cerulean Decree just to make sure I keep my Bovine in place so I can get another pull.
Well, there's a lot of respect here. So Repo's actually going Viridian Protective Trinket as first materialization. This is super rare. We almost always see...
Oh, wow.
Whoa, so the Seaside Ringleader and a Floating Memory there with the Lost in Thought will allow him to level up to 1 for free in this situation. Going back to that Viridian Trinket, that shows a lot of respect for his opponent. He really wants to be able to make sure that his turn is efficient, knowing M-Duo has only 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And putting that in play makes it so that you can like safely get this Frosthorn Paladin down, try to start threatening things. The Bovine did swing at the Paladin as well, so this was a very calculated plan from Repo, I think, from the start, knowing that by putting down that trinket, my opponent's not interacting with me, I'm going to clear the Frosthorn Paladin and basically put myself in the sort of the lead on the board right now. A lot of this game is going to come down to jockeying board position and making sure that you're the player who's got the good effects and the good allies in play so that you can push the advantage. It looks like M-Duo 13 going with the Portentous Tengu, getting there's another float milling that milling that refracting missile, getting the quest counter from the Tengu as well, the quest counter from the mill. M-Duo is really looking to get his Genbu out first.
One of the big things here was that because of the Viridian Protective Trinket, M-Duo was not able to use Primordial Ritual on his own Frostborn Paladin, so he didn't get to accelerate his quest counters.
He could have potentially done that in response to the trinket, but then you just open yourself up to taking the 4 damage that turn anyway. So I think a calculated decision to not do it that way, but unfortunate. I think just looking at a better opportunity in the future, maybe. We do have cards like Tide Diviner and Unbroken Mustang in hand. Unbroken Mustang right now, by the way, I think is what M-Duo is looking at, because that will easily clear that Viridian Protective Trinket and kind of open the door to being able to Primordial Ritual the Mustang. It looks like a pretty solid line.
I believe he also paid 2 for a Seaside Ringleader effect, so it will also enter with a buff counter. Repo does have a Fracturize in hand, though, so that will actually give him a slight edge here, because he'll get the Reservable and also not lose the Viridian Protective Trinket.
Yeah, we're going to see, I think, in this matchup, a lot of this, both water decks, very interactable decks with little things you can do to... okay, wait a second. We are actually imbuing another Fractal of Rain to start. Showing a Shu Chang and showing that Tide Diviner again. So 2 imbued Fractal of Rains, M-Duo trying to basically accumulate card advantage and accelerate that Genbu out a little faster. Because if he can get through, there's the Mustang, if he can get through any defenses that Repo has, then that Genbu can just fugue and win the game in one shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of big potential here. Oh, so Frostbind.
Frostbind, but M-Duo pays the 2. And then Tidal locks it. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually pretty big. I guess he wants to keep the Viridian Trinket as long as possible, right? You don't want to have to fracturize.
Yeah, you especially, this isn't like a Fractal deck where there's like a huge gain from fracturizing that necessarily. In our Fractal deck, maybe that's a different scenario, but here, no, we're just going to negate and make sure we keep that out and have, basically, as long as you're forcing your opponent to have to keep 2 more cards up to pay for any of their stuff, you're slowing the opponent's pace down massively.
Yeah, we're looking at this and essentially... quest counters, right? But the thing is, when it comes to playing the Guoja into Nico, you don't necessarily need to get Genbu out, right? It's just something that progressively accelerates the game plan by giving you that floating memory or those water cards in graveyard.
Yeah, there is an interesting thing is like how far are you going to push your luck on helping yourself versus the opponent each time? Because as soon as you flip the Genbu, you're no longer milling your opponent as well as you're no longer milling yourself. So I love this Fractal of Rain here because having these two Fractals plus the Sapphire Fatestone is going to be milling 3 cards a turn. For M-Duo 13, which is at least keeping pace with the 2 and then now 1 that Repo has from as long as this Tidestone Bovine stays in play.
Yeah, so we're also going to see, I think the Frostborn Paladin might stay up in this case, because if it does, he's able to protect himself against the Genbu, right? You talked about the 3 separate mill triggers here for M-Duo. He's going to go to 9 quest counters, even if he doesn't play any form of Regalia that will give him quest counters.
Yeah, and once you're at, it's Genbu is 10 quest counters in order to flip, and it's basically anything in M-Duo's deck that at that point can cause the last one. We're going to go with a Quicksilver Grail, though. Tyler, what's under that thing?
Quicksilver Grail and M-Duo's probably smoke bombs to get around the Frostborn Paladin. There is a chance that it's also going to be a Terrafring for timing-based things. If he thinks that Reapo's going to go for an aggressive setup, Quicksilver Grail Terrafring allows you to protect it until Recollection.
Yeah, that's possible. And typically, these Nico ones aren't usually leaning too hard on, or at all, on things like stratagem. And in this case, we see that Repo's got no stratagem kill in here. So I don't think, unless M-Duo is really predicting that this is going to be like a safeguard. And frankly, safeguard is a little sketchy under Quicksilver in this matchup in particular, based on how timing works.
Yeah, so another thing here is that M-Duo's had this Shuchang, the Frozen Citadel, in hand. It was a card that we saw a lot at the beginning of the format in Ascent Seattle, right? Everyone was like, Shuchang's OP, it's really strong, it's going to force your opponent to have to pay higher taxes, and now it's really not played at all.
Shuchang in this matchup is effectively just fodder for imbuing because the opponent's going to get so much floating memory that if it matters, they can always pay the float to not have to pay the 2. And oftentimes the influence can get high enough where it just actually doesn't really matter too much anyway, where Shuchang is really at its strongest against the fire aggro decks.
Interesting. So wanted to Frostborn Paladin here from the Tide Diviner.
Yeah, Tide Diviner swinging down and filtering a little bit of cards. There's the Storm of Thorns that you mentioned, Tyler, preventing that 1 damage and all other sources of damage by 1 for the rest of M-Duo 13's turn.
Yeah, it's also going to, if that damage had a source, return 1 damage. So Tide Diviner will actually die in this situation. What a 1/1.
Yeah, like what a massive advantage play that was. It got rid of the ally on board, which might have been, could have been Primordial Ritualed. As well, but then that puts M-Duo 13 down a ton of cards, and then puts the float in the yard once we get to the Nico level, and prevented the damage to the Frostborn Paladin, which if you start attacking a 1/1 at a Frostborn Paladin, you know more damage is coming that turn as well.
I'm interested why M-Duo chose not to use a Primordial Ritual on the Tide Diviner before it died from the Storm of Thorns.
I am interested in that as well. It's possible that M-Duo forgot that the damage was going to ping onto it, and I don't believe there's a trigger. I don't think there's a response window to be able to Primordial Ritual once the damage is dealt, but I'd have to read the card closely.
Yeah, I'd have to double check the deck size here, but Repo asking for deck size cards in library here. Might be going for a potential mill at lethal.
Yeah, if you're holding a couple of polar depths, then you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, he does have a Ravishing Finale in hand. We've also seen the Fracturize there. No super strong Fracturize target. You wouldn't want to do it into the Viridian Trinket knowing that M-Duo has 4 available, 3 in hand, and 1 reservable Fractal.
There are no Polar Depths in Repo's list, so Repo would be looking at the level... it would take 2 materializations to be able to get a serious, I think... Well, no, maybe the Ravishing Finale could be enough if you just level and then Finale.
Yeah, a lot of damage would come in. I think he wants to play it a little slower, so we're going to see the Terrafring come out on his side. He's going to pay 2 for a Seaside Effect. Seaside Effect, we might actually see the Unbroken Mustang come out targeting the Quicksilver Grail. It would be effective because he would also get a 2/3 body on the board.
Yeah. Seaside Ringleader, one of the strongest cards in these Water Tamer decks as just a way to... Oh, look at the 2 float on the mill. There. See, I told you get more pulls and eventually you hit gold. But the Seaside Ringleader allows you to gain influence and put buff counters on all animals or beasts that you play that turn, which is sometimes can be quite a few. Tyler, you mentioned that like pelagic Fatestone play earlier. The more pelagics you spend on a cost after you play a Seaside Ringleader, the more, or if you activate the Seaside Ringleader in response to the triggers, the more free buff counters you get.
Yeah, it's really strong because they'll come in as 1/4s essentially, and like four life bodies are really difficult to deal with on the board. We've seen Ace and Protector, Frostborn Paladin. We've seen bigger ones like Rippleback Terrapin.
You definitely called this correctly, the Unbroken Mustang, and there's the smoke bombs. Look at this. Look at this master right here. Has called the entire game so far.
I learned very, very punishingly that smoke bombs is often used to protect an ally on board. So in this case, he's going to fracturize the smoke bombs. In response, MDO is going to flip his Genbu using the transformation effect of 9 quest counters. And I believe we're going to see smoke bombs targeting the Genbu. Oh, and he's actually just going to let it fracturize.
Let it fracturize and he does get a resource from that. Looking at this.
Refracting Missile is kind of big now.
Yeah, M-Duo is at 4 fractals exactly, meaning that if Refracting Missile deals 5, Genbu is potentially going to be able to chunk in for a whole lot of damage. Repo put his hand down for that play, actually. Kind of a dangerous position to be in.
So he does have the Frostborn Paladin on one side. He also has the Tariff Ring. So I think if he chooses to fracturize the smoke bombs, he's in a place where he can protect himself, because it's going to be really difficult for M-Duo here to be able to pay 3 for Genbu effect, pay 2 for Fugue, which would be a 3-card combo, and also find a way to clear off the Frostborn Paladin at the same time and go through the Tariff Ring. Yeah. Right, so he has options. He doesn't actually want to use both this turn. He probably wants to leave just the Frostborn Paladin up and use the Tariff Ring in a future turn.
Chooses to level to Guoja level 2, takes the draw. Obviously, we don't need the quest counters anymore. Has a Slick Torrent Rider that's out from the Pelagic Fatestone being banished to pay for the cost of the Guoja level 2. Gets a mill from that in Recollect, as well as 3 mills from Fractal of Rain. So you just look at the amount of water cards that M2O13 is putting into his yard right now. It's getting pretty scary, though, if he can get to that activation of Genbu.
So he's going to mill himself 3 different times here. So we're
4 times from this Torrent
Rider.
Rider.
4 times as well. So Primordial, Rippleback, Ooh, that's kind of rough, actually.
Wow.
So 1 floating, but losing a win condition is really big here with the stratagem of Myriad Ice.
That is rough. Have we seen, is M2O holding a stratagem right now?
I don't think he has a stratagem in his hand. I think he has 2 Fugues.
Okay. Yeah, 2 Fugues. That seems right. Going for the Fugue in Recollect. Fugue in Recollect into then, if he has any way to clear that Frosthorn and then pay 3, that's game.
Interesting. Okay, so he's played the Fugue early on. We do know the Tariff Ring has been banished this turn, so he's going to have to pay 2 to attack with the Genbu and 3 to pump that life stat here.
Like you were saying, though, that's so much.
So he has 4 reservables and can pay 1 from hand.
Yep.
If he plays the Frostborn Paladin, he still doesn't have enough damage to swing through the... He basically needs to play a Refracting Missile to kill the Frostborn Paladin. Right, so we're going to see the 3-page here for the Frostborn Paladin. On Terra, he's going to banish some floating from before to draw a card. What do we see? Is that another Frostborn Paladin?
It looked like it to me. We have, yep, that's another Frostborn Paladin. There's that Refracting Missile.
But it's just not enough
enough. It's not enough.
I'm not quite sure what the Fugue was for this turn. Maybe hoping to draw another Refracting Missile. If you do draw into it, then you do actually have quite a good answer to it, right? Repo having no cards in hand means he would be very susceptible to a Genbu swing for a billion.
Tariff Ring, yeah, and like the Tariff Ring making it so all these ally strategies just are not functional at getting through this Frostborn Paladin at all.
So we're going to see 3 into the Frostborn Paladin here. I think he's going to play the next Frostborn Paladin, banish a float, draw a card, and hit, and then use the Genbu to swing face.
Going your entire hand down, though, to be able to deal with just the Frosthorn Paladin, scary.
A lot of the times, I think it's actually okay to use multiple Frostborn Paladins on the board if you have Genbu up for the taunt.
Yeah.
However, I still don't see where the goal was for the Fugue. I think he was trying to get the... Yeah, he was going for the top deck. If he gets it, I mean, he just gets a crazy hand to win there.
You hit the Refracting Missile, you win the game.
Yeah, but a lot of people look at the Frostborn Paladins and the Genbu in the field. It's actually really important not to use your Genbu to attack because you want the taunt, right? It's playing one of those things where you're able to use its effect to protect itself for so long. If Repo goes for like a Smoke Bombs this turn, it's going to be really tough for him to kill M Duo, right? Because he can smoke bombs the Genbu to get around it, but how's he going to get enough damage without a Mage Bane Lash, without Stratagem, without all these other ways to chip in the damage?
You know, there was also a possibility if those 4 mills at the start of the turn hit any amount of float, there's a Lost in Thought in M213's hand. He could have dug real deep to try and find that refracting missile if he needed to.
Yeah, true. Especially knowing that he had all of those reservable fractals available, he could have used those to pay for the Lost in Thought to get more. And he has a Tide Diviner in hand still, too, right? Like, he could pick up 3 cards, put one in hand, mill the other, or put the other 2 in his graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of ways to dig for it, but the line, especially with that Terrafring, showing the power of Terrafring is just a way to tax the opponent and prevent them from doing everything they actually want to. It really, sometimes you don't realize just how many attacks you need to make on your turn to do what you're trying to do. And here it was a very effective card for holding off M213 for just 1 turn.
He's actually in a really good position, though. Having the Genbu available, even with no cards in hand and a Slick Torrent Rider, 2 Frostborn Paladins, it's difficult to remove them off the field, right?
Yeah.
So he's able to, like, he's winning board state right now.
Definitely.
However, I guess even no matter how you look at it, 4 reservables, 6 cards in memory, and he has the Genbu up to protect his Frostborn Paladins. Repo really needs to find a way to convert a lot of these floating, right? 2 of them are Storm of Thorns, so no access until you go to Nico. And then on top of that, like,
that said, I mean, look at the amount of float that Repo has. If we're gonna look at any stats here, Repo is winning the float race right now massively, and as long as he can just find a way through the Genbu, which frankly is difficult, but if he can, then it's not going to take a lot to actually mill out M213's self-mill deck.
Oh, wait. If you Ravishing here, it's 6, Bovine for 1, and then Mustang for 2. It actually kills the Genbu.
Yeah, exactly. You can just Ravishing right into it and take it out, which potentially shuts off all of M-Duo's lines to win the game. If M-Duo had kept up resources, maybe could have protected the Genbu. Yep. Here it comes.
Yeah. Mill Self for 2 here.
Yeah.
Revitalizing Cleanse and a Fraction. He does get another floating. 4 floating available to him now.
Yep. Plenty of float here, too, to go for the Ravishing and still have lots left over.
Yep. Ravishing for 3. It's going to be pretty big. Retaliate for 3.
Now, the reason that this deck still works, though, is that it's not built around needing the Genbu to win the game. There are other win cons. There are lots of things you can attack with. So it's not like the game is over for M-Duo having lost his Genbu. But what we were just saying about the board state is quite a bit more complicated now.
Board state is a little bit more even now. M-Duo doesn't have any floating memory available to him, so it's going to be like a little bit tougher. He could honestly take a risk and banish a card out of his memory. But if he has anything that's like worth value, it's probably not worth going for, let's say, you know, the Orb of Glitter.
I was thinking the Terrafring here, too, because the Terrafring will similarly buy you a turn against Repo as you are trying to basically mill 4 float off of your mills and establish some sort of way to win the game now.
So he did mill 3 floating there, but he also milled his second Stratagem. So he no longer has Stratagem as a win con for this game.
Stratagem is dead, but we're not running Tabula either. There's always the possibility if you run Tabula that you
Repo is running Tabula.
Yeah, Repo's got the Tabula.
Which is interesting.
Tabula is a way just to take cards in your graveyard and put them at the bottom of your deck, which usually isn't very useful unless you mill yourself out entirely and then you find all 5.
It's really good for the Fractal Polar Depths that are about to happen here. So we're going to play a Tide Diviner for 3, Cerulean Decree Bovine, and another Tide Diviner. Probably going to grab I would think the Cerulean Decree, but it might actually be the Tide Diviner if he's looking to go through his deck more. The thing is, you take a risk of getting Ravishing for mill out, right?
Right. That is a huge risk. Like at some point, too, M-Duo can start targeting Repo with mill if he thinks that's actually a win con also. Likewise, the Tidestone Bovine can always target your opponent as well.
Oh, so he's reading the Ravishing Finale. He wants to see if he actually could get milled out in this situation. If Repo has another Ravishing Finale, it is somewhat possible to see M-Duo. Let's see. So it would be Ravishing for 6. Damage goes to... So if you go Mage Bane Lash here, right? you're going to Mage Bane Lash, on enter, get a Lash counter.
Yep.
Pay from memory to get a Lash counter, go to 4 Lash counters, right?
Yep.
Mage Bane Lash increases the damage based on number of Lash counters. When you activate Ravaging Finale as additional cost, you banish 2 floating, you'll go to 6 Lash counters. So it's going to come in for 6 base, 6 from the weapon, goes to 12, 15. You're going to mill for double that, plus
30.
the amount of Lash counters
Plus
on Nico
6.
for the on-champion hit. So 36 should mill out M-Duo in this situation. So if he's afraid that Repo has a Ravishing, he needs to hold every single card in his hand, even if it's a bluff.
Yeah, that might have been a scenario where the Terrafring was not enough. And holding back the Frosthorn Paladins, here's the line. Here's the line. Holding back Frosthorn Paladins to have Interceptors might have been the key instead. It's a very commanding board state when you have 2 Frosthorn Paladins in play because Smoke Bombs isn't even enough to get through. And that would have potentially stymied Repo enough, but I think Repo... Did we see the second Ravishing in his hand? Is he ready to go, or is he hoping?
I don't think he has a Ravishing in his hand right now.
Just
However, M-Duo really thought about playing Fracturized targeting Mage Bane Lash in Recollection, but he knows he has to pay 4. And if he does that, he will have nothing else available to him that turn.
How much of this game is going to come down to having the 2 negates on the turn we go to Fracturize the... or we try to blow up the Viridian Protective Trinket with the Mustang?
Oh, so we are going to see the Mage Bane Lash get
anyway.
Fracturized here.
Yep, goes for it anyway.
Interesting.
Leaves
so
him with just 2 cards in hand.
It's unfortunate because no damage will be dealt to the Frostborn Paladin here now.
The 2 cards was important to be able to pay for any negation spells, but yeah, that's definitely going to shut off a lot of that mill line.
Oh, we might see double Seaside coming here.
Yeah.
Swinging into the Frostborn
Seaside
Paladin.
aggro.
Yeah,
Seaside
it's going to be actual Seaside aggro. Dolphins are angry. One of my favorite fighting games. I love the Totsugeki.
Look, there's Dolphins on both sides of the board now.
True. There is a Slick Torrent Rider on the other side. I always forget about that.
So we have 4 mills for M-Duo 13 going into this turn again. Now he has float. He can kind of do what he wants to, whatever's going to be the best line here. But missing that Genbu and now losing one of the Frosthorn Paladins really making it tough as the opponent is only at 4 damage taken so far.
I think you use one of your reservable fractals here. It's totally worth it for the backup charger. You get a
100%.
Fracturized target to go to a 5th fractal if you want to. You're in a huge position here, so it's going to be 4 mills. Is he at the point where he starts milling Repo? Because if he mills out the Ravishing Finale, he's in like a big win con potential.
I think you would definitely think about it here, but he's going for more float.
Yeah, so looking potentially, I mean, level 3 does heal you here.
The Lost in Thought. He found Lost on the draw.
Oh, Lost is big.
So M-Duo can draw a massive hand now. And a lot of the time in these, we played a lot of these water mirrors back in the previous meta. And a lot of this game would come down to who could get the influence advantage over the opponent. And already having these 4 reservable fractals and then potentially getting, like, how big can our Lost in Thought get here? We also have the Seaside Ringleader to think about, too. This Lost in Thought can get pretty massive with the amount of float that we have. And the question is just, will M-Duo find the win con?
So M-Duo has no Fractal of Polar Depths, no Stratagem of Myriad Ice, but he has, I believe, 5 floating memory right now.
Yep.
So I think he has to win the game with allies at this point.
He has to, I think, Lost in Thought and find these Rippleback Terrapins, potentially.
I think he milled both.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I'm not 100% sure. It's a little bit difficult to see because it's off the screen here, but it's going to be in a tough place. So we're going to see the Ringleader effect. Draws a Young Beast Bonder.
I was going to say, about to say Young Beast Bonder is interesting because the Slick Torrent Rider is actually a beast. So you can put 2 buff counters on it and start getting aggro with that, too, if you want to.
We're going to go for a Mustang on the Viridian Trinket.
It's going to be a buffed Mustang because we did use the Seaside Ringleader effect.
Oh my god, goodbye. Goodbye to the
Dolphins.
The Seaside Ringleaders. And he's leaving up the Frostborn Paladin. He's actually genuinely scared of the Ravaging Finale. He's showing a lot of respect to Repo.
Yeah. Well, at this point you have to. The amount of damage that M-Duo has is not even enough to like crack back and win next turn. So you have to buy, like, M-Duo is looking to buy at least 2 more turns.
Yeah, it basically has to stay away from getting Ravishing Finale, right? Any opportunity to keep up an Interceptor is going to be huge here.
It is vulnerable to Smoke Bombs, though. Just having that Interceptor's not up, but at least it forces Repo's hand to need to go with the Smoke Bombs, which...
He has 6 floating memory in Grave.
Well, Repo just has 2 floating memory, so the Smoke Bombs, would, if he went for it, would have to be paid for memory to be able to also Ravishing. But we're just going to go with the Safeguard Amulet, which is a little funny because Repo doesn't know that there are no stratagems left, but there aren't.
Yep, it's
It
gonna
does
be a little tough here.
It does stop refracting missiles, though. It would certainly neuter a refracting missile line as well. It's really just cutting off every avenue for M213 to be able to string enough damage together to get to the 25.
Yeah, it's difficult to find the different win cons here, because at this point, Repo really has to just clear all interceptors, survive Ravishing Finale, whereas M2O needs to build the board with all of his allies, basically, and chip away at Repo, right?
Yeah, and that's not the position that you want to be in. However, it looks like M2O is holding on to some Cerulean Decrees, which, at least one, which could do a little bit of work at holding things off, just not well that the Viridian, excuse me, the Viridian did get answered. So yeah, that's a lot safer.
It also has a title lock,
The Mustang answered the Viridian. Yes. That is so huge. Like I mentioned earlier, I think the Viridian was the key to buying Repo a ton of time in this matchup. This is the matchup where Viridian is actually quite good. And in this case now, M2O, having gotten rid of it, does have a bit more of an opening now to kind of prevent himself from losing. We're going to go to the Guoja level 3. Because we do not have Genbu, we do actually have to pay for it. And that's going to do a recover 3 and basically set the two of them at 25 max health each, but leaving Guoja at 0 taken and Nico at 5.
So what's interesting here is he chose not to pay the memory cost with his Pelagic Fatestone because he doesn't want to mill himself anymore, I think.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think...
Interesting, so he's choosing 2 and 2.
2 and 2.
Oh, and he hits the Ravishing Finale on the mill, the top card right there.
How were those? Hold on. Does he have X-ray glasses on right now? That was insane.
It's definitely a big one. Definitely a big one here. So M2O probably really excited about that. It's a very good position to be in.
That is exactly what you want to see as M2O13 with the mill. I mean, sometimes the mill giveth and the mill taketh away.
Yep, so he's going to get another Lost in Thought there off the pay 2 for Seaside Ringleader effect. M2O going to draw for turn, get another Seaside Ringleader. Might as well just play it at this point.
You need the allies. Again, it's Seaside aggro just to close the game out here.
Seaside kill Seaside. It is quite nice, though, because he has so many of these reservable fractals. The Fracturized Smoke Bombs, the triple Fractal of Rain.
Torrent Rider's about to rumble. 2 buff counters on the Torrent Rider. It is a beast. No, what? 1 counter on the Tide Diviner. What about the Torrent Rider? Oh, man.
Interesting.
You know what? I sometimes think people miss that, though, about those Fate Stones that they flip into beasts.
I think the reason he chose to go with the Tide Diviner is because the Tide Diviner being at a 2-2 means it will survive any 1-2 or 1-3 ally.
He just pointed at the Torrent Rider. I think maybe he realized.
Oh, I see. Tide Diviner's not bad, though, because if he doesn't have any 2 power allies, it's really hard to remove the 2 life, right? If you play another Mustang, it can't kill or clear.
But it's very hard to remove a Torrent Rider that's a 2-5. that's a good one. Going to go with the Decree.
So -3 to champion here. It's going to draw into memory. It's choosing this on the stack of the backup charger.
Yeah, well, Repo put his hand down. The whole idea here is that while the player has their hand down, you can go ahead and play all of your interactions so it can't be interacted with, and he's basically made it so that it's Ravishing Finale doesn't even do damage if it swings right now because it's -6 on the attack.
Yep. And he's going to Terrafring, too.
Yep. Yeah, M2O is kind of positioning a little bit now and saying, like, I really want you to do nothing on my turn, if possible, on your turn, if possible.
Yeah, it's a really tough place to be in here. I don't really know how Refo's going to find too many win conditions. Because if I recall correctly, I believe that the Ravishing Finale is only a 3 of. He's used 1, and 1 was milled. So he's really in a scary position here.
Both players are kind of in the position where they have to just shift to animal aggro. M2O has already started that shift, but now Repo has to begin doing that. Repo is going to attempt to clear the board, paying 2 for the Tidestone Mobile, and actually going for the mill on M2O13. That's another route, though. Let's keep that in mind, right? Is like he can start targeting with that mill instead if he thinks that all of M2O's win cons might be dead now. If M2O can't get the damage kill in time, Repo might be able to steal the mill in time.
This is a very interesting setup here. So we're at the very slow point in the game where both players have essentially lost almost every win con in each other's deck, and they are really playing for a war of attrition. I actually can't tell who will win this matchup.
The Chilling Touch hit the Lost in Thought, but at this point, I mean, as much as I love getting influence in this matchup, you're worried about Repo actually just milling you out, so it probably makes sense to not even play that anyway. So probably one of the
losing
better
to Frostborn Paladin.
The Frostborn Paladin on the mill, that's rough, though. Wow. Yeah, more of those win cons for Repo leaving the deck. with M-Duo just having a board of stuff, a board of allies, his own Frosthorn Paladin, pretty potent.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation. So he's going to draw. I believe he has. Is that 2 cards left in deck?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 damage on board, going to 15. That's getting pretty close. Getting refracting. That's actually refracting missile territory.
Dan, does he have 2 cards?
Is that his
in
deck?
That's his deck.
Oh, that's his deck. Oh, that's his deck.
I think he might lose the game soon.
Yeah, this is kind of the position that you are a little worried about at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize how many cards he was milling. He was milling 4 cards a turn, every turn for himself, for like 7 turns.
But refracting missiles are lethal on this board of allies if he's got them, if he could find them. But I don't think he can. I think they're
he has
gone.
1 refracting missile in hand, I think, right?
Needs a second.
So we're going to see refracting missile for 5, 6, 7,
attacked an
8,
ally.
9, 10, 11, 12 damage.
Yeah, you need
5 short.
Yeah, you're short. You're second refracting missile short. Went to clear the Tidestone Bovine instead. That was Repo's extra source of mill. Notably, Repo, had never actually flipped the Fate Stone either. It's just kind of sitting out there doing nothing at this point.
Another Seaside Ringleader for the Seaside Brawl.
There we go. Okay, M-Duo is just trying not to lose right now. Trying not to get milled out.
Does he have the answer? So I see a Rippleback Terrapin. Is he going to draw into...
Can I find a second one?
Seaside Ringleader. He's got I believe a Frostborn Paladin as well.
Down to the wire here. Absolutely wild, grindy game. And it's taken up about half of the round for these players as well.
It's a really tough position to be in because I think he dies next turn to just ally swings.
Yeah. The ally swings plus that refracting will be lethal. Looks like we're just digging. Let's try and find the mill to close it as much as we can. Putting up an interceptor too is not terrible here. Has a refracting missile. Pass turn. The mill's not happening.
I think he can live this turn, right? Because, okay, so 2, 4, 6. Oh, he's targeting. They're actually trying to mill each other out as hard as they can. Like, it's really, really close.
Mill 2, mill 3 from Fractal of Rain. Is M-Duo holding any bovines? I think is a really relevant question here, too.
So he is going to get the Orb of Glitter
the Orb of Glitter. You know what? This glimpse is really powerful. You get to see half your deck.
That's so real. That's so real. We need an astroscope to stop him from glimpsing so many cards, Dan.
It's too many.
So it's a Fracture. He's going to put it to the bottom.
You know what? Let's draw the other half of the deck instead.
That's a wild one.
Mill 3.
But yeah, the Primordial Ritual on the Slick Torrent Rider is super important, right?
Yeah, that's that's going to get him potentially. Is that we might have just 3 cards left? It's really not many left in Repo's deck.
Oh, the Rippleback Terrapin. That's another ally that does damage.
There was one.
It's not bad.
M-Duo has 2 routes. It depends on what is in his hand and what he can pull through with here, but he certainly is gone next turn.
I believe Repo having he has the Refracting Missile in hand, so he can actually stop any individual ally.
Just one.
And it's going to be enough to stop damage.
Refracting
I don't
missile?
think M-Duo has any more negates. I think he's used all of them. He used the Double Cerulean Decree. He used the Tidal Locks earlier. He's milled a lot of other ones. He's in a position where it's quite literally down to the wire. All right, if M-Duo does not kill him this turn, Repo needs to find any card that says you mill anything.
Yep.
And then at the beginning of his main phase, he'll attempt to draw and lose.
The Refracting Missile is not a lethal line because of the Safeguard Amulet, but oh man, you could fracturize. You have 2 fracturized targets here that you could potentially hit to increase the number of fractals in play if you can get close enough. But yeah, there was just too much interaction to get there. It's really allies are the route here. The problem is you don't really want to banish a float and draw a card, do you?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of rough. I wonder if he's going to fracturize the Safeguard Amulet here.
Oh, we're going to use the Fugue to swap the power and life stat of the Terrapin to make it 4 damage instead. Wow.
Yeah, not bad. Damage is damage here, right? Repo coming down to the wire. So
he has to pass turn. He has to pass turn.
Does he have?
Repo needs 1.
He drew it.
Drew.
He actually top decked.
He had
the Ravishing Finale.
Smoke Bomb to disable the Interceptor and drew the finale to mill the massive amount of 1.
That is crazy. I can't believe that just happened.
Oh my God! There's the
And
finale.
he got it. That is the craziest ending to all that.
That was insane. I can't believe it came so down to the wire like that.
That's the absolute last Ravishing finale he has in his deck. I believe all 4 bovines are gone, so there's no other way. And he won't survive next turn. He's going to take the Refracting Missile at some point in the turns, and then it's just all chips from allies.
Yeah, chips from allies are going to take him out there. That was absolutely down to the last possible turn for both players. It was... yeah. I mean, one thing I think about Tyler, this is a really difficult decision, but when do you swap to milling your opponent with the Fractal Rune? I keep thinking if M-Duo had started milling his opponent a little sooner, maybe he could have gotten there. But then would have lost out on float, possibly. Well, how do you make that decision?
I think one of the really important things to look at when you're thinking, do I keep milling myself? Do I mill my opponent? If you need to keep milling yourself to find your win con, you should. If you are milling yourself and you don't have any reason to get floating, it doesn't matter, right? You lost your stratagem. You knew he had a Safeguard Amulet and a Magebane Lash. You probably cancel stratagem from your mind unless it's like you top decked it's a perfect time, right? When you're in these situations, you really need to like position yourself like, if I mill one of my win conditions, I'm probably going to lose, right? There's a mindset where you swap over to, I'm milling towards win, I'm milling towards losing now.
Right. Looking at the sideboards here, I'm looking at Repo's sideboard, and honestly, there's 3 cards I wouldn't side in here, but like Beastbound Boots, that'll deal with any stratagem nonsense, right? Blanche, stratagem. Expel deals with those fractals. Nullifying Lantern, really powerful in Guoja Nico because he doesn't necessarily care about water element cards in graveyard, not nearly as much as M-Duo 13 does. Extricating Touch, fantastic in these slow matchups for dealing with, again, those, like you were saying, a small number of win cons. If you can just discard one, that's safe. It's only, and then Song of Frost deals with the Guoja Swing as well. There are so many powerful cards in Repo's sideboard here.
I actually really like the Frozen Dismissal as a one-of.
Yeah?
I think because you didn't show it and you went through most of your deck, you're in a position where your opponent, you can like use that against your opponent. If you stop one Frostborn Paladin, that's probably what they're using to keep themselves alive for the next turn, and you might just get a cheeky victory out of it.
Even that could be huge. Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at the other side, though, I really think M-Duo might bring the Tabula Salvage.
Oh, this is a Tabula matchup for sure.
I mean, you're playing against Ravishing Finale, you kind of have to, right?
Because that's the thing. You get to that point where you do get milled out, just like Repo was trying to do. And if you have the Tabula on you materialize Tabula, then put the 5 win cons back into your deck and draw them. It is an insane card for dealing with this mill mirror match that will actually completely shut down one of Repo's win cons.
Whoa, Repo pass with 5, or with all cards in hand, all 8s. I don't know why I said 5.
5
all
5 would
8.
be weak. 8 is crazy. Where we have M-Duo just putting down Seaside Ringleader, one of those fun kind of early first turn drops where you're fine if it dies and you're fine if it lives.
Yep, so he's going to show that the Tabula is in the deck this time.
Yeah, that is one thing that is a little sketchy about the Guoja here. You do get to show that to your opponent, and now they can play around the Tabula.
Yeah, sadly they can't interact with it though, right? Like,
correct.
It materializes, it's on the field. Cool, I can use it immediately at the beginning of my recollection.
Pop it in response. My favorite thing would be if Repo, in order to counter it, had the Bauble of Abundance in the side.
That would be so crazy to see.
That would be the techiest tech I've ever seen.
Diana is coming back with a vengeance. So we're going to see the Frostborn Paladin here. M-Duo presenting a crazy good board state.
Yeah.
Got the 3/4 Frostborn Paladin with the Seaside Ringleader here. Repo probably has to go GCR or Backup Charger this turn. Backup Charger into a Fracturize is not bad at all.
Looking at M-Duo's hand, I mean, yeah, let's just play ally aggro here, especially if Repo just skips that first turn and goes for a, just skipping for Backup Charger is like such a sort of, fall behind of the pace of the game, where M-Duo is very, very happy to take the role of the aggro player right now, punch in that damage, and sort of set the pace for himself to be the victor.
Yeah, taking the off turn in this deck is like, it's possible, but it's not great. He does have the Rippleback Terrapin in hand. We also know that he has a Revitalizing Cleanse. Being able to play Revitalizing Cleanse to protect yourself a little bit from this, actually not bad, but it doesn't do anything about the board state. Okay, so he's going to cleanse here for 5. He wants to reset the amount of life that he's taken, basically.
That's a really easy cleanse turn to take. And Cleanse is one of those cards where it does not show up in every Nico or Guoja player's deck. I've always been a fan of like the 2 of Cleanse, exactly like Repo's got here, because there are times like this where you feel like okay. It was all right to kind of pass this turn, and you also got to, because he was going second, had the 8 cards to be able to back up Charger and Cleanse. That's strong.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's nice because Cleanse draws a card
Yeah,
as well.
it
That's what
doesn't
makes
work
the
without
honestly
that.
that's
Doesn't
what makes
work
the card
without it.
so good.
You can Cleanse, draw, then you have 3, you back up. So
I believe he has Smoke Bombs underneath there. So this is actually going to be an effect where Smoke Bombs is really good for him because he can use it to protect either of his allies.
Yeah.
Right, so the only way, although Repo does have 2 refracting missiles, so he can actually deal with that. With the Smoke Bombs, if you target an ally, if the ally dies, you're unable to resolve the Smoke Bomb, so you won't be able to get the draw off of it. So the punish actually does exist on Repo's end. It's just about how well he can get on board here, right? Because he doesn't have any allies yet.
So far, we've seen Repo pretty competent at laying the punish down, though. Multiple times in the last game, Repo kind of had M-Duo's number. And even though it was so tight, I think all of those little moments did lead up to Repo eventually having just a slight advantage.
So I do see Polar Depths here for M-Duo, so that is an option to play. But we're going to see the Tide Diviner level 1, so it's going to be 2 cards, 1 in hand, 1 in the graveyard.
I want to mention, too, that there's an important set of math that I really hope M-Duo 13 is doing. I think based on the way he's playing, he is. M-Duo 13, to win this round, needs to win 2 games in 20 minutes. So M-Duo 13 kind of is forced to take that aggressive role.
Yeah, this might actually be a game where Goja level 2 ends up giving you quest counters instead of drawing a card. You might be like trying to accelerate your Genbu play.
Flip and deal damage. That's all you're trying to do right now.
Yeah, it's a good old flip and rip your opponent. Hopefully the ally beatdown is strong, including the Genbu.
I much prefer doing that kind of flip and rip compared to the one where I lose my CSRs.
Real. Very real. The Repo is kind of playing it slow. He's also, I wonder if he's in a position where he doesn't feel like he can find a good victory in this matchup, so he's actually trying to play very defensively.
Since he's up game 1, again, if he can just defend through game 2, protect against this aggro, that is a match victory for Repo if we hit time. So
it's going to be really tough to get there, though.
It's a challenge, but that was a long game 1.
I think we might actually be seeing that.
Yeah, but look, this early Terrafring is really a hallmark of just, I'm just going to try and make your turns blank as much as possible.
Missile. For 1. It's not even going to kill the Seaside Ringleader.
Yeah, for 1.
And he's going to Tidestone Bovine to kill it, probably.
Yep.
Yeah,
Get some mill online.
It's a good way to get the game online.
Incremental damage math really been the name of the game in this match on both sides. Well, we're starting with the Frosthorn. That's interesting. There's a couple different. If you're playing Frosthorn, you could have also hit the Frosthorn, but chose to hit the Seaside Ringleader instead.
I think he wanted the Frosthorn to draw the card first to see if he had a different potential line.
Okay. There is that Bovine that you called, though. Bovine coming down, going to take out. I mean, either one though goes for the Ringleader. The Frosthorn Paladin is something it's got to go though, right? You can't leave the Frosthorn Paladin in play.
So on attack trigger is going to resolve. I think he might interact with the Smoke Bombs here in response to the attack onto the Seaside Ringleader. This is something that Repo won't be able to punish. However, the Terrafring does help protect his board side.
Yeah, there it is. Smoke Bombs. You can tell how badly M-Duo 13 wants to win the game through ally attacks by the fact that he's smoke bombing a Seaside Ringleader.
Ooh, he picked up a Pelagic Fatestone, though. That's kind of unlucky because that would have been milled.
That's the opposite of what you're trying to do, but did get a Slick Torrent Rider in play from the activation of the Smoke Bomb. Pretty powerful. I love Pelagic. I just bought a foil of Pelagic Fatestone, by the way. I love this card.
Pelagic Fatestone's a pretty cool card.
This card's
my
fun.
Favorite deck for it isn't even a water deck.
Yeah, same. Exactly.
I do love the Suzaku that Edward 3 plays. The one, like the mid-rangey.
I have that built.
Yeah,
it's so much fun.
Dan, you're my goat.
Yes.
You'll always be my goat. Yeah, we're trying to clarify some things on the board here, make sure everything is all comfortable and well known. I believe there might be a missed trigger.
Missed a trigger. Was it the Sapphire Fatestone or something? No, we paid the. No, I don't know what it is.
Maybe it was a.
We're learning here. We missed that. We put the wrong cost down for the Frosthorn Paladin, so now the players are trying to figure out. So this will be a little bit of a tricky resolution. As a judge, my experience is I hate this. When this happens, trying to figure out how to correctly maintain this board state, get it back to being fair for both players. Because the thing is, when you put down too few cards, which appears to just have been a mistake of some kind, you put down too few cards, then that can actually really impact in Grand Archive what cards you had available to play, what else you played in the turn. And you need a resolution that is fair to both players while making sure that you recognize the mistake.
Yeah, it's difficult too, because like if he just played the Paladin, nothing else, and then stopped there, had a whole bunch of cards in his hand, it wouldn't have had a strong impact as long as he didn't make any declarative game action. But it's just so difficult to go back, right? Like the first thing is, the time on the board, right? There's not a lot to go with. You need to figure out the fastest way to get through. So obviously time extensions do exist, but this is a situation where it's not just a miss trigger, mandatory or non-mandatory. This is a more severe, maybe not super severe, but a more severe game rules violation.
Really, we define it as more severe when it impacts the game in a way where we can't even simply back it up. And there is an advantage being given to one player in this situation. So we just need to figure out a resolution that doesn't advantage the other player more than it should.
Yeah, more than balancing it out.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the players right now are kind of just discussing, I think, what the impact was with the judge, trying to figure out, like, what is actually happening. And it sounds like we're actually going to get the head judge in here as well to make sure, every time we're doing a stream match like this, too, we take extra care.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see because, so right now the first thing is you're going to get a warning, game rules violation, right? But it is potentially a game loss in this situation, right? It has progressed so far past the game, and it has made so many potentially different impacts throughout this that it's going to be really, really difficult for them to figure out, what to do from here, right?
Right. This is, what a challenging situation to be in. M-Duo 13, I think, certainly feeling the pressure of time, trying to play as fast as possible to be able to secure that win. But in Tyler, I think you'd agree with me, an uphill battle against Repo, who is sort of sitting at the top of the hill right now, trying to just hold him off.
Yeah, and it gets a little more difficult when you start feeling like you have an edge, like you're starting to push the ball up that hill, right?
Yep.
All it takes is one mistake. You slip, and the ball crushes you on the way down. And, I mean, this is what's actually happening in this situation.
Right.
Right? Obviously, we feel like there's no malicious intent, but there has to be accountability for mistakes that are made by us.
Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. It is a complicated game. We've all made our fair share of mistakes. I have definitely had judges correct me on plenty of things, despite being a judge myself.
We always live, we always learn.
Yeah. Yep, we do. So
even you and I, we played a couple times, actually.
Yeah.
I remember our game at Santa Clara was a doozy.
Yeah, classic.
You lost and thought it for 7, and then 6, and then 5 in the exact same turn, and I was just sitting there like, oh, okay, well,
yeah.
I guess water is a reckless conversion now.
Yeah. Reckless conversion isn't banned. It just got renamed Lost in Thought.
Yeah. Actually, okay, so speaking about Lost in Thought, I had a conversation with Silidar and Sean Zhang, so Lifter Sil, and a couple other of the really good players. It was Ascent Chicago, and Silidar said, what do you guys think is the most potentially problematic card in the future? People were talking about Icebound Slam, Storm Slime, things like that. The cards that were really, really strong.
Yep.
And I said, I think Lost in Thought has the potential to be one of the most broken cards in the game because of variable cost, and because later in the game it ramps really, really well, and it's also amazing early game.
Yeah.
And everyone said I was crazy.
No, I wish I was there. I couldn't be at Ascent Chicago. If I was there, I would have stuck up for you.
Thanks, man.
Lost in Thought. Yeah, of course. Lost in Thought has been just a linchpin of some of these decks.
It's so good.
We're talking the last match, Taylor playing against the Vanitas player, Atka. We talked about how against these win decks, one of the strategies, if they start controlling your fractals, is to instead just build up to a big Lost in Thought, because it's another way to kind of accumulate that influence advantage, find all the new fractals, and then refill the board and overwhelm them.
Yeah.
It's a card that is so versatile. It goes in almost every water deck. Even if you're not high on float like these mill decks, you play it. It's a strong
It's just
card.
so good because it's a card that you can just play after you play your Frostborn Paladin too, right? So like it was good when Frozen Dismissal came out with ALC Alter. People would start playing their Frostborn Paladin on the on-enter trigger, lost in thought because it wasn't going to get frozen dismissal at that point.
Right. Waiting to get to see if your opponent interacts before you commit the second card is really huge. And I'm sure plenty of players have learned their lesson from lost in thoughting first, then getting their Frostborn Paladin dismissal. So, okay, actually, I'm supposed to do this in response to the trigger.
Yeah, and then also, having Fractal of Rain, fracturized items like power cells and stuff like that, being able to use those in your end step for a big loss in thought, even a loss in thought for 3 is significantly more impactful than I think people give it credit for.
Think about how we, in these Fractal matchups, and in decks, even decks running Turbocharge, and Cam and I were talking about Gentle Respite in the last game, cards that give you sort of a +1 influence advantage are seen as some of the strongest cards in the game. Lost in Thought sometimes is +2 when you do it for 3. Sometimes is +4 or 5 or 5 and 6 and 7 or whatever.
Yeah, one of the big things is originally with water, what they struggled was interaction, right? There was no real interaction. It was you had water barrier, and that was it. And then came the issue is, okay, now we have no way to efficiently fill our graveyard or self-mill. And then Fractal Rain came. And then it was, okay, how do we efficiently convert this? We've had Frostborn Paladin since DOA Altar, and then Rippleback Terrapin appeared. But then before that, having Lost in Thought, it immediately enabled that archetype.
Yep.
Right? MRC changed water completely.
Yes.
It made water go from, this is kind of cool, we play allies, and it's mostly allies with Scepter, to self-mill decks or mill-out decks are very real and very prevalent and very scary.
It became huge. Now, we do finally have a ruling on what happened. It was a game rules violation that was issued, and the penalty was a game loss for M-Duo 13. Unfortunately, like Tyler, like we said, mistakes happen, but we do need to do what we need to do to uphold the rules of the game, keep things fair for everybody. That was a game loss for M-Duo 13, meaning Repo won that round 2-0.
Yeah, so, it's accountability and competitive integrity, right? Competitive integrity is the most important thing. I've seen players who have made a mistake like that. Okay, so, for example, you Serene Release, you lose your Element of Fire, you played a Creative Shock after, no one caught it, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I actually know a couple players who realized that after they'd won, and they said, no. I made illegal actions. I'm going to give you the game because I shouldn't have been able to win that game based on what happened. And I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
People who are accountable to themselves and try to uphold their own standards for competitive integrity is really good.
Yeah, absolutely. It does mean we are not going to have a player interview at the end of this one as well. So as soon as we are ready, I believe we're just going to be going on a break here, and then we'll be coming back for the next round, which is okay, because that was a very long game anyway. So, guys, stick around. We are going to be seeing you in the next round for some more Grand Archive action.
See you guys soon.
Go てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能と思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪 しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい
Hello and welcome back to the Grand Archive NA Nationals 2025. We are here at I believe, the end of round 6, the start of round 7. No.
End of round 5?
End of round 5.
Yeah.
Going into round 6. I'm a little cooked after watching some of these games. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, we're not getting nice, easy games. They're all very, complex, and we're seeing lots of water, and so our brains are starting to, fall apart a little bit, get a little
Yeah, I don't
fried.
think any of us are water players.
Yeah, no, not really. I try.
Actually,
I can't.
Unironically, all of us are wind players.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Dan will make up some story about he plays this or that, and he's actually an RE player or something. But it's all gaslighting.
I wonder what chat thinks that Dan plays. I'd be curious to see what everyone thinks is Dan's deck, because we have decks like Assassin, Cleric.
Yeah.
Not Vanitas.
Thank you.
Yes, I got you. Thank you. But yeah, so I mean, we're going to be looking into round 6 here. Hopefully, we get something really cool. I have heard that there is a Seiryu player that is popping off. He was at the top tables. I believe he was 4-0 earlier. So I don't know if he won this round, but that would be really cool to see. We did just see the Genbu. So I think the only decks that were here that we talked about earlier that we haven't seen yet would be Seiryu, which is the Wind. Well, there's actually a Fire variant of it, but Wind is the more common one. Wind Seiryu with the Goja deck.
Yeah.
There's the Wind Crux Allies deck. Water Allies, which is most likely Lorraine. Also
yeah,
Crux.
I believe it is, yeah. We do know that Killadis and Jimmy Lee played against each other, both playing Crux decks. Killy is playing Water Crux.
Hey, he's playing the Water Allies Crux.
So maybe I don't know who won that match, but maybe we'll get one of them on. That would be stream. That would be cool. That Seiryu deck would be sweet. I think that deck is super, not only underrepresented, but underplayed as well. I think that is it's like a
here,
sort of
for sure. It's really underrepresented here.
And there was a lot of it at Oceania Nats. It did really well, and I think there is a lot of people sort of discount that deck as being extremely linear. It does the thing, and if they have an answer for it, they lose. But I think there is a lot more play to that deck than people are giving it credit for, and I think that's why people don't play it.
I've actually seen a lot of people compare it to Slimes.
Yeah,
but they're like,
sure.
I refuse to play this because it feels like I'm playing Slimes.
Yeah,
and I'm like, so you play Baby Green Slime, I guess.
Sure.
But you do it in almost every wind deck.
And that deck's sweet.
It is sweet.
There's no way that people aren't play Seryu's Command, Empower, Blast You, or not having fun. If those people aren't having fun, I don't get it.
I mean, we have players who have came back to the game because of that.
Yeah.
Like Krios.
Krios and Glass
player,
are both
right?
back and playing. Yeah. I know
and he's
Krios
like,
is playing.
I'm going to blast you. And I'm blasted.
Yeah.
It's so it's a really underrepresented deck here in North America.
Yeah.
It is really popular in Southeast Asia and in Oceania. We saw a pretty big representation of it for day 2 at Kuala Lumpur, I believe. I think there were 5 or 6, which is a lot more than you'd ever see here.
And from what I hear, it's got a really positive Fractals matchup. And so I think if you were in this room, that'd be great. There's 40% Fractals in the room. That's
it's
what
also
I keep
pretty
hearing.
good into allies, I think.
Yeah.
It's pretty good into allies.
It's a good spread. So maybe we'll see that player. We'll, get you around as soon as we can. We're just making sure that everything's buttoned up. You guys can see behind us, people are still settling in, and we'll have, pairings up soon, and everybody will get settled. But it's been a terrific tournament so far.
We also haven't seen Astra yet.
Yeah, well, I have some unfortunate news on that front,
I know.
Tyler. Yeah. I believe there was three literal Astra players in the room. Our champion, Sean Zhang, second place at Worlds last year, is not doing so well. So
he dropped already.
I believe he dropped this round at 2-3, I think. So
pour one out for Sean Zhang.
Yeah, that was my hero, but now I have to suffer with all of you non-Astra players for the rest of the tournament.
All of you non-Astra players is crazy.
What am I going to say?
This guy just wants Bailey to come back.
Yeah, he's he wanted to win, so I wouldn't get to commentate any of his games. It's very, very selfish of him, I think. So
yeah, we'll have to give him a stern talking to about that. You're gonna be like, look,
I wanted to cast some of that.
If you don't play this at Worlds,
oh, I swear, we're going to be throwing hands in the parking lot for sure.
Yeah, even if we're playing in the 3v3, we're going to be like, Bailey,
come on,
you got to come outside right now. I know this is your home turret territory, but you're not playing out.
Yeah.
No, it's I mean, let's chat about Astra a little bit. I really like a lot of the kind of cards that people have been playing. There's some fun cards in there. I'm curious if you think they'll ever be playable. Things like Reflect the Skies,
the
Stargazer's Portent.
I kind of like Stargazer's Portent. Reflect the Skies, I think, is a little bit too copium.
Astromech Attendant?
Well, I've played that a lot, actually. I think, here you go. Here's the, and don't take it from me. There's a reason I'm sitting here and not back there with the good players. But post MRCA, Astromech Attendant, Decompose, Refracted Twilight. That's what I'm cooking.
And Moonveil. Maybe. It's possible. Well, I'm getting word that pairings are up now, so we're just gonna chat and yap a little bit longer while we gather all the players, kind of figure out what we want for our stream match. I'm curious what everyone at home would want to see the most.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys have something that you want to see, or there's some deck that you're hoping is out in the field, let us know. And of course, we'd be foolish if we didn't thank you guys for watching. Thank you for watching North American Nationals Grand Archive 2025. Last Nationals before Worlds. Big deal.
Really, really big deal.
It's a huge tournament, too.
I honestly thought there were going to be more people here.
Yeah, it's I
thought we were going to see the 9-round day.
It's like a weird gray area, right, where we are the last Nationals. So there are some people that are already qualified, and so that means that there's less people traveling, I think.
That's true.
Like a lot of people that would travel from overseas. We have some SEA players here, but not a ton. Same with like Oceania, Europe, right? Like European representatives, I assume is just Henke and maybe a handful of other people.
Probably.
And so
last I checked, he was doing really well too.
He is. I believe he's 4-0. Or
I think
5-0?
he's 5-0 now.
I think he's 5-0.
I'm not 100% sure, but he was 4-0.
Yeah.
He was. I watched one of his games and I was like, ooh, Hua Ji is big.
Giving him the Henke special is what he calls it.
The Henke special. Just ally. My favorite is at CNATS, he played against one of my friends on Genbu and realized he doesn't really have a strong out to stealth. It's my goat. Are you 5-0? 4-1. I mean, he's still living it. He's still living it. But so I was saying at CNATS, he went up against a Genbu and realized that the Genbu didn't really have a strong out to stealth.
Sure.
Played a Shimmer Cloak. He played Brisk Windtrotter, Reclaim, Windtrotter, Asin, Windtrotter, Asin, Windtrotter, Reclaim, Windtrotter. It was a 6-6 Shimmer Cloak, and he won the game because of it.
Dude, horses are good.
That's the crazy.
That's a big horse.
It's actually so crazy, though.
That's why he's the GOAT.
Stealth is good, man.
That's what they say.
He is the GOAT.
But yeah, it's going to be interesting. See who makes the cut. We're getting around that time. It's round 6 now. People got to start thinking about it. I've heard the rumblings of, should I ID X round or whatever for all of the players that are doing quite well, and we're going to start getting into that territory. Not yet. Definitely no.
Actually, I think at NA Nationals, you should not ID with anybody.
I was going to say, what is your opinion? I agree. I think you should be playing to win.
I think the only time you ID is if it's someone that you want to also make it there.
Sure.
If it's like someone in your team, maybe it makes sense. It might make more sense for you to scoop to them as well.
Sure.
Depending on what everyone's goals is. But when you think about it, right? Okay, so placements. We have 6 slots for Worlds. So 1 through 6, and then 7 through, I believe it's 18.
18, yep.
Will make Gauntlet, right? So day 2 at a 200-person event is probably like, what, 40 to 45 maybe, depending on how many natural ties and stuff. You need 16 points, which is
503, 6 wins.
Yeah, it's 5 and 1, right? 5 wins, one tie for 16 points.
Oh yes. Yes.
Or so you
16,
go,
not 18.
or you go 6, 6, 2, etc.
And that's 18.
But when you're looking at trying to get to that higher end, you need a lot of these wins. So taking the IDs near the end of the day is really only if you are super fatigued. Otherwise, you are not going to be in a position to play for a world spot.
Yeah, you got to be playing
to make that top 8.
You want that? It's a full trip. Everything's covered. Accommodations covered. You get an invite to Worlds. It's a pretty big deal. So.
And additionally, because we have 6 spots for NA, it's different from all the other ones. Where before it was top 8 to standings for the Gauntlet spots. Because 5th and 6th are World spots, they actually have to play that game.
Yeah,
so if you make top 8, you lose the first round. You have to play another game to try to get the World spot. Yeah. But we're gonna be jumping over to the deck list here. We finally have the matchup set up.
Speaking of which.
Makes sense why you came over here now. So you want to introduce us to this wonderful deck list?
Yeah, so we have Henke the GOAT, who said, I'm playing Tristan. That's not true. he is indeed playing Wind Allies, and we see very very typical
he's
Wind
playing
Allies
against
deck
Tristan.
here. I see. So it looks like the Huaji sort of setup here with Sunsi and Shang Chang. Is that?
Shang Chang. The Shang Chang Sun Si combo is the 9 damage combo. So it's going to be 4, 3, and 2 damage dealt here with Huaji and Lorraine itself. The most interesting card in this deck list for me is this Yuan Shao, the Crown General.
I was going to say there's a couple, Yuan Shao and Zhang Zhao as well, both in allies is a bit strange to me. They do pick up that Huaji as well, right? They are unique allies, so they can do that. But it's sort of a...
Warrior?
Oh, is it Warrior?
I don't think Zhang Zhao can. I'm not sure if Yuan Shao is a Warrior card. I don't think it is. I think it's a Mage.
But what do you think that Heki's playing these Yuan Shaos for, Tyler? Is it for matchups like this?
Yuan Shao is to stop other allies players from having access to their Gildas.
Yeah, because it's uniques, right? It also stops like Arthur's, right?
It does, and it's really good against people who play Sadie. You're forced to either level up or you're forced to activate Sadie in response to the activation of this. I really like the Zhang Zhaos because Zhang Zhao allows you to recover and still get board presence.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah, definitely an interesting take, but not a shock to see Henki playing allies. That is his sort of bread and butter, what he's known for, and he's so good at playing it. So I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and this deck is very similar to what he played when he won the European Nationals, right? He was playing 54 allies. In this, he's playing there's 3 interaction here, 2 attack cards,
3 deflecting edge.
That's like it.
Yep.
He's playing
like 52
allies, 53 allies. It's pretty big. We're going to jump into the next deck list here. So this is going to be his opponent. This is going to be Mr. Astro King.
Yeah, and a tale as old as time, the Tristan v Allies matchup we've seen many times, and it's definitely an interesting one where usually Tristan does have a lot of tech against these allies. We see the 4 copies of Dream Fairy, Slime Shield, Zephyrs, all of these things that they can use to sort of disrupt those ally boards, and even the 4 copies of Veiling Breeze to stop any sort of alpha strikes. So I think this is going to be a pretty hard one for Henki to navigate.
Yeah, it's going to be a little tougher for Henki because I think he took out the staggering strikes that he was running when he played in CNATs and when he played in the European Nationals. As we can see, Astro King is running the Slime Shield. That was the win card that was popular for dealing with staggering strike. It does block 3. It's also a wind card, so it helps with your imbues. It helps with your Veiling Breeze. But otherwise, deflecting edge always was an option in that regard. When I look at Astro King's list, I talked about this in the interview with Justin at the beginning of the day. It was Tristan traditionally has 11 material deck spots that are locked and 1 flex spot.
Yeah.
In this case, the flex spot is going to be the Blinding Orb, right? Blinding Orb is your option for many different things.
Sure.
In this case, he chooses to have Shadow Reaver and Nullifying Mirror in the side. Knowing that he has the Nullifying Mirror in the side makes me feel more confident that he's going to play a more control-focused variant of this deck. When you're playing more aggressively, more aggro-focused, you generally want the mirror in there because it helps you kill through the damage prevention effects.
Yeah, and I think he's pretty set up to do that as well. Definitely with Henki playing the more aggressive deck, he's going to want to take more of that controlling route anyways. And so we'll see if he can leverage that. We're going to see a Lurking Assailant played by Henki. I'm really curious to see if we will see that Yuan Shao v Sadie interaction come up here.
I would also be interested to see whether or not that ends up coming out because it's pretty neat to force the Sadie to play around differently. It does force you to level up a little bit quicker.
Right.
I think Henki's really just going to go for trying to push Chip as fast as possible. One of the most important things against Tristan is that Tristan damage is generally permanent. It's very similar in that regard.
Yeah.
When you push damage, the chip damage generally stays there.
Right.
Sure, you can resolve a fast cure in one of the decks. It's not really played here when it comes to Tristan. The main deck is really tight. So a lot of this damage is permanent, and then once Shadow Dancer comes out and you get the additional shadows, which you can redirect attacks, that's when the game plan starts to change a lot here.
Sure. We'll just see if you can get there, right? We will see the Sadie, so this is a good start. Obviously can't attack this Lurking, as it does have stealth, but going to start pecking away at Henki's life total. And maybe we'll see if we can find the sweet Yuan Shao tech. It's going to grab a backup charger first, though. Just start adding up that influence. Checking for power cells.
Wants to use his Sylvie Bucks, the 1,000 high roller Henke here with 1,000 Sylvie Bucks as his power cell token.
He's saving those for casino night, I hear.
I gotta say that Spirit of Wind Altar is very cute.
It's very nice, yeah.
So it's a little, I believe it looks like a little baby green slime.
Slime players.
It almost makes
never
me
get away
not
from 'em.
hate slimes.
Almost,
but not quite. Not quite. Wind Trotter coming out, so he knows the game plan, right? He needs to play around in a way that he can bully the Sadie.
Yeah.
And bullying the Sadie is playing these kind of allies, right? It's getting a lot of that chip damage and really aggressively here. Lurking to face, wants to push the damage. Henke very aggressively pushing damage here. I'm interested to see if he plays...
Oh,
Aeson.
huge.
Do we see...
Aeson's good. Picks up the Wind Trotter, gets that sort of vulnerable 1/1 body off the board, and adds yet another very large threat that's going to be pretty hard for Astro King to deal with. 3/4s are nothing to scoff at. Sadie only 2 power, so he's going to need somebody else to join the fray here to deal with either of these allies.
Yeah, one of the things I really like about the heads-up play here to use the Brisk Wind Trotter to give a buff counter to the Lurking Assailant, he sees what's on board here for Astro King with the Sadie, and he goes, I don't think you have the ability to clear a 4-life ally. And honestly, he might not. There's no Mercenary Blade. It's not the same as Xander. He can't just windmill, Mercenary Blade, swing with Sadie to get the 4.
Right.
He needs to find one of these more aggressive answers. He does have the Sharpened Blade in hand, but with no target, there's no point in using that, right?
Yeah, he's got to find like these black market brokers, these dream fairies, but if he doesn't have it, it's going to be pretty hard to deal with either of these threats, let alone both of them.
So yeah, so one of the interesting things here is there was a line where if Astro King chose to level up, he could get the class bonus unlocked on Sadie. What you can do then is you can swing 2 with Sadie, pay 2 to return her to your hand, get a prep counter, play her again, swing agility, right? You're not going to get as much value overall because you're still going to have to put 6 cards down for it, but you'll get half of them back and you'll clear board pressure. You're basically dead on board next turn if you don't clear any of these things, right?
Yeah, this is a pretty tough hand, too. He has a lot of interaction, a reclaim, a shadow strike, but nothing really to do with these allies. We see Sadie swing Spirit, and he's just passing the turn. I don't know if he's hiding a Veiling Breeze in his hand there, but it looks like he doesn't have a whole lot going on. He does have access to Ensnaring Fumes as a last-ditch effort to relieve some pressure.
Ensnaring Fumes is interesting because Ensnaring Fumes is one of those cards where you generally want to play it in your opponent's end step, not necessarily on their attack declaration because they can start playing things again. But in this case, you might have to. So Henke's definitely going to go for it. He's going for a lethal kill here. He wants to play the Nullifying Mirror. Astro King says that's good. That means that there's no Veiling Breeze coming out. This might actually be a brick. I believe he does have a Slime Shield in hand.
I think he has a Fairy Whispers as well. I was surprised to not see him maybe dig for a Veiling Breeze there in response.
Yeah,
Thinking
even
about
Veiling
this,
for 1, right?
Yeah, at least would, stem some of this bleeding. We're going to see something here. Looks like now...
Oh, the Fairy Whispers is going to go down here.
Surveil, perhaps?
Cannot Surveil because no class bonus for fast activation.
True. Yeah, it looks
I
like
believe it is
5
Ensnaring.
for Ensnaring, which feels pretty bad. Henke's got to be pretty psyched about this. I have my full... hand available to me, and you're just going to put these allies back into my hand. I think that's probably a fine deal.
One of the really big benefits of this is he still has a Windmill. So he can play Windmill into Aeson again and still get 4 damage on the board, and then he can play the Lurking on top of that, or he can Brisk Wind Trotter into the Aeson Protector to give it even more. Next turn, levels up, play Sun Tzu, go for big damage. If he has the Shang in hand, he can also go for that 9 damage combo again, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be a place where Astro King might, unironically, need to Dungeon Guide to 2 to survive.
Maybe, yeah.
With only 2 prep counters.
Right. And it looks like we are going to go that Windmill plan, like you said, just get a little bit more influence.
So Henke is showing the Stifling Trap in memory, though.
Sure.
It's going to be a little bit... I mean, I want to say it's a little bit cooked.
It's looking a little cooked. I mean, even putting down the Stifling Trap, you have to assume that Henke's okay if his opponent's game plan is to Dungeon Guide to level 2, right?
Oh, he's going to play the Brisk. Yeah, so he is going to go for the full line here, right? So that's a lot of damage, right? It comes in for 4, and then it comes in for 1.
Yeah,
so he's going to be at 13.
That's good, he says. So he has to level up here, surely. Astro King's got to make something work. Going to level up to Tristan level 1, and I don't know, Tyler. Maybe we'll see if you're right. Maybe he has the Dungeon Guide up to 2 just to give himself a little bit of breathing room.
Oh, losing the defensive option of a Slime Shield there is pretty rough.
That's brutal.
He will have a Sadie, though, so Sadie will allow him to kill the Brisk Windtrotter and gain agility this turn, so he can't overextend, per se, and give himself more protection. We're going to see the Surveil the wins here. It's really not a bad play to Dungeon Guide here. To level 2, draw 1 card off of it, gain that 3 life that you need. But it really depends on what we're going to see here in hand.
Did draw, looks like a Black Market Broker. I think he drew a second copy of Slice and Dice as well. And something that you'll often see in these Tristan v Allies matchups is they have to use Slice and Dice as a removal piece. And we might see that, you know, used in combination with something else to take care of this Ace and Protector.
Yeah, Astro's really on the back foot here. Needs to find a way to both clear the board and also survive.
Yeah.
We're going to be seeing 19 life available here. Not a Spirit of Wind, but a Tristan underhanded. And I think he's going for it. I think he has to. I think he realizes how badly he needs it. Oh, he's going to go for the Sadie instead.
Sadie first. 2 to Champion, he says.
2 to Champion. He's going to slice him. He's just going to slice him. Return it back, slice for lethal.
Oh, that...
I didn't realize he had a Slice and Dice in hand.
That's 9.
I actually didn't realize he had I didn't realize he had the Slice and Dice until you said he drew a Slice and Dice, and I was like, oh wait, he just has lethal.
That's the deceptive power of Tristan, right? Like, looks so far behind. So on the back foot.
I genuinely had no idea.
Turns out Slice for 9 is pretty good.
I had no idea he had a Slice in his
hand. I just wasn't even thinking about the math. This is why I'm not a Tristan player, Tyler. I can't do math. But it turns out Astro King can do math.
Astro King on the back foot, ready to Slice and Dice Henki for lethal, apparently.
Seems like the back foot's a good place to be, right? I mean,
clearly,
what are you going to say, you know?
Clearly. That's the way.
We're a bit stunned by that one, but let's take a look at some sideboards. On the side of Mr. Henki the Goat, we have 3 Veiling Breeze, 3 Scatter Essence, 3 Unbroken Mustangs, 1 more Yonchao, 1 Blanche, 1 Ensnaring Fumes, and a Terrafring. Surely that Terrafring's coming in, right, Tyler?
Terrafring is coming in. I think Veiling might also come in. Veiling for the Slice and Dice is kind of nice. If you can Veiling for 3,
it's pretty good.
No slice.
You think you think the Yonchao is worth it? It's just Sadie. We might see those actually come out of the main deck.
I think he's just going to take Yonchao out. Clearly.
Yeah. Not enough targets. What about on the side of Astro King? What do you think's coming in? Maybe those Staggering Strikes.
I think the attack cards kind of help out. I think he's going to take out the Sharpened Blades for the Staggering Strikes. Sharpened Blade is a really cool high roll. Great with Assassin's Ripper because you don't need to use like the prep counter. But the Staggering Strikes allow him to kill any like stealth ally, which is kind of big when you look at Henki's list. Like if he Dream Fairies a Windmill Engineer and you can't remove it, you can't get your engine going, right? You're going to miss out on a lot of these really, really cool cards. Ensnaring Fumes is an option to bring in, and I do like the Stifling Trap, especially knowing that Henki really wants to hands down for these like Asen plays. In response to Asen's activation, before it gets to target, just remove whatever it is on the board. Right?
Yeah.
It's great.
Or even, we're getting later into the tournament, and who knows how much either of these players have seen of each other's decks. We do know that Henki's playing those like Zhang Zhaos, which are pretty potent targets for Stifling Trap. Do you think that Astro King's going to go for the level play and bring in Nullifying Mirror, expecting Veiling Breezes to come in?
Nullifying Mirror in would be kind of neat because it does affect the Windmill Engineers.
True.
It stops the extra draw mechanic. I don't think it progresses
Magistrates as well.
I don't think it progresses the game plan fast enough for Astro King to want to do it. I think he just wants to play like a really aggro slice list. He wants Henki to overextend.
Yeah, and that's what we saw there. We weren't even thinking about it. Henki probably wasn't thinking about it either, and then just walked into this lethal Slice and Dice line.
Ooh, he can imbue a Shang Shang here. He has 2 Shang Shangs and a Lurking Assailant.
And that's a pretty big deal. Most of these Allies decks are playing Shang Shang for the unique body, for Huaji most notably, but anytime that you get to imbue it, especially in another like pseudo-aggressive matchup, it's pretty huge to get that extra ability.
He's got a good spread of everything here. So 2 Windmills, a Surveil, Veiling Breeze, double Ensnaring Fumes, and I believe a Shadow Strike. Not a bad start, to be honest.
It's a better starting place than I think he was at last game. He's got those beautiful CPR Windmills in his hand.
I think putting down like double Ensnaring here for a Windmill Engineer is like pretty comfortable, pretty chill. Oh, sorry, that's a Black Market Broker. That's actually pretty good value. The problem is if you play a black market broker here, it might die.
It's like pretty liable to die, especially with this Shimmer Cloak on the board that you can't deal with. 2 to champion does leave this 2-3 a little bit vulnerable.
It's interesting, though, because when you look at Slice and Dice as a lethal line, if you get 4 to 6 damage on your opponent, you are always pressuring Slice and Dice lethal because you only need 1 prep counter.
And
you level up,
especially,
get a prep counter, we know he has a surveillance.
Yeah. There's that mental warfare, right, where you just died to Slice. Henke's got to be thinking about Slice.
Henke hates Slice and Dice and Luxem.
Yeah.
I posted some Luxem foils I picked up, and he said, "Please stop. I hate you." And I was like, "Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. It's probably one of the better things against these decks here." So,
and you know what, a king.
Henke thinking about whether or not he wants to clear board or if he wants to push damage to face.
Yeah, clear board looks like the option, and I think that is definitely right. Also going to deploy a Lurking Assailant. That one's probably coming across for 2.
Yep, lurking in for 2. It's not bad. Board state available. Looking for the Hurricane sweep here.
Yeah,
Too bad it's not available.
No sweeps here for Astro King. The best he's got is some Ensnaring Fumes, and that doesn't do quite the same job. We're going to see him grab a backup charger, build that influence.
One of the things I noticed with the way Astro King here is playing is he is utilizing his life as a resource very efficiently.
Yeah.
Right, we talked about how he was on the back foot last game. He knew exactly what he needed to find lethal. He only needed 2 more damage, right, to play the Slice and Dice. In this situation, he's got the Ensnaring Fumes to protect himself if he needs. He has the Surveils available to him. That Shadow Strike is probably useless in this matchup.
Yeah.
Not really going to need it. The Mastermind Scheme also feeling similar there. We're going to see a Windmill here to cycle a card. Not quite sure what was drawn into memory. Probably not too relevant. If it was a Slice, though, he'd be very, very hard-pressed to go for something here. But it looks like he's going to make a play here, probably for the Surveil the Winds. Maybe this turn going for the Veiling Breeze instead of using an Ensnaring Fumes. What a champion here. It's putting Henke in a spooky range. Henke has to respect it a lot.
Yeah, he chose to keep up this Veiling. He also has a Reclaim in hand, so if things look like lethal is not going to be on the books, he can pick up this Windmill and get a pretty clean
both.
level. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yep.
Reclaim first, then Veiling.
And then Veiling.
And that's pretty huge.
It's going to be in response to Mirror if he goes Mirror. Oh, the level. Okay, so we have Shang Chong on the field. So this is the ideal lineup, right? You level up to Lorraine 1, you get Hua Ji, and then you go Sun Tzu.
And he has the Sun Tzu in hand as well. Or in memory now, not banished from his level. So he does have access to that. But this Veiling Breeze is going to pay off pretty big for Astro King.
So there's a very small punish here where if Henke has a Stifling Trap in his hand, and I think he might, if Astro King goes to reclaim the Windmill Engineer, he can Stifling Trap it to stop him from being able to play the Veiling and get a lot of damage out of here.
That's pretty big. Just going to start with an attack for 2, try to force the issue.
I think he's going to go
There is a Stifle in hand, right?
Yeah. I think Henke should actually do this right now.
1 card in hand, and we see him thinking about it. Makes a bit of a face. It's like, Oh.
Yeah, because he realizes if he picks up the Windmill, he has access to Veiling Breeze.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, I can deal 2.
He's counting, yeah. And it's a lot.
Yeah, it's less because there's no Sun Tzu, but he does have a Rallied Advance, right? He can pop a Rallied Advance to wake up anything.
Yeah, attack with Shang Chang the second time with
Actually, I think what you would do is you would wake up your Lurking Assailant and leave it awake to threaten a Windmill attack or threaten a Sadie attack.
He might just... He's pretty close to lethal here, though, right? Shang Chang's attacking for 3. 3, 6, 8, 10. Does he put him to 14?
One off. It would.
It
put
looks
him
like
to
14 to me.
It's actually pretty good. I think it's worth it.
Man, just 1 more card, he would have been able to pop that power cell.
Rallied Advance.
Yeah.
So Rallied Advance for, I guess, 2. And then
yeah, so it'll be 2 off, yeah.
It's pretty close.
One more card, he could have popped that power cell and would have been lights out, but this is sort of the exact position that Astro King was in last game. He went to basically 2 life, and we're like, man, he's really got to figure something out, and then he just killed Henke on the spot. I think that's a little bit less likely here, but...
Yeah, the damage discrepancy is quite a bit larger in this case. It's a more than a Slice and Dice, but that's a lot of cards in hand.
That is a lot of cards and a lot of options.
Can turbocharge, too. does have the turbocharge in hand with the power cell on board, which I believe should be awake.
And Astro King does sort of get a free roll out of this Veiling Breeze, right? He knows that the first one...
Henke laughs at the turbocharge because he's so used to it.
The first Veiling Breeze that he gets to cast here is free because he does it in response to the Nullifying Mirror, right? So he can at least steal one more turn from Henke if he wants to spend this turn sort of like building up his resources.
Believe we might be looking at an Ensnaring Fumes turn here. I think Ensnaring Fumes protects you from, I believe, I guess reswings, it would protect you from 6 damage here. So Tristan will get hit by 2 allies max, because he's not materializing a draw card, right? So he's going to go to 5 influence. He's going to pick up 3 cards, so he'll have 8. So he can only play 2 allies. Oh,
Surveil first. I think he is going for that Veiling Breeze here in response to nullifying.
Is he ensnaring for free, or is he... Oh, he's putting it down. Interesting, okay.
Get your free roll turn. You're never going to get another one of those, right? So you might as well take it now that Nullifying Mirror is online.
Dude, Henke sees all of the Ensnaring Fumes, and he's like, I'm cooked.
I'm cooked. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of pressure that he gets to provide just by having this board, and on his next turn, he gets to wake up and just provide threats that have to be dealt with immediately.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong at all with that. I think Henke's in a position right now where he should just pass with everything, and he does.
And he just does. You're exactly right.
So something that I think should happen here, probably Nullifying Mirror in response to Materialization, just to stop Windmill Engineers.
Yeah, we'll see.
Stop any form of imbued, any engine cards.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Slime Shield and an Ensnaring Fuse. Not bad. Henke's probably pretty happy about that. Those are all damage prevention cards, essentially.
And you're exactly right, Tyler. We see in response to the Tristan on enter that Nullifying Mirror activated, just in case to cover up any sort of windmills.
Henke is so sad. He just drew a second Dream Fairy.
Oh, he's got the ace in as well. Gets to start actually doing some work on this board.
It's a pretty good setup, right? So you can't windmill ace in here, which is exactly why Henke activated the Nullifying Mirror in that earlier. He's just going to pass with everything. So he's playing for the Ensnaring Fumes.
Yeah, interesting. He's sort of forcing himself to be reactive instead of deploying something like these Dream Fairies to make Henke commit more to the board. Looks like in Recollection.
Ensnaring Fumes in Recollection is interesting. I feel like you would want to Ensnaring Fumes in response to the first attack declaration. I guess it doesn't really matter if you don't have Terraforming, right? If you have Terraforming with Ensnaring Fumes, it does force them to pay the 2. So, like, rebuilding board presence isn't as strong. I would be very interested to see if he goes for an Assassin's Ripper with the Ensnaring Fumes as a floating memory. I don't think he has a Slice and Dice this time. Probably just go for a level up into Shadow Dancer. Blinding Orb's always an option, though.
You're not thinking big enough, Tyler. The Slice and Dice is on top. Just rip it off the top. Easy peasy.
Yeah, you're not wrong, to be honest. And I think he has a Sharpened Blade still, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
So
it's just 1 billion. I think factually 1 billion damage.
Sharpened Blade is 2 plus 2.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be Slice and Dice for 19.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just lethal. That's just outright
just kills
lethal.
you.
Yeah, that's spicy. He does have a deflect. Oh, he's going for it.
4 is good. 4 damage dealt. 5 life remaining.
He's going to try to rally to advanced him here.
And I think, unless he put it down, Astro King does have another copy of Ensnaring Fumes that he could cast for free. That's good.
I guess he just called.
Did he put down the second Ensnaring? He had a second one, right?
He banished it for
level.
so he didn't have an
sure, yeah.
He didn't have answer.
Yeah, he had Veiling Breeze in hand, but we know that wasn't going to work. Nullifying Mirror on board.
Very good. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Henke brought it back, though. He showed a lot of respect there. He really pushed the damage early. He really pushed the damage.
Yeah, there was a much stronger start from Henke, and sort of a similar play pattern that we saw from Astro King, and being on the back foot and trying to find a turn where he can overtake the game sort of holistically, but just a little bit too far behind there to get across the finish line.
I think what was most important there and the pivotal move that Henke made was the Stifling Trap. We talked about the Stifling Trap into the windmill, so he couldn't play the Veiling Breeze on the Reclaim. That was the 4 damage he needed to win the game. If he didn't make that action, he would not have won there.
So
he would have been behind by a full extra turn.
And that's like so important, right? What separates the good players from the best players is, you know, opportunities like that sort of most people would just pass over. Be like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, they're like, oh, he's still going to get the floating. It's like, I don't want him to get another card back, right? I'm willing to trade 1-for-1 on cards. Because on top of it being damage prevention is like the most important. Henke's playing, like we said, 53 allies. All the damage he deals is combat damage. He has no other choice, right? With the opener, that's a pretty fantastic opener. So double ensnaring. He has a Zephyr, Windmill, and a Fairy Whispers with Sadie. I like Sadie pass here.
She's so safe, right? There's very little that Henke can do with to interact with her, and if he chooses to, you're not only saving life for your champion, you're also generating prep counters, which is pretty big.
If he opens a he can swing, and then on the stack of the thing,
stifle your Sadie.
Yeah, and it's going to super punish Astro King. If he opens a it's literally the top card in his hand. It's the first card he drew.
I think you should. You've been making a lot of calls today, Tyler. I think we should maybe get you some lottery tickets. Today's your day.
I guess it's my day. That would be the play I'd go for. If
I think
Henke
so.
Here, right?
Yeah.
You know he has 3 cards in hand. He can only activate Sadie once. It's really good pressure. As long as it's not.
It's happening.
He's doing the same thing, but instead of attacking, he's forcing him to activate the ability in response just to Stifling Trap it.
That's so sick. Oh, and he said no.
He said no.
Maybe this is an interaction that Astro King wasn't familiar with. One's good.
He can
playing around
retaliate here
favorable
still.
wins.
He can't bounce it because of pride.
It has
so
pride too.
Pride doesn't allow, but he can retaliate, which is what he can do. So Astro King doesn't actually know how the pride mechanic works here.
He can retaliate, but Yamcha's a 1-3, right?
I believe it is. You're actually right. It's not a 1-2. Henke with the severe punish. He's got the cool tech card, and he actually just cooked someone with
and it gets you, yeah.
That is like, I mean, we talked about the other round where he attacks and then goes Stifling Trap, but that is honestly a better play.
Yeah.
He lost nothing from that.
He wanted to play that ally anyways, yeah. And, I don't want to be too hyperbolic, but that is like potentially game losing. Like, that's a really far advantage for Henke to be ahead here on just turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, against allies, Sadie is, the best unique ally in the game, right?
Yeah.
She lets you kill something and pick up 3 cards.
That's massive.
And if you have enough cards, you can do some crazy Sadie lines, especially there's a Windmill Engineer here. If you have 1 damage from a Windmill, you can 1 damage into the Yuan Shao, you can Sadie 1, Bouncer, play it again, swing again, Agility 6.
Yeah.
Or Agility 3, Agility 3s, because you can interact in between them. But overall, I mean, the value from that is fantastic.
Speaking of value, we're going to see an Engineer deployed, draws a card, deals with the opposing Engineer. And, man, I think Henke's looking to be in a pretty commanding position. Going to start off by getting that Nullifying Mirror, shut off any potential Veiling Breeze lines.
We talked about Jimmy Lee as the people's champion, people who are legendary. Yeah. That might be a legendary moment.
Yeah, I think so.
People are like, Yuan Shao, this card sucks.
CSR stonks just went through the roof.
That card is honestly pretty good, especially in that matchup.
Yeah. Massive.
Yeah, it's a really big one. Yuan Shao, great. I mean, that's why they call him the GOAT.
That is. He finds 2 Sadies on top of the library, Astro King, but maybe he's so defeated he doesn't even want to bother. Looks like he's going to keep 1, put a Wind card on top in a Dream Fairy, and then a Sadie below it.
Yeah, Dream Fairy into the Yuan Shao. It's not bad.
At least deals with her for a while. But we do know that there's that Stifling Trap waiting in the wings from Henke. Maybe he'll keep that up for that potential Dream Fairy.
Ooh,
DOA All-Star. Trained Hawk.
The actual All-Star. And it's going to deal with the Dream Fairy, too. So now the question is, does he Dream Fairy the Trained Hawk?
True.
Not imbued Chong, just sending it.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we saw from the last game, right? Just 3 allies on board. Here's this problem I've made. You have to deal with it. I know you're already on the back foot.
So let's see. This is probably going to be Dream Fairy targeting Yuan Shao, and then Sadie to kill Yuan Shao.
Sadie kill Hawk, maybe?
Sadie kill Hawk would mean retaliation,
yeah.
lose Sadie. So, I mean, you said it, DOA All-Star Vigor. goes kind of
It's
crazy.
huge. Vigor and True Sight.
Yeah, Vigor goes kind of crazy. And it can trigger multiple times too. So if you have something with like a purse with a Mark of Fervor, you can Vigor on the stack of the next Vigor trigger. You can rest her to use the ability.
Tyler, I
wake her up
think
again.
that's burnt. I think that's burnt.
I'm sorry, I'm a little incinerated on this side. But hopefully we see Dream Fairy. Dream Fairy targeting. I mean, it might actually have to be Dream Fairy targeting
Trained
Trained Hawk.
Yeah. Target Yonchao.
Okay, target Yonchao. Because the problem is, even if you play Sadie here, he can't.
Maybe,
oh, it's not imbued. It's not imbued.
Oh, kill Shang Chang.
So it can kill the Shang Chang.
But this Dream Fairy is looking to get a swooping dove by this Hawk, I think.
Agility 3. I guess probably in response to, like, I think an end step, you just bounce Sadie now.
Yeah, maybe.
So you can't get punished in any way, right?
Yeah, that Stifling Trap that we know Henke's holding on to, he's getting a lot of juicy targets for it.
And he showed it too at the beginning of the game. So it's even more like of a mental game here.
Right.
Henke's really trying to punish the mentality, saying, hey, look, I took out your Sadie the first time. What makes you think I won't do it again?
It's that overwhelming confidence that Henke has that is just has to be so nerve-wracking to play against.
Yeah, so looking at Henke here, debating a different weapon potentially, not the Hwaji. Oh, so he's going to bring out the Hwaji again. I was curious if he's going to go for something else. I believe he does have this sort of seeking. Can go for Clarent. I think that's what the sort of seeking here is for, mainly, to banish for Clarent. But yeah, we're going to see Trained Hawk coming in here against that Dream Fairy yet again.
Not a whole lot that can happen, yeah. Goodbye, Dream Fairy. Unlocks that Yonchao.
Does he have a second Yonchao? Because he banished one for level. I don't know if he has another one.
He lost it. Looks like he has Sansa instead. The combo. Puts the durability on Hwaji. Gets to attack with the Hwaji.
Yeah, so damage can come in here. Sun Tzu, pretty cool. Pretty cool card, actually. Also, one of the cooler CSRs. He's got that really big, smug smile.
Yeah, yeah.
Very, very, very cool card. So it's going to give +1 to Hwaji, and it's also going to give Hwaji a durability counter. We're going to see a Zephyr targeting. Oh, okay. That's an interesting punish.
Yeah, so Zephyr targets Hwaji. In response, that Stifling Trap does get cashed in to take care of Sadie with no cards in hand from Astro King. Just going to swing in for 3 more damage. All-star Trained Hawk.
It's honestly way more punishing for Astro King too, right? Because when you Zephyr something, it comes back.
Yeah.
When you Stifling Trap something, it goes to the graveyard when it dies.
Yeah.
So he's lost 2 of his Sadies. He bottomed 1 of them. I believe most people only play 3 Sadies in their Tristan list. No, he's playing 4, so he does have the potential to get 1 more this game. I'm not quite sure if he's going to make it there, but the possibility does exist. 0 damage counters on Henke is really tough, though.
I think it's crazy. There's 0 damage counters on Henke, but also before this GCR, even in Influence with the known influence abuse Tristan deck, Henke's really keeping pace with a deck that is usually known for drawing way more cards than an allies deck, and he's the one that has the commanding board presence. So.
Yeah,
really,
I mean, he turned off the Windmill Engineers by having that Nullifying Lantern.
Yeah.
Astro King plays the GCR this turn, uses it to draw an extra card, only goes to Influence of 7. How do you come back from this? You're so far. I mean, I'm not going to jinx it when I say it again. You're so far on the back foot here that you had 2 prep counters, no Sadies. I don't think there's a Surveil. The best he's got right now is an Ensnaring Fumes.
Yeah, Ensnaring Fumes and Incap. And Incap is really not very powerful in a matchup like this. So he's, again, relying on this Ensnaring Fumes. But, man, Tyler, if there's one thing that I don't want to do, it's Ensnaring Fumes my opponent's Sun Tzu.
True. Ensnaring Fumes the Sun Tzu is a little on the
seems
spookier
bad.
side.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the other things to mention here is when we look at this matchup, I mean, okay, there it is. I mean, he's got no other choice, really, right? So we look at, the Ensnaring Fumes setup there. He's going to level up to 2, draw only 1 card, and then there's no Dungeon Guide in hand. Incapacitate has very little value because Henke is not playing Second Wind. He's playing Rallied Advance only as his Wake Up combo card.
Yeah, there's
it's just
there's
hard
like
to punish.
5 targets for incapacitated in Henke's deck or something.
Yeah,
it's mostly
3
deflecting edges.
2 stifling, or 3 stifling trap, 3 deflecting edge, so 6 targets, and then maybe if he brought in Veiling, I don't even think he needs to bring in Veiling Breeze against this matchup.
Yeah.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Henke actually looking to calculate for lethal here on the next turn, I believe. Ask how many float that Tristan has. Looking to count towards the 22 here. So 1 float with 5 in memory, 1 in hand. It's going to use 1 for memory, go down to 5, draw 1 for the on-enter effect, draw another 1 for turn, go back to 7.
Mm-hmm.
Is possible to get a Dungeon Guide there, right? He's filtered a couple cards. He has played a single Fairy Whispers. He's probably through about a quarter of the deck. Maybe looking closer to a third soon. Not unrealistic to see one in a pretty near top deck here.
And he might need it.
Do we see Mr. Sunso come back?
That's the plan. Put him face down there, just doing some counting.
I think Eternal Magistrate this turn is really, really strong.
You got to play around that potential Dungeon Guideline, right?
Because
That
you
is
don't
pretty
necessarily
big.
need to play an ally that's going to pressure the game plan if you can slow down your opponent's conditions to win, right?
Yeah, and I mean, this Sunso already is threatening 5 damage, which is enough pressure to keep Astro King on the back foot. And you are exactly right. We see an imbued Eternal Magistrate, and what that's going to do is that's going to stop any Dungeon Guide shenanigans, even stops a Shadow's Claw if for some reason it's still in play when we get there. And that can be pretty punishing, especially when you are facing down the amount of pressure that Astro King is facing right now.
Yeah, this is a really, really tough place for Astro King to be in. So he's used the Ensnaring Fumes. He doesn't really have that many defensive options left. He's going to lose a card here to level up to Tristan. Hired Blade, Tristan level 2. He's going to be able to draw 1 based on the prep counter, so loses the Shadow Strike. That's probably okay to lose.
Yeah, that's good. You don't really need that one.
So he's going to draw the card. Does he see what he needs? At this point, I think what he needs might be Surveil Slice. Just to clear
Just
the
to
board.
clear the board, yeah.
He does have 2 slice. He does get the 2 slice and dice. Has a Stifling Trap as well. Sadie's available, but I don't think he can Sadie, pay for Sadie, get the prep counter, and slice. He's 1 card short for that. You can raw slice here, actually, for 3. It's not like the greatest. This is rough. 2 to champion here. He really doesn't have a lot of answers. Does Henke have another Rallied Advance in hand? I think he had 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. And we see just a pass here from Astro King. And I don't think he's holding up a whole lot. We know that those Veiling Breezes are shut off. Does not have the requisite preparation counters for a Ensnaring Fumes. We know he's holding in cap, but there's no deflecting edges that I think are going to come out on Henke's side.
Yeah, so Henke looking towards probably backup charger. I don't really see many other options for him at this point. It's going to be kind of tough. Terrafring probably, because he swapped out the Viridian Protective Trinket.
Smart.
Forgot he did have that in the sideboard.
Yeah, Ring stops any of these Sadie shenanigans.
Ring is good. Ring is very good.
But he might not need it. He might just be able to find a lethal line here. So many cards in his influence and already pressure on board.
Ring is actually the one thing that I think Astro King really needed in his deck.
Yeah, it's
Ring
true.
would have been really strong against Henke.
Yeah, especially with the pairing of these Ensnaring Fumes we've seen cast so many times in this match. Really want that 1-2 punch, like you said, of Ensnaring Fumes into Terrafring.
Oh, interesting. He can actually ace in his Sun Tzu if he wants to.
The value.
Kind of a high roll. We're going to see a Yuan Shao again.
Interesting.
I do like that he has the Zhang Jiao, so he can recover actually to push himself slower and slower out of lethal. I think he's just accepting that his Sadie is dead. Doesn't have a reclaim. There's no way he goes for his effort, right?
No, that would be super greedy, I think. Both players doing some math. But I think you're right. I think he just has to let Sadie go.
Yeah, if you were going to do anything to Sadie, you wanted to bounce her in response to the activation, you're going to take 2 more damage. You do retain the Sadie. You'll get a prep counter, and you'll also be able to maintain, maintain influence, but you also get a prep counter.
Yeah.
Which would put you towards the slice. Like, I think that's the problem here. He doesn't have the ability to slice prepped anymore to clear board.
Yeah.
Right? Slice prep, 3, kill Magistrate and Sun Tzu, probably. 3 and 6.
And then at least
Board's all right
unlocks your
there.
dungeon guidelines.
The other side to this that's going to be difficult is that Terrafring will stop Slice very aggressively. Yeah, so he's got 6 down, so it's going to be a Glimpse 4. It's not going to be any form of recover or anything.
Could be worse, though. Glimpse 4, not a...
He's another Yuan Shao. That's so funny.
Yeah, none of those super impactful. Does find, I guess, quite a few allies. That's what you're going to find in Henke's deck.
I think he's grabbing Lurking.
Lurking or
all
perhaps
the
Shimmercloak.
bottom.
Yeah, doesn't need any of those.
Thought he would leave the Lurking on top.
All the cards in his deck are the same. Right, wants to find
so
the best
specifically with Lurking, the reason why you might want to leave that up is because you can still ambush.
Sure.
Even though Tristan has shadows, if he does go to level 3, and he can protect himself by redirecting, if Tristan were to attack, you can still ambush it.
Right.
It's not quite keyworded on FTC cards since it wasn't a keyword until A
Sure.
and B, but the option does exist. Right. It gives him that kind of weird lineup for an awkward kill turn, I guess. I think Astro King might have to hard level to 3 with 2 prep counters. It's going to feel awful, but I think he's going to die if he doesn't do
It's
it.
going to feel awful. It's going to look awful. But it might just get him out of this game, or at least give him a fighting chance. Only 2 damage counters on Henke makes it pretty hard to find any other line.
My
and we
goodness.
are going to see it hard level to Tristan Shadow Dancer. Make 2 ominous shadow tokens, and he will get that very important ability to remove 2 preparation counters to redirect the target of an attack to one of these shadows.
Oh, it is not. It's not Shadow. Wait, it's Shadow Reap. No, Shadow Dancer.
It's Dancer, yeah.
Henke was like, oh, here's the top 4 cards in my deck, bro.
Dancer.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to redirect 1, but if he goes for a Slice and Dice here, then he will have no prep counters.
Yeah,
and he can't activate Shadow's Claw for 2 reasons. 1, he doesn't have the prep counters, and 2, there is an imbued Magistrate on him.
Yeah. It's a pretty tough situation to be in.
Mastermind Scheme? I don't think he has one.
No, it looks like Trap, Slice, Zephyr, Reclaim. I think those are the 4 cards.
So Henke has 4 damage on the field currently. He can bring out the Sword of Seeking to push damage again.
That costs 2.
No prep. No prep. Oh, he can't even pay for it. Okay, so here's an interesting judge question. I'm pretty sure if you play an attack card like that, the attack card is activated. And it is activated. You cannot pay the Terrafring, it fizzles.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it falls. It might just be an illegal game action.
Because playing an attack card
doesn't
does not
enter the
put
intent.
is not an attack declaration.
Right.
Once it resolves, it goes into intent, and then you have to pay for the declaration. So I'm pretty sure if you do that, you actually have to play it.
Yeah. I mean, either way, it's pretty backbreaking to not be able to activate anything on your own turn because of that Terrafring.
Yeah, it's a really crippling position to be in.
Yeah.
You have 3 prep counters as Tristan 3. You have no way to clear the board. However, Henke's board is all 1 power allies. It really isn't the worst place to be in.
Yeah.
You could be 0 prep counter. You could have another 4 or 5 Asen.
True.
But it's looking grim. This is the Death by 1,000 Cuts. It is the Razor Gale Allies style almost. I will poke it. You know what this is? This is Head Judge Herman playing Fractals, where the only thing he had to kill you was 1 power allies. I watched him kill 3 players to 25, swinging for 1.
That is some sadistic stuff.
It's really funny. It's really fun. He played the I Can't Die Fractals deck. I will swing you for 1 repeatedly.
Hey, if it works.
I think they're currently deliberating how that works with the Slice and Dice.
Yeah, definitely an odd one for sure. There are a lot of little things in Grand Archive that come up like this. And it's important that we deal with them correctly, especially at a stage as important as North American Nationals. So
Slice and Dice, we know how attack cards work. Attack cards require you to rest your champion, you pay costs. Once the attack resolves, then it goes into, the attack situation. So Banish Terrafring, until end of turn, players can't declare attacks unless they pay 2 for each attack declaration. So technically, playing Slice and Dice or attempting to activate Slice and Dice is not declaring an attack.
Right. Only requires 2 reserve and you to rest your champion as part of cost. but it's not an attack declaration until it enters the intent.
Yeah, so once it resolves, it goes to intent, it immediately becomes an attack declaration. You choose targets, you include weapons, all of those things. So I think that's most likely what they're deliberating over. It's a very niche ruling.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of really niche moments today, actually.
That's what Nationals is all about. Everybody's bringing their A game, but also we have some spicy tech stuff like Yanchao that we saw. Is shaking things up. Make everybody's playing on their toes this weekend.
Yeah, it's it's a really tough place to be in. A really tough place to be in. Both these players doing really well, though. I mean, 4-1 is a very respectable scoreline.
Yeah, especially at a really, really difficult tournament. Like
I've played at these tournaments. I have the 3-0 curse. You go 3-0, and then you
lose everything else. Yeah.
You just lose after 3-0. I should just 3-0 drop at this point. Maintain my elo or something. I don't know.
Maintain my elo. Play your one game on stream.
Hey.
Retired champion.
Just because it was fun. For those who don't know what we're talking about, in a sense, Singapore, I played the first round on stream, and then I dropped cast. Because we had an emergency where Red Zone Rogue was not there, available to cast due to missing some things.
Some flights and stuff.
Yeah, so we're getting some judge verification on the attack declaration there with the Terrafring. It's going to be rough. I mean, either way, okay, so let's see. The punish does happen. Astro King does have to play the Slice and Dice and have the 2 cards in memory. So he's down in Influence. He will... So he's down in Influence. It's as simple as that. He's down in Influence, and his champion's rusted.
Yeah.
Not that it being rusted really makes a difference in this. Hanky's still swinging for 5.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be pessimistic.
6, because the Sword of Seeking gets +1 from Sun Tzu.
True. Huge.
Kind of big.
I don't want to be pessimistic, but it's looking pretty dire for Astro King, regardless of the outcome.
Yep. Maybe you should have played Fire Guoja so we could play Dire Requiem.
And then that would be a dire outcome, but for your opponent.
There's earlier we were talking about a couple games. Mr. Mullen was playing something, and he goes, played Arthur Pass, and then my opponent didn't do anything, and I played double Requiem, and I swung him to 15. I'm like, that is crazy.
Turn 2 on the play.
That is
huge.
So funny.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be really big there. So we are going to, I believe, it did resolve as the Slice and Dice was played, the costs were paid, and he was not able to make the D-attack declaration due to the Terrafrig. They are going to get a 5-minute time extension here, and we're going to move on to Hanky's turn, resume where we were here. So Hanky's going to swing in 1 with Yuan Shao.
Champion should be rested as well, I believe. But 1 damage from Yanchao, 1 from Sun Tzu, 1 from Magistrate, 1 from Zhang Zhao. Like you said, that death of 1,000 cuts. But still a full hand from Henke.
Yeah, so like you said, champion should be rested. 2 from the Lorraine. We are going to see, does he have enough damage in hand? I believe he does. Ace and Protector, bring back something, swing 3, swing 1.
Yeah, there is those
can
2
protect
prep.
Once.
Yeah, one protection for probably the biggest one, probably that attack with Asen. Will save Astro King for a turn, but what is that turn looking like?
Wait, is he just going to Dream Fairy one of the shadows away?
Another DOA staple, Esteemed Knight. 2/3 with text, we promise.
That's a big board.
It's a big board.
A big board of 1 damage allies and an Esteemed Knight. Hanky does have a Veiling Breeze in hand.
It's huge.
He actually did side in the Veiling Breeze for the Slice and Dice.
Massive.
He shows a lot of respect to his opponent with the way he sides.
That's what you need to be in this spot.
I'm not going to lie, I'm not a huge Allies player, but I really like the way Hanky plays Allies. He shows a ton of respect to all the different types of decks out there, as well as he really plays to his outs.
Yeah. I feel like Allies players are the people that make me want to play Allies. You know? Like people that this is all they do, and they play so clean. And I think Hanky is one of those players for sure.
He's a good player. No one can deny that. The winner of European Nationals. Of course. Topped 2 ascents.
True.
It's big. We're going to see the raw materialization of Shadow's Claw.
Do what you got to do, man.
One of the most painful things we have to see.
He says, might as well go for it. He does have a slice.
Going to Slice and Dice, prepared, with Shadow's Claw. And he's going to Veiling Breeze this for 4, I think.
That's
it's
pretty
for
big.
4, and that's the game. That's the game.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do here.
That's pain.
Huge. Like you said, the Veiling Breeze come in for the slice and dice, and that respect that Henke's shown to his opponent. I mean, that's pretty close to lethal if it went through, right?
Let's see. It's going to be slice for 11 plus 4. So that's 15, goes to 17. It's pretty close.
Pretty
It's not
close,
bad.
but even still not getting over the finish line. But the finish line, I think, is swiftly
Does he
approaching.
finish him with the Yuan Shao?
Oh, he does.
He totally finishes him in style with the Yuan Shao. And there's the fist bump. That's going to be the 2-1 for Henke the GOAT.
What a man of the people. He knows. He knows that we wanted to see the lethal with the Yuan Shao. He gets it. He gets it. That is why he's the GOAT, ladies and gentlemen. Moving on to 5-1.
He is the European champion.
Yeah.
He hosts the European flag.
Right.
He even brought all of the prizing from the online Europe League to give to everyone. He really is one of the people's champions.
Yeah. And hey, you know, like, why is Henke here to get another invite? He's just, here to.
He's trying to have a good time.
Have a good time. Beat some people up with some Yuan Shaos. Maybe walk away with some prizes. Maybe kick down an invite from European Nationals.
True. Who was third place at European Nationals?
Not sure. Not off the top of my head, but.
It'd be interesting to know. I don't actually remember who was third.
Well, just trying to see some more European representation, right? Because I know both of the European qualifiers were European.
Yeah.
And
So
if third place is too.
in there.
Yeah.
Oh, third place also European.
If they are, hopefully.
That'd be big if he managed to get another one here.
Get some representation,
It would just show that, you can always play an Allies deck.
It's true. And Henke can always play an Allies deck. And listen, man, like, if it's not broken, don't fix it. He comes to these events and just crushes, right?
What was interesting to me in this matchup, he didn't have access to the staggering strikes, which in a lot of matches he played at European Nationals, the staggering strike made a really big difference. Against Xander, against Tristan, and it also just gave him another option for Dream Fairies.
Yep.
Black Market Broker was a really good target for it if you had enough prep counters. He didn't even need it.
Who needs it?
Just
play Yuan Shao.
Stifling
Dude, that's crazy.
Just play Yuan Shao.
That's crazy.
Actually,
that's
so
the sweetest tech.
Yeah.
And now it's out. The spoilers are out.
I
People are
remember
gonna start putting
we were
Yuan
sitting
Shaos
down
in
at
their deck.
CNATS. It was me, Emp, Auli, Jet, and Henke comes over to us and he goes, I got this sick new tech. Puts the Yuan Shao on the table, and I said, he's like, I'm stopping your Sadie. I said, so in response to activation, pay 2, and he goes, oh, I didn't know it worked that way.
Well, hey, apparently.
I mean, he punished in this
Astro
game.
King didn't either. So.
But the other thing is, like, you can't play the Sadie again.
Right.
So it still gets the same effect and the same pressure. It's very, very efficient. It's really good.
And I think even better so into those like other Allies decks that are playing either the unique package here in Wind or the unique package with like Arthur and Fire. Does like sort of lock those down as well, which is pretty huge.
There's also a really cool interaction with Red Hair, Dilu, and Juying, where if you play them first and then you play the Yuan Shao applies Pride after. Because it's
timestamped. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool because
pretty big.
Like the horses say loses Pride,
right?
Not Pride doesn't affect them. So, I mean, it's pretty cool tech. It's probably really, really good into the Fire like aggro matchup. Like Wind Allies are pretty good into Fire aggro in general. I think it's really good with a card like Yuan Shao.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, why not sure that matchup up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's pretty big.
No Xiao Chao, no Arthur. No, you really just remove everything.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
And pretty soon you guys can hear it from the GOAT himself. We're going to try to get him set up in the feature match area for an interview.
Whoa.
Just cool. Hear all about why he's playing Yuan Shao and what his expectations were for the tournament. Obviously a battle-tested player, right? So he knows what he's looking for. He knows what his good matchups are.
Last year, Henke went to every Nats, didn't qualify. This year, he went to 3.
Yeah.
And I think he didn't go to OS because he qualified EU. But then he was already booked for here, so he came anyway.
Might as well, right?
I mean, he's killing it right now.
Yeah,
5-1 it's not just a respectable score anymore. That is a very good score.
One of the best in the room.
Yeah. That's what, top 4 tables probably.
Yeah.
That's big.
That is big.
It's big.
And again, tried and true strategy. And I think that's important that always in Grand Archive, Allies have a place. Like you worry about, we saw a steamed night in that game from the DOA like demo decks.
Prelude decks, like way there.
Yeah,
but
and still making a splash at NA Nationals 2025.
Yeah. We're going to be leading over here. Main Deck Dan's going to take over this interview with Henke the GOAT, so hope you guys enjoy.
Folks, we are here with you know him, you love him, Henke the GOAT. Henke, how do you feel about that last game, huh?
Well,
in the end, I felt good, but game 1 I got too greedy. So I was like, it's going to be one of those days where you go 4-0 and then go downwards. But, well, game 2 and 3 were fine, so... Tristan is a fair deck. Happy to play against a different assassin on stream for once.
Yeah, I know about your disdain for Luxem, absolutely. Henke, you're a really fun kind of celebrity to have here today because you're already Worlds qualified, but you came here anyway. What's tell the audience about what drives you to come all the way here from Europe, even though you're already qualified?
Well, the trip was already booked and paid for and was non-refundable, so I had to come. No, I always enjoy these events, especially Nationals, because Nationals is special. Everybody wants to make Worlds, so there's everybody's like a little bit more anxious, a little bit more stressed, and for me this time it's pretty okay because I'm not stressed because, as you said, I'm already going. So it's pretty chill tournament so far.
Yeah, I'm sure that takes a lot of the heat off, and you can just kind of have fun. I noticed you brought you brought a Wind Allies list again, but you did. Yeah, a pile. You had a few variations, though. Can you just talk about what you decided to change going into this and why?
Yeah, so I played the generals because all those people are playing Luxem Assassin, and I want to test it against how it works against Sadi. It worked this time because he didn't know the card, so I got a bit lucky there, but I think it might be okay against Sadi, so I played that card, and I decided to play some blind cheese main, but that's basically it.
The stifling traps, I don't know. That's another change too, right?
Yeah, because I kept playing as fractals, and they keep playing the Zhangjiao and Zhuang too. So stifling trap is good, and I don't know what I played before. I played 3 deflecting edge, 2 rallied advance, and staggering strikes. And I felt like I didn't need staggering strikes anymore, and I want to play, well, more than 52 allies is insane, so I was like, stifling trap is the best card to put in.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And in that game, the stifling trap was really key for getting rid of a Sadie. That was really sick. But yeah, the Yuan Chao, right? That was, I think, a learning moment for a lot of players watching that stream there. And they realized, yeah, if something has pride, you can't activate its abilities unless you meet that number as well. And a player who knows about that can, of course, activate the Sadie in response to the activation. But actually, in 2 different instances, you kind of got your opponent with the, I think the first time they didn't realize he couldn't activate, and then the second time maybe didn't realize that they were level 2 at that point and had the pride, right? So it was a pretty strong card for you.
Oh, was he level 2?
Yeah, he was level 2 at that point. So I guess neither of you actually realized that. That's so funny. Little tricky interactions.
I'm so exhausted. But it also helps when you have it. You force them to activate it, and then you can stifling trap it as well. So
yeah, it's the combination of the two that's quite powerful. So yeah, I mean, you clearly had a good approach to that Tristan matchup. Just real quick, like for the people out there who are going as Tristan with allies, do you have any tips for them?
Don't be greedy because you get punished. Like, I should have just kept interceptors up because they can kill you out of nowhere. So you need to know when they can kill you, and don't be greedy. Keep some defenses up.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to look out for those slice and dices. Now, last thing here, you are now 5-1, which means a win or an ID will actually get you into day 2. How are you feeling? Are you just going to ID in, or what's going on?
No, I'm probably not going to ID. Depends on who I'm playing, if I know the person. But if I win the next one, I'm definitely not IDing. And if I lose, I probably won't ID as well because I don't need to win because I'm already qualified. So I'd rather give myself a better chance to actually win some money and get a new kitchen.
Get a new kitchen. All right. The kitchen is on the line for the GOAT. You know what? I've seen you enough. You seems like you're already in a good enough kitchen when you're coming to these events. But yeah, let's get you a better one. Why not? So stay tuned. We got 2 more rounds of super exciting gameplay with other incredible players other than the GOAT. We'll see. We'll check in on you tomorrow, Henke, see if you made it in. Thanks so much. You guys stay tuned. We got the next round coming up real soon.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよういつまで邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く
Welcome back, everyone, to Grand Archive North American Nationals. I'm here with my friend Lineage Break. Cam, how's it going, Cam?
Whew, I'm good. What a game that was, that last round.
The power of pride.
Yeah, the power of Yonsha, the power of trained hawks and esteemed knights.
You know what? Sometimes all you want to do is pay 3 for something with 2 power.
Yeah, 2 power.
Attack.
Punch face.
I'm going to do it again, and do it again, and do it again. Get ensnaring fumed, and do it again, and do it again. Yeah, I mean, I love taking a deck like that to a long tournament like this, because talk about preserving your mental energy, right? like. Not to say that there were lines there, obviously, and Henke played some beautiful lines with like the stifling traps and everything. And as we heard in the interview, a line where he should have been maybe a little more defensive and not just turn things sideways. But a lot of the time, that's what you do. And that makes it a little easier to preserve your energy for the late games.
I think that's maybe part of it, right? If you're playing maybe a simpler strategy, it gives you more sort of like mental space to make those more complicated lines when they matter. Right. And we're definitely getting to that portion of the tournament. We have just 2 rounds left where people are starting to get a little tired. These fractals players, there's a lot of thinking, a lot of math, and people are starting to get a little bit fatigued, but they got to finish out strong and see who makes that day 2 cut.
They do. I know I say this every round, but I go talk to the players and everyone is going, this is the hardest tournament. The top tables are so sweaty. All of these great players are getting, they're on like win-and-ins now instead of what normally would have felt to them, like, oh, I just zoom into finals with a good run.
Yeah.
But, man, it's a tough gauntlet out there.
I think it's a testament to not only the community, to the player base, but to the growth of GA as well, that these are high-stakes events. There's a lot of money on the line, and so people are bringing their A game, and it's become a really, really tough field where, people that are maybe familiar with something like Nationals season last year, where it was a newer game, a smaller game, and maybe competition was a little bit less stiff, but now in our second full year of Grand Archive, things are getting really tough.
Yeah, we have to mention, it's really important to note that, players have improved, I think, so much since the earliest events, since Nats last year. The crowd hears many of those same faces, but they have gotten better the whole time. That's a year of improving, right? So it's like it just gets harder and harder and harder to break in, and really shows the skill of these players who are now at this stage where it's for many of some of them locked in. For many of them, it's one more win and they're in, and just everything is kind of on the line for this.
Yeah, and a testament to their dedication as well. All of these players that you see doing well, there's very few times that you're going to see people that come through and they're like, oh, I just picked a deck this morning and I didn't practice a lot. It's people that are really putting in the time, practicing their matchups, making sure that they have every advantage that they can gain, and that's what you need to do well at Nationals.
Yeah. I mean, you have players like Henke, who has been on, ever since Baby Gray Slime got banned, has been on Allies.
Right.
Just, learning how to muscle memory his way through all of this math and all of these lines. You also have players like, I'll say main deck Taylor, who's been practicing fractals since before Seattle.
Right.
And just over and over again. And like you mentioned, working with True Champion Gaming and everything, a lot of grinding going in that way. But then you also have the players who are innovating out there, right? Which is also the really fun thing to see, too. We saw the Wind Vanitas.
Super cool.
We saw the Water Level 3 Dowchan today.
Yes.
Decks that were taking wins at such a stacked field.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive.
And even, it's nothing to scoff at that most of the players that you sit down against, if you are one of these unknown names, might have some sort of accolade in their own right. I mean, there's so many talented players here that you don't know if you sit down round 2 against somebody that you've never met. Maybe they won an Ascent last year,
Yeah, right. And these are players, when they're here, they have some number of points, and some number of points cards.
Right.
Many of them have earned some number of those on their own.
Yeah.
And there's accolades that you might not even know about going into this. And it's just that's why this is one of the hardest fields to fight through. So as we are approaching this next game now, we're going to be seeking another interesting match, hopefully spice things up. But it's been really fun. We've had actually a huge variety of different decks featured so far. What has been the most exciting for you to see, Cam?
I was really, really excited to see that Water Terra Dowchan deck.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not really a matchup that I assumed that they were hoping to see. Really tough, and especially a very talented player in Jed, of course.
Yeah.
But that deck was really, really cool. I'm always happy to see people making clerics work, but also champions that are like have a different role, right? Like Dao Chan is very popular. She's the best deck in the format, right? But not in that sort of Terra variety that we saw.
Yeah, I think my favorite match to watch so far was the Jimmy Lee versus Chessie.
So cool.
Fire Warrior showdown. Love seeing both of those. Have to check in with them and see where they're at now because both had so much potential to make it into day 2.
And they were both near the top tables for at least, as far as last round. I haven't checked in since then. But
and so I think, looking at day 2, I think we're promised more exciting decks than maybe people might expect.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta check in for some of the judges that have been walking the tables, and at least the anecdotal evidence is that a lot of not that I'm a Fractals hater, but a lot of the Fractals decks have sort of fallen by the wayside, and there's a lot more interesting decks that are occupying those top 6-8 tables or so.
Yeah, I cannot wait as we get to the end to see that, and I can only hope that we have a nice spread. Last year at Nationals, it was we ended up with such a nice diverse top 8. We had all 3 elements represented. We had a variety of aggro, mid-range, control decks with a water assassin deck ending up taking the whole thing.
Yeah.
It's not something I think we see at any tables here this time. Yeah. But it's cool. It's just cool to get to see that variety, especially when it's from all these super, super good players.
Yeah, and I think we are seeing that now as well. We'll see who we have for our next match. I know we do have the players sitting down, and we'll get deck lists for you very shortly. But these are the important ones. I think this one, for a lot of people, is going to be their sort of like pseudo winning in, right? A lot of players that are at that sort of X2 range that are looking to win this one, maybe ID their last round, or even, if they have the guts for it, try to play for that extra win going into day 2, which is scary, for sure. Very, very scary. But a lot of people do really need this one to win.
Yeah, I've been talking to some of the main deck members who are getting there. We have a couple that are locked in already if they just take an ID, which is going to be really great. We have a couple who, like you said, this is like, even though it's the second to last round, for them, this is the pseudo win and in.
Right.
This is the one where if they win this, then it's just an ID in the last round, and that secures them the points that they need. The beauty of not having a numerical cut, but a point threshold.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many times at tournaments like this, previously in Grand Archive and other TCGs, where you don't know, you're on the bubble, right? Like that's what they call it.
I know.
Yeah, our resident bubble mage, Dan here, but you don't know if you're going to make it in, and so now that we've switched to this point system, you do know if you're going to make it in. So you can confidently say, yes, let's take this ID.
Oh,
speaking of main deck
team members who are out there winning in right now, this is main deck Steve-O here with the Water Dao Chan Fractal deck. You're going to see a lot of very similar things here to something we saw earlier. Of course, Steve-O is not super interested in the Gentle Respite tech we talked about, but otherwise a very, very similar list. John Yu, Art of War, Orb of, there's that Orb of Hubris again. A number of just kind of expected cards. At this point, it's a list of basically 4 ofs, other than a couple of 3 Fractal of Intrusion, 2 Opulescence, 3 Unstable, and that's it. It's kind of what we see.
I am, listen, I love Steve. He's from our area, so I know Steve quite well. I love the main deck team. I'm always rooting for them. But I am, my heart, I'm having heart palpitations about Steve's opponent. I didn't even know that this was happening.
This is crazy.
Our second list that we're looking at is Hyoka, who is a very known player, and they're known for one thing, Dan. And they're known for playing Arcane Rye.
Yeah, I was about to say enlighten me.
and it looks like we do have Arcane Rye in the hands of Hyoka.
Unbelievable. On the win and in here, look at Hyoka with this Wind Rye list. Oh, man. So what are we looking at here? So we're seeing some things. Wind Rider Invoker is one of these ways for these decks to actually get a cheaper draw with the Enlighten counters and get some aggro in there, which is really strong. Wind Rider Mage, another way to gain Enlighten counters. I mean, some of you watching this might have never even seen a Rye deck before, honestly. That's the crazy part here. But Rye decks do one thing, typically. They play just a bajillion arcane cards.
Yeah.
Look at this. 4 Advent, 4 Arcane Blast, 4 Arcane Sight, 3 Erratic Bolt, 3 Power, 4 Shattering Discharge. That's one of the new tech cards from HVN that kind of spice the deck up. 4 Spell Shield Arcane. Then we play all these, like 4 Scout the Land to find what you need, the 1 Turbocharge, 3 Scries. We have Nascent Blast as well from AMB, another way for Hyoka to be able to use like Mnemonic Charms, I believe we saw on the list there too, to be able to Nascent Blast and deal extra damage. Steve-O has no idea what he's in for here, but let's see if Hyoka's Winrai can stand up to the menace that is Fractals.
And it's crazy that, Hyoka is known so well for these arcane decks that you have to assume somewhere in the back of Steve-O's head, he's like, is this guy playing Rye?
Yeah.
There's no way this guy's playing Rye in this format, right?
Right.
But
I can hear Steve-O saying that, actually. Yeah. But Steve-O has a solid start here, solid enough. A Fractal of Snow. Actually, it's I didn't see that one. It's a 3 Fractal start, very easy. Fractal of Insight into the Glimpse 4 on the Dissonant Fractal. Steve-O basically getting exactly the start you want to see, and now he can perfectly sculpt these cards in order to, find his Zhang Zhaos and start to win.
Yeah, I would say pretty solid, Dan. I think that's
look,
how I would rate that.
I didn't mince words. This is the start you want to have. This is it.
Yeah, and he does find a burst as well. Looks like 1 additional card put on top. No way. No way.
Never mind. It's even better. Oh my goodness.
I would say acceptable, Dan.
Yeah, no, it's an okay. It's a reasonable start. I don't know if I'd go for it always, but yeah, this is the 4 Fractal start. The 4 Fractal start is saying, opponent, you do not have any time this match. Now, notably about this Rye lists are so packed with the advanced element cards that there's no room for things like Scatter Essence in the main. Hyoka does have the 4 scatters in the side, so I can tell you what sideboard is going to look like already, but right now, Steve-O is safe on his Fractals. He's not worried about losing his Fractals. The only thing he needs to worry about is getting killed.
Yeah, and it does take a little bit of time for Rye to get going. Anybody at home who is not familiar with Rye, the way that this Rye deck works is the more arcane spell cards that are in your banish. When you hit level 3 Rye, you get additional levels, and so that is what Hyoka is going to be looking to do, is level as efficiently as he can, but also while putting those arcane spells into his banish. And I don't know if he's going to get time for that, Dan.
Seeing just Descry the Skies from Hyoka right away, Steve-O is probably currently thinking this is either Wind Luxem or this is Wind Astra, both decks that have played Scry the Skies in the past.
Yeah.
They don't often anymore, but you got to, again, unless he knows that Hyoka's on the Rye list, you got to assume it's one of those 2 lists at play right now. But either way, his game plan is probably going to be the same, right? It's just to build Fractals, get the burst. If he's got a Zhang, then he goes for the Zhang. And so far, we are just, see, can you look at his hand? He's got a Glimmering here, too.
How many of these does he play?
Number 3. Actually, Steve-O, just to improve his odds, he plays 16 Dissonant Fractals.
I'd say that's pretty good.
Yeah. No, there's 4, but yeah, he's just finding them here. This is kind of the Steve-O difference.
Yeah, this is the Steve-O that I played against in regionals this season, and this is about what it looked like from my side.
Steve-O is the player on the main deck team that has we have little stat cards for everyone on our on our upcoming website, but on our stat cards, he's got by far the highest numbers of anyone. This guy has like 15 regional tops.
Yeah, he's crazy.
15.
I never see Steve-O losing, and there's a reason why. Such a talented player,
and of course, he was a Worlds player last year, which is totally worth mentioning that too. Steve-O took 10th place in Worlds last year.
Yeah.
Not Ascent Worlds.
World
Championship.
Worlds proper.
Okay, it has now been revealed. Steve-O sees the Rye, and actually there's no visible expression change from him, meaning that I think he knew. I think he knew what was going on.
Yeah, we're getting to the point in the tournament where people have probably seen each other's.
Oh,
yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, this is, and so we're going to see the Wind Rider Mage. We're going to get the Enlightened counters here. It looks like Hyoka is going to start building up those Enlightened counters.
Yeah.
And interesting, like I just noticed too, Hyoka's record is 4-1-1 versus Steve-O's 4-2. So Hyoka actually got paired down against Steve-O.
It has a loss to give, which is important. He can
he can take
lose
this loss
and then win the next one.
So really, if this is one of the situations, Cam, where I know we want the Rye deck to win, but we could both win here if we have Steve-O win and then Hyoka takes
that is
the
true.
last round.
That is true. That is true. And I do love Steve. So it's we're always put in a tough position here in the booth where we love so many of these players and we want everyone to be successful. But at the end of the day, there's only going to be top 8. in nationals, and not everybody can make it.
It's, at some point, you do actually have to have winners and losers in these games. So Steve-O now going to be thinking he's going to the materialize phase. Rai is doing, again, if you haven't seen this Rai deck before, all Rai wants to do is exactly level every turn to banish exactly only arcane cards. The goal is to get to Rai Stormseer level 3 with as many arcane cards banished as possible, which then causes your level to be increased by the amount of arcane spell cards in your banishment, which then lets you do really, really, really silly things.
Degenerate things.
Absolutely.
Is what Rai's looking to do.
I think at Worlds last year we saw like a 75 damage fireball.
Yeah, it was the biggest fireball I've ever seen in my life, and maybe we'll get that again. You know, I think it has to be said how rare this is. I don't think a Wind Rider mage has ever been on camera. You know?
That's quite possible. There was a fortuitous Wind Rai at Seattle in one of the later rounds that I think I got to cast that one as well. Yeah, they keep giving me Wind Rai decks. That's really fun to see. So Steve-O has a Refracting Missile in hand. Those 4 fractals already, 6 damage, and he dealt damage, 6 damage already to Hyoka. So Steve-O's like so close to finding a lethal line already.
I mean, Recollection, Refracting here, and we know he has the Burst Asunder is just enough.
That's enough. And what can Hyoka actually do about that? Do we even have any possible responses in this list?
I mean, that's the hard part. There is 3 visits, but I don't think that's going to get him out of range.
This is the problem with Rai, is that like you do so much at level 3, but you can't do anything at the earlier levels. So Steve-O goes for it, punches with that Refracting Missile to 12, and then we have a 7 damage left, and there's the burst.
Yeah.
There's the burst.
And we'll see if he wants to go for it. This is sort of a gray area where who knows what Hyoka's running if you're in Steve-O's head, right?
Yeah, he's currently thinking, does he have Veiling Breeze? Do I need to wait for a mirror right now? And Steve-O is playing it safe. I think he says even if he levels next turn and Dungeon Guides next turn,
I still have it.
I have lethal.
Yeah.
And he knows that, but he can put out Mirror and play it super safe instead. So this is a very super heads-up Steve-O play that I am very used to watching on webcam all the time when our team is testing. But he's doing the math and going he has to level DG next turn to have a prayer here. So I'm just going to play this and see what happens.
We're going to see, in response to the Frostworn on enter, a Nascent Blast is going to be activated, dealing 3 damage to that Frostworn. We're going to see a Glimmering Refusal to protect it.
That's okay. I'll just Glimmer that. Can you pay 5? No. Okay, so it's negated. Now the Frostworn's going to resolve, and that's critical too because that is going to allow him to punch in that damage, which is what makes the burst naturally lethal next turn.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, where we can look to level up here as Hyoka, then Dungeon Guide, and that all looks pretty safe.
Yeah.
But then you're just going to be dead on the crackback.
If he didn't get that 3 damage in, then without playing any other fractals, the burst is actually 1 damage short of
24.
taking out Rai.
Yeah.
And burst is so powerful against Rai too. The other thing to think about is that Hyoka could have Spell Shield Arcane, potentially up if his influence is good enough, which I'm actually not positive it is. But if it's good enough, he can have the Spell Shield Arcane. But burst is, again, individual packets of 2 damage.
Yeah.
So Arcane prevents 2 damage from the burst.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. We are going to see the level.
That's a banished Nascent Blast as well. So there's actually only 2 Arcane cards banished so far. He's looking at a maximum level of 7 on the tourney levels, which is not quite enough to do anything super crazy. Your Careful Study still costs you 1 at that point. Unless he has, I don't know. I don't think I've seen. I guess he could play. That's the new thing. You can play Shattering Discharge now. That's a little bit of a cheeky thing.
Yeah.
But we're not playing the Voltaic Sphere. Yeah, the thing you can banish from Yard as well. So I have to get my Rai brain back on. It's been so long. What are all the cards again?
Yeah, we see a Wind Rider Invoker, which does allow him to draw a card and take care of this Frostworn Paladin, which in a vacuum is pretty good.
Yeah.
But I think Hyoka doesn't know yet that it's all over when Steve-O gets to wake up.
Yeah, there's no Dungeon Guide here. Steve-O is going to, again, just be playing around a Veiling Breeze that doesn't actually exist, I think.
Yeah. But he can afford to, like you said.
Yeah.
He's pretty safe here. He's got control over the game and doesn't really need to level up or get anything else. So he can grab a Nullifying Mirror here, activate it just in case, and make sure to push through this burst.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that this game does have so much on the line. Steve-O is extremely interested. I mean, everyone's interested in getting Worlds, but he's extremely interested at sort of proving a consistency, right, for himself, since he was a Worlds competitor last year but didn't make it into the final cut. He wants to get there again, at least, right?
Get the run back.
Yeah, and he's playing with a very traditional Steve-O conservative play, because he just doesn't want to take any chances. He'll kick himself if he leaves anything to chance here. Now, does not go for the mirror, so perhaps he's actually not putting him on that, but is instead getting that Scepter of Fascination, which is going to be the card draw, and then potentially allow a little bit of Glimmer action once we go to Dao Chan. But here, it's really just a card draw.
Yeah, he's just going to rip it.
Yeah.
Say, here's burst.
Here's burst, because we're not Dao Chan, so we have to pay 4 for it.
And he has Shimmering in his hand, so even if there is a piece of interaction, he can just say, in response, I will Refraction you.
Yep. He's very set up, and Hyoka's got Scoop Up. That's a Scoop Up, and that is a game 1 for Steve-O with the Burst Asunder with, one of the craziest starts you can see the Burst Asunder list have.
What a nice guy. He said, sorry, that was disgusting.
Yeah. That is, again, as one of Steve-O's teammates, that is a very classic Steve-Oism.
Yeah.
Steve-O knows that sometimes you win by the luck sack, and sometimes you lose by the luck sack.
Sure, of course.
It's happened to him on both sides in plenty of events.
And, I wonder, a very unorthodox matchup, is there anything that you think is coming in for Steve-O to improve this a little bit?
So, Steve-O, there's actually a couple of pretty interesting things here that I have to mention, and maybe some of the reasons why I'm not positive that you see Rai being played as often. It's going to depend on how much he wants to tech in against this. Coronation Ceremony is kind of the obvious one.
Huge.
Coronation Ceremony is going to Spell Shroud him for a turn. If Steve-O has to play a slower game than he had to there, which I would say is likely because that was a kind of a turbo game for him, then he'll want to have those Coronation Ceremonies just to make sure he doesn't get jumped by Arcane Blast by Hyoka. That'll give him Spell Shroud and no longer can be targeted by that stuff. I like this Extricating Touch in here a little bit as well, because again, Hyoka's playing so close to the chest sort of with his leveling, is putting down exactly the number of cards to level. There's a really fun play where you go Extricating Touch you, and if you don't put down extra cards, he's going to choose Memory and rip a card, and now you might not even be able to level at that point. That's a potentially powerful play, especially if what you're doing is pitching an Arcane card, because then that's one less card you can banish to level, because it goes to discard, not banish. And then finally, any Dungeon Guide decks, Frozen Dismissal can sometimes be kind of hot against. Pay 4, and if you pay 4, again, you ruin that leveling with Arcane Blast. Or Jianyu. Another thing that can come in, if you Jianyu and name like Careful Study, how do you get off the ground?
Right.
I don't know actually how you rebuild your influence at that point.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for Hyoka for sure. This is, it's so interesting, and hopefully we get to talk to him at some point this weekend, that he took this deck and is doing so well. There has to be so many fractals in the room, but this matchup seems extremely difficult.
Well, from that game, certainly it did not look like a favorable matchup. And, we've talked about this in a previous round, but it's possible to avoid the matchups that are rough for you. It's possible to hit a bunch of the good matchups. It's also possible to hit a bunch of the bad matchups. But that is a bit of the gamble you take here. But again, given Hyoka's record, he has a loss to take here.
And we'll see. Maybe sideboard is the key to this matchup. He is sideboarding it a lot. He does have 4 copies of Scatter Essence, 3 copies of Blanche Sheltering Saint, both going to be pretty impactful in a matchup like this. The rest of it, not so much. Maybe Zhang Zhao's coming in if he wants to get a little bit of recovery to not die to sort of chip damage.
Zhang Zhao can act as that sort of that crucial, putting them off of a kill because they only have so many cards that do it. But it'll depend on how much Steve-O saw here. Knows we got a Refracting Missile in hand. There's a Loss in Thought. There's a Fractal of Snow, a Fractal of Intrusion, an Unstable Fractal, and we have a Fractal of Rain. So Steve-O is going to get an easy 3 Fractal start this game. Where
how unlucky. Not even 4. Just the 3 Fractal start.
Pack it up. Go to game 3. The 3 Fractals should be plenty for Steve-O, and he's getting that Imbued Fractal here. He's not able to get the glimpse on the Fractal of Insight. Oh, no, he didn't have an Insight. Excuse me. He had Snow and Unstable, so it doesn't matter. So he's just going for that 3 Fractal start. He's got that Imbue. He might get some free float and get to use that with Lost in Thought. Where Hyoka's start was simply this Wind Bless, who's just hanging out and vibing.
And we do see that gorgeous Arcane Blast CSR getting banished here.
Oh, okay. All right. I see you, Hyoka. Yeah. I see you. I like that. That's spicy. The new
with the fun toys.
Yeah, the Recollection deck hit. That's really great. But yeah, we just we get those enlightened counters thanks to the Wind Rider Mage, able to draw a card immediately, and we do have one card down in influence. Oh, sorry, excuse me, that was in Recollect. So now, yeah, I was like, we got to find another. We have to put 2 cards down here to keep the train going. Hyoka needs to level as fast as possible, though. Like we saw in the previous game, how little interaction he actually has available until he gets to level 3. It's just not enough.
Yeah, he's looking for sort of like a really explosive start because the Fractal deck itself is like pretty low on interaction. Once these advanced element decks start cooking, it's just whether or not you get enough time to get there. We do see some Extricating Touch protection in this Mnemonic Charm will make it pretty safe for him to level up next turn should Steve-O find that copy of Extricating Touch. But man, I don't know. I just always feel like you have to feel like you're on the back foot against this Fractals deck. Just has so many options.
Well, when you start with 3+ Fractals, you definitely feel on the back foot right away. Hyoka didn't see any of the Scatter Essence that I'm sure he would have preferred to see here. Steve-O did mill a Shimmering Refraction off of the Fractal of Rain, which is not I wouldn't call that an ideal mill. So probably a good moment for Hyoka to take a breather but only a second before the Zhang Zhao drops.
Yep, and that is not good news for Hyoka to see some more cards added to Steve-O's influence and maybe some more Fractals deployed here.
Yeah, we see there's a Coronation Ceremony, so we do see that he sided that in. And Fractal of Rain, another thing it can drop. Again, holding on to that Lost in Thought too, and a Fractal of Intrusion. Again, like Intrusion plus Extricating Touch is this line Steve-O could have in the back pocket to totally disrupt any leveling plans if he had them, which even through the Mnemonic Charm, which would be pretty spicy. But here we're just going to go for an Imbued Rain. Looking at that Lost in Thought in hand, you're absolutely happy just to imbue these things and go to find as much float as possible to potentially just like now we could turn that Lost in Thought into another Zhang Zhao effectively.
Sure. But just looking to build up these Fractals. We do have another Insight as well. Which
we're looking for a die to mark that one as imbued, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like just one imbued token in our feature match area.
There is a Burst Asunder in Steve-O's hand. We do see a Fractal of Insight as well. That Insight with those Fractal of Rains is now looking like a pretty juicy little combo. He's doing a fair amount of thinking here. It's interesting because you kind of know what the Rye deck is doing, and there isn't like a ton to play around, but I think right now it's just Math City. Like, where is, actually, how close am I to winning the game? Go for that Fractal of Insight, and then the question is, do we rest it or are we keeping something up to be respectful? I know Steve-O's a very respectful guy, so he might actually not go for that Glimpse and just take the raw hits on the mill.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. He did say, I will not rest it, and then I think we're passing back over to Hyoka.
Because that keeps his Coronation Ceremony up, and this is kind of like the meme where the boxer is gonna start doing Kamehameha, laser blast, right? And I don't know what he can do, but I don't want to stick around and see if he can do it. I'm gonna be careful.
Yeah, and I think that's totally reasonable, especially with no Glimmering Refusal in Steve-O's hand. There is lots of lines here that are level up to 2 Dungeon Guide, and then even with a very small amount of influence, I can do a lot of very scary things. And so Steve-O does want that protection of having a Coronation Ceremony available to him. Not that he will need it, just in case he does.
It builds up surprisingly quickly once the Rye gets going, especially when you see that that Empower 2 on the Mnemonic Charm actually could be really clutch.
Yeah.
It's always a little awkward in Rye because it doesn't work with some of the skills like Careful Study, but it does set up for some earlier Arcane Blasts than you might want. Or an Advent of the Stormcaller is probably one of the scarier things to see.
We see a level up to Rye Archmage and also a banishing of Shattering Discharge. As you mentioned when we were looking at decks, a new card from HVN that says when it is banished from your memory, you put a counter on it, and then as long as it has that counter, you can cast it from your banish zone, which gets around sort of spell shields. Will unfortunately not get around Coronation Ceremony.
There is a Scatter Essence in Hyoka's hand now, so certainly something to think about. I'm not sure if he's got the D-Guide. Again, Steve-O could have even put in Frozen Dismissals potentially here at this point, which would be pretty gross. Something Hyoka's got to think about, but it looks like he's just going to go for the Scatter Essence, end up taking out a Fractal. Steve-O debating.
Steve-O doing a little bit of Hollywood action, I hear. Asked how many cards are in Hyoka's hand, maybe representing that he has a Glimmering Refusal, even though we in the booth know that he doesn't.
But no, actually, I think what he's doing right now is math on that refracting missile. He's trying to figure out, do I need to missile right now?
Yeah.
Do I need to
5?
If I missile right now, it does 6.
6.
In response to the Scatter Essence, if I missile right now, it does 6. And then what do I like? Can I win next turn once I start adding up the again? If we lose one of these, we're at 2, 2, 2, 2 plus 2, so we're at 10 so far.
Yep.
And if we do 6 with that, and we don't see a D guide, we're trying to find 16. So it's like Steve-O's got to figure out: can I play 3 fractals and burst asunder and just take the game?
And the answer is probably no.
Looks like
so he's going to fire off this refracting missiles to give himself that extra point of damage, like you were saying, before he loses the fractal.
Yeah, that's what he needs to do now. Now he is good at 8. Yeah, 8 plus 2. So he's back at this 10 here.
Yeah.
3 fractals to win is what he's looking for. Alternatively, any 1 fractal refracting missile burst. Yeah, that's also another kill too. Or actually, just refracting missile. Then you're 1 short. Man, it's like, oh no, but you got the Zhang Zhao. Okay,
It makes up the difference. Yeah.
There's the Zhang Zhao plus the refracting missile plus the burst is a kill line for Steve-O too. So, yeah, he's got a lot. There's another. His mills are so bad this game, which I don't think he's going to complain about too much after his starts in both games. But you can see a little smile, like, yeah, okay, his mills were not ideal. There's the 1, and refracting missile burst is lethal. Okay, but
Intrusion first.
Yep, going for intrusion. Yep. Intrusion. I don't think he's got a line to play all 3 fractals here though, and to burst off still.
He's thinking about this on-enter ability, maybe a Lost in Thoughts in response to rip a card out of Hyoka's memory.
And he's just going to go for the fast cure to get a float right now. He wants that float in response to Fractal of Intrusion. And, oh, yeah, okay. All right, so what do we have here? So again, that Spell Shield Arcane, it's probably best now at actually stopping refracting missiles. And then the other option is the Wind Rider Mage, which is just going to gain light encounters. It's a pretty easy choice here to get rid of the Arcane card. Not only is that potentially a useful card for the non-burst kill lines, but it's going to get rid of that potential banish for Rai.
And that's pretty big. Any sort of influence loss for Rai is devastating. He goes so low on influence before he can sort of rocket back up once he hits Arcane, that any sort of loss now is going to be pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, Steve-O at a 12 damage burst right now. Hyoka can't level unless he finds a dungeon guide or has something else to play.
And even a dungeon guide, he has to be worried about some sort of interaction from Steve-O, a frozen dismissal, a glimmering refusal, something like that. So it's a pretty dangerous line to rely on.
There's math around that 3 visits too, which we were not counting in some of that, but I'm certain Steve-O was.
Yeah.
But that recover 2 does add up a little bit here, as Steve-O just needs to go that much deeper to be able to find the line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with 3 cards in hand, and again, the Rai deck just having like so few playables due to the raw amount of advanced element cards that have to exist in the deck. Hyoka is sort of missing. That's really the issue with Rai. It's not a robust deck where once it gets there, it's crazy. But when your opponent starts to interact with you a little bit, things start to get a little tougher.
Looks like Grail is going to be the grab from Hyoka.
Grail with, let me give you one guess here, Cam. What do you think's under this thing?
I'm going to say Tome of Sorcery is my guess.
You think so? You think it's not a respectful safeguard amulet, huh?
Yeah, I think that Hyoka is sort of dead to rights in a lot of situations here. So I think you really have to take your outs and have to assume that Steve is a respectful player and will assume it's a safeguard amulet. But I don't know that you can afford to waste a materialize here as Hyoka.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's very fair. And it does mean that if Steve-O slows down his play, which we already saw him doing in the first game, maybe that Tome can kind of get in there and pop off a little bit.
But I think Safeguard is a wise choice as well.
Yeah, I mean, Safeguard is like the obvious play, which isn't always the next level Nationals play. Right. So here's that Wind Rider Mage going to potentially get some Enlightened counters over time. I think that's such a fascinating card to play here, too. That 1/1 stealth is will slowly get Enlightened counters, but it's not doing it at a super fast pace here, and I don't know if it's doing it at the pace that you need to against Fractals.
Mm-hmm.
That, again, is only 2 cards there. Hyoka losing that influence is really, I think, putting him in a situation where it's just hard to level.
It's massive, yeah. Any sort of card loss really does add up for Rai, and staring down these 5 Fractals.
Yeah.
It's not where you want to be.
That Fractal of Intrusion so clutch because that with the scatter he was ready to level last turn. I don't know if we made that super explicit, but it's again he's posturing now. He's got the 2 cards in memory and the 1 scatter essence. Steve-O could find another intrusion, another extricating touch, and just keep him off of it as well. We've even seen, like, in the past, Chilling Touch be absolutely absurd against just keeping Rai off of leveling. Going to go for the swing with the Zhang Zhao. Again, Steve-O does have another Zhang Zhao in hand, and I think he's just going to go for it. I think Steve-O feels like the long game is in his favor at this point.
Yeah.
His effects are going to scale super well, and Hyoka is just not getting there fast enough.
Finds another copy of Burst, and he can sort of use this Burst as a like prodding tool. Now that he has an extra copy, just sort of fire it off, see if that Quicksilver Grail is safe or not.
Yeah, it's actually easy enough if he were a little more lethal to be able to go Burst, then pass and Burst again, right in the next turn. But right now it's like not lethal, so it's like kind of weird to use. Like, can you afford to pop the Safeguard Amulet when it's not lethal? You kind of have to, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a fun play just to say, like, well, it doesn't matter if I have the fractals. You just have to pop it if you have it right now. But then if he doesn't have it, then you don't kill. Like, oh, okay. We also, we do have this 3 visits again. It looks like Steve-O's just going to pass, and 3 visits going to recover 2 more glimpsing as Hyoka is just trying to find. He puts 1 on top. We did not get a chance to see that. I don't know if that's like a D guide he's looking for or a clutch arcane card.
I mean, it's got to be Dungeon Guide, right? Like, that's surely his out
but
this game.
At this point, he can just level with that float.
That's true. I just don't know if 2 Influence is going to get it done. He does get to pick up that Wind Rider Mage and also get an Enlightenment counter, so that would build his Influence back up to 4 if he does hard level here. And so maybe that's enough to get some work done.
Yeah, well, the problem is it's 4 to Steve-O's 7 in hand, 5 fractals on board.
I didn't say it was looking good, Dan.
Oh, okay, it's fair. That's fair. I assumed too much. If those careful studies exist, if those careful studies resolve, that Influence builds back monumentally fast. There is the... Oh, okay. Well, there's a tome.
That takes out a lot of our options. It means it is probably Safeguard hiding underneath that Quicksilver Grail, but also this means it was probably DG on top if he chose not to level here.
I would guess that as well. And I believe that, it could be a Chalice of Blood, I guess, under the Quicksilver.
Yeah,
that'd
the
be
real
spicy.
risky. Yeah,
that'd be spicy. Right? No, you're right. It's likely Safeguard at this point. And Steve-O has got to feel pretty confident that it is Safeguard as well. Just going to look for an opportunity. Can you imagine, actually, if Steve-O found I have to double check. Is he even running? Yeah, he's got the Captivating Opulescence in the main here. If Steve-O had Captivating Opulescence out there with that influence Hyoka was at, that would have been pretty rough, too.
That is rough. But Hyoka did find the Dungeon Guide he was looking for, likely the card he put on top, and now looks like he's just thinking about what he needs to put down. He 100% has to DG here, or he is in some serious trouble.
Yeah. Steve-O is just mounting too much advantage, and it's now kind of Hyoka's game to end in his favor. If not, Steve-O's pretty certain to win. 1-2. How about a Demonic Charm?
Starting with a Charm. Maybe he's not looking to DG this turn.
I don't know if a DG is quite in the cards at this point. You would have certainly DG'd first.
So it looks like he's maybe just trying to build up his memory. He does have a Blanche Sheltering Saint in his hand.
Yeah.
So if he plays this Mnemonic Charm, it puts some additional cards into his memory, and then he can look to deploy this Blanche to protect against some potentially pretty big refracting missiles or shimmering refractions.
Here's the issue. If he DG'd, Steve-O, if he could have just had a Glimmering Refusal, then it's just over.
Right.
You hit the DG, and then what are you doing at that point? So Hyoka trying to just go, like you said, go for that level and hope that a Blanche can get him through, I think, is what makes sense. Steve-O goes for the Fracturize, though, adding another Fractal to the collection here, and is just kind of happy to do that kind of water thing where he sits back, does that fast speed play at the end of turn, and builds up before you even realize it's happening.
Yeah, I mean, funnily enough here, it looks like the only sort of payloads that Steve has access to is 2 copies of Burst. And so Blanche looking pretty good unless Steve finds some piece of interaction, but I believe no glimmerings in hand either.
Yeah, he milling those shimmering refractions was rough.
pretty big, yeah.
That was pretty rough for him. Blanche is something that he can certainly find a way around, though. He's not without those.
Yeah.
He is going to go for a Tongo. I was actually kind of wondering, I thought maybe he would go for the mirror here to pop the Quicksilver, which would then let him go into the... There is a milled refracting missile.
Well, it has floating memory. That's where you want it, right, Dan? It's in your graveyard?
Not when you're trying to play around Blanche. But but Steve-O, I got to mention again, Steve-O having that Lost in Thought is something he can totally build up to.
Yeah.
And that Lost in Thought can definitely find him all of the interaction in the game he needs. He's got a couple of Lost in Thoughts even, and so much influence that I think he might be happy just to go for it right now. He's definitely thinking hard about that play. But yeah, there is a Lost in Thought for 3. Or for 4, or for 3. For 3. I'm trying to tell through those Uther, so they're really cool Uther sleeves. Little tidbit, I learned he's been playing those Uther sleeves for 2 years.
I've only ever seen him using these Uther sleeves.
Maybe it's 1 year. It's 1 year, I think. Yeah. 2 years was excessive. But I think for at least a full year, and they are still in like pristine condition.
They look good.
I've heard that Steve is a very dexterous shuffler who is able to kind of shuffle these sleeves well without them ever getting significantly damaged, and he's been deck checked plenty of times.
Yeah.
So there's that Lost in Thought in that Recollect. Recollects his turn. Now what is he dealing with? It looks like action here.
That's it's pretty good. Looks like he did not find additional kill cards, but he did find 2 copies of Glimmering Refusal, which are basically hard counters here. And that's going to be pretty massive.
Yeah, that Blanche is not going to be a problem for him. He still might have to wait another turn, or he can like bait out the Safeguard. Yeah, if he baits out the Safeguard right now, then he gets a safe Safeguard next, or a safe burst next turn.
Yep.
Here with 8 fractals in play, you're talking a total of 18 damage, 16 plus 2, which is plenty lethal right now. So here he pays 2. You see here, you know what? No, let's make it more and more lethal. He has the influence to do this is the thing. That's why we play this Lost in Thoughts. That's why it's such a powerful card. You build up such an insane amount of influence. I gotta clear this. This is a line out because it's now at 20 damage that he's able to deal, which is even killing Rye level 3 fully from here.
And he still has 7 influence in hand, the 3 reservable fractals in play. He's actually thinking about this Fractal of Insight Glimpse trigger because he doesn't need to use the reservable.
Yeah, and he's got a Fracturize in hand too, so he can actually put pressure on the Safeguard Amulet, potential Safeguard Amulet with the Fracturize, force it to pop out there, although the Burst Asunder does that in a much cleaner way. Steve-O just, so many things, he's trying to figure out how to get that perfect line. He wants to play around absolutely everything.
And who can blame him? He has the ability to do it. He has such a lead in this game that, and it's so important, so much on the line that he doesn't have to take any risks.
Yeah.
He can take the most tempered approach possible and make sure that he has everything buttoned up before he goes for the kill. We're going to see him cash in another Lost in Thought for 1.
Yeah, why
pick
not?
up a Dissonant Fractal, just putting as much fractals on the board as he physically can.
I mean, Dissonant Fractal is so free at this point. You just do it. There's the Extricating Touch. He did, in fact, side that in as well. Oh, Extricating Touch is so rude right now, too. If he had a way to draw it, then he would be able to actually hit that memory and prevent the level up another time.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, this is a great, sort of a masterclass in careful, methodical play. If you want to see a player actually use all of their time that their opponent gives them to win, that's what you're going to see right now.
And this might finally be it. We might see this prodding Burst Asunder to see what's under your Quicksilver Grail, representing 20.
With that Dissonant now, it actually went
22?
up. It's 22 damage. Yeah, we have a 22 damage Burst Asunder coming in, and we have to pop the Safeguard Amulet. If that truly, maybe it's that Chalice of Blood. Maybe it is, but this is, we're going to pop this, and that Safeguard Amulet is going to protect. There it is. Nothing that Steve-O has can actually interact with that right now.
Yep.
He just lets it go and says, okay, and I will sacrifice 0 fractals. He's going to pass the turn, got Glimmering Refusal and Coronation Ceremony still in hand. Even though Hyoka's going to get this level here, It's unlikely that he will have the raw power to get through that as well, although Steve-O did commit all of his Fractal Influence to play that turnout.
Yeah, so he is just holding up, two different, but only one single piece of interaction. But I just don't. I agree. I think Hyoka probably just doesn't have the influence to be able to provide enough things to get across the finish line.
Yeah, and typically these Rydecks are sort of reliant on, I mean, it's not always the case. It depends how slow they get to play, but they're reliant on a turn of building influence before they can push in for a game. It's that turn where you're playing your careful studies. I am not positive if that 4 die out there is marking his levels. I think it is, though.
I believe that is cards in Banished. Yeah, we just have those 2 Shattering Discharges aside because they can be cast.
Yes, so that would put him at level 7 right now, which means your careful studies do cost 1. Which is going to slow down that roll of being able to kind of pop off here.
Yeah, a notable difference that the Tome of Sorcery is the Tome of Choice, not giving that extra level like Tome of Knowledge does. So
Hyoka going for a Blanche in the Recollection phase, right? I believe we're in Recollection.
I believe we're in his own Recollection.
Yeah. Which is going to try and force the Glimmering Refusal out of Steve-O's hand to try and get rid of it. Or not out of his hand because we're Dao-Chan.
No.
We're Dao-Chan. No, we're just going to Glimmer that and not spend any resources. You have to remember, too, that's the strength of Dao-Chan level 1 is getting to go all in on a turn like that and having access to 2 more pieces of interaction. So that is going to banish that Blanche. Even though Hyoka gets to pick up and play his turn right now, Steve-O still has both Coronation Ceremony and another Glimmering Refusal in hand to be able to either negate something if he sees that's the line or to just give himself Spell Shroud.
Yeah, I was wondering where that second Glimmering went.
That's where it went.
And it went right into his memory.
Yep.
Cast with Dao-Chan.
Yep, and that's absolutely the smart way to play this, the way to do it. Now, that's 1 down. Is that our careful study? Are we going to do a Rye thing here, at least for the audience, for the people?
Oh, looks like it's just a Scry. Scry for 7.
Just glimpsing 7.
Glimpsing 7 drawing into memory, but like you said, Dan, usually these Rye decks have to take a little bit of time to build up their tools, find their impactful spell cards, and we might just not have that turn. It looks like as soon as Steve-O wakes up, he's going to have more than enough to finish the game and protection to boot. So,
yeah, unfortunately, this is just a little too slow. This is the issue with the Rye deck sometimes. And Fractals is a deck that is, again, set to punish it pretty hard as long as it gets a reasonable start. I'm trying to figure out interaction with that Tome of Sorcery being used. Going to go for the Empower on the... we're going to activate the Tome of Sorcery from the material deck.
Yeah, it looks like it was Empower with Tome of Sorcery to put it Empower 1, and then, grab that Tome of Sacred Lightning. There's a bit of a miscommunication here by our players, so we're just going to clear that up.
How often do you see these arcane cards? Anyway, it took me a second to remember what that card even was. I'm like, I know this card. I've seen this before. The Tome of Sorcery activated on top of that book, giving it the powers of Tome of Sorcery and itself. Drawing a card into memory, 3 up. Which is representing potentially a Spell Shield Arcane, but is that going to be enough? We're going to get that Banish at random and then draw a card as well from the Tome of Sorcery. Tome of Sacred Sorcery, Lightning Sorcery.
Tome of Sacred Lightning, yeah. And maybe add something like those Careful Studies to hand. And there it is.
There's our judge. Beautiful. Arasana artwork, Cam. How much do we love that?
I love it. Love it so much.
Good. Arasana artwork, Judge, Careful Study. 5 Enlightened counters, going to let him draw some more cards. See, this is that turn that Rye takes now. Usually Rye takes this turn and goes build, 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 and then can find the kill next turn. I don't know if he has the next turn.
I don't think there's a next turn, Dan.
But we'll see. We'll see. Steve-O just debating if, do I Glimmering Refusal this right now? And if I Glimmering Refusal this, is that good enough?
I think it looks pretty attractive here. Only 2 cards in hand of Hyoka. He does not have access to the draw from his tome like Rye typically would. So
that's already
just
used.
Just these 2 cards in hand. Maybe at best another copy of Careful Study, but
the thing that's tricky is that it is exactly 2 blasts. To kill Steve-O. It does not take a lot.
Right.
Those 2 Shattering Discharges as well can add some damage. So Steve-O is appropriately just considering if he needs to do this here. And one thing I found is that you get those 5 Enlightened counters and you draw 2, and it sometimes can turn on these lines that you really didn't want to see happen.
And it looks like the careful study did go through, so we're going to see 5 enlightenment counters added up to 6. All 6 of those cashed in for 2 cards for Hyoka.
It was also possible, I think, to get those 6 enlightened counters, have a power overwhelming in hand, go to 13 plus 1 from the empower. Actually, I think that's still 1 short of being able to advent to the Stormcaller, unless I'm missing something. Oh, no, he could have popped the charm. Charms, yeah. Yeah, so they could have. Stevo probably thinking a lot about is like an advent going to take me out here instead. And I think that's what he's thinking. I think maybe the only thing that could possibly kill me is some like crazy advent to the Stormcaller line. So I'll just glimmering that, if that's what happens.
Right.
But we have a local who has played Rye pretty consistently for forever, so I've had my fair share of these. Like, I'm not gonna negate the careful study. I'll be fine, and then I'm not fine. So Steve-O weighing the risks, and we'll see if this is where he needed to be.
It feels so rough to cast these careful studies for 1. Only being level 7 means you do have to put influence down. So we saw that second one, only able to pick up 1 card draw.
Yeah.
And it looks like Hyoka's just going to pass the turn over.
Yep. Turn is passing. If Steve-O got through without having to use that Glimmering Refusal, that means that Glimmering Refusal is there on his turn to make sure that Burst Asunder goes off. Hyoka probably just hoping Steve-O, in all of his glimpsing, all of his card draw, didn't find the second burst.
He just needs Steve-O to not have both pieces, right? Either doesn't have the burst or doesn't have the protection and is afraid of something like Blanche. But we know that Steve-O does have the goods, both the burst and the glimmering, to stop any sort of shenanigans.
He's thinking hard, just, again, so careful. Have to be absolutely 1,000% sure this is it.
Yeah, round 7. Been playing for 7 hours today. Just want to make sure that you don't miss anything. It's going to grab that Orb of Hubris just in case.
We talked about this earlier.
Yeah.
The card he pulled in, because Wand of Frost is absolutely useless in this matchup. You always have a card in your material deck that you want to take out. So the reason that our team ran the Orb of Hubris in the material deck is you always just take out that one thing that, like, if it's Wind Resonance Bauble, because it's not wind, you pull that. They're not attacking you, you pull Wand of Frost, etc. And you can replace it with Orb of Hubris, which is always going to be good.
Yeah. Doing a quick count. Our count is 22.
Yep, that's a big 22 damage when he decides to drop that Burst Asunder pay 2. Here it is, 22 damage burst coming in. What do we have? Anything at all? We have an Arcane Sight to draw a card and get +1 level. Okay, and that's also going to trigger Rise Inherited Effect at level 2. So he's actually going to get 2 cards off of this.
But what is he looking for? I don't know that there's anything that gets him out of this situation. As you mentioned earlier, cards like Spell Shield Arcane will not wholly cover this burst because it is in packets of 2 damage. And so not a whole lot of outs to be drawing here. Did find, I believe, an Arcane Sight, which is a pretty good draw normally, but still going to be pretty tough.
All you could do, I think, to live is you'd have to have a 3 visits as well.
Sure.
And then I think you could maybe get there, but that's just going to be packing it up, it looks like, and that's going to be Steve-O's victory with that Burst Asunder for 22. Fractals takes it against, I'm sorry, Cam, we did lose the Wind Rye on that game.
But hey, as you said, Hyoka does have a game to give, and Steve did not. So this might be our best scenario where Steve is moving on to 5 and 2. So he does have the ability to ID to lock himself into day 2, and then Hyoka moving on to 4-2-1. If he wins this next one, he will also make it into day 2.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. I'm obviously so happy for main deck Steve making it in as long as his opponent's willing to ID, which, I mean,
I assume they will.
Many of them will be.
Yeah.
Steve-O's record has been, Steve-O's tiebreakers today have been so good, so I don't think he's going to get that terrible scenario where you get paired down against someone who can't ID.
He's got to worry about pairing into the hanky bracket.
Yeah.
You know, the players that already have a qualification that just say, no, I'd rather play, actually.
That is probably the scariest thing for Steve right now. As long as the opponent is willing to ID, then he's going to be making it in, which is really excellent. But we're hoping Hyoka, with that really cool Wind Rye deck, is able to get there as well. What are the matchups that Hyoka is really looking for, do you think, Cam?
I don't know, man. I don't want to be pessimistic or dismissive. I think it is really just a testament to Hyoka's skill as a player and as a Rai pilot that this deck seems like a crazy choice in this tournament. Fractals, I assume can't be a good matchup, but like again, maybe he's leveraging that sort of skill gap over his opponents.
Yeah.
You mentioned maybe he's just been dodging Fractals all day. Win decks in general, 3 visits, Nascent Blast, like you can really navigate yourself through those allies matchups, and even maybe those fire aggro matchups if you get the right draw. So maybe that's what he's looking for. He's just looking to play against the decks that are trying to feed off of Fractals. Might be a more positive matchup for him.
I think there's some interesting aggressive lines that he could be looking at there. Believe it or not, some more surprisingly aggressive lines. I think this Wind Rider Invoker could be really cool. Like you'd look at those decks that are trying to sit at Spirit and stay there like a Fire Aggro deck. As long as he finds the 3 visits and just kind of can cling on with that healing, dealing 4 with a single Wind Rider Invoker means all he has to do is resolve a single Arcane Blast and call it. So like a start that involves Mnemonic Charms, a 3 visits, and a Wind Rider Invoker, that looks like an actual win against a Spirit Fire deck that doesn't bother to level.
Yeah, I don't think that's crazy, especially, Charm, and on average, Rai's looking to get 5 Arcane cards into his Banish by level 3, so that puts him at level 8, crack Charm to 10, Blast only costs 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
it's not out of the picture.
The lines are there, I think, to do it, and you're going to see those 15 health spirits longer more often against things like Fire Aggro decks. And against Wind ally decks, especially too, which we saw plenty of those in the last match as well. So yeah, I mean, if that's what Hyoka gets paired up against, I agree that might be one of the best ones. I also wonder how fast he can get under some of the like Luxem decks.
Yeah,
it's tight but possible.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting where a lot of the assassin decks, both Tristan and Luxem, have pivoted to this more mid-rangey plan, which is worse for Rai. Typically, Rai has a very good matchup into traditional, like Serene Luxem.
Right.
But these lower to the ground slice and dice decks will really give him a run for his money. So
yeah,
hard to say, but of course, good luck to him and good luck to Steve-O as well. We do have Tyler down in the feature match area with Steve-O to talk about Fractals.
Hello and welcome back. We are just finishing up round 7. I am joined here with main deck Steve-O, a previous Worlds competitor for 2024. Now, the first question is actually not about your deck list. The first question I have for you is, at Worlds last year, you played Fire Aggro Lorraine. I am surprised you actually didn't play it now, considering how good it is in the format. Do you have any words for that? I'm really curious what made you choose Fractals over that, knowing that both of them are fantastic decks right now.
So what made me choose Fractals, and you're not going to like this answer, but everyone that knows me would. I flip a coin at every major event. The only major event I have not flipped, or I flipped a coin and went against what the coin said, was Santa Clara, and I got bodied. It was horrible. So going in, I had 2 decks, Wind Luxem and Burst. Philo was not on the menu because, in my opinion, Philo was kind of a, what's the word? It's kind of a dark horse. A lot of people forgot it existed. And it had a really good showing for, like, I think a couple of regionals in the HVN season early on, and even at Ascent Seattle. However, the better, the higher both players' skill level rises, in my opinion, the lower the win rate of the Fire Aggro Lorraine player has in today's current format. There was a lot of talk about this in Seattle where the Fractal players would just turn 2, dump a bunch of Fractals, and then Philo would just kill them turn 2. The more time goes on, the less that happens, so that's why I didn't choose it.
Interesting. So basically, you feel like you wanted the matchup that you could play better because you know that you're like, you don't want to get high rolled. You want to be able to play the high skill matchup in that sense. Exactly. So going from there, I want to talk about your deck list now. So main deck, you guys are all running a little bit different things here. So the big things for me that I noticed was in your deck list, you are main boarding the 1 Jianyu. But you're also playing the 2nd Captivating Opulence. Can you tell me about why those are the main board for you over other things?
Most of this is just a huge shout out to Corbin, main deck Corbin, because Corbin and I are from the same locals. Like a lot of the team is on the East Coast, so the 2 of us, I poke his brain a lot. I was testing a lot of Wind Luxem. He was doing a lot of the Fractals, so as time went on, he was favoring that more and more. Basically, he told me 2 Opulence really good. It does a lot of wonders against a couple of matchups. Like any of the Guojas, because all of the regalia, like transforming Fate Stone, you have to pay 2 for it now, and it's just funny. And then the John Yu was also kind of a Corbin and me thing. We knew it was good. I think a lot of main deck has it in sideboard, but we realized you want this main. It's such a good card. I mean, when you're playing against your harder matchups like Win Luxem, Win Tristan, or anyone that's really heavy hate or has a single kill card, you just play that and say that card. You just don't get to play that card. So that's the main reason for it, is it just did well in testing from another person's perspective, and running through my head, it just made sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, big shout out to your testing partner. Always great to have those, especially when you're at locals. Being able to play in person is a really big advantage there. Moving on to your sideboard, you're playing something that I don't think I've seen any other person play. I personally love this card. I think it's fantastic. I think it's totally underrated in the current format. You're playing 2 Frozen Dismissals in the sideboard. Now the rest of the things make sense to me. 2 Coronation Ceremonies, so the target unit spell shroud is fantastic. Extricating Touch is great, and the extra Jianyu. But can you tell me about the Frozen Dismissals and what that's mainly aimed for?
Okay, so this one was actually mostly a me thing. In a lot of testing, main deck was on the Chill to the Bone, which is the 2-cost card that gives an ally -4/-4 for the ally matchup. And obviously, sideboard has Art of War. So the idea was you play the Art of War, you kill the allies, go 1 for 1, slow the game down. So the issue I had with that was that relies on them attacking, and it also hopes that they don't have a buffed Asen. If they have a buffed Asen, good luck getting through it. On top of that, I think similar to the Philo example, the longer the game goes on, or the higher the skill level of both players go on, a lot of ally players are smart and siding in like a bunch of Unbroken Mustangs, because even Luxem is playing Art of War. So they're playing Unbroken Mustang. Because Unbroken is a 4-cost, most of the time when allies play it, they have 3 cards left. And Chill to the Bone can't stop that, and you want your Art of War. So that's why I did that. And I remember talking to Caben even about this, because he didn't know about it until after round 2, and he was like, that's good. Because it was just something no one thought of. It also answers Blanches. It stops early Sadies against some hard matchups. It can come up, but there's a wider variety of things that Frozen Dismissal deals with that Chill to the Bone just doesn't.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So Frozen Dismissal, I mean, it's a fantastic option, right? You play it against an ally, it forces them to pay for, or it gets negated and banished. So that's like a big deal, especially even against for certain fire decks, right? Like where they want the fire cards in graveyard. Getting it banished is pretty significant. There's so many applications to it. Any form of ally that has floating memory, it's pretty good against. So looking at those things, I guess what I'm curious about is you probably weren't expecting to play a Rye, let alone a Wind Rye. How did you feel about the matchup overall?
It's honestly pretty fine. I don't know. Maybe I played a little slower than I should have, because I try to remember everything that Rye, because I haven't played a Rye in 6 months. I don't think anyone has. So I'm trying to remember everything that Rye can do, and I'm just, mental math and okay, can I kill him here? Can I kill him here? The matchup is ridiculously Fractal favored. Running cards like Coronation Ceremony in the side, which I think if anyone had the hand cam, you could see I was holding on to that the entire game. The Glimmering Refusals just negate. That's really good. And then obviously the Extricating Touches. There's just so much incremental value and knowledge that I get on him that makes it very difficult for Rye to just straight up function, let alone dealing with, hey, I'm threatening to kill you at any point. So me personally, I feel like the matchup was pretty favored, but again, I think if you weren't thinking through everything that Rye could have done, I very easily could have lost that match. I'm almost certain that game 2, had I goofed it, I would have lost.
Yeah, it's definitely tough when you find these I guess we can call Rye a rogue deck at this point, right? It's totally unplayed compared to last year at Worlds, where it was the top tier pick for the Swiss rounds there. So I have one last question for you, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday when we were having dinner, but Extricating Touch. I know you have some big thoughts on Extricating Touch. I think it's a fantastic card because I think it's super high skill based. I want to get your thoughts for the people at home.
I gotta be careful what I say. No, I think it's a really good card. I agree with you. It's a very high skill card. It's, my opinion, I don't think it's healthy for the game, because I think intrinsically it's an anti-level 3 card, because you're leveling up to level 3, you've got 3 cards left, but during that, I just extricating your Ghosts of Pendragon or your Arcane Blast or Careful Study or whatever. Yeah. So I think the fact that GA's resources is the way that it is makes that card balanced, because you have to kind of spend, unless you're low to the ground Fractal deck, you kind of spend about a quarter or half your turn in terms of resources to do that effect. And like you said, it is skill based. I've had players before where, because you don't declare hand or memory until the card's resolution. So your opponent has to react to it. I've had players where they'll hold up one card, like they have like 5 cards and 4 in memory, and they'll play a card and hold up like 2. And I'm just like, hand, buddy. And sure enough, they had it in their hand thinking I would pick to look at more cards. But, you got them,
Yeah, so thank you for your insight on that. Really appreciate you looking into that Windrai matchup, but also the insight on your deck, because it's a little different than everyone else's. So, the people at home, when they see the day 2 deck list, also congratulations, because you're now 5-1-1, right?
No, 5-2.
5-2. Okay. So you got one more to go.
I ID my next one.
True. So most likely to make it in. But thank you guys so much for joining us. This is Main Deck Stevo, winner of round 7, and we will see you guys soon for round 8.
しなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い果てしなく広がる空に失ったものを嘆く声迫られる選択の日々正しい道の方へ間違ってなかったと証明しよう生き様で邪魔されても席を読むさこの頭で全て手に入れる高く高く飛べどこまでも行こう不可能をと思い込んでたものがなぜか小さく感じた見てる景色がそう先になったから叶うまで近い
Welcome everyone to North American Nationals Grand Archive TCG Round 8. This is it.
The final round of the day.
The final round of the day where all of the players, now many, there are a number of players IDing, of course, time to lock it in, but a lot of players are on that clutch, gotta get a win right now if I'm going to get in. This is going to be an exciting round.
It is. And just as a score update, the people's champion, Jimmy Lee, is 7-0.
Yes, 7-0 after we saw that performance earlier. Such a cool match against Chessie. I forgot to mention, I'm Main Deck Dan. Of course, I'm joined by Tyler. How's it going,
Hello,
Tyler?
once love. Good to see you guys.
Yes, this is going to be, once we get this pairing, I mean, this is it. Like, we've talked every round about, like, the stakes have been high all day. But for these players, there is no opportunity past this round. This is it to make it into day 2 if they want to get to Worlds. Again, last qualifier, last Nationals, last round of the second to last day. Well, you know, this is day 1, right? But they're going to be fighting their hearts out today.
Yeah. Something about heart and cards and believing in something.
No,
yeah.
no, a different game.
Top decking. It's all about top decking.
Yes, yeah.
You know, just got to believe in your inner Jimmy Lee that you will draw the stalwart shieldmate.
Yeah. Man, Jimmy Lee being 7-0 with Fire Crux Lorraine. You know, it's always like I see something like that happen, and I think, oh, yeah, everyone's going to start picking up Fire Crux Lorraine. But the thing is, we never see people performing on Jimmy's decks the way that Jimmy performs. I don't know what it is. Something in the water.
Himmy Lee.
Or the fire.
It's Himmy Lee. That's what Cam calls him. I can't disagree. He is one of a kind.
He truly is. So that's one of our undefeated players. He beat the other undefeated player last round, who is
Perfy.
True Champion Gaming's Perfy. Perfy, a player who came out of the woodwork a little bit, joining True Champion Gaming less than a year ago, and has been kind of steadily improving his performance constantly, and now higher performance than Cabin, Isaac, Terry, the whole crew. Like, absolutely wild seeing some of these players. And again, this bloody day, but Perfy was standing on top until he met the fireman himself.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because Perfy for a long time was the one-trick Merlin play. He loves Merlin.
Yeah.
And now he's all in. Fractals, baby. He is loving it.
He's been working, of course, you know, with TCG, TCG and Main Deck working together, and everyone just kind of decided to let's just get on the same thing. Managed to rip both Main Deck Taylor and True Champion Perfy off of Merlin, which is an impressive feat.
Yeah. Speaking of True Champion, I think I just saw what our next match is.
Oh,
I believe it is Chess Club's Anson, Mr. Killidus, on the Water Allies Lorraine. I think he's playing Crux, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Versus True Champion Gurathos. Excellent.
Oh, winning in for both of these players is a very spicy play. It's either going to be Chess Club or True Champion Gaming getting another one of their reps into day 2. Wow, a lot on the table for the player and the team.
It's a big name match. I mean, that's the big feature match, like the money match that everyone wants, has come to watch. Is the big names of the teams, right? These are teams that consistently have topped events, consistently getting spirits, consistently making it to Worlds and other things. You know, last year at Worlds we saw Burner, who is OKage Business. We saw Matt G at the time he was still on Chess Club, and then Cabin. Cabin did fantastic for True Champion Gaming at the time. It was only the 4 of them, I believe. It was Cabin, Isaac, Terry, and Eli at the time, Mr. Mullen.
Yep.
And now we're looking at a potential situation where we might see all 5 True Champion members make it to Worlds, either through the Gauntlet or official invites. Chess Club scrapping in. They're really going for it. You know, they got to keep showing that they can do the thing, you know?
Well, yeah, absolutely they do. And this is this is really fun to watch too, because I just stopped by to see one of the last rounds that was finishing up in time, which was Killidus versus Main Deck Taylor. And they went to time and could not close it, even with our new rules, even with our new time rules where they resolved the stack. Wasn't quite there, ended in a draw for the 2. So both Killidus and Main Deck Taylor going into a win in this round. We already saw Taylor on stream, so instead we are going to get a look at our decks here. Now Killidus is, as you mentioned, is on that Water Lorraine list, and let's see, I'm seeing, there is in fact a little bit of Crux in here. Let's get the list on the screen. So here we have Killidus with this Water Crux Lorraine ally list. It is doing some of the things that we're starting to see, some of this like kind of like spicy mill variant stuff coming in with the Fractal of Rains, the Dion Ways, the Primordial Rituals. Dion Way, of course, a great way to turn on that Zhueying. Xiao Haodun, another thing that's going to turn on our Zhueying and just pushing a lot of damage, combining those with Inundating Clash, Frosthorn Paladin, and then with that level 3 line, Spirit Blade Dispersion, Ghost of Pendragon. Tyler, this is a sweet little list.
Yeah, I'm a really big fan of this. I actually really like Water Crux Allies. I think it's one of the best lists. I've always thought this is one of the best lists just because Scepter still exists in the game. He's actually not playing Scepter, though, which is a little bit more on the interesting side to me. He's more on the earlier ally-focused builds because we do see, like you said, the Zhueyings. I'm generally used to seeing the, I would say in the slot of either the Nullifying Lantern or the Backup Charger is usually where I see the Scepter come in for damage. Because a lot of the times you can effectively go to level 3 here, right? You go Clarent, you banish the Clarent Sword of Peace, you banish the Drawn Blade, you can bring them back. Or you can additionally banish the Erendite in the situation and bring that back later and get it delayed on enter trigger for when you're ready.
Right. We don't see any Erendite here. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed it. We do see the Erendite here. So we have all the kind of the swords that you expect to see with that addition of Clarent Reimagined. And that's going to be really critical here because much like his last game against main deck Taylor, we're going up against true champion Gurathos, who is on Water Fractals again. Both teams, again, collaborating a little bit this season and playing similar lists. So you're going to see some of the things here. This list from Gurathos, you're going to see is very similar to Taylor's version rather than Steve-O's that we saw in the last round. So that means we have that one of Gentle Respite in the side. Of course, we have that Orb of Hubris again. And then the Chill to the Bones in the side with the Captivating Opulescence and the Jianyu hanging out in there. So Gurathos maybe going to wish that that Captivating Opulescence was main, just going into that game 1, having more ways to kind of tax the ability for that Clarent to stop his kills. But, a solid list that we've seen main deck Taylor perform with already on stream earlier today.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good post-side list. I'm looking at the Water Resonance Bauble as a fantastic option. The Captivating Opulence, like you talked about. Chill to the Bone is going to be really efficient in these ally matchups. I don't think the Jianyu will have too much value overall. You could Jianyu something like a Frostborn Paladin, but there's so many different flexible ways for Killidus to push damage that I don't think it will be that relevant. And then Art of War will be good, but I'm not quite sure how strong it will be knowing you're playing against water instead of playing against wind-focused allies.
Art of War is a card that the team does bring in against the water ally decks. You're trying to limit the amount of damage they can deal as much as possible. And this is really funny considering that Gurathos' list is the same as main deck Taylor's, and Killidus just drew with main deck Taylor in the last round. He's going to be looking for a performance that's a little more decisive for him this time. But Gurathos is going to have a little bit of an edge getting to win the die roll and going first. And with his start so far, he's got this is one of our favorite starts, the Imbued Fractal of Rain into the Dissonant Fractal, being able to potentially set up a mill of a Floating Memory into drawing exactly what he needs to get that Dissonant turned on. Killidus already probably thinking, we have to see some allies, we have to start crashing for some damage right away.
Ooh, interesting. So it's going to get the Lost in Thoughts early on. The double Fractal of Rain potential. Actually, single Fractal of Rain. I don't think a double is possible here. Not enough water cards. Does have the Blanche plus the Ghost of Pendragon. And the Dispersion.
Yeah, Blanche is going to be nice to see here. Of course, that's one of the advantages. Killidus is running main board Blanches in here as a way, of course, in conjunction with the Clarent. Yeah, one thing I think some players thought when Clarent was shown off is that, I just run Clarent and I win against Fractals. Testing has shown that is not the case. It is not just the Clarent that you need, but you're happy to have it as another tool in your arsenal to make sure Fractals can't run you over.
So Gurathos has a lot of the early kind of cards you would want to see. He's going to be able to get the third Fractal out here, and then he also has his Zhongjiao in his hand, so that will help him in the near future here.
Already just went Fractal of Rain pass into Gurathos' turn. Gurathos finding that Fractal of Insight and is just going to dig a little more. Again, has the ability to set up those imbue mills. It looks like he milled a Fractal of Rain, so must have been unlucky and didn't find any of the floating memory that he's looking for.
So it was a Frostborn Paladin triple Fractal is what he saw off of the Dissonant Glimpse. And in this one, the insight there, I believe, was a Shimmering Refraction and a Frostborn Paladin. The Frostborn Paladin from before, but the Shimmering Refraction is a new card. I think he's looking to mill the Shimmering Refraction and get the Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, the Frostborn Paladin is certainly going to be useful here, giving you that ability. You know, we talked about how allies earlier are like a sort of a mid-range threat in here that can be either sent at the face or used to control the board. And Gurthos is really going to look for the scaling of fractals to kick in and just needs to survive until then. So having something that can either attack allies or just intercept is going to be key for getting there.
So the Fractal of Rain did mill an Inundating Clash, but he also drew one for turn, so we're going to get a second Fractal of Rain here imbued with a Primordial Ritual and an Inundating Clash. Inundating Clash is a very interesting card in this matchup. I think it's actually quite good because it can solo kill a Frostborn Paladin without needing the addition of a weapon.
Clash is such a powerful card, and I've been surprised to see not as many Water Lorraine decks because they've got some of these like really nice spiky lines here and can still play some of the best cards that Water has to offer.
Yeah, so Killidus playing this pretty slow and controlled here is going to allow Gurthos to get the second draw a card Regalia. He's going to use the Portentous Tengu this time. Pay 3 in his Recollection. We do see he has a Fast Cure in hand. We know he's going to be
fast
thinking about the mill, I think.
Yeah. The targets his opponent, mills a loss of that. What an interesting line from Gurthos.
So he doesn't want to lose the Shimmering Refraction that he saw on top, nor does he want to lose the Frostborn Paladin. So he's going to choose to mill his opponent and actually give Killidus a +1 here. So it's a little bit rough.
Yeah, that is very unfortunate to see, but the power of fractals is sometimes that you scale past those +1s mattering. So we'll have to end up seeing, there's a possibility that comes back to bite him if he doesn't scale fast enough.
Something that's interesting is I believe Gurthos does have a Zhongjiao in hand, but chose to go Frostborn Paladin off of the first 3 fractals there instead of going for the Zhongjiao to draw 2.
Yeah, that is a line that I'm really curious about. And one thing is Zhongjiao into Water is sometimes a little sketchy because if they are going to have something like Frostbind to deal with it, then that can prevent you from getting the draw 2. Just getting the recover 4 when you're at 0 is not worth it. So I would guess maybe Gurthos was just respecting the possibility that Killidus is running Frostbind in here. Didn't want to run into that. Wanted a more sure thing. If you have 5 fractals when you do it, you're safe. And he can set that up.
Yep, so we're going to see Clarent Reimagined brought out here. It's going to banish the Erendite and Clarent. Killidus goes to mill himself twice. There's no floating memory available from this time, but he does have the Lost in Thought from earlier, which was milled by Gurthos's.
Here's that Clash.
Clash really good here. He's going to come in for 4. Gurthos is going to lose the Frostborn Paladin. Does get a floating, so Killidus has 2 floating available to level to 2 for free here.
Yeah, Clash is doing a lot of work here, punching that damage and taking care of that Frosthorn Paladin that was going to be a threat otherwise. And then just having floating memory, doing as much as it does with floating memory, just feels good. What a powerful card.
Yeah, it's a really cool. I also really like that it's an on-attack trigger, so it resolves as an on-attack trigger, which means you'll get the power to the attack, which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty dope. We have the Quicksilver Grail here. Now, what is Gurthos going to Quicksilver Grail? Wand of Frost is one of the first things I think of against this matchup. Lantern also potentially, depending on what he's expecting to see. I don't think that's going to do anything here, so probably not Lantern. Yeah, I mean, I would maybe be looking at the Scepter of Fascination or the Wand of Frost, I think, are the most likely things you're going to see unless he's like really, really afraid of Revitalizing Cleanse, but I doubt.
Yeah, I don't think he's too worried about that right now. I want to say it's going to be the Wand of Frost.
Yeah.
It'll help him maintain a little bit better board presence. We're going to see a Dissonant Fractal come in after this Zhongjiao here.
There's one awkward thing about the Wand of Frost, which is if Killidus fracturizes that Grail while it has Wand of Frost, Gurthos still is not Daochan, so he doesn't get a card draw on it because it's a class bonus card draw. Interaction you have to be really, really careful about if you go for an early Quicksilver like this, which does make me think Scepter of Fascination might be more possible. Another reason you do that Scepter of Fascination is if Killidus is going to do something like throw out a Viridian Protective Trinket, again, he doesn't know what's in the material deck quite yet, a surprise Scepter of Fascination can actually still allow the activation using Glimmer counters of a 2-cost water spell.
So we have a lot of fractals already. So we're
Yep.
seeing 6 fractals here for Gurthos, which means that Refracting Missile in hand can come in for 7. So pretty good chip into Killidus. It's going to be playing very well around that Clarent, right? We talk about Clarent being a card that reduces the amount of damage you take. It's basically a 2, 4, or 6 Safeguard Amulet for the turn. But you can play on the stack of that as well. So in response to the activation of 1.
That was a kind of a rough Fractal of Rainmill. Losing a Blanche and a Jueying those are some power cards in the list. And right after seeing your opponent resolve a Zhang Zhao, you're really looking to make sure you can keep up with this kind of power. We do have the level to Lorraine level 2, though, so Killis is going to say, all right, fine. If you have 2 cards, I'm going to take 1 by using the on-kill on Lorraine Blade Master to get that card draw. Not something we get to see all the time. Some of these Lorraine decks are just sitting at level 1 unless you're Jimmy Lee, so it's good to see 2 of these Lorraine level 3 decks that are trying to head their way into day 2.
So he's going to get the kill off of the... oh, interesting. Is he going to take the Frostborn Paladin off the Tide Divider there? It doesn't look like he is.
No.
He's going to mill the Frostborn Paladin. I wonder what he took that...
Yeah, I didn't
milled
see
a
that.
Dion Wei and a Frostborn Paladin. Maybe a Dungeon Guide?
You had to mill some crazy cards. Yeah.
Oh, you did get a Dungeon Guide.
Dungeon Guide, yep.
Yeah, so that,
Yep.
that makes a lot of sense.
Yep, Dungeon Guide's better than those right now.
Yeah, so on kill, he's going to go in for that that Zhang Zhao. He's got the +2 from the turn, and then Crystalline Longsword does have enough water cards in grave to get the +1 power there, so it's going to come in for 4 on kill, draw a card. Drew into another Ghost of Pendragon, so he's got a really good top end right now, but he has to get there for now.
Really good top end, but what if your top end is just, I have 6 fractals in play already? Once you get to 6 fractals in play, your lines to get the kill are so massive. The Blanche is the unfortunate element of this, where Girthos did go for the Refracting Missile in the Recollection phase, which allowed the Blanche to just eat up a chunk of that damage, so it only ended up dealing 3 damage instead of
Well, I think
7.
it was actually an end phase.
Oh, that was end phase. Oh, okay.
End phase, yeah, because he ended up waking up the fractals afterwards. So
Yeah,
he's
you're
going to
right.
use that to level up to Diao Chen 2. So he will actually have the Wand of Frost online to draw now.
Yep, Diao Chan is here, if that is a Wand of Frost.
Yep, so we're going to see the mill here of the Fracturize from the Imbued Fractal of Rain. Girthos going for another Zhang Zhao. He's going to draw
Yeah.
2 more. Pretty good
The
effect
more
here.
you resolve, the better. He's always
Damage
happy to
coming
do
in.
that. Yep, take out the Diviner. Going to get rid of that. And just going to look at how am I going to get rid of the Blanche and go for the kill here at some point. Need to
He
start
actually has a lot of damage in hand. So I see
He does.
Refracting Missile and a Shimmering Refraction.
Yeah, keep in mind,
and Frostborn Paladin.
At level 2 now, that Shimmering Refraction can easily go down in the memory, which is exactly what we saw happen here, I think, which is going to potentially put enough damage on to get the kill here through a... If we can... Are we going to Refracting Missile the Blanche? Or just, oh yeah, Frosthorn, as you were saying. Swing with the Frosthorn into the Blanche to take it out, and then let's see what we can push.
So I'm seeing 7 and 6 here. So Refracting Missile for 7. Ooh, a Fractal of Rain. So it's
Just
going to be
putting another-
Refracting Missile for 8, Shimmering Refraction for 7. A lot of damage.
That is not quite lethal. That's 2 off.
It's pretty close. He's kind of getting there.
But the Clarent is in here too. That's something to think about. It like Burst isn't the line, but the Clarent can prevent a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, Clarent is pretty good. I think he might go for... I don't think he went GCR yet, right? So maybe he's just going for the classic draw card here. Work in with the... basically just try to immediately go, hey, I'm going to Dungeon Guide, but does have Inundating Clashes available, I believe, for Floating Memory.
Girthos, do we have a Fracturize at all in hand? No, I don't think we do. A Fracturize is kind of what he wants to see right now, just to be able to get rid of that Clarence so he can go to a clean kill turn. We're going for the Drawn Blade here, and just going to get a draw and then mill a couple. We did get another float off that Primordial Ritual.
So it seems like Killidus is trying really hard to maintain a decent
another
amount
Blanche.
of floating in his graveyard so that when he does go to level 3, the Erendite gives him a significant amount of value.
Absolutely. That was the 3rd Blanche found now. 1 milled, 1 killed, and 1 found.
So he's going to level up to 3 here. We're going to see Lorraine Spirit Ruler on Interfect. Will it return Erendite? Most likely. Go for some big damage here with Erendite.
The whole Clarent banishing Erendite is such a fun interaction that I'm super excited about now.
He does also have a Lost in Thought in hand, so he can get 1 more damage from Erendite. Or 1 more Refinement counter, sorry. 2 damage.
Yeah. This is a kind of a scary amount of damage, and Girthos not necessarily prepared for gigantic attacks here. We don't see any Song of Frost in the list. We don't even see Crystallite Destiny. It's just the Coronation Ceremony, which isn't going to do any work against a gigantic sword swinging in.
Yeah, so we're going to see, in response to the on-enter, it's going to be a Lost in Thought, paid for 0, and then on-enter will resolve here, and we'll see from here how many cards are banished.
With the Diao Chan would love to find a glimmering refusal here at some point, but I don't think I've seen a single one enter Girthos' hand so far.
Yeah, only 1 in the graveyard.
Without finding a glimmering refusal, you know, while it's not going to do anything this Regalia, Killidus is going to try to string together a line to get a kill, and
Interesting. So the judges seem to have said that the timing of the on-enter trigger for the Erendite, I was under the impression that there was that first on-enter trigger was Lorraine Spirit Ruler. It seems like they potentially passed that twice.
Oh.
I'm not quite sure, because I only see one refinement counter on the Erendite here. So this is interesting. Unfortunate. I think he intended to use the Lost in Thought, but maybe the timing there was missed.
Yeah, that's sort of a curious interaction. I'm not totally confident in what happened there, but that is what we have right now. The Erendite with a swing going from 5 to 4 refinement counters.
Yeah. So it looks like this is the big turn, right? This is the time where you really need to see whether or not this this Ghost of Pendragon resolves. Ghost of Pendragon resolves, returns the Drawn Blade. You can use Lost in Thought in the future for the next Drawn Blade and start just really cycling cards, finding a lot of chip damage on the board. It's going to be really tough for Girthos to come back from that, especially knowing that Killidus does have... well, we know that Killidus has another Blanche in hand.
Right. Another Blanche with that Clarence still in play is just so much defense to put up against Girthos right now. The game is kind of Killidus's right now with the aggressive presence, the damage sources, and all of this interaction.
So we're going to remove one durability counter here from Clarence. And then as well on the stack of that, 2 down for Blanche. So this is going to be a Blanche for 4, I believe?
For 4, and then 2 prevented from Clarent as well. So preventing 6, which is the entire, no, all but 1 of the Shimmering Refraction?
Yeah, it should be all but 1.
Yep, all
2
but
Fractal
1.
of Rains. 1's not imbued. 1's imbued.
Card starts to look a lot less impressive when it just does 1.
Yeah, it looks like Girthos is okay with that.
Well, I don't know what he can do other than that. It's you take the damage. You take the 1 damage you can get, and then you draw your card and you call it a day.
4 weapons on board is kind of cool.
It's so many weapons. Lorraine finally living up to her class fantasy as a weapon master.
True. The Ruler of Spirits, Master of Weapons, Sun Tzu.
I wish there was a Sun Tzu in here too. Actually, that'd be a lot of fun.
It looks like Blanche is resolving. He's going to take the 1 damage.
Yep, there's the 1.
Shimmering will draw the card in memory.
19 more to deal. It feels like a lot, but, you know, again, looking at this, I always like to point out the math, but we have 7 fractals here, so 7 times 2 is 14, plus 2 is 16. So, like, a Burst Asunder is still just about lethal on this board. Now, the problem is the Clarent in play. As well as, of course, the Blanche in play now, too. But if Girthos can find a route around getting rid of these 2, then it's not going to take a lot to get that to be a lethal line. That's the power of the scaling of fractals.
This is a big one here. He's going to resolve the second Ghost of Pendragon on this turn, so a lot of potential damage on board.
My goodness, that's so many cards drawn. Look at how the influence has grown here for Killidus.
Yeah, Killidus does have 6 cards in memory now and 2 more in hand. Don't think he had a title lock. Didn't quite see that, but that would be a spooky thing you might need to keep in mind of when you're playing as Girthos right now.
Yeah, title lock, not looking like it's in the list, but I think Girthos has been playing this entire game around those pay 2 negates being a possibility.
Yeah, Killidus really going the opposite way, though. He's basically saying, you have to have this, or I'm resolving these, and I am pushing my game plan.
Absolutely. You have to feel pretty safe with that Clarent in play right now, and that Blanche in play. There's so much that Girthos has to have, and yeah, if he has it, he has it, I think, at that point. We still haven't seen the card under the Quicksilver Grail, and that could change things as well.
Was that a Wand of Frost materialized off screen? I think it's... I can't tell. He drew a card off of something before Recollection. But, I mean, the Vascular is pretty good here, so this looks like another Zhongjiao.
Zhongjiao, keep drawing. Keep on drawing until we find what we need.
Yep,
like a Fracturize, please. Girthos wants that Fracturize, wants a Frostsworn Paladin, wants all these little things.
That is a Wand of Frost.
Everything. Yeah, there's the Wand of Frost. Okay. Yeah, absolutely right. So that means I think the Scepter of Fascination was the call. Again, that was respectful because that an early Fracturize on the Quicksilver would have ruined Girthos' day.
It's really tough. Girthos has a lot of cards in hand, but doesn't quite have the potential kill line, right? He's got the Burst Asunder, but we have Blanche and Clarent reimagined on the board. So Killidus is in a pretty comfortable and safe position here. Really needs those Fracturizers to get around this, right?
It's just too many things. Now, Refracting Missile can kill Blanche on its own even through the double Clarent activations. That's reasonable. But there's that Frosthorn Paladin. That's what you'd much rather use. So we're going to banish that Fast Cure and then drawn to, it looked like a Fractal of Intrusion. That Frosthorn Paladin is definitely taking out the Blanche. Yeah, we're getting rid of that thing. Wand of Frost there to defend a little bit at just 1 damage taken. I still don't feel too bad as Girthos in this situation. How about you, Tyler?
When you're playing Fractals and you have this many cards in hand, you're probably getting there at some point. I think you might just slam a couple Fractals down, hold some things for interaction, really debate whether or not he has a Glimmering Refusal or anything. It does make Killidus kind of play around thinking whether or not you have it. Fractals know a fantastic addition to the board here for Girthos. It does have the class bonus effect. Sacrifice this. The next time one or more allies would enter the field this turn, they enter the field rested. So that will give him some sort of protection against future allies, essentially.
Hasn't really come up on stream at all today, but I've seen plenty of games decided by the fact that a Fractal of Snow existed.
So it looks like 6 cards in hand here for Girthos. Killidus does have a lot of damage on board, so we're going to see Erendite for 3, Dungeon Guide for 1, and then 2 Pendragons here for 3 each. So that's going to be essentially, what, 10 damage on board?
Well, here's the thing, though. The Wand of Frost is going to negate 3 of that. The Dao-Chan, it can activate that Scepter that we assume is underneath the Quicksilver Grail in order to get 2 more Glimmer counters, and notice that Girthos did strategically put 1 card in memory here. So Girthos is certainly not without options to play through this line, and even though Killidus has sort of this overwhelming damage on board and the Clarent to deal with, Girthos is still sitting fine, isn't super worried yet.
Killidus has now milled 3 of his Dianways. That is all 3 that he plays in the deck, so we will not be seeing any Dianway resolving this game, sadly.
That is not the way.
So he does have the Dispersion. It's not going to do too much in this matchup. He really needs like other ways to find damage.
Yeah, Dispersion isn't going to quite get you there either on the swings. Go ahead and take out that Frosthorn Paladin because that extra damage is going to add up pretty quickly. Even though we're at 18 left, we already have Burst Asunder at lethal range, but there's our Xiahou Dun as well. Xiahou Dun going to be another just aggressive ally to play. That range 2 obviously isn't going to matter, but because you control a sword weapon, she's a 2/4. Just solid.
We like 2/4s. We like 4 life stat line. It's very effective, very efficient. Erendite's going to come in for a cheeky little 3 damage here.
These are good chunks of damage, but not going to quite get there. How much is there's the Dwaying? So there's the Xiahou Dun being very effective, at least getting that Dwaying online. That's another 3 from that. Still not lethal.
Juying having stealth is pretty good. 2 cost 3/3.
It is. It means that Frosthorn Paladin is not going to be a threat to it. Killidus just wondering, is there a Fracturize in hand right now?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to see a Refracting Missile for 9.
How
was
about
that?
I just force you to activate the Clarent now if you want? Like what? The question is, if Girthos has another Refracting Missile, that's just lethal on its own, regardless of the Burst Asunder. So
true, it is. Clarent will only be able to stop up to whatever he activates it to, and then also in response to that, Girthos can activate that potential Scepter Fascination and Shimmering Refraction, right?
Yeah, I think Girthos is really hoping that Killidus uses up the Clarent now, but he kind of can't because that just means Burst Asunder kills him. So like all he can really do is probably 1 activation here, prevent a little bit of it. It means that 2 of them are not lethal. Killidus could Shimmering Refraction in response here, but decides not to.
So no Shimmering Refraction from Girthos' side. Girthos just going to most likely move to his turn.
Yeah, there's really no reason to use the Shimmering Refraction because you can use it on your opponent's Recollection step or in response to their Materialization on the next turn as well, and then you have that float to pay for it with the Refracting Missile. In this case, Girthos is doing something that I think some players forget about. The Burst Asunder deck is not just going to kill with Burst Asunder. If it builds out enough fractals, all of these cards become mega lethal, even on the high stat HP stat line of the Warrior.
Interesting that he chooses to go Crystalline Mirror. I don't think Killidus has any material deck cards that can be affected by this, but I guess the Glimpse one does help you push for lethal faster, right?
I don't know if there's anything that makes any more sense to put out at this point. I think he assumes Revitalizing Cleanse is not in the card. Lantern's not going to do anything. Yeah, yep, sure. Why not get a Glimpse one?
True, Erendite is already out, so Dianwei as a potential setup is not really that used right now. And he knows his 3 down way's gone.
Yeah. The Glimpse 1 actually, with that Scepter underneath the Quicksilver Grail, is very relevant. If you see the card you're looking for, you can actually draw it right away.
Yeah, it's really big here. So Gurathos, if he finds the second Burst Asunder, he can use 1 to kind of force the Clarent out and then wait till next turn and go for the kill here, right?
Build Fractals up to the point where, I mean, frankly, he can just build Fractals up to the point where that Shimmering Refraction is lethal, and that very well might be his line as well.
Lost in Thought for 1 here, just to cycle and draw a card. We're going to see Quicksilver Grail banished.
Yep. Drawing everything he can here. There's the Scepter that we called about 600 turns ago, I think. And it's going to get the Glimmer counters onto Dao-Chan and draw another card. Gurathos just trying to find where is that lethal line.
He has 9 fractals? 8 fractals?
1, 2, 3,
Looks
4.
like 8.
I only count... 8. Yeah, sorry. Yep. There, and
Yeah,
the
imbued fractal of
one.
Rains.
Yep.
A little bit bait there.
So 8 fractals right now. So looking for a line of 11 damage still to get that kill. It would take a lot of fractals to get the Shimmering to be there, especially through that Clarent.
4 down. Interesting.
Yeah, he's doing some math right now. Some real hardcore math.
I'm just thinking there's nothing that costs 4 in the deck that I can think of.
It might have been 2 2-drops he was thinking about.
True. Not using any of the reservable fractals right now is also interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how Gurathos does math in his head. It might be different than me. We did see the TCG player classic poking the table. That's one of my favorite moves that a TCG player does. Trying to figure out the line here, though.
5, 17.
Yeah.
Carry the 8.
Fractal math, yeah. So we're going to rest 3 and get... Yeah, we're just going to go for Refracting Missile now.
Yeah, big Refracting Missile. So be a lot of damage coming in. So Refracting Missile comes in for, I believe, 9 here.
Does he feel safe enough to do this? This is pretty wild. For this fast-speed Refracting Missile, it means that the Burst Asunder is not going to be happening this turn when you pop the Clarent. The Clarent's going to be gone. He's going to Missile in response.
Ooh, Missile in response means he's going to pay another 3. Does have a lot of cards in hand, so this would be lethal.
Yeah, this is yep,
it is
there
lethal.
It is. It is lethal through that Clarent. Easily lethal. So Gurathos just found enough Refracting Missiles and Shimmering Refractions to get there, which is what I was saying. What you have to be aware of, that like the Clarent can hold off the Burst Asunder, but it can't hold off 8 Fractals in play if you find all of the Refracting Missiles. So that is going to be game 1, going to Fractals Gurathos. And going into game 2, what are our players looking at putting in here, Tyler?
So on Killadus' side, I actually think this Mandate of Honor is really good value. Like, I know it says up to 8, but when you don't really have a strong way to interact with Zhongjiaos, like multiple Zhongjiaos, you might actually want him not to draw more. We talked about how in the end game, a lot of people want to use those Lost in Thought to get the bigger influence. So if Killadus taps into that concept, it could exist. I don't think it's absolutely necessary or really like a super strong play, but it could be as an option replacement for the Nullifying Lantern.
I think what I'm... Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you've got some dead cards in here that you can certainly pull out. The Nullifying Lantern is the biggest one. You might as well put the Mandate of Honor, since you don't do anything with that card anyway. I'm looking at, if I'm the Fractal player in this matchup, the cards I want to see the least are probably Extricating Touch, because if we're going to do things like put out Clarent and slow the game down, that's where Extricating Touch becomes pretty powerful. There are only so many ways to get the kill, and it'll cause Gurathos to have to kind of mind game a little bit to try and keep those kill cards safe. And then Nia is the other one where just finding more ways to tax resources. An interesting thing is actually Nia naming Zhang Zhao is kind of a fun one to hold the Zhang Zhaos off.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. Extricating Touch can remove Zhang Zhao, Shimmering Refractions. Those are your main targets. You don't really want to get rid of a Refracting Missile unless you have to. Burst Asunder is kind of whatever since you're playing Clarent. It really depends on how many things get milled and how many cards come out. But I think the big ones I'm going to see, I think we're going to see the Tidal Sweeps come out for the Extricating Touches.
Definitely.
I want to say we're probably going to see... I think the 2 Frozen Dismissals can also come out for 2 Nias, and then you can kind of just play everything else as is.
Frozen
Dismissal
is super good against Zhang Zhao too, though. It doesn't matter if they can pay it. You stop the card draw.
But they glimpse 4.
That's fine. You need
glimpse
to stop
4
them
and
from
recovery is hard because it's an ally-based deck, right? Because you want to push damage from combat. I think no matter what you interact with it, it is good, like you're saying.
Yeah. You as long as you stop them from getting their influence back up, at least in my experience, I'm always, when I'm playing against Fractals, I'm trying to prevent them from drawing as many cards as possible. Keep them at 4 influence. I don't care how many Fractals they have. It's hard for them to kill when they can't draw their kill spells and when they only have a few cards in hand.
No, you're definitely right in those regards. On the opposite side, I mean, Art of War is most likely going to come in.
Art of War for sure. The Chill to the Bones, the Captivating Opulescence, and the Water Resonance Bauble are all pretty easy pulls. There were so many dead cards we saw on Grothos' list. I'm sure you're putting in Water and Orb of Hubris.
Yeah. Take out Wind Resonance Bauble. You're taking out Nullifying Mirror. You just leave the Lantern in, I guess.
I guess you leave the Lantern in, but yeah, Mirror can go for sure. That just gives Grothos more cards to be able to spend Floating Memory on in order to draw more cards. Again, it's all about building that influence here.
So we're going to see the opener of the many Fractals.
So Killidus gave Gurathos the first turn play here, notably. Killidus actually wants that advantage of being able to attack right away, and that's a pretty interesting line. And Gurathos happy to see that 3 Fractal start. With the Dissonant Fractal at the end as well as...
Oh, actually, I think Killidus went first and then just passed.
Oh, he did. You're right. Where's the Spirit? I didn't... Oh, it's all the way on the side. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit tougher to see there. But he's going to Cerulean Decree the Fractal of... Or the Dissonant Fractal.
That was actually huge then. That was huge. Gurathos went for it against a deck that could potentially run Cerulean Decree, and that Decree came into play right away.
Oh, so he actually didn't bring in the Mandate. He kept in the Nullifying Lantern there. So no changes to the material deck.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, well that's really strong. That means that it's not a 3 Fractal start, just a 2 Fractal start for Gurathos, and losing the Dissonant Fractal is actually going to be kind of harm Gurathos' consistency a little bit, being unable to dig and filter out the cards he doesn't want to see right now.
Killidus also kept in the Tidal Sweeps.
Okay. I mean, sometimes those Zhang Zhao,
it
they
is
get a little
technically
scary.
still floating.
Yeah, true.
So self-mill into the float is actually still not bad.
Yeah, you still do want to hit that float. I kind of forgot it had float. You're absolutely right. That's a good call.
That's what I used to only before was the floating memory, because you couldn't
your 6
pay
cost,
6 is a lot.
Your 6 cost attack is still kind of only for the float. The unstable fractals here are a really good thing. Gurathos didn't find any of those in the last game, but those are cards they can't do much about Clarent, but they can get rid of that sort of that Quicksilver safeguard and just kind of take out more of the things that Gurathos has to. We watched Gurathos have to basically walk across coals to get to the end game here. There's so many things in his way that are trying to stop him from winning. And finding the unstable fractals is just another tool to be able to deal with that.
And both players here just doing a little draw pass. Materialize, Recollect, draw pass. Probably going to see a backup charger from Killidus on this turn. Does have the Fracturize in hand, so that's available for him to kind of play around. But he might hold it for the Quicksilver Grail. Just the immediate Quicksilver Grail force would be kind of nice.
These water decks doing water things.
Turbocharge. It's like another Zhang Zhao.
Exactly, and that's why TCG and main deck were on that line, because when you can't get a Zhang Zhao, you can have a Turbocharge.
Well, trust me, Turbocharge is the best of the best.
It is such a good card, and it's in Supporter Pack 3, releasing at Worlds this year. I cannot wait to get some full arts of that thing.
Yeah, super excited to see a lot of the different SP3 cards, especially that Lorraine Ascendant Wings.
Oh,
maybe Killidus will play it in the deck if he swaps back to Scepter.
Yes, the old Scepter line into your level 4, the old line that's never been done before.
Yeah, very big line.
Fractal of Insight. Gonna rest it. Gonna get a little bit of a glimpse here, and then there's the backup charger.
Saw 2 Fractals, one at the bottom, one at the top. Doesn't quite need another glimpse. Wants to just keep that. I think he put the Intrusion down, I think is what it was. I don't think he felt he needed the Intrusion against Killidus.
Yeah, I don't like Intrusion in this matchup too much. It doesn't feel like it's actually going to impact anything majorly. Like, what are you going to discard? An ally of some kind? What Gurathos has to deal with is material deck cards. Like, his big Achilles heel here is Killidus' access to powerful material deck cards. Once he gets through those, he's significantly less worried about anything other than Blanche. And Killidus is not putting a Blanche down at any point.
It looks like Killadus is thinking about going Fracturized Frostburn Paladin, but realizes if he does that, he does not have enough cards in hand to pay for a Glimmering Refusal. If Girthos were to play that, Glimmering Refusal for 4 is going to be, I mean, a different version of a Frozen Dismissal at that point.
Yeah.
So we're going to see the Portentous Tengu here from Girthos. Wants his next draw card.
Pay 3 draw. Pay 3 draw. Pay 3 draw.
Yeah, it's a pretty comfortable pacing here for the two players. Not quite sure if they'll be able to make it to a third game with the time on the round, but you never know because both these decks can just come out of nowhere and sweep you. Erendite for 15 or something would be kind of crazy.
There, Girthos finally resolves a Dissonant Fractal, gets to take a look at these top 4 cards and really get some good selection now. And just speaking to time, Tyler, as I mentioned, this very same deck that Girthos is playing just went to time against Killadus last round. So again, he's I'm guarantee extremely aware of the amount of time that these games are taking.
It's really interesting here. So he's going to get the Glyphs 4 and then also has a Zhang Zhao in hand, right? So he's able to draw off of those, but I believe he just bottomed all 4 there.
Yeah. Yeah, if you... this is a
that's
nice
big.
Captivating Opulescence. This is a huge find from Girthos to have this in play. Drop that. Killadus, as a water deck, not siding in any of the sort of like norm element Fantasia hate, has nothing that he can actually do to deal with this Captivating Opulescence, which is just going to make it so now he's got to hold so many cards to be able to use that Clarent effectively.
Yeah, it's really tough here because Captivating Opulence, so it does have the Diao-Chan bonus, right? Diao-Chan bonus meaning that's when it's going to start affecting the Clarent. But it affecting Clarent is very significant for Killadus to deal with the effect, right? He's going to have to pay 2 every single time he wants to remove a durability counter to protect a unit, essentially.
There's an important thing for people curious that Girthos is doing with his board right now, which is keeping his fractals separate from Captivating Opulescence, which is a Fantasia, but not a fractal. And you have to be very careful. I just heard from a main deck team member who screwed up the math because of this, but your refracting missiles only count fractals. Your shimmering refraction counts Fantasias. It's important to make sure your math is correct if you're going to end up winning the game.
It's a little tougher. You really need to find the damage in that regard. So Killadus does have the end-step Fracturize on the power cell here. He's going to level up to Lorraine Blademaster. I think he's kind of looking to go level 3 pretty early here.
Yeah.
We do see that's his 3rd dungeon guide, I believe.
Killadus has really not played this game as much like an ally deck as you would, I think, often play a Lorraine, this exact list has. Really just playing a lot more for the mid to late game card advantage, going for that dungeon guide now, exactly like you said, Tyler. Going to go to level 3, pull out a sword, and still have the Lorraine Blademaster on-enter bonus available. Able to push a little bit of damage, but having never played any of the other allies to push for damage, we're not quite at, like, any sort of lethal turn, but we're at a big hand size, a Crux champion, and that means a lot of cards can be drawn.
Did you just see what happened? He went level 3, brought back Clarent Sword of Peace.
Yeah.
The OG Clarent Sword of Peace. Now, this is going to be interesting because Clarent Sword of Peace does not work the same way that Clarent Reimagined works.
No.
Clarent Reimagined targets a unit to give it damage reduction, whereas Clarent Sword of Peace is all units for a single, I believe, a single instance of damage, or is it for the turn?
It's the next time they would be dealt damage. And often this would be a very powerful play in conjunction with the other Clarent, having both Clarents in play. However, as soon as we level to Diao-Chan, I think that Captivating Opulescence is going to make it extremely difficult to pay for that many Clarent activations to make it relevant. So I'm really curious to see where Killadus's math is at here, going with that Clarent line. Although I've talked about, even on some of these videos, about how cool it is that you can now bring out that Clarent level, that original Clarent level 1, and you can use both together to prevent a lot of damage.
I think it's going to, basically it has to act in response to the materialization of Diao-Chan before the Diao-Chan bonus is available for Captivating Opulence.
And that's pretty tricky to do because he's still at full health. It's not like a Burst Asunder is looking lethal right now, so he has to be pretty proactive about that.
Also, worth mentioning, this is currently a dispersion for 8.
Yeah, it is a dispersion for 8. That's a very significant chunk of damage. That is lethal.
That is actually just lethal right now.
Wow, but I don't see it. Is there a dispersion in hand?
I don't think he has a dispersion in hand, but I think he's thinking about whether or not he draws into it.
It's just a one of in the deck, that dispersion.
I mean, imagine, okay, if he draws into it at any point and Girthos does not have a lot of cards available to him, it's going to be big.
So this is interesting. Girthos going for a Shimmering Refraction on end phase still. And
Using 4 counters.
Yeah, you might as well. Again, the Opulescence isn't up yet. No,
Yeah.
no,
Dao-Chan
no.
bonus,
Girthos forgot it was Dao-Chan bonus. No.
So I think that was targeting... Oh, so it was targeting Champion.
Yeah,
So
okay.
he's going to block a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah.
All right, well, my dreams of dispersion for 8 are gone.
That was very unfortunate. Could have potentially been a Recollection phase play instead and have leveled. But, and then that Captivating line wouldn't have really existed. So that, that was just missing. Class bonuses, especially on niche scenarios like this, can be really, really difficult to keep in mind all the time.
Interesting. So Girthos went for a fast here on the stack. Going to use a Fracturize targeting the Clarent. So Kill a Distant Response uses one of their abilities to protect it, giving it Spell Shroud.
Yeah. That Spell Shroud makes it so that Clarent is, again, just so hard to deal with. You just are trying to get it down to that 1 durability and go for that frac.
So Zhang Zhao is going to draw 2. He's going to get a Fractal of Snow and another Dissonant Fractal. He's kind of setting up for a lot of really, really scary moments here. So it's going to be Fractal of Snow. That'll be the 6th Fractal. Coming in with a Dissonant Fractal for 7.
Have you guys seen this before? Feels like game 1 we're just going to build out to 8 Fractals again and then find the kill.
I think the first card there is a Burst Asunder, which
That's a
means
good one.
he has, what, 2 Burst Asunders in hand if he has that?
You can do things right now, just like play Burst Asunders to force those Clarent activations.
He bottomed it.
Bottomed the Burst, okay. Yeah, I mean, again, like game 1 showed us that the real route is sometimes just going Refracting Missiles.
I think that's the goal here, right? The goal is to over-push on top of the Clarent, right?
Yeah. Attack. Well, okay, I was trying to figure out. It looked like he postured like the Dissonant Fractal was attacking the Ghost of Pendragon.
So it looks like it's going to be the Frostborn Paladin here.
That's what I figured. As soon as you attack into the Ghost of Pendragon with the Zhang Zhao, the Frostborn has to be coming down. And that's why we set up that Fracturize as well. Get to banish that, get to draw another card. Keep in mind, too, in case we didn't make it clear, the Dao-Chan is now in play. So Captivating Opulescence is a thing that Kilodus has to work through with all of his activations of either Clarent.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. Girthos has big influence, big influence, lots of cards. He did resolve the fast here and then just immediately draw into more cards. Coming back here.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Should be 7?
5, 6. Yeah, that's what I thought. We're at 7 Fractals in play and 1 Fantasia. Important.
Yeah, it's big, lots of damage. It's 8 and 8.
8 and 8. Yep, both Shimmering Refraction and Refracting Missile are dealing 8 damage. A total prevention of 5 only from Kilodus, so it's a lot of fast speed play Girthos can do to get a lot of damage through. But look at Kilodus being a true Crux Lorraine player, finding those Ghosts of Pendragon, and just going to start drawing more and more cards. Looking at hand, we do have a Refracting Missile as well, Frostborn Paladin, a Primordial Ritual, but I think I see a Jue Ying there as well, but just not a lot is really a Fractal of Rain 2. Not a lot is really like getting the kind of level 3 action you're looking to have to be able to keep up with Fractal.
Choosing to sacrifice Fractal of Snow, so Ghost of Pendragon will enter... well, it doesn't enter rested, it just can't attack, right? Or does it enter rested?
No, it enters rested.
Oh, it does enter rested.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
It enters rested, and that's like a super respectful play here.
Ooh, drew the Blanche off the... that's pretty good. That's a pretty good one.
Girthos is going to have to bait that Blanche out with something. Easy to do with a Burst Asunder, but the Clarent is still in the way.
Yep, so Ju Ying's going to come in. Ju Ying, very notably, is level 3.
Oh, yeah. We have Pride 3. We don't even need another Water Element champion in play. Absolutely right. So this, we don't have Stealth and True Sight, but we do have 3/3 for 2, which is a pretty okay rate.
Yeah, it's just a slightly worse version of the Ghost of Pendragon. We might see a Primordial Ritual here.
Actually going to Refracting Missile. Is that Refracting Missile the Jue Ying in response? Now, one thing Kilodus could do is actually use Clarent to protect the Jue Ying.
But having to pay 2 to use Clarent here is not comfortable.
No.
You probably don't want to do that.
You just let it go.
I think he's trying...
Oh, man.
Wait, isn't Ju Ying... Wait, isn't for Fractal Snow for the whole turn?
No, it's just the next time one or more allies would enter play.
Oh, this turn. Okay,
Yeah.
I see. That's
so
what this turn
the
is.
one
I
or
see,
more
I see, I
part
see.
is going to protect you against things like when Tristan goes to level 3 and puts out 2 ominous shadows.
Yeah,
But
that makes sense.
Yeah, if it's just one ally you play, it eats the whole effect.
I see. This might just be a Blanche.
Yeah.
Just a raw Blanche.
Blanche will equally protect this. Dao-Chan is in play, though, so actually, if there's a Shimmering Refraction there, Girthos can activate Dao-Chan Glimmer counter to play the Shimmering Refraction and deal with the Blanche.
7 minus 5
and
is
then
going to
draw
be
card in
2.
Memory. That would be pretty solid.
Ooh, Glimmering
actually, just refusal it instead. Yeah, let's just banish that.
Yeah, refusal on the Blanche is pretty good. It's rough.
Killidus is left with 2 cards in hand, which is actually still enough to be able to pay for the Clarent activation. So Girthos not out of the woods quite yet.
So he's going to use the Clarent there, plus the Dungeon Guide to take out the Zhangjiao. It's going to be tough, though, because the buff Frostborn Paladin still exists on the field. Girthos looks like he's in a pretty commanding position here.
Yeah, feels pretty okay right now. Even though that Clarent's in play, it's kind of just a matter of time as he's just kind of working through. The Wand of Frost, speaking of a matter of time, is going to buy him plenty of time, as well as turning a float into another card, building that influence more and more and more.
Drew into a Refracting Missile, too.
Yeah, that's what he wants to see right now. The more of those he can find, the easier it'll be to play through. Killidus only has 2 cards in hand, so like Blanche is not online. He's like, Girthos needs to do his math really well here. Like, what can I do to try and push through to the stage where my kill spells are going to deal actual damage?
Yeah, in a tougher place here. 3 down for another Frostborn Paladin or a Zhangjiao maybe?
Another Zhangjiao never feels terrible, but it's also not getting that kill on this like kind of open board. Yeah, yeah.
Raw damage.
Yep, go for raw Refracting Missile for 7 damage. Just going to take it. Yeah, we have room. We have a little life. We're not going to get baited.
Oh, he has another Refracting Missile in his hand too.
Yeah, and he's using this specifically right now just so he can pop it on the Frostborn Paladin, chunk in some more damage, or potentially take out that Ghost of Pendragon.
I think it will be taking out the Ghost of Pendragon here. Well, although leaving one up for an Interceptor is not bad. You could take out the Dungeon Guide and then have the Interceptor, and then in response to an attack, you could probably go for more damage. The other thing is you can just send it all to face,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. You do to face it, take him to 15. That's only 13 life left, and when you're sitting on 6 Fractals and a Fantasia, 13 life is like, it's in your realm of victory already.
Yeah, only 13 left to go for lethal. It's pretty good.
Meanwhile, Killidus certainly can use that Ghost of Pendragon and that Dungeon Guide to like take one of the Frostborn Paladins out, but then you're still going like 18 next turn if the second one doesn't get taken out, then only 10 damage left, and like at that point the Clarent's looking pretty weak.
It's tough. So Crystalline Longsword will make its return here to the board. It's going to have a +1 power bonus due to that class bonus effect here.
For the 3rd time.
We do like a little crusty sword.
Looking at a hand, trying to find something a little less crusty to play, though. Something that's got some real impact on this game state.
Ghost of Pendragon. Does he go for the board clear? I think it makes the most sense to go for board clear here.
I think you have to. I think Killidus, especially with that Wand of Frost in play, although the Wand of Frost is really good at protecting the Frostborn Paladins as well. He's going to have to play this Frostborn Paladin in his hand just to find lethal. Oh, okay. So we can go the Refracting Missile. We can go D-Guide plus Refracting Missile to try and get that kill.
So it looks like he didn't actually need to use the Dungeon Guide, right? Because 2 damage comes in from the Crystalline Longsword, and then the Refracting Missile comes in for 2 as well. But he wants to get the Refracting Missile there for a potential Frostborn Paladin.
Yep. Yeah, the Frostborn Paladin is might help him if he's got another line here, but the more stuff Killidus plays, the less he has to even activate his Clarent.
He's in a really rough position here. Opulence on the board is very, very strong. It's almost strong enough that you would think that water players would really want things like mainboard Disenchants.
Yeah, it does make me wonder, I think even Disenchant feels like such a normie card to play, but like if you're playing water, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, unless you're playing like Luxem, like it's where you have you can go Excaliburs if you're playing Guoja or something like that.
Right.
You just really don't have an answer to that card. That card just sits on the field and says, "I'm taxing you."
Yeah. 3 down. I mean, Gurathos is nothing if not consistent on having all of the refracting missiles all of the time. Continues to chunk in for 7 and just puts the onus on Killidus to stop it from happening. Killidus, because of Captivating Opulescence, if that weren't there, he would potentially have a line where he could like use that Cerulean Decree to try and like tax a little bit and then still activate those Clarence. But here he's forced to say, well, I guess I just have to save all of these for activations.
Yeah, it's going to be Quicksilver Grail, draw for turn here. I mean, the damage is just coming in, right? It's looking really, really grim for Killidus.
Yeah, 5 more is all that Gurathos needs. That Wanderfrost still in play. So much influence to deal with. Yeah, Gurathos, a lot like we saw Steve-O in the last game, just says, I have time on my side right now. I have everything I need. I'll just pass turn. I'm not too afraid.
It's really tough here. Killidus kind of needs some answers.
Drawn Blade is a way to find those answers.
Drawn Blade enters here. We're going to see a title sweep.
The title sweep. There it is, Tyler.
It's not quite what he wanted here.
No, the title sweep's not quite getting there.
I think it might have been, he top decked the Blanche, but I was thinking GCR, leave the Refracting Missile down so you can get a Frostborn Paladin here, right? You can have a Frostborn Paladin to protect yourself, forces Gurathos to play the Fractal of Snow and sacrifice it, or just go around it.
GCR, you have to pay 2 to activate as well. He still had the cards in hand, but if he pays 2 to activate GCR, it's possible Gurathos just kills him in response.
It's true. It's true.
So the GCR is actually like mega risky in this situation.
I feel like you're at the point in the game where you have to start taking really big risks.
You do,
right?
Yeah. I mean, how many of these Shimmering Refractions, Refracting Missiles can Gurathos really find is a great question.
All right, so we're going to see Wanderfrost activated in response to...
Yep, the attack on the Frostthorn Paladin. This is a great play from Gurathos just to keep that Frostthorn Paladin alive. Forces Killidus to go through everything in order to take out that Frostthorn Paladin, which just makes him extremely safe.
3 down here for...
Now, Killidus does have a Blanche in hand, so the Blanche, if Gurathos is not prepared, could get the jump on him. We have an unbuffed Frostthorn Paladin to get the close there. Not how you want to play your Frostthorns, especially when you're being taxed with that Captivating.
It's tough. We got a skinny Paladin on the board, but she did manage to clear the buffed one off, so...
She was strong enough.
Not the worst place to be in. Definitely not a great place to be in.
Are we seeing that Scepter again? Oh!
Orb of Hubris.
The Hubris. Here it is. The main deck in TCG Tech. Let's see how powerful this is, Tyler. We finally see it activated.
Oh, is that too... Wait, what is it?
That's a Burst Asunder.
What are those?
He's getting rid of those. That's a Shimmering Refraction in hand.
2 Shimmering Refractions?
Yeah, that's...
Did he draw 2 Shimmering Refractions?
If so, I just want to point out the power.
If so, the game is over.
Of Orb of Hubris.
The game's
Orb of
over.
Hubris is pretty good, guys. Orb of Hubris is pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of potential there. It's just coming for 7, right?
Yeah. Yeah, all you have to do is Refraction and then Refraction.
Lost in Thought?
Well, the Blanche, though, the Blanche is the consideration, too. Actually, what you do is you probably burst and force the pop and then double, and then Refraction the Blanche. That's like the line that I think just guarantees.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a Glimmer Refusal.
Yep. Yeah, he doesn't need it in this case. The Burst Asunder is going to force the pop of the Clarent or the Blanche. Either one is fine. He goes for the Refraction #1 on the Blanche. And, he actually did have a refusal, too.
Oh.
It's actually just mega over at this point. Gurathos' hand is stacked with the answers that he needs.
He's going to pay 2 for Clarent, and he's just going to get Shimmering Refraction in response.
And
that's game.
Refraction.
It's going to come in for 30.
That is it, unfortunately. Yep, look at the math here, but that is going to be plenty.
Yep, it's tough because the Glimmering Refusal.
GG, congratulations to True Champion Gaming's Gurathos for making it in to day 2 here on an extremely well-fought game, playing to all his outs, drawing everything he needed. It is a tough game, Tyler. It is a tough game to fight through everything that Killidus put in his way.
It was a really, really uphill battle for Killidus in this regard, even though he was able to resolve 2, sometimes 3 Pendragons with the draws and the damage. Gurathos had really good answers every single time, whether it was the Fractal of Snow, it was a Refracting Missile or damage into those Frostborn Paladins.
Yeah.
Whatever it was, he had a lot of his own Frostborn Paladins. We saw the Zhongjiaos to draw, even the Turbocharge in the second game there. It really swung to be quite... it looked like it was going to be really, really good for at every point it changed. It was very roller coaster between the match.
It went back and forth, and you just watched one player building up their power, going to level 3, the other player building up their power, just filling the board with fractals, and then both players just have to start jockeying for a position. We saw some really interesting play from Kilidus trying to figure out, am I attacking the face or am I controlling the board? Same thing coming from Gurathos. Both players really trying to figure out what's my position in this game, like who is the aggressor, but at some point when the fractal deck builds up enough, they know, the fractal player knows, my cards do more than yours.
Yeah, I've reached my maximum power. Anything else is overkill. I just need to start pushing it now, right? And that's when that Orb of Hubris becomes really relevant. You take out the Orb of Hubris, you're like, I'm going for my kill cards. I'm going to draw 3. I'm going to see what I can play from there, whether it's an ally board, it's going to be fast activated spells. So, I think that's what really sets apart these fractal decks, right? People are like, Burst Asunder so strong. That's the card that's crazy. But really, when you look at it, it's like, the ability to have both is what makes the decks really strong. You play the fractals out, you get reservables, it progresses your game plan. You're also able to play allies that protect you and clear board and contest. All of these things are what make this deck super strong. But because there's so many options and choices, there's a lot of glimpsing in the deck, it's what makes it more difficult and have a higher ceiling.
Right. And this is a deck where, as we mentioned early on, we saw a lot of players on fractals in the event, but a lot of players taking L's to decks like Fire Aggro that are just saying, I'm going to kill you before all of your stuff gets online, before you can actually even draw the cards you're glimpsing. I'm just going to try and take you out. But as we get towards the end of the event, what we start to see are a lot of these names, honestly. Players in the community who are grinding events, who are getting like main deck Stevo with 15 regional tops under his belt. These players are seeing the lines. It's seeing everything you need to do to be able to find those wins, and Gurathos just showed us another fantastic example of that, playing exactly as I was, glimpsing exactly the right cards all the time, fighting through so much hate and still securing the victory.
Yeah, that's really what it is. It comes down to show that your consistency pays off. You're a grinder, you're very good at the game, you learn a lot. Even if you're not really good at the game, if you don't have a natural talent for the game, people put in a lot of time and effort to learn how to get better. And it shows. The results are great. Regional tops, Ascent Day 2s, Ascent top 8s, right? But like we said, it's all about the consistency. So now we're going to hear about it directly from Mr. Gurathos himself. So we're going to send it over to the interview, and I hope you guys...
Hey everybody, I am down here in the feature match area with true champion Gurathos, who just won his last round and made it into day 2. Congratulations, man.
Thank you, man. Yeah, gosh, it was a surprising deck against. Oh my gosh. I was a little afraid when he got double Fractal of Rain, but it just shows that Fractals is just kind of like the best deck of the format. Honestly, it's been great. What to say? Yeah, I have, besides it just feels so good to play. I've played almost every deck in this format with every regional, and Fractals has just felt so much better than everything else. It's more of an issue of your opponent has to beat the deck and not you most of the time.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And, I've seen that you've had some success with Assassin decks in this format, like online Yeti Regionals. You got first place, a huge tournament playing Assassin. But was it Fractals being the best deck or an influence from the rest of the team? I know that you play for True Champion.
Yeah, it was a bit of an influence from them. Just seeing how they did, every Nationals, it's just the results are there.
Yeah, and I think it's a huge testament to you guys now officially. You were the last one we were waiting on. All 5 of you guys have made it to day 2, which is crazy. That's the biggest conversion that any team can really hope for. Can you tell us a little bit about what the testing process has been like for events like this?
Well, for Nats, it's been just so much testing. We've been testing any free time. Of course, once everybody realized that Fractals was just the best deck, we just jammed games, kept practicing. And everyone, of course, we tried other decks, but at the end of the day, it just ended up being Fractals.
Yeah, and it looks like you guys definitely made a good choice. Are there any things that you're worried about? I know you've obviously had a very successful day. Are there any matchups, weird rogue decks that have sort of been performing well that you're worried about seeing tomorrow in day 2?
Honestly, my only losses versus the Mirror, so I just don't want to play the Mirror tomorrow.
I think I have some bad news. I think that's probably going to happen.
Oh, I mean, as long as I can dodge everybody else, then I think I'll be okay.
Well, congrats again, and good luck on day 2. Hopefully that you can clinch at least that gauntlet slot and join the rest of the team.
I can't be the only one not qualified for the gauntlet in Worlds. I gotta. Perfy's like almost there. I can't let him be the only one.
Of course, yeah. Congrats, man, and thanks for taking the time, and good luck tomorrow. And thank you, everybody, for watching Day 1 of North American Nationals 2025. We will be back tomorrow. Stream starts at 9:30, so be there. You definitely want to see all the action, see who gets those final slots for Worlds. Thank you guys for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.
「